What audacity do you possess? Is your mental prowess exceptional? Then I shall borrow it. Are you so formidable? I possess an even more formidable system. Zhan Jiuyue, in his leisure, studies the techniques of others, woos fair maidens, and engages in combat. Witness the journey of a young man traversing through different realms as he ascends step by step to the pinnacle of life. With beauty in his embrace, I possess the world. What? You claim I owe my current status to the system? Zhan gently raised his palm, and that individual vanished into the vast skies. Is there anyone else who dares defy me? The crowd fell into silence, no longer daring to speak. Chapter 001. Is a scholar truly worthless? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up! In the midst of unconsciousness, Zhan Jiuyue was startled awake by this voice, struggling to open his eyes. Upon focusing, he beheld a robust woman standing before him, her face adorned with layers of rouge, and a remarkably exquisite necklace draped around her ample neck. Zhan Jiuyue's mind was in disarray. He distinctly remembered being struck by a truck on his way back to school, followed by a sharp pain that led him to lose consciousness. Yet what is this? Not only was he alive and well, but his limbs were intact, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Most perplexingly, why was this woman clad in ancient garb? Hey, can't you hear me talking to you? Is your brain malfunctioning? How unfortunate! The stout woman cast a disdainful glance at Zhan Jiuyue with her triangular eyes, swaying her fan as she ambled away. Offended by the unjust rebuke, Zhan Jiuyue furrowed his brows, about to confront her for an explanation, when he was suddenly struck dumb by the sight before him. Beside the grand vermilion gates stood rows of individuals in ancient attire, all craning their necks to gaze into the distance. Where is this? How? Zhan Jiuyue's suspicions deepened as he murmured to himself. A woman, exquisitely made up and alluring in stature, approached and waved her delicate hand before Zhan Jiuyue's eyes. Are you truly daft? This is the city gate. Her voice was melodious, akin to the song of a lark, and she exuded a unique fragrance that was intoxicating, causing Zhan Jiuyue, who had never interacted with a woman before, to feel a flutter in his heart. He wished to explain that he was not foolish, but suddenly felt a jolt of pain in his head, followed by a flood of images and memories surging into his mind. Moments later, Zhan Jiuyue's gaze cleared. He had traversed realms. The owner of this body was also named Zhan Jiuyue, a scholar who had failed the imperial examination and subsequently became a son-in-law living off a wealthy family. The stout woman who had just displayed such contempt was his mother-in-law, Do Qinghua, a notorious scoundrel. The enchanting woman who captivated all at a mere glance was his wife, Chu Winner. Currently, they awaited the triumphant return of the battle king at the city gate. Zhan Jiuyue steadied his emotions, quickly coming to terms with the reality of his transmigration. After all, as a university student of the 21st century, he was not overly astonished by such occurrences. Since fate had chosen not to let him perish, he would cherish this opportunity for rebirth. Despite his unimpressive status, having such a breathtaking wife by his side was certainly a boon. Zhan Jiuyue joined the throngs of people, standing beside Chu Winner. Upon surveying the surroundings, he noted the bustling crowd, with a drum and gong troupe already in formation, and the entire street adorned with lanterns and flowers. Daddy, Daddy, I want to see the great hero too. A little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, tugged at her father's trousers, speaking in a soft voice. All right, all right, all right. The father smiled lovingly, lifting his precious daughter onto his shoulders. Daddy, I want to marry a great hero like the Battle King. The little girl clapped her chubby hands, her sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. Moments later, the drums resounded, a wave of sound surged forth, and the crowd surged forward, eagerly gazing towards the city gate. Beyond the gates, a battalion clad in black armor approached slowly through the swirling dust, basking in the admiration of the masses. Chu Winner clasped her hands to her chest and exclaimed, "The Battle King is so handsome. Not only is his lineage noble, but his martial prowess is also formidable, causing the northern barbarians to dare not retaliate." Zhan Jiuyue felt a twinge of discomfort at her words. His wife was openly praising another man before him. Although he held no deep feelings for Chu Winner, any man would find it difficult to accept such a situation. He lowered his head and muttered, "Is he truly that remarkable?" To his surprise, Chu Winner whirled around abruptly. "Is he that remarkable? Who is not several times stronger than you, you waste? How dare you even compare yourself to the Battle King? Look in the mirror and see your pitiful self. It is truly disgraceful." Zhan Jiuyue was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. This body indeed had no merits to speak of, and he could only cast his gaze toward the front of the cavalry. The leading figure had a chiseled brow and piercing eyes, his high nose and black armor complemented by a long spear, exuding an air of authority. Suddenly, another wave of pain surged through his mind, accompanied by a stream of information. Name, Hengui. Level, high quality, 6 stars. Attributes, attack, 400-05000. Magic, 1000-2000. Defense, 5,000. Fortune, 1,000. Agility, 1,000. Endurance, 5,000. Spirit, 1,000. Strength, 4,000. Combat power, 24,000. Mental techniques, Golden Might Fist copyable, Thunder Step copyable, Vast Heart Technique copyable. Equipment, Battle Dragon Spear Soul Artifact, Black Iron Battle Armor Ordinary. System level, 1, can copy 5 mental techniques. Seeing this concise information, Zhan Jiuyue was overwhelmed with excitement. Was this not the coveted golden finger from novels? Narrowing his eyes, Zhan Jiuyue proceeded to replicate Han Gu's mental techniques. The cavalry grew wider, and the crowd began to retreat. In an unfortunate turn of events, the little girl's father stumbled, inadvertently tossing her into the midst of the cavalry. In a panic, the father rushed to rescue her. To his horror, a soldier pierced the girl's clothing with his spear, lifting her up, and with a forceful tug, he flung the girl away. She landed amidst the crowd, caught by several young men, her clothing torn and tattered, and she burst into tears, frightened. How could you do such a thing? Zhan Jiuyue, witnessing this injustice, shouted out. As a young man of vigor and integrity, he could not stand by and watch such bullying. Chu Wen'er stared at him with wide, watery eyes, slowly parting her cherry lips. Are you out of your mind? In her eyes, Zhan Jiuyue was merely a useless scholar who never dared to speak up in any situation. Yet at this moment, he was shouting at the soldiers. The soldier shot him a sidelong glance, dismissively scoffing at his scholarly attire. You filthy scholar. Do you think you can speak to me? You are even less than a dog. The nearby soldiers erupted into laughter at this remark. Zhan Jiuyue felt a surge of indignation. How could a respectable student of the 21st century be subjected to such humiliation? I am far superior to you, a mere sycophant wielding power. Zhan Jiuyue narrowed his eyes and retorted coldly. To his astonishment, his mother-in-law Dou Qinghua approached and shoved him aside. You worthless thing! Do you not know your place? If you wish to die, do not drag our Chu family down with you. You are truly a calamity. Afterward, she turned, her countenance shifting to one of sycophancy as she addressed the soldier. My good sir, please do not take offense, just consider it the barking of a dog. The soldier gave Dou Qinghua a cursory glance, sneering. Upon spotting Chu Wen'er, his eyes roamed over her, a smirk playing on his lips. Is this lady from your family? Might I be so bold as to request her as a gift? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhan Jiuyue swiftly picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it towards the soldiers. Empowered by the profound essence of thousands of heart techniques, the stone soared with remarkable speed, igniting sparks as it cut through the air, ultimately striking down one of the soldiers from his steed. The soldier let out a cry of surprise, causing chaos to erupt within the ranks, prompting the cold-faced Han Gus at the front to bellow for the formation to halt. As he approached on horseback, his demeanor icy and forbidding, none could have anticipated that Zhan Jiuyue would dare to act in such a manner. The dismounted soldier, a tempest of fury and indignation, seethed at the audacity of a mere scholar daring to confront him in such a way. At that moment, the soldiers' faces flushed crimson, their chests heaving with agitation, yet the War King Han Gus remained silent, leaving them hesitant to make any rash moves. Chapter 002. A test of strength. Han Gus dismounted from his warhorse, standing before the crowd. He glanced around slowly and inquired, what has transpired? The officers, no longer displaying their earlier arrogance, cowered on the ground and timidly replied, Your Highness, the War King, we were attacked. I did not ask you. Han Gus's voice, though not loud, sent a shiver through the soldiers, who hastily bowed their heads in apology. Turning his gaze toward the crowd once more, he repeated his question. What has happened? Everyone exchanged glances, lowering their heads, none daring to speak. Dou Qinghua, fearful of attracting trouble, looked around and said, Your Highness, it was one of my family's servants, lacking in awareness of their place, who assaulted this military officer. Please, let your Highness punish him as you see fit. A few others in the crowd echoed, Yes, yes, it is not the officer's fault. It is that young fool who dared to offend him. Indeed, he provoked the officer without cause. Zhan Jiuyue surveyed the surrounding individuals, Noting that no one was willing to defend him, he shook his head and chuckled coldly. Such is the harshness of society. I was the one who knocked him off his horse. Zhan Jiuyue straightened his back. Han Gu's cast a sidelong glance and began to walk towards him, causing those around to scatter in fear. Why did you do this? Han Gu's regarded the man before him, whose physique appeared frail, yet stood upright, his words resonating with confidence. He disrespected me and showed no regard for that young girl. Zhan Jiuyue replied nonchalantly. The crowd and the soldiers were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How could this man be so oblivious to the gravity of his words? Even daring to speak of respect? Respect? You dare to demand respect from a military officer? Our family should not be associated with someone like you. Dou Qinghua retorted sharply, clearly eager to sever ties with this useless son-in-law. Ignoring her words, Han Gu's took a deep breath and stated, "Very well. A man should be judged by his strength. If you wish to be respected, then compete with him. If you win, I shall have him bow before you in apology." The crowd began to stir. They understood all too well that this was tantamount to sentencing the weak scholar to death. With his frail build, they believed he would surely be beaten to a pulp. The fall of the soldier moments ago had merely been a coincidence. Chu Wun'er ground her teeth in frustration, stomping her foot in anger, completely disregarding Zhan Jiuyue's safety, feeling only that he had brought shame upon the Chu family. Just as they pondered how he would refuse, Zhan Jiuyue unexpectedly stepped forward, standing before Han Gu's, meeting his gaze squarely, and declared, "Very well, I accept your challenge." At his words, the previously tumultuous crowd fell silent, utterly astonished that this scholar would accept such a challenge. Dou Qinghua was equally taken aback, but elated internally, convinced that this fool would be beaten to death, finally freeing the Chu family from his burdensome presence. A cold smile crept across Han Gu's lips as he turned to the soldier prostrate on the ground and commanded, "You, come here." The soldier scrambled to his feet and hurried to Han Gu's side. "You two shall begin your contest now. If the scholar wins, you will bow before him in apology." Turning back to squint at Zhan Jiuyue, he added, "Should you lose, you shall pay with your life." With that, he strode towards the front of the procession. The soldier clenched his fists and shouted fiercely as he charged at Zhan Jiuyue. He was no noble gentleman, believing in the principle of striking first. As Zhan Jiuyue felt the ground sink beneath him, he gathered his strength, sensing a powerful force surging within him. This was the effect of the wonking heart method, which could rapidly enhance one's physique and strength. Just as the soldier's fist was about to make contact, Zhan Jiuyue suddenly vanished from sight. In the next moment, the soldier felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and was sent sprawling several meters away, blood pouring from his mouth, his body convulsing, eyes rolling back. The crowd stood in stunned silence, particularly Dou Qinghua and Chu Wun'er, unable to comprehend the situation. They were astonished. This previously timid waste had such formidable power. Han Gu's had not ventured far when he heard the commotion and turned to look back, witnessing his soldier lying unconscious in a pool of blood, while Zhan Jiuyue remained standing, unfazed, even his expression unchanged. Zhan Jiuyue rubbed his hands together, equally startled by his newfound strength. A system prompt appeared. Experience gained, 10. Achievement unlocked. First time. The sign-in function has been activated. Zhan Jiuyue found this increasingly exhilarating. As a gaming enthusiast, the system's features felt as thrilling as an online game, and he wondered how many more functions remained to be unlocked. Han Gu stared intently at the frail scholar, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his mind racing with questions. How had he achieved this? How could he so effortlessly have killed one of his soldiers? Before Han Gu could speak, Zhan Jiuyue took the initiative, sporting a smile as he clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, the War King." Han Gu's expression darkened further as he turned abruptly, mounting his warhorse, and remarked over his shoulder, "You are indeed talented, but do not be overly ostentatious." Zhan Jiuyue merely smiled, refraining from a response as he watched the troops depart. As the military forces grew distant, the crowd began to disperse. At this moment, Dou Qinghua was grinning broadly, approaching Zhan Jiuyue. "Oh, Jiuyue, why did you not reveal your skills earlier? With such prowess, why bother with the dragon riding list? You should aim for the tiger combat list instead. With your abilities, you could surely become a high-ranking official, perhaps even a general." Zhan Jiuyue had long recognized that Dou Qinghua and Chu Wun'er were typical opportunists, sycophants who spoke favorably to those in power. Now, they were merely trying to ingratiate themselves with him. He had initially contemplated humiliating them, but Chu Wun'er's beauty and figure captivated him, and as a man who had never encountered a woman, he found himself pondering how to spend a passionate night with her. "Oh, my mother said that my husband was merely reserved. Becoming a general is surely a piece of cake, right?" she said, linking her delicate hand through Zhan Jiuyue's arm, pressing her chest against his elbow. The unique fragrance and her flirtatious gesture stirred a tumult of emotions within Zhan Jiuyue. That night, within the Chu family estate, everyone gathered in the hall, the table laden with exquisite delicacies. Zhan Jiuyue, in the company of beautiful women, drank to excess, continuing to pour wine into his mouth. Having narrowly escaped disaster, finding himself in this new world, endowed with an extraordinary system and the embrace of beauty, how could one not indulge? Unbeknownst to him, the Chu family estate was currently surrounded by a group of black-clad figures wielding swords. Chapter 003. Fateful encounters with a resounding crash. The gates of the Chu family estate shattered, sending dust flying. Dozens of black-clad figures swiftly entered, and shadows flitted about atop the walls. Chu Wun'er and the others, witnessing this scene, turned pale and dared not utter a sound. As a sheltered young woman, she had never encountered such a situation before. Zhan Jiuyue, inebriated and oblivious, continued pouring wine, unaware of the chaos unfolding. The lead black-clad figure approached Zhan Jiuyue, scrutinizing him carefully. Before they could confirm if he was the person they sought, Zhan Jiuyue, bleary-eyed, raised his head and slurred, "Brother, are you from Africa? Why are you so dark? What kind of martial arts do you practice? Is there a shadow clone? Huh?" As he spoke, he stood up and attempted to embrace the black-clad figure. The figure's jaw twitched as he delivered a punch to Zhan Jiuyue's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Do Qinghua and Chu Wun'er huddled together in a corner, trembling. Do Qinghua finally mustered the courage to say, "Gentlemen, my father is not at home. If this Zhan Jiuyue has offended you, please spare the others in my family. He is at your mercy." A sudden whoosh, a gleaming dagger, radiating a chilling aura, hurtled through the air from afar, embedding itself into the wooden door behind Do Qinghua, severing a strand of her delicate hair. Silence. The cloaked figure cast a menacing glance at Do Qinghua, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. A foul odor permeated the air, and Do Qinghua felt a dampness spreading beneath her, her body succumbing to weakness. The black-clad assailant wrinkled his brow in disdain. Chu Wun'er quietly distanced herself from her mother. At that moment, Zhan Jiuyue slowly opened his eyes, shaking his head as if roused from a stupor. He groggily noticed several individuals binding his hands behind him with ropes. With a sudden surge of energy, he propelled the surrounding black figures 2 paces away. "What are you doing?" Zhan Jiuyue exclaimed in alarm, squinting at the cloaked figures around him. The leader of the black-clad men signaled to his companions, answering Zhan Jiuyue's query with decisive action. A throng of black-clad figures surged forward, engaging Zhan Jiuyue in combat. Utilizing the heart technique he had copied earlier that day, he moved with astonishing speed, his feet crackling with electricity as he struck fiercely, each punch landing with precision. Cries of pain echoed as several black-clad men were sent sprawling from the fray. The leader of the black-clad figures sprang into action, appearing beside Zhan Jiuyue like a wraith, his feet sinking as he coiled his body, unleashing a powerful palm strike to Zhan Jiuyue's back. The blow sent Zhan Jiuyue tumbling across the ground, spitting a mouthful of thick blood. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise, contemplating that without the enhancement of the heart technique, that strike could have cost him his life. Now, though merely slightly affected, he defiantly shouted at the black-clad men, "Come on! Is it a display of prowess to ambush me with so many? Let us settle this one-on-one." The leader of the cloaked figures was taken aback. Such a frail physique had endured a blow from his family's ancestral wind-subduing palm and still managed to rise with such ease. This individual should not be underestimated. Time was of the essence to avoid unforeseen complications. A glint of cold light flashed in the leader's eyes as he realized Zhan Jiuyue might possess greater strength than initially perceived. The black-clad figures dispersed, forming a tight formation that encircled Zhan Jiuyue from all sides. He slowly turned, surveying his surroundings while internally pleading, "Where is the system? What are you doing? Save me." What about their techniques? Their techniques were too rudimentary for the system to detect. Zhan Jiuyue nearly spewed another mouthful of blood. This system was proving unreliable. With no other recourse, he resolved to rely solely on himself. With this thought, Zhan Jiuyue began to gather his energy. the electric light beneath his feet illuminating the previously dim courtyard. The leader of the black-clad figures shouted, "Charge!" The formation of the black-clad men shifted, their movements unpredictable. Some leaped forward to attack Zhan Jiuyue, others lurking in the shadows hurling concealed weapons, while a few of substantial inner strength distracted him. Still dazed from the earlier blow and now besieged, Zhan Jiuyue found himself gradually at a disadvantage, multiple projectiles striking him, wounds opening and oozing, his body bearing numerous bruises from relentless blows. Ultimately, Zhan Jiuyue was pinned to the ground, unable to resist, his consciousness fading. Gritting his teeth, he spat, "Pa, you despicable cowards! A multitude attacking a single person, and even resorting to poison. You'd best kill me today. Otherwise, none of you will live to see another dawn." The black-clad figures ignored his words, binding him tightly and carrying him out of the Chu family's estate. Young master, are you all right?" A soft, sweet voice echoed in Zhan Jiuyue's ear. Young master, please wake up." The system incessantly called out to Zhan Jiuyue, but he had succumbed to the poison, losing consciousness entirely. Just as the system found itself at a loss, a figure in white suddenly emerged from the dark alley. The man, illuminated by the moonlight, held a folding fan, his long hair half-tied, his white garments billowing gracefully. "Who approaches?" The leader of the black-clad figures, noting the man's extraordinary demeanor, inquired. The white-clad man gently waved his fan and spoke slowly. "I am Jiang Wanyin, from the Yong'an Chamber of Commerce." Upon hearing this name, the black-clad figures exchanged glances. The Yong'an Chamber of Commerce was not one to be trifled with, yet this individual was specifically sought after by higher authorities, leaving them at a loss. "We hope, young Master Jiang, that you might show mercy. This individual is wanted personally by the master of Wanchen Pavilion." A cold smile crept across Jiang Wanyin's lips as he stepped forward. "And what if I refuse?" "Then, young Master Jiang, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." The leader of the black-clad figures responded awkwardly. "No worries. Please proceed as you wish. Regardless of your agreement, this person is mine to claim." With that, he leaped into the air, drawing a shimmering, icy sword from behind him. Faced with no room for negotiation, the black-clad figures had no choice but to unsheathe their weapons to confront him. However, before they could make a move, Jiang Wanyin had already struck, unleashing a flurry of snowflake-like light from his sword. Within moments, the majority of the black-clad figures lay defeated, and the remaining few, unwilling to continue the fight, dropped their weapons and fled into the darkness of the alley. The white-clad man swiftly approached Zhan Jiuyue, lifting him in his arms before vanishing like a streak of white light into the night. Chapter 004. Yong'an Chamber of Commerce with a piercing scream. Zhan Jiuyue jolted awake from his nightmare, sitting upright in bed, gasping for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The agonizing pain coursing through his body forced him to collapse back onto the bed, his brow furrowing as he let out a low groan. "Damn. It hurts so much. Why does it hurt this badly?" Zhan Jiuyue could only recall being mercilessly beaten by a group of people and had no memory of being rescued by Jiang Wanyin. "Young master, you are awake." A delicate, charming voice chimed in his ear. Startled, Zhan Jiuyue turned toward the sound, his eyes widening as he beheld a young woman leaning over the bed, her sparkling eyes fixed on him, her chin resting on her hands, a sweet smile adorning her face, utterly enchanting. Zhan Jiuyue was left speechless, his heart racing uncontrollably under the intense scrutiny of such a lovely beauty. Noticing his startled expression, the girl chuckled, rising to approach the tea table with a graceful air. The melodious sound of her voice mingled with the tea splashing into the cup, akin to a delightful symphony. "Do not be afraid, young master. I am not a bad person." Hearing this, Zhan Jiuyue quickly pulled back the covers, inspecting himself, and upon confirming he was unharmed, he shifted his gaze back to the girl. Upon closer examination, he realized her figure was enough to make anyone's heart race. Clad in a fitted light pink dress, her snow-white legs tantalizingly visible, and her ample bosom evoking a myriad of thoughts, Zhan Jiuyue felt his heart race faster, his face flushing as he swallowed hard. "What are you staring at?" The girl noticed his gaze, playfully scolding him while tossing a small peach from the table in his direction. I'm not looking at what you think," Zhan Jiuyue stammered, dodging the thrown object awkwardly, feeling thoroughly embarrassed as he scratched his head in a flustered explanation. The girl's features were strikingly beautiful, with a perfect oval face, crimson lips, and captivating large eyes that beckoned admiration. She could easily rival Chu Winner in terms of allure. As Zhan Jiuyue's awareness gradually returned, the information about the girl began to seep into his mind. Name: Xin Yuning. Level: Superior 3rd tier. Attributes: Attack 10004000 Magic 20005000 Defense 1000 Fortune 2000 Agility 4000 Stamina 1000 Spirit 2000 Strength 1000 Combat Power 17,000 Mental Techniques. Lingyun Body Technique copyable. Yongtong Hidden Weapon Technique copyable. Instant Step copyable. Honglian Heart Technique copyable. Equipment: Spirit Blood Dagger Soul Artifact. Yongtong Hidden Weapon Ordinary. System Level 2nd. Copyable Mental Techniques. 7. Young Master, are you well? Xin Yuning observed Zhan Jiuyue staring blankly at her, assuming he was lost in thought, and placed her hand upon his head, tilting her head in inquiry. At that moment, Zhan Jiuyue was too preoccupied to notice the beauty before him, merely focused on completing the copying of her mental techniques, which, combined with the 3 previously copied, totaled 7. As he regained his senses, he felt Xin Yuning's cool hand resting on his forehead, causing him to shudder. He then scolded himself inwardly for being distracted by such thoughts at this critical juncture. The most pressing matter was to clarify the current situation, especially considering he had awakened to find such a stunning beauty at his bedside, which was utterly perplexing. I am fine, but where exactly am I? Zhan Jiuyue inquired. Xin Yuning gazed at the dazed young scholar, a faint smile curling at her lips. Young master is truly amusing. This is my boudoir. Zhan Jiuyue was left utterly bewildered by her words, staring at Xin Yuning with a face full of questions. What? Young master does not recall what transpired last night? Xin Yuning realized that Zhan Jiuyue had indeed returned to his senses, and the earlier days was likely due to her figure's allure. She gradually lowered her hand from his forehead, brushing across Zhan Jiuyue's face, finally playfully teasing his chin. A droplet of sweat the size of a bean trickled down Zhan Jiuyue's forehead as he swallowed hard, stammering. Miss, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? Are you suggesting that I cannot discern my intimacy with that man? Xin Yuning feigned anger, her cheeks flushed, hands on her hips, pouting as she glared at Zhan Jiuyue. No, that is not what I meant. Zhan Jiuyue felt that his words had inadvertently hurt her, and he hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, Xin Yuning's expression changed dramatically, and she leapt into Zhan Jiuyue's embrace, cooing sweetly. I knew young master was not that heartless. Zhan Jiuyue was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Though he maintained a facade of propriety, his body betrayed him with a physiological reaction. At that moment, a stern warning rang out from the doorway. Yuning, stop this foolishness. Following the voice, a man in white stood at the entrance, holding a folding fan, his long hair and white robe billowing slightly in the breeze, his gaze sharp as a blade. This person was Jiang Wanyin, who had saved Zhan Jiuyue the previous night. Upon hearing his voice, Xin Yuning released Zhan Jiuyue and cast a glance at Jiang Wanyin, turning her head away and muttering, I'm such a buzzkill. Jiang Wanyin ignored her and approached Zhan Jiuyue with genuine concern. Young master, do you feel any better? Zhan Jiuyue had just managed to respond when information about the man appeared in his mind. Name: Jiang Wanyin. Level: Superior 6th tier. Attributes: Attack 20004000 Magic 50007000 Defense 2000 Fortune 2000 Agility 5000 Stamina 2000 Spirit 7000 Strength 2000 Combat Power 27,000 Mental Techniques. Yongtong Hidden Weapon Technique copyable. Extreme Ice Fist copyable. 0 Degree Heart Pulse copyable. Wanhao Heart Technique copyable. True Ice Thousand Hands copyable. Cold Light Sword Technique copyable. Equipment: Dance of Light Snow Artifact. Yongtong Hidden Weapon Ordinary. Ice Breaking Needle Soul Artifact. System Level 2nd. Copyable Mental Techniques. 7. Zhan Jiuyue gazed at Jiang Wanyin's panel, and his mindset shattered in an instant. There was no space left for copying mental techniques. The names of these techniques appeared far more formidable than those of Xin Yuning, and he felt he had suffered a significant loss. Pondering how to swiftly upgrade his system, without wasting much time, Zhan Jiuyue asked, May I inquire where I currently am? It is imperative to ascertain the situation. Jiang Wanyin smiled lightly. Young master, do not be alarmed. You are in the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, and you are quite safe. Chapter 005. Yongtong Chamber of Commerce 2. Yongtong Chamber of Commerce? Zhan Jiuyue scratched his head in confusion. He searched his memory, finding the term entirely unfamiliar. This body originally belonged to a mere scholar, far removed from such organizations of the martial world. Please do not take offense. Eat your breakfast first, and I will explain everything to you gradually. Jiang Wanyin spoke gently, smiling at Zhan Jiuyue. I still do not know your name, young master. Zhan Jiuyue inquired with a smile, as it would be quite rude to remain uninformed of another's name. I am Jiang Wanyin, the vice president of the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce. This is my cousin, Shen Yuning. Jiang Wanyin maintained a smile throughout. Zhan Jiuyue nodded. I am Zhan Jiuyue. At present, it appeared that neither of them harbored any ill intentions toward him. Compared to the vile demeanor of Chu Wen-er and her mother, Zhan Jiuyue found himself preferring these two. Jiang Wanyin instructed the staff to guide Zhan Jiuyue and Shen Yuning to the small kitchen. Upon seeing the spread before him, Zhan Jiuyue's stomach audibly growled, a stark contrast to the meager meals prepared by Chu Wen-er and her mother. Moreover, he had consumed alcohol the previous night, hardly touching any food. Now, confronted with such a sumptuous array, he felt his stomach was empty. Brother Zhan, please have a seat. Jiang Wanyin gestured toward a chair with a smile. Zhan Jiuyue chuckled sheepishly. Sure. Just as his hand rested on the back of the chair, preparing to pull it out, it was intercepted by a pair of delicate white hands. Young master, please take a seat. Shen Yuning beamed at Zhan Jiuyue, pulling out his chair. Zhan Jiuyue instinctively swallowed hard, his heart fluttering. Shen Yuning's hand felt like the finest silk, smooth and delicate, and he, for reasons unknown, found himself grasping her small hand. Young master, why are you being so familiar? Zhan Jiuyue snapped back to reality at her words, realizing he was holding Shen Yuning's hand, and hastily released it, bowing in apology. My apologies. What is young master doing? This is not the ritual of a newlywed couple, is it? Could it be that young master has taken a liking to me? Shen Yuning could tell that Zhan Jiuyue was still a novice in matters of intimacy, and his flushed face was quite amusing, prompting her to tease him. Zhan Jiuyue felt quite embarrassed, caught in a dilemma of whether to stand or sit, unsure of where to place his hands. Jiang Wanyin noticed his discomfort and intervened. Enough, Ning-er, cease your antics. Brother Zhan, please take a seat. The dishes are nearly ready. Zhan Jiuyue cast a grateful glance at Jiang Wanyin and quickly seated himself. Yes, let us eat. It will soon grow cold. The three of them settled down, and Jiang Wanyin's expression gradually grew serious as he spoke in a low tone. Brother Zhan, do you know who the men in black from yesterday were? Zhan Jiuyue contemplated carefully, realizing that he had not offended anyone since arriving in this world. And the original owner of this body was a kind-hearted individual. If he had to pinpoint an offense, then Zhan Jiuyue's eyes lit up. No way. Could it be that the esteemed war king is so petty? Jiang Wanyin recognized his intelligence, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, they were men of the war king. Young master, eat your vegetables, have more meat. Zhan Jiuyue was deep in thought about the war king and failed to notice Shen Yuning's presence beside him. In this conversation, it suddenly dawned upon me how close Shen Yuning was standing beside me. She smiled radiantly at me and even offered me food with her chopsticks. The delicate fragrance emanating from her filled my senses, prompting Zhan Jiuyue to shift slightly, nodding with a smile. Although His Highness the War King was known for his valor and prowess in battle, rendering the enemy utterly defenseless, he was equally notorious for his fiery temper and vengeful nature. Many maidservants sent to the War King's residence entered with a sense of dignity, but left in a rather undignified manner. Jiang Wanyin had just enumerated the strengths and weaknesses of Han Gui's. Zhan Jiuyue's brow furrowed. Was there truly no one to reign in such arrogance from the War King? Did even the emperor turn a blind eye to it? This was the capital. After all, how could the War King behave so brazenly? Young master, come here. Let me feed you. Zhan Jiuyue had barely finished speaking when a pair of chopsticks appeared before him. Turning his head, he saw Shen Yuning, one hand holding the chopsticks, the other offering food to his mouth. Zhan Jiuyue lamented that perhaps he had neglected to consult the almanac before stepping out today. What sin had he committed to deserve such inhumane torment? Casting a pleading glance at Jiang Wanyin, who merely smiled back at him, Zhan Jiuyue felt a wave of despair. Seeing her brother's lack of objection, Shen Yuning's eyes sparkled with mischief as she set down her chopsticks and dashed to Jiang Wanyin's side. Brother, may I marry Brother Jiuyue? She asked, shaking Jiang Wanyin's arm. Brother Jiuyue? Zhan Jiuyue was utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. He was not particularly handsome, after all. Could it be that heaven, feeling pity for his lack of romantic encounters in his past life, had bestowed upon him this stroke of fortune? Sigh. Had he not been married, he might have genuinely considered a lively and cheerful girl like Shen Yaoning. But alas, he was already tied to another. Miss Shen, you may not be aware, but I'm already a married man. I know. Shen Yaoning replied matter-of-factly. I know you have a wife. Is it not Chu Winter? What is so great about her? If you wish, I shall enter the residence and serve you alongside her. If you do not agree, I shall remain outside, and you may come find me whenever you miss me. Zhan Jiuyue was taken aback by Shen Yaoning's audacity. Was this not akin to the modern practice of keeping a mistress? Although he had entertained such thoughts, confronting the reality made him feel morally conflicted. Was he not delaying the happiness of two young women? Miss Shen, you're a good girl and deserve someone better. I am but a poor scholar, and you are the sister of young Master Jiang. I am unworthy of you. I'm not afraid. Why should you be? Shen Yaoning insisted, her eyes filled with admiration. I have a premonition that you will soar to great heights in the future. She had always prided herself on her keen judgment of character and urged Jiang Wanyin to approve of her decision. Jiang Wanyin recognized that his sister had always been resolute and independent, often possessing thoughts that diverged from those of ordinary women. At times, he even sought her counsel when he was indecisive. Have you made up your mind? He asked. Shen Yaoning nodded earnestly. I have decided. I want to follow Brother Jiuyue. Zhan Jiuyue found himself in a predicament, as the siblings swiftly conspired to increase his marital obligations without considering his feelings. Brother Jiang, there is no need for further explanation, Brother Zhan. Whatever Ninger decides is beyond my influence as her brother, Jiang Wanyin interjected, turning to Shen Yaoning. You may return to your seat. Brother Zhan and I have matters to discuss. All right, thank you, brother. Shen Yaoning beamed with excitement as she returned to her seat. Inching her chair closer to Zhan Jiuyue, she wrapped her arm around his and pressed herself against him. At that moment, Zhan Jiuyue found it difficult to breathe. He had no inclination to listen to Jiang Wanyin's discourse, offering an awkward smile as he attempted to retract his arm. However, the harder he tried, the more tightly Shen Yaoning clung to him, and he ultimately had to concede. He focused intently on Jiang Wanyin, seeking to divert his attention. What were we discussing earlier? Zhan Jiuyue attempted to change the subject. Chapter 006, A Decision. So, were the individuals who captured me last night soldiers? Zhan Jiuyue's expression grew anxious, his palms damp with sweat. He was still apprehensive. Having just crossed over, he had brazenly killed soldiers under the War King's command in plain view of the public. In hindsight, it seemed rather reckless. Though he had indulged in a moment of courage, the repercussions felt alarmingly swift. Beside him, Shen Yaoning continued to clutch Zhan Jiuyue's arm, her delicate face tilted upward. Young master, do not be afraid. I will protect you. The alluring scent from her lingered in his nostrils, causing him to smile awkwardly as he cast a desperate glance at Jiang Wanyin. They are certainly not soldiers. That would be too easy to expose, Jiang Wanyin replied, unfurling his folding fan with a smile. Not soldiers? Then who are they? Zhan Jiuyue furrowed his brow, scratching his head in confusion. At this moment, I cannot draw any definitive conclusions. However, I am aware of an organization in the capital known as Wangshan Tower, which has always carried out tasks for His Highness the War King. If I am not mistaken, the individuals who captured you last night should belong to that organization. Jiang Wanyin remarked, lightly tracing the rim of his teacup with his fingertips. Wangshan Tower? What should I do? Zhan Jiuyue asked, panic rising in his voice. Shen Yaoning poured a cup of tea for him, tugging at his sleeve, her eyes sparkling as she cheerfully said, Young master, do not fret. Have a sip of tea first. You little girl, do you not know to serve me a drink? Jiang Wanyin shot a glance at his self-serving cousin before refocusing on Zhan Jiuyue. When I rescued you yesterday, they likely recognized me. However, those whom the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce seeks to protect are not to be trifled with, even with the War King as their backing. After all, what the War King himself commands in a contest cannot be easily undermined. Indeed, it was you who won the contest fair and square. Shen Yaoning gazed at Zhan Jiuyue, her eyes brimming with admiration. Speaking of which, I notice that you do not appear to be a martial artist. How did you possess such skills? Jiang Wanyin inquired. He had many questions swirling in his mind. Setting aside Zhan Jiuyue's slender frame, the golden hero fist he executed was the War King's renowned technique, its formidable heart method being beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. I practiced in secret, Zhan Jiuyue stammered. Naturally, he could not divulge any information about the system. Even if he did, these two would surely not believe him. Jiang Wanyin's expression grew complex, his curiosity intensifying. The reason he had saved Zhan Jiuyue last night was to uncover the truth behind his abilities, but it seemed Zhan Jiuyue was reluctant to divulge further, clearly wary of him. What are your plans for the future, Brother Zhan? Jiang Wanyin pondered for a moment before posing the question. Xin Yaoning, overhearing, draped her arms around Zhan Jiuyue's neck, playfully insisting, naturally, I wish to marry him. Am I right, young master? Zhan Jiuyue, blushing, replié, I have not yet considered that. Let us first resolve the pressing matters at hand. Jiang Wanyin sighed, playfully swatting Xin Yaoning with his fan. Yaoning, allow me to discuss serious matters with Brother Zhan first, and then you may deal with him as you wish, all right? Why did you hit me? Xin Yaoning withdrew her arms to hug herself, looking at Zhan Jiuyue with feigned innocence. Brother Zhan, do you have intentions of remaining with my Yongtang Chamber of Commerce? I, Jiang Wanyin, will certainly spare no effort in this matter. Jiang Wanyin understood that Zhan Jiuyue was no ordinary individual. Having him in the Yongtang Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly enhance their strength. Yes, stay please, Xin Yaoning exclaimed, no longer concerned about her sore arm, clapping her hands in delight. Zhan Jiuyue rubbed his forehead, glancing at Xin Yaoning, lost in thought. Jiang Wanyin, seeing the situation, quickly remarked, Brother Zhan, do not worry. Even if you choose to leave, Yu Ning will follow you. Zhan Jiuyue felt a surge of indescribable emotions. He had never had a girlfriend before, and yet, within less than 2 days of arriving in this world, he found himself with a stunning wife. And now he was being pursued by an enchanting admirer. The suddenness of this happiness was overwhelming. What could I possibly do if I stay? Zhan Jiuyue inquired. Jiang Wanyin smiled gently, taking a slow sip of tea. Brother Zhan, there is no need for concern. The Yongtang Chamber of Commerce never engages in underhanded dealings. We possess the most comprehensive information in the realm, as well as the strongest financial backing in Jinghua. Moreover, given your capabilities, remaining here would surely allow you to thrive in any endeavor. Upon hearing this, Zhan Jiuyue felt a flicker of temptation. He indeed lacked a stable footing, and the Chu family was merely a group of opportunists swaying with the winds of fortune. Staying here could provide him with a job and security of his own. Then I shall remain, Zhan Jiuyue declared with newfound resolve. Before Jiang Wanyin could respond, Xin Yaoning leaped up with enthusiasm, exclaiming, That's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Both Zhan Jiuyue and Jiang Wanyin exchanged helpless glances as they watched Xin Yaoning bounce around the room. Once her exuberance subsided, Jiang Wanyin regained his composure, raising his cup and stating, Since Brother Zhan does not mind, we shall be comrades from now on. I propose this toast to you. He downed his drink in one go. Zhan Jiuyue mirrored the action, only to feel as if a tempest had erupted within his stomach, barely managing to suppress the urge to retch. Internally, he cursed, What on earth is this alcohol? Is this how people drink here? Jiang Wanyin noticed Zhan Jiuyue's discomfort and promptly said, My apologies, Brother Zhan. You only drank last night and have yet to eat anything, correct? It's fine. It's fine. Zhan Jiuyue replied, his face pale as he clutched his stomach with bravado. Xin Yaoning dashed to Zhan Jiuyue's side, her brow furrowed with concern. Young master, you should eat something substantial and then rest a while. Just as Zhan Jiuyue opened his mouth to reply, he caught sight of Xin Yaoning's voluptuous figure, which was barely concealed, and nearly lost his composure. Jiang Wanyin smirked slightly, rising to his feet and nodding. Brother Zhan, after you have dined, please rest. I have some personal matters to attend to, and I will have Yu Ning show you around the courtyard later. He then turned his attention to Xin Yaoning, instructing her. Yu Ning, ensure that. However, Xin Yaoning interrupted, waving her hand impatiently. I know. Just go. Zhan Jiuyue, glancing up at Jiang Wanyin, addressed Xin Yaoning. Miss Xin, I would like to rest for a while. Xin Yaoning tilted her head, playfully cooing. Then I shall keep you company. Chapter 007. Private space. Zhan Jiuyue felt a jolt at her words, his face flushing crimson as he stammered, that seems inappropriate. Although this woman appeared to lack the usual constraints of societal norms, her boldness left him bewildered. They had only known each other for a brief few hours, and the pace of their interactions felt exceedingly rapid. He even began to suspect that Xin Yaoning might also be a traveler from another realm, for how else could she be so audacious? Noticing the crimson hue on Zhan Jiuyue's cheeks, Xin Yaoning placed her delicate hand on his forehead with concern. Young master, are you feeling unwell? She stood up, attempting to guide him towards the bed. Zhan Jiuyue trembled at her touch, her bosom pressed against his arm, a weighty presence. Additionally, she exuded a fragrance that clouded his senses. Such a captivating beauty standing before him made it nearly impossible to maintain control, especially as she continued to entice him. At that moment, Zhan Jiuyue felt as though he were floating, unable to move his feet, and even standing became a challenge. Miss, I can walk on my own. You should attend to your matters. I just need to rest for a bit. He attempted to withdraw his arm, yearning for a cold shower to collect his thoughts. Zhan Jiuyue stifled a giggle, covering her mouth and turning slightly. All right, young master, please rest well. When you awaken, I will show you around. Not wishing to tease him further, she decided to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Zhan Jiuyue felt a wave of relief wash over him. He exhaled deeply, then pinched his arm sharply, muttering to himself, "Why am I so pathetic? A golden opportunity lies before me, and I let it slip away." Lying on the bed, he recalled Zhan Jiuyue's enchanting figure, and inappropriate images flooded his mind, causing him to chuckle foolishly, drooling onto the blanket. My master, a soft, childlike voice echoed in Zhan Jiuyue's mind. Huh, what is it? Startled by the interruption of his lewd thoughts, he looked around, only to realize it was the system calling for him. What do you want? He felt aggrieved that his moment was disrupted, especially after the beating he had endured the previous night without the system's assistance. Why are you being so demanding? The system replied, its tone filled with feigned indignation. I am the one who should be angry. Why didn't you help me last night? Zhan Jiuyue retorted. I did help. You. I'll forget it. I was actually here to teach you how to enter your private space, but it seems you no longer need it. Private space? Zhan Jiuyue's eyes brightened, his attitude shifting dramatically. No. I need it. Not teaching you. The system huffed, its demeanor radiating pride. Please. I apologize. You're the best system ever. Your voice is delightful. You're quite attractive and extremely responsible. Zhan Jiuyue pleaded earnestly. All right. I suppose I'll reluctantly teach you, given your decent attitude in admitting fault. Upon hearing this, Zhan Jiuyue sat up excitedly. What must I do? How do I enter? You need not do anything. Just sit tight, and I will bring you in. After a brief moment, a radiant light enveloped Zhan Jiuyue, transporting him into a modern villa adorned with contemporary furnishings, including computers, refrigerators, and various modern amenities. Outside, a lush green landscape flourished, and a brilliant sun hung in the sky, creating a world of its own. In the breeze, a petite figure materialized, transforming into a little girl in a dress. With her fair skin and wide, sparkling eyes, she gazed up at Zhan Jiuyue and exclaimed, Welcome. My master, I am your system, Xiao Li. It is a pleasure to meet you. She extended her delicate hand toward him. You are so adorable, Zhan Jiuyue exclaimed, lifting Xiao Li effortlessly into the air. Xiao Li flailed her legs in protest. Her cheeks flushed as she shouted, Master, what are you doing? Put me down. Be careful, or I will hit you. Though her words were threatening, they sounded utterly charming coming from her lips. Such a small figure with a feisty spirit. Zhan Jiuyue laughed heartily, setting the squirming Xiao Li down on the table. Xiao Li glared at him, her cheeks puffed up in irritation. Stop laughing. What is so funny? Quickly, let me introduce you to the functions of this place. Zhan Jiuyue retracted his smile and spoke with utmost seriousness. All right, I shall listen to your words, ha. Xiao Li cast a sideways glance at Zhan Jiuyue and with a swift motion, leaped down from the table, his single step easily surpassing Xiao Li's 4 or 5 strides. She dashed to the corner, pointing at the computer, declaring, There are no other special functions. This computer is of utmost importance. Rising on her toes, Xiao Li fumbled along one side of the computer for a moment. Found it. In no time, the computer gradually powered on, and with her chubby little hands, Xiao Li began to navigate. Here we have functions for signing in, shopping, raffles, panels, and more. I will explain each one to you. As Zhan Jiuyue approached the computer desk, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him upon seeing the familiar screen and components. Stirring memories of his parents in a different realm, Xiao Li pointed to the icons on the computer screen, her youthful voice ringing with innocence as she explained. This is the sign-in feature. You must click it daily, and the system will randomly reward you with items such as techniques, equipment, raffle tickets, enhancement stones, and enchantment stones, among others. You may refer to the manual for details. The displayed shopping items can all be purchased, and currency can be exchanged for anything of value at your disposal. Oh, and there's also the raffle. Raffle? Wait a moment. Xiao Li slapped her forehead, having forgotten to introduce the raffle function. She grabbed a copy of the beginner's system manual from the table. her fingers gliding over each word as she read intently. Zhan Jiuyue was rendered speechless. Please do not tell me. You're also a novice? Xiaoli shot a glance at Zhan Jiuyue. Silence. Allow me to continue. The raffle contains numerous grand prizes, and each attempt requires a raffle ticket, which can be earned by completing achievements or tasks. The panel function is the most powerful. It allows you to check your attributes and organize the techniques you have copied. By combining equipment and techniques, you can achieve various effects, while equipment can be enhanced and enchanted, and techniques can only be leveled up through continuous use. Goodness, this is exhausting. Xiaoli rambled on for quite a while before taking a sip of water. Zhan Jiuyue was deeply captivated by the array of functions Xiaoli described. He had not anticipated that the system would encompass so much, particularly the aspect of combining techniques and equipment, which filled him with eager anticipation. Chapter 008. The unforeseen turn of events. Zhan Jiuyue found himself ensnared in a personal space from which he could not extricate himself. While Xin Yaoning and others refrained from further interruption, the moon hung high in the sky, and the cool evening breeze enveloped the night, thick and heavy like spilled ink. In the vast chamber of the falling fragrance pavilion, sheer curtains billowed gently, and flickering red candles cast a soft glow. The old emperor cradled his beloved concubine, seated by the window, admiring the nocturnal scenery. Suddenly, the old emperor rubbed his eyes. My dear concubine, have my old eyes deceived me? Why does the sky boast several moons? The favored concubine, having struggled to gain his affection, scarcely paid heed to the moonlight. With a flushed face, her eyes shimmering, and springtime radiating from her brow, her cherry lips parted slowly. Your Majesty must be weary. Perhaps we should retire early. With a soft giggle, she gazed up with adoration, her delicate form seeming to melt into the emperor's embrace. Seeing this, the old emperor smirked wickedly, just as he intended to lift her to spend a romantic evening together, when suddenly a shrill voice pierced the air from outside the courtyard. Your Majesty, no, this is grave news. A catastrophe has occurred. The interruption irked the old emperor, who cursed under his breath and spun around, bellowing toward the courtyard. What is the cause of such alarm? What calamity could possibly arise at this hour? The shrill voice rang out again. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has become intoxicated and has stumbled into the residence of Concubine 1. The servants are unable to restrain him, and I hasten to summon you. The old emperor froze momentarily, his face darkening with rage as he smashed the cup in his hand. What? This wretched child! How dare he commit such an outrageous act? Showing no regard for his father? With that, he donned his dragon robe and prepared to leave. Ah, Your Majesty! The concubine, her garments only half draped over her shoulders, felt a chill from the evening breeze. Yet the old emperor, consumed by fury, had no mind to heed her call, storming toward Concubine 1's palace. Upon reaching the palace entrance, he heard a woman's panicked exclamation from within. Your Highness, what are you doing? Regain your senses. Her voice was laced with distress. I am your... No, help. The sound of her screams mingled with the tearing of fabric. Enraged, the old emperor's face flushed crimson. He kicked open the palace door, only to find the Crown Prince Han Ruojuan being forcefully pushed away by Concubine 1. Her hair was disheveled, strands scattered across the floor, and half of her face was already swollen. Upon seeing the emperor's entrance, Concubine 1 covered her bruised face, incoherently pleading, Your Majesty, you have finally arrived. Please grant me justice. The Crown Prince Han Ruojuan, swaying unsteadily, approached Concubine 1. Your Majesty? The one you so dearly long for is likely reveling with another favored concubine. Is he not? I say, you might as well submit to me. Impudent! The old emperor's voice boomed with authority, his chest heaving with rage. He pointed an accusatory finger at his once-favored son, unleashing a tempest of fury as he forcefully seized the Crown Prince and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Your Majesty, I have lost all faith. I am willing to die to prove my innocence. I only ask for justice, she cried, attempting to dash toward a nearby pillar, only to be swiftly stopped by the servants. The slap jolted the Crown Prince back to reality. Fear gripped him as he fell to the ground, struggling to comprehend the situation. Father? Why are you here? I am. And why do you inquire of me? Did you not question yourself when you uttered those words? The old emperor, shaking his sleeve, glanced at Concubine 1 before turning back to the Crown Prince, his anger intensifying. This was the heir he had hoped to support? What a disappointment. What just transpired? The Crown Prince clutched his swollen cheek, utterly bewildered. The old emperor, aflame with fury, retorted, "Humph. Do you still have the audacity to question me? Look at the deeds you have committed." Han Ruojuan, piecing together the fragments of memory, slowly crawled toward the old emperor. No, it is not like this, father. I do not know how I ended up here. Someone must be plotting against me. Dare you to speak in your defense? I witnessed your actions with my own eyes. Can there be any doubt? The old emperor, feeling betrayed despite his previously generous affection and high hopes for his son, now felt nothing but disappointment. Father, do you not know your own son? Please believe me. Han Ruojuan grasped the old emperor's robe, desperately pleading, but at that moment, any words seemed futile. The old emperor, enraged to the point of laughter, scoffed. Believe you? It is because I believed you too much that such a grave error has transpired. Father, silence. You wretched child. Committing such disgraceful acts has brought shame upon the royal family. I shall never forgive you. The old emperor shook off the crown prince's grasp and with a sweeping gesture, commanded, proclaim my decree. The crown prince is unworthy, unfit to be the heir of the realm. Henceforth, he is to be stripped of his title and exiled to Ganzhou, never to set foot in the capital again. With the final words spoken, a fierce glint flashed in the old emperor's eyes. Han Ruojuan collapsed to the ground, the physical pain overshadowed by a profound anguish. It felt as though his heart was being pierced. Ganzhou, exiled, my life is ruined. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, seemingly resonating with his turmoil, as a torrential downpour descended from the thick clouds, accompanied by the crack of thunder. The crown prince was hastily dispatched from the capital, braving the rain toward Ganzhou, yet he mysteriously vanished mid-journey, only to have his token discovered at the edge of a cliff, leaving his fate uncertain. As the latter part of the night wore on, the rain subsided, but a great fire consumed concubine Wen's palace. It seemed she chose to end her life in a blaze of glory, unable to face the world any longer, thus making her final stand. The news spread swiftly throughout the palace, and Jiang Wanyin, upon hearing this tragic tidings, stood frozen in place, retreating a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. The crown prince, has he been deposed? Upon realizing this shocking news, Jiang Wanyin's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands gripping the servant's collar with veins bulging, his entire body trembling with agitation. The servant, pale with fear, stammered, Vice President, it is news from the palace. The crown prince's fate remains uncertain. We must think of a solution quickly. The Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, one of the top 3 organizations in the martial world, relies heavily on the backing of the current crown prince, Han Ruojuan. Without his clandestine assistance, the present Yongtong Chamber might not even exist. Gradually regaining some composure after hearing the servant's words, Jiang Wanyin realized they could not panic. The lack of a body meant the crown prince must still be alive. He quickly declared, "You are right. Summon everyone at once. We must find the crown prince." After the servant departed, Jiang Wanyin stood alone in the rain, water soaking him to the skin, his eyes filled with a murderous intent as sharp as a blade. Chapter 009. Protectiveness. Once the assembly was complete, Jiang Wanyin stood before the crowd, his expression grave, emanating an aura of sternness. He had just received news from the palace that the crown prince had been framed and sent by the old emperor to Ganzhou, where he encountered bandits on the way, leaving his fate hanging in the balance. I suspect this matter is closely tied to the second prince, the war king, and Wang Qintower. The crown prince has shown us great favor. Even in the absence of the president, we must address this matter diligently. I command an immediate departure to search for the crown prince's whereabouts, regardless of whom we encounter on the road. Should they pose a threat or dare to obstruct us, we shall eliminate them without hesitation. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, their voices resounding clearly even amidst the rain. Jiang Wanyin articulated each word with precision. He understood that locating the crown prince would not be a simple task, while others might be unaware of their allegiance to the crown prince. Jiang Wanyin knew Han Ruojuan to be a man of integrity, incapable of engaging in such treachery, and thus must have been ensnared by other schemes. After the crowd set out, Jiang Wanyin summoned Xin Yaoning, urgently reminding her to ensure the safety of Zhan Jiuyue. Xin Yaoning, wholeheartedly willing, would protect Zhan Jiuyue even without any task assigned. Eager to fulfill her mission, she couldn't wait to rush to Zhan Jiuyue's door. At that moment, Zhan Jiuyue had just exited his private space, having thoroughly explored the system's functions in a brief time, and had also acquired a basic weapon, the fine iron battle armor gauntlets, through the newly activated sign-in feature. Leisurely reclining on his bed with his legs crossed, he hummed a tune. With a creak, the door was forcefully pushed open by Zhan Jiuyue. "Young master, are you asleep?" she exclaimed, rushing to his bedside like a gust of wind, leaving a trail of fragrance. And without a hint of hesitation, she lifted the blanket. Startled by her sudden entrance, Zhan Jiuyue exclaimed, "What the? Who's there? Who else could it be?" "It's me," Zhan Jiuyue replied, grinning and pointing at herself. Once Zhan Jiuyue recognized her, a wave of inexplicable excitement surged within him, though he felt slightly embarrassed, relieved that he hadn't been engaged in any unsavory activities. "Ah, it's Miss Zhan. Why didn't you knock?" Zhan Jiuyue pouted and playfully pinched Zhan Jiuyue's arm. "What are you saying, young master? We are to become sworn partners. Do I need to knock before entering your room?" Zhan Jiuyue was left speechless. Having spent an entire day in his private space without food, he was about to speak when his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl, prompting him to awkwardly glance at Zhan Jiuyue. "I'm not hungry. It's just my stomach." Zhan Jiuyue burst into laughter, then, with a mischievous glint in her eye, she pouted, "Dinner has been served for several hours now. There's probably nothing left in the kitchen." Zhan Jiuyue grimaced, patting his now empty stomach. "What should I do? I haven't eaten all day. Wait here. I have plenty of pastries in my room. I'll go get some for you." Zhan Jiuyue quickly agreed. "Thank you on behalf of my stomach." As Zhan Jiuyue turned to leave, she paused at the threshold. Seeing this, Zhan Jiuyue called out, "What is wrong? Are you reluctant to feed me?" With a loud bang, the door burst open, and a group of men clad in black rushed in. Zhan Jiuyue jumped in surprise and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the Yongdong chamber?" "The Yongdong chamber? Will it still exist tomorrow?" The lead black-clad man sneered, his lewd gaze fixated on Zhan Jiuyue's ample figure. "We only want that man behind you. As for the beauty, it's best you don't meddle. Otherwise," he warned, casting a glance at his companions, "don't blame us for being rude." "Bah!" Zhan Jiuyue spat at the man's face, drawing two gleaming daggers from her waist, her eyes radiating cold fury. "You think you can intimidate us?" The black-clad man wiped the spit from his face and cursed, "Crazy woman, I'll make you pay." Before the black-clad men could act, Zhan Jiuyue moved first, pulling Zhan Jiuyue behind him and positioning himself before the intruders, his voice icy as if piercing through the very marrow. "Such a delicate girl as Miss Zhan deserves protection from a man. How could you involve her in this?" Zhan Jiuyue, momentarily stunned, was about to express her anger when she heard Zhan Jiuyue proclaim his intent to protect her. Throughout her life in the martial world, no one had ever volunteered to safeguard her, causing her cheeks to flush with unexpected warmth as she obediently stood behind Zhan Jiuyue. "Okay." Zhan Jiuyue narrowed his eyes, rolled up his sleeves, revealing the newly acquired fine iron battle armor gauntlets, flexed his neck, and ominously remarked, "Just the opportunity one need to test its might." The black-clad men leaped forward, surrounding Zhan Jiuyue and Zhan Jiuyue tightly. Zhan Jiuyue scoffed, "Is that all you can do, relying on sheer numbers? Less chatter. Brothers attack." Zhan Jiuyue's body trembled, and in an instant, sparks of electricity surged around him, far surpassing the previous display at the Chu family's. As the crowd stood in shock, Zhan Jiuyue vanished in a flash, reappearing with a punch that struck the lead black-clad man's face. Before the black-clad man could utter a word, his face was shattered, sending his body flying several meters away, leaving the surrounding men utterly dumbfounded. Zhan Jiuyue, hidden behind Zhan Jiuyue, widened her eyes in disbelief, her mind racing. This is my instant step. I senti it. Indeed, this was a replication of Zhan Jiuyue's instant step, albeit not entirely, as Zhan Jiuyue had seamlessly combined it with the thunder step he had previously acquired from the second prince, Han Gu's, creating a new technique, thunderous instant step. With a swift motion, Zhan Jiuyue swept his right leg, generating arcs of lightning on his back, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining black-clad men, a playful smile gracing his lips as he casually remarked, "Is this all you've got?" The black-clad men exchanged glances, instinctively taking a step back. Yet Zhan Jiuyue showed no signs of relenting. Having only begun to harness the techniques he had copied, how could they retreat? He brought his hands together, the electric light on his back transforming into a purple hue, gradually forming into blossoming lotus flowers. With a powerful leap into the air, Zhan Jiuyue executed a spin, the surrounding air swirling in his wake, and with another forceful exertion, the purple light radiated outward from him in an instant. Zhan Jiuyue, overwhelmed by astonishment, leapt a few paces outside the room, her mind swirling with questions. The Honglian heart technique was a treasured skill passed down through her family, unique in the realms of martial arts. Yet, here was this frail scholar, flawlessly wielding the technique with a potency that rivaled, if not surpassed, her own. Chapter 010. Miss Shen's Boudoir. As Zhan Jiuyue grappled with her surprise, Zhan Jiuyue had already dispatched the remaining black-clad assailants within the room. With a sense of unfulfilled satisfaction, Zhan Jiuyue dusted off his hands and called out to Zhan Jiuyue, peering through the doorway. Miss Shen. A bit dazed, Zhan Jiuyue responded in a flurry. Ah, what is it? Come inside. They are all done for. Zhan Jiuyue beckoned her to join him. Zhan Jiuyue stood rooted, gazing at the heap of corpses strewn across the floor, then back at Zhan Jiuyue. Following her glance, Zhan Jiuyue surveyed the surroundings and realized the once pristine room was now a scene of disarray, a sheepish grin spreading across his face as he scratched his head, saying, "Well, you see, I didn't mean for this to happen. And what shall we do about these bodies?" Zhan Jiuyue redirected her gaze, her expression brightening as she waved her delicate hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. They came here looking for trouble. They deserve what they got. All right. But were these the individuals from Wanshan Tower? How did they find their way here?" Zhan Jiuyue, feeling a bit relieved by Zhan Jiuyue's lack of reproach, inquired. Zhan Jiuyue stepped over the bodies and approached Zhan Jiuyue, taking his hand as she said, "I'm not entirely sure, but follow me for now, and I'll explain." In truth, Zhan Jiuyue had already pieced together the answer. These were undoubtedly people from Wanshan Tower. Just last night, Jiang Wanin had rescued Zhan Jiuyue, and with the prince embroiled in trouble again tonight, it was certain that Wanshan Tower would not remain idle. Yet, she hadn't anticipated their swift actions. "Where are you taking me?" Zhan Jiuyue, feeling her grip on his hand, found his heart racing like a drum, unaccustomed to such physical contact with a woman. And Zhan Jiuyue's presence stirred an indescribable flutter within him. "To my courtyard." Zhan Jiuyue continued forward without glancing back, firmly holding onto Zhan Jiuyue. "Ah, this." Zhan Jiuyue's mind involuntarily conjured images of a lady's private chamber, and the color in his cheeks deepened. "Young master, may I ask you something?" Zhan Jiuyue turned to him, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "What would you like to ask, Miss Shen?" Zhan Jiuyue replied earnestly, without hesitation. Zhan Jiuyue bit her lip and inquired, "Where did you learn your techniques?" Zhan Jiuyue had anticipated this question, yet he had not formulated a satisfactory answer. To claim he practiced in secret would seem implausible, leading her to suspect he was withholding the truth. Conversely, revealing the truth might invite disbelief. "Might I answer you later?" "How is later any different from now?" Zhan Jiuyue halted, fixing her gaze on Zhan Jiuyue. "Alas, I initially wished to spare you any burden. However, since you've asked, I would appear ungracious if I did not share, so I shall reluctantly divulge." Zhan Jiuyue sighed, shaking his head, and continued, "In truth, I learned these techniques from a book. Would you like to learn as well?" Upon hearing his words, Zhan Jiuyue did not react immediately, her gaze fixed upon him. After a moment, she burst into laughter, giving him a playful glare. "Please don't tell me you found some secret manual in a cave." She then led him towards her courtyard. Zhan Jiuyue understood that Zhan Jiuyue's response was merely a diversion. Given that he was unwilling to divulge more, she opted not to press further. Zhan Jiuyue exhaled in relief, grateful that Zhan Jiuyue had ceased her inquiries. Upon arriving at Zhan Jiuyue's courtyard, Zhan Jiuyue took in the surroundings, noting how the layout starkly contrasted with the entire Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, as if it belonged to a different world entirely. A pond in the center, adorned with blooming lotus flowers, encircled the pavilion, and stone lanterns flickered with flames along the flagstone path, while fireflies danced in the air, creating an ethereal ambience. Zhan Jiuyue gently pushed the door open, taking Zhan Jiuyue's hand as she softly said, "Young master, please come in and have a seat." "Oh, all right." Zhan Jiuyue followed her into the room, where an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, nearly overwhelming his senses. Rubbing his head, he remarked, "It smells wonderful. What have you placed in your room? Is it fragrant?" "I haven't put anything special in," Zhan Jiuyue replied with a playful smile. Zhan Jiuyue sniffed again and scanned the room, failing to identify any source of the aroma. How curious. Could this be what they refer to as a woman's natural scent? Zhan Jiuyue guided Zhan Jiuyue to sit on the bed, her eyes glimmering with playful mischief as she gently tugged at her collar, revealing glimpses of her beauty. "What is the young master sniffing at?" Zhan Jiuyue's gaze was drawn to Zhan Jiuyue, and he felt as though electricity coursed through him, his eyes wide with surprise. After swallowing hard, he feigned composure, forcing his gaze elsewhere. Miss Shen, what are you doing?" though he had turned his eyes away. He couldn't help but catch glimpses of her from the corner of his eye. This was indeed an indescribable predicament. Shen Yuning giggled, lifting her delicate legs onto Zhan Jiuyue's lap. "You are quite incorrigible, young master. Do I need to spell it out for you?" Zhan Jiuyue's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat, and he found himself unable to move a muscle, stammering, "No, Miss Shen, please don't do this. We have only just met." Shen Yuning settled onto Zhan Jiuyue's legs, burying her head in his embrace, her fingers lightly tracing along his chest. "Then, young master, why did you shield me just now? Do you harbor any special feelings for me?" Because you are a girl, and I am a man." Zhan Jiuyue stammered, but was abruptly halted by Shen Yuning's mischievous pinch on his abdomen. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. "So, young master, does this mean that regardless of who I was with earlier, as long as she was a girl, you would protect her?" "No, that is not it," Zhan Jiuyue hastily retorted. Shen Yuning's expression softened instantly, and she nestled her head back into his embrace, cooing sweetly, "I knew it. The young master must have feelings for me." The warmth radiating from Shen Yuning enveloped Zhan Jiuyue, and he felt an unbearable heat rise within him. In the stillness of the night, within a woman's boudoir, they were separated by merely a few garments, and she was undoubtedly a captivating beauty. Which man could remain unmoved? Shen Yuning lifted her head, her crimson lips drawing closer, and Zhan Jiuyue's breath quickened, his heart pounding furiously. Sin, Miss Sin. Chapter 011. Together in slumber, Shen Yuning gazed at Zhan Jiuyue, her alluring lips inching closer. Zhan Jiuyue shut his eyes tightly, as if he could already feel her lips brushing against his. Yet, just as he puckered his lips in anticipation, he felt no contact. Opening his eyes, he found Shen Yuning hovering less than an inch away, her eyes sparkling with mirth, her cheeks flushed as she gazed intently at him. Zhan Jiuyue was bewildered by her intentions, believing she was about to kiss him, yet the moment had turned rather awkward. Just as he averted his gaze, Shen Yuning burst into laughter. "Young master, what are you up to?" Zhan Jiuyue forced a smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth. "No, it's nothing. Miss Shen, perhaps you should go down first." "How could it be? Does the young master not like me this way?" Shen Yuning's eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling a wounded little creature on the brink of sobbing. "No, that's not what I meant. Zhan Jiuyue, unable to bear the sight of Shen Yuning's distress, became flustered and hurried to offer comfort. Upon seeing his reaction, Shen Yuning suddenly broke into a grin, her previous vulnerability vanishing. "I knew the young master liked me. I don't." Zhan Jiuyue's mind was a flurry of chaos, feeling as though he was digging himself deeper into a pit. As a pure-hearted young man, he had never encountered such situations before. Mid-sentence, Shen Yuning raised her index finger, gently pressing it against Zhan Jiuyue's lips, her gaze brimming with emotion. "There's no need for the young master to say more. I already understand." The little demon within Zhan Jiuyue let out a desperate wail. "What do you know? I don't even comprehend the situation myself." Noticing Zhan Jiuyue's silence, Shen Yuning wrapped her arms around his neck and softly said, "The night is already deep. The young master must be tired too. Why don't we rest early?" Yes. It's dark. I should return to rest," Zhan Jiuyue quickly replied, yearning to escape the clutches of this enchanting yet predatory woman. Shen Yuning was indeed a master of mischief, cleverly masking her wickedness with an innocent fade, leaving him utterly perplexed. As Zhan Jiuyue attempted to rise and leave, Shen Yuning unexpectedly pulled him back. "Where are you going, young master? What else could I do?" "Of course, I am returning to my room to rest." Zhan Jiuyue was reluctant to shake her off, standing awkwardly in place, unable to meet her gaze. Shen Yuning sighed, feigning vulnerability. "Oh dear. The young master's room is in shambles. Do you really want to go back? Is my place not suitable?" Zhan Jiuyue knew this little rascal would not let him leave so easily, but if he continued to entertain her teasing, he feared he might truly lose control, leading to an irretrievable situation. "It's not that your place is unsuitable. My room is simply well ventilated, and I just want to cool off." Shen Yuning pouted, gazing at him with longing eyes. "All right then, you may go, but I thought the young master would stay to protect me. There is no one here tonight." And with so many villains about, woo-woo. As she spoke, tears began to flow like a spring, eliciting immense sympathy. Zhan Jiuyue hastily consoled, "Oh no, Miss Shen, please don't cry. I must have been inconsiderate. I will stay and protect you, is that all right?" His motives were not solely to comfort her. The night truly felt unsafe, and as a gentleman, he felt obligated to safeguard her, especially since the group seemed to be targeting him. Shen Yaoning, with a few tears glistening in her eyes, subtly observed Zhan Jiuyue's expression. He gently wiped the tears from her cheeks, his calloused fingers leaving a faint mark on her delicate skin. Shen Yaoning looked up at him, her eyes filled with affection. Then the young master should sleep on the bed. But would you sleep on the floor? Absolutely not. Although it is not winter, the nights can still be quite chilly. How could a young lady endure that? As he spoke, he began to spread the blanket on the floor. However, Shen Yaoning suddenly burst into laughter. The young master is quite thoughtful. Then let us both sleep on the bed. Since meeting Shen Yaoning, Zhan Jiuyue had always thought her to be a born actress. With such talent, winning an Oscar would be a breeze. One moment she was weeping, and the next, she was radiant with laughter. Just as he was about to refuse her proposal, he saw her gracefully approach, wrapping her fair legs around his waist. Leaning close to whisper in his ear, "I'm a little scared. Come and keep me company, please." As she spoke, she subtly pulled down her collar. Zhan Jiuyue's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest, his eyes reddening. In a heated moment, he stammered, "All right, I'll stay with you." No sooner had he spoken than Shen Yaoning pulled him down onto the bed with a strong tug, the sensation of her body pressing against his overwhelming. Shen Yaoning nestled her head into his chest, sweetly murmuring, "All right, I'm no longer afraid. Let us rest now." With the alluring beauty in his embrace, Zhan Jiuyue's heart raced uncontrollably, and he found himself frozen, stuttering, "Okay, let us rest." Embracing Shen Yaoning, he remained silent for a moment before cautiously saying, "I'm right here. You don't need to be afraid. But could you loosen your grip? I fear I might lose control." Shen Yaoning felt something unfamiliar pressing against her abdomen and deliberately tilted her head to look up at him with wide, innocent eyes. "What do you mean by losing control?" Zhan Jiuyue's temples throbbed. "It's nothing. The bed is warm. No, I want it this way." Shen Yaoning's lips curled upward, burying her face once more into his chest, occasionally brushing against the lively presence below. With her scheme succeeding, she felt exhilarated, secretly reveling in the thought, this young master is still so innocent. Zhan Jiuyue, burning with desire, stared intently at the ceiling, afraid to move a muscle, his youthful vigor making it nearly unbearable. Moments later, as Shen Yaoning reveled in his warm embrace, drowsiness began to overtake her, and she slowly drifted into a peaceful slumber. Upon seeing her asleep, Zhan Jiuyue's anxious heart finally calmed, and he gently attempted to shift her from his arms, planning to roll away to the corner. Yet, as he pushed her aside, she rolled over again, her dress revealing her porcelain-like legs, which draped over him once more. Chapter 012. Strike first that night, Shen Yaoning slept soundly, devoid of dreams, while the poor Zhan Jiuyue endured a sleepless night, now sporting dark circles under his eyes. When Shen Yaoning finally woke, she stretched and yawned, her eyes falling upon Zhan Jiuyue's shadowed visage, startling her into an exclamation, "Ah, young master, what happened to you? Did someone hit you? Don't ask. Just get up and have breakfast." Zhan Jiuyue, who had not slept a wink, was further tormented by Shen Yaoning's unrelenting teasing, his frustration boiling over. Shen Yaoning teased him further, stifling her laughter. "You're quite fierce." Upon closer inspection, she realized Zhan Jiuyue's dark circles were evenly distributed, a clear sign of a sleepless night. Zhan Jiuyue shot her a glare, attempting to turn away and catch a few more moments of sleep, but Shen Yaoning swiftly pulled him back. "Get up. We have so much to do today. Let me sleep for 10 more minutes." Zhan Jiuyue's tone was laden with irritation as he spoke dismissively. Shen Yaoning paused, her brow furrowing. 10 minutes? How long is that?" Zhan Jiuyue, sensing her confusion, shifted slightly. "Oh, just a little longer." Without hesitation, Shen Yaoning leapt onto Zhan Jiuyue, playfully saying, "Then I'll join you for a little while longer." Zhan Jiuyue pushed her off and sat up, his hair disheveled, skin pale, and his eyes devoid of focus. "I'm getting up, all right?" Noticing Zhan Jiuyue's disheveled state, Shen Yaoning refrained from further pestering him, quietly standing beside him. It was the first time Zhan Jiuyue had seen Shen Yaoning so tranquil, aside from when she was asleep. After a short while, his eyes began to regain focus, landing on Shen Yaoning beside him. "I was a bit too harsh earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Are you hungry? Shall we go have breakfast?" "Yes. That sounds good. The kitchen should still have people. They must have prepared breakfast by now. Let us go straight there." Shen Yaoning extended her hand, intending to assist Zhan Jiuyue in rising. However, due to a restless night, Zhan Jiuyue was rather listless and stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Shen Yuning, caught off guard, also fell alongside him. Just as they were about to make contact with the floor, Zhan Jiuyue exerted himself, positioning himself beneath Shen Yuning. Although Shen Yuning emerged unscathed, their lips inadvertently met. Shen Yuning's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite her persistent teasing of Zhan Jiuyue, she had never even held a man's hand before. This was her first kiss. Zhan Jiuyue remained momentarily stunned, reveling in the sensation. Was this the taste of a first kiss? Soft, sweet, and immensely pleasurable. "Miss, breakfast is ready. Would you like to eat now?" A maid's voice called from outside, prompting both of them to hurriedly rise and attempt to distance themselves. Yet, Shen Yuning inadvertently trod on the hem of her skirt, losing her balance and tumbling once more. Zhan Jiuyue's mind went blank. Could he possibly be crushed by such a fall? Nevertheless, as a gentleman, he feared for Shen Yuning's safety and did not evade, instead extending his arms to catch her. In that very same position, with the same degree of force, their lips collided once again, and Zhan Jiuyue's hands fortuitously grasped her bosom. Fuming, Shen Yuning sprang to her feet, clutching her violated chest, and delivered a sharp kick to Zhan Jiuyue's abdomen, exclaiming rogue. Zhan Jiuyue, struggling to sit up while rubbing his sore belly, grimaced in pain. "It was you who fell upon me. I didn't push you," he said, chuckling to himself. His mind elated as he savored the memory of Shen Yuning's lips and the blissful sensation of his hands' earlier encounter. "Miss, are you all right?" The maid outside inquired upon hearing the commotion. "Coming." Shen Yuning shot Zhan Jiuyue a fierce glare before striding out of the room. The maid, curious, peeked inside to find Zhan Jiuyue seated on the floor with a mischievous grin. "Oh!" she exclaimed, hastily retreating. Although Shen Yuning's kiss was indeed her first, it was also Zhan Jiuyue's. Considering her reaction, it seemed she merely enjoyed teasing him, remaining an unblemished flower yet to bloom. With this thought, Zhan Jiuyue felt invigorated. Without needing assistance, he stood up with determination and stretched his limbs before heading outside. Upon reaching the kitchen, he found Shen Yuning seated, having hardly touched her breakfast. Upon noticing Zhan Jiuyue's arrival, she cast a cold glance his way, huffing in disapproval. Zhan Jiuyue sat beside Shen Yuning, grinning as he remarked, "Miss Shen, are you having breakfast? We have so much to accomplish later. Hurry and eat." Shen Yuning, in a huff, picked up her chopsticks and stabbed viciously at the nearest pickled vegetable, as if it were Zhan Jiuyue himself. Zhan Jiuyue found her antics amusing. Miss Shen was undeniably charming, albeit a bit mischievous, occasionally displaying a childlike temperament. "Do you find that pickled vegetable unsightly?" he teased, slowly sipping his porridge while awaiting her response. After a moment of silence, Shen Yuning finally spoke. "Hey, are you familiar with Wang Qinlu?" Zhan Jiuyue, appearing nonchalant, nodded as he continued to eat. "Of course, those people from yesterday were from Wang Qinlu, right? What's the matter? Why do you know so much?" Shen Yuning muttered under her breath as she picked at the pickled vegetable again. Wang Qinlu was one of the foremost organizations in the capital. Now that everyone from the Yongtong Guild had ventured out, and given that Wang Qinlu had extended its reach to them, I suspect they will undoubtedly make significant moves soon. Zhan Jiuyue smiled at Shen Yuning, eager to hear more. She averted her gaze, refusing to look at him. "So, rather than sitting here idly, I believe it would be wiser for us to proactively investigate Wang Qinlu. With our combined strengths, while we may not be able to dismantle their establishment, we should have no trouble escaping." As she concluded her statement, her eyes finally met Zhan Jiuyue's, her arms animatedly gesturing with excitement. "I find merit in what Miss Shen proposes. There's an old saying, strike first to gain the advantage. Delay and face ruin." Zhan Jiuyue replied with a grin. Shen Yuning frowned slightly. "Who taught you that saying? I've never heard it before." "Oh dear, there are many sayings you've yet to hear. I simply picked it up from others," Zhan Jiuyue said, taking a bite of his porridge in an attempt to shift the topic. He had indeed gotten a bit carried away earlier, forgetting that certain phrases hadn't yet emerged in this era. "Let's eat quickly. After finishing, we can disguise ourselves and head to Wang Qinlu." The two finished their breakfast with remarkable speed before returning to their room to prepare their disguises. Shen Yuning donned a set of men's clothing, wielding a folding fan, and although she concealed her curves, the young gentleman's appearance had its own charm. However, Zhan Jiuyue was faced with a dilemma. He certainly could not dress as a woman. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Yuning. "Wait for me," she exclaimed before dashing out. Upon her return, she held a human skin mask, a tool for disguise. With a playful smile, she placed it on Zhan Jiuyue's face. Ahem. From now on, I am the young master, and you shall be my attendant. Ah! After adjusting it with satisfaction, she clapped her hands together, pleased with the result. A bead of sweat formed on Zhan Jiuyue's forehead. Was he truly suited to play the role of a mere servant? The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily as he replied, Let us go. Let us go. We want them to close up shop. Moments later, they arrived at Wang Chenlu, where Zhan Jiuyue chose a discreet corner to sit, lifting her robe as she settled in. Zhan Jiuyue hesitated, unsure if he should take a seat, as he was currently just an attendant. Zhan Jiuyue gestured to the seat opposite her with her fan, cheerfully saying, Young Master Zhan, please sit. She had momentarily forgotten that he was now her servant. Zhan Jiuyue shot her a sidelong glance before leisurely taking a seat across from her. They ordered a few small dishes, but their eyes remained vigilant, scrutinizing their surroundings. This establishment was indeed the largest tavern in the capital, rivaled only by the Taiji Palace in terms of decor and design. Strangely, however, the patrons cast odd glances in their direction, as if scrutinizing them intently. Zhan Jiuyue felt a shiver run down his spine from the piercing gazes, and he feigned sipping his tea as he whispered, Miss Zhan, do you not find something amiss? Their stares. He shuddered involuntarily. Zhan Jiuyue, having navigated the underworld for years, quickly sensed the discomfort, but maintained her composure. She feared that Zhan Jiuyue's anxiety might reveal a flaw, so she smiled reassuringly. Surely, we are disguised well enough that no one will see through us. They are merely glancing our way, nothing to fret over. Zhan Jiuyue's gaze drifted to Zhan Jiuyue's bosom, which, despite her efforts to bind it, remained impressively voluptuous. He couldn't help but think, was this what she considered a good disguise? Does that young master have abs? They continued to nibble on their dishes when suddenly a cacophony of footsteps echoed from above, heightening Zhan Jiuyue's tension as he instinctively gripped his cup. Zhan Jiuyue, too, discreetly tightened her hold on the dagger concealed behind her back. With a blood-curdling scream, a man in his 30s plummeted from the upper floor, causing every patron in the tavern to rise in unison, directing their fierce gazes toward Zhan Jiuyue and Zhan Jiuyue. Zhan Jiuyue reacted swiftly, instantly recognizing the fallen man as Han Jiang, the master of Wang Chenlu. Yet before she could formulate a response, they found themselves encircled by the tavern's patrons. What is it that you are doing? Zhan Jiuyue and Zhan Jiuyue found themselves encircled by a throng of adversaries, gradually retreating until their backs met the wall. Their eyes darted anxiously among the crowd as they stammered their words. Zhan Jiuyue remained silent, her gaze brimming with vigilance, ever watchful of the movements of the hostile group, fearful of an ambush at any moment. The assailants advanced slowly, closing the distance between them, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if a mere sound could shatter the silence. At that moment, a man descended from the upper floor, holding a disc the size of a truck wheel, and shouted at the crowd below, These two have slain Master Wan. We cannot let them escape. We must avenge Master Wan. Zhan Jiuyue was momentarily bewildered by the man's proclamation. Weren't we just here for a meal? We didn't even go there. How could we have killed anyone? He nudged Zhan Jiuyue beside him. What does he mean? Who have we killed? Zhan Jiuyue grasped Zhan Jiuyue's hand tightly, her eyes sharp with intensity. Stop dawdling. Can't you see? They are trying to pin the murder of Master Wang Cheng on us. We must find a way to escape. Zhan Jiuyue's gaze swept the surroundings rapidly, and suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes as he remembered he could call upon the system for assistance. He shouted inwardly, Xiao Li, Xiao Li, I'm in trouble. Please think of a way out. To his astonishment, the system responded with impatience. Ugh, are you annoying? Figure it out yourself. My computer is malfunctioning, and I'm trying to get the boss to help. You can manage on your own. Zhan Jiuyue's expression darkened, and he continued to call for Xiao Li. But there was no further reply. Frustrated, he furrowed his brow and muttered under his breath, Damn it. This system is utterly unreliable. Last time at the Chu family estate, it was no help at all. If not for Jiang Wanin's timely intervention, I would have vanished from this world long ago. As the crowd drew ever closer, brandishing their weapons, Zhan Jiuyue's mind raced. Suddenly, she noticed that the right side had fewer foes and quickly pulled Zhan Jiuyue aside, whispering, Look, the right flank is relatively weak. If we break through there, we might have a chance. With that, she drew a dagger with her left hand and, gripping Zhan Jiuyue, dashed towards the right. In that instant, a radiant glow erupted from Zhan Jiuyue, forming clusters of red lotuses, while Zhan Jiuyue summoned a surge of inner energy that coursed through him. They moved in unison, the sounds of clashing weapons and anguished cries echoing around them. The opposition relied on their numbers, yet few were truly capable of standing against Zhan Jiuyue and Sun Yaoning. Although Wangcheng Tower was one of the most formidable organizations in the martial world, many of its skilled fighters had been dispatched to search for the whereabouts of those remaining in the tavern were hardly formidable opponents. In no time, they carved a bloody path through their adversaries. The man on the stairs wore an expression of shock, never expecting these seemingly frail, ordinary individuals to possess such formidable prowess. He could no longer maintain his balance and leaped down to join the encirclement. Chapter 014. The mysterious man, Sun Yaoning, produced an object resembling a bell from her attire, hurled it backward with force, and shattered it with a hidden projectile. Instantly, the tavern was engulfed in thick smoke, infused with a peculiar scent that rendered eyes stinging and throats raw from coughing. Taking advantage of the chaos, the two of them hastily leaped from the window. Zhan Jiuyue wiped the blood from his body, a result of the earlier skirmish, and gasped, "Miss Shun, I had no idea you possessed such a treasure. Thanks to you, we might just escape." Sun Yaoning's large eyes darted around, searching for their next escape route, utterly disregarding Zhan Jiuyue. Meanwhile, a member of Wangcheng Tower rushed out of the tavern, shouting frantically in the street, "Hurry! They have killed the master of Wangcheng Tower. Capture them!" His voice boomed, alerting everyone nearby. Onlookers stepped aside, murmuring about the murder of the master. One passerby exclaimed, "Impossible! I heard that master was a monstrous creature with 3 heads and 6 arms. How could he have been killed?" Another replied, "Indeed, I have heard that he is a reincarnated deity, capable of soaring through the skies and vanishing without a trace." Sun Yaoning led Zhan Jiuyue swiftly through the alleyways, drawing on her years of experience in the martial world. At this moment, they could not afford to act rashly by using their skills to run atop the rooftops, as it would expose their location. As they rounded a sharp corner, Sun Yaoning collided directly with a man. His immense inner strength sent her sprawling to the ground. Rubbing her eyes, she looked up in disbelief and said, You are Han Shan?" Han Shan brushed off the dust from his clothing, his gaze icy and menacing. Lowering his voice, he warned, "You recognize me? Then I cannot allow you to leave alive." With that, he drew a treasured sword from his back, the blade slicing through the air with a resonating hum, glinting with deadly intent as it swung toward Sun Yaoning. Just as she attempted to evade, Zhan Jiuyue's armored arm appeared before her, clanging against Han Shan's blade with a resounding crash, sending sparks flying. Han Shan's expression morphed into disbelief. He had underestimated this seemingly frail man, who had unexpectedly thwarted his strike. "You were underestimated, but it seems you possess some skill." Han Shan scoffed, steadying himself and channeling energy into his blade. Zhan Jiuyue felt no strain at that moment, ready to retort, but then noticed cracks forming on his armor, leaving him aghast and cursing internally. What kind of shoddy product is this? Is it already failing? Sun Yaoning, lying on the ground, looked at Zhan Jiuyue standing protectively in front of her, her heart flooded with mixed emotions. When she was very young, a calamity had befallen her family, leaving only herself and her cousin Jiang Wanin to escape. Upon returning home, they had found the ground strewn with corpses, the pond stained crimson with blood, and the air thick with the stench of death. The two had wandered the martial world for years, encountering all manner of people and witnessing countless cruel acts. Yet, this was the first time she had met someone as sincere as Zhan Jiuyue, who stood resolutely before her in the face of danger. Turning to Sun Yaoning, Zhan Jiuyue, bemused, called out, "I said, stop dawdling and help me. My armor is about to shatter." "Ah, I'm coming," Sun Yaoning responded, springing to her feet. Before she could steady herself, she drew her dagger and lunged at Han Shan. Although it did little damage, it relieved Zhan Jiuyue of immediate peril. Han Shan staggered back, tightening his grip on the sword. He understood that today's events must not be allowed to escape. Just as he was about to attack again, a sudden blow to the back of his head knocked him out cold. A figure had appeared from behind, delivering a swift, powerful strike. Though it was an ambush, this person's martial prowess was undoubtedly superior to all 3 of them. Fortunately, he was an ally. Otherwise, Sun Yaoning and Zhan Jiuyue might not have survived this encounter. With a swift motion, the figure hoisted Han Shan over his shoulder and declared, "You too. Follow me quickly. The people from Wangcheng Tower are closing in." Understanding that their best course of action was to leave immediately, Sun Yaoning and Zhan Jiuyue hurriedly followed the figure as they vanished into the alleyway. Following his lead, they navigated through a dilapidated courtyard, and after confirming that no one was tailing them, The figure finally pushed open the door and stepped inside. After binding Hans Han to a chair, he stuffed him into a burlap sack and said in a low voice, "You two rest here for a while. I have some matters to attend to." Until now, Shen Yaoning had not seen the man's face clearly, and her curiosity got the better of her as she craned her neck to catch a glimpse. Upon seeing his profile, her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and she stammered, You are. The man turned back at her words, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he warned, "Even if you know, do not speak of it." All right, I understand. Shen Yaoning gulped, covering her mouth as she quickly assured him. The man nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave, the sack containing Hans Han slung over his shoulder. Once the figure vanished from their sight, Zhan Jiuyue leaned closer to Shen Yaoning and curiously inquired, "Who was that? Do you know him?" At that moment, Shen Yaoning seemed lost in a trance, completely ignoring Zhan Jiuyue's question as she paced around the room. Zhan Jiuyue, perplexed, scratched his head and pressed on, "Miss Shen, what's wrong with you? Say something. Now, quickly, come with me to find my cousin." "But shouldn't we wait here for him to return? Who exactly is he?" Zhan Jiuyue asked, bewildered. Shen Yaoning slapped her forehead, rubbing her hands together as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, don't ask me. I don't know what to do either. This is quite the predicament." Chapter 015. The storyteller Shen Yaoning grasped Zhan Jiuyue's arm and hurried back to the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce. Throughout the journey, no matter how many questions Zhan Jiuyue posed, Shen Yaoning remained silent. It was not until they reached the door of their room that she gasped, "Do you want to go back and grab some belongings? This journey may be quite lengthy." Zhan Jiuyue paused at her words, realizing she had struck a chord. Since his arrival in this world, he had been caught in one unexpected situation after another, and he had never changed his attire. After a moment's thought, he concluded that he could buy new clothes later. And given Shen Yaoning's apparent urgency, he decided not to waste time on such matters. Thus, he replied, "I'll forego it. I can buy a few things along the way." Shen Yaoning, satisfied with his response, swiftly packed her belongings and went out to find two swift horses in preparation for their departure. Leaping onto her horse, Shen Yaoning turned back to see Zhan Jiuyue pacing nervously in front of the steed, his face flushed. Noticing this, Shen Yaoning furrowed her brow and asked, "Why aren't you getting on? Hurry up." Zhan Jiuyue hesitated, feeling embarrassed to admit, I don't know how to ride." It was understandable. In ancient times, riding was as commonplace as eating and drinking, a skill even women were expected to possess. How could a young man of 20 confess such a thing? Oh dear. With time pressing and seeing Zhan Jiuyue's reluctance, Shen Yaoning grew anxious. "What is the matter? Could it be you can't ride?" "Ah, yes," Zhan Jiuyue mumbled, lowering his head in shame. Shen Yaoning couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "I see you just want to take advantage of me. Come on, get up here." With that, she extended her hand and pulled him up onto the horse. Zhan Jiuyue, fearing he might fall, clung tightly to her waist, making it difficult for her to breathe. Not long into their journey, Shen Yaoning could no longer endure the pressure and stopped the horse, gently patting Zhan Jiuyue's arm. "Listen, young master, if you want to take advantage of me, can we wait until nightfall? This is broad daylight." Yet despite her words, Zhan Jiuyue said nothing and did not loosen his grip, his face pale as he pressed closer against her back. Shen Yaoning had no choice but to spur the horse onward. By nightfall, they finally located an inn where, at Shen Yaoning's insistence, they rented only one room. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from the day's travels, they both felt a wave of drowsiness wash over them after a meager meal. Upon returning to their room, Shen Yaoning sat on the bed while Zhan Jiuyue stood awkwardly before her, unsure whether to join her. Although they had shared an intimate moment before, it had been under duress. Shen Yaoning, amused by his discomfort, smiled and patted the empty space beside her, saying, "If you wish to sleep, just come up. We only have one room. Surely you understand, young master?" Zhan Jiuyue's face turned crimson as he mumbled a response and lay down beside her, inadvertently draping his arm over her. Shen Yaoning turned to him, grinning, and asked, "What's this? Young master, haven't you had enough cuddling today?" "No, it's not that. I don't know," he stammered, trying to withdraw his hand. "All right, if you want to hold me, then go ahead. I actually rather like it. But you must know, among all the people in this world, you're the only one I've shared such moments with." After saying this, Shen Yaoning felt her cheeks warm as she turned away. Hearing her words, Zhan Jiuyue found his courage growing bolder, slowly moving his hand toward the inside of her clothing. However, just as he was about to touch her soft skin, Shen Yaoning's firm objection halted him. Though he felt disgruntled, Zhan Jiuyue resigned himself to sleep. The next morning, within a tea house in the capital, an elderly storyteller clad in gray stood upon the stage, animatedly gesturing as he spoke. Today, I shall share a remarkable tale from the world of martial arts. It is said that there exists a master of disguise, whose skills are unparalleled, blurring the line between reality and illusion, evading detection. He continued, but just yesterday, this master encountered an unfortunate incident at Wangchang Tower. Due to a disagreement, he clashed with the tower's head, Han Jiang. Though he was no match for Han Jiang, he concealed a hidden weapon and, taking advantage of Han Jiang's inattention, plunged a silver needle into his neck. Yet, alas, that was Wangchang Tower. The master ultimately could not escape, falling to the hands of Vice Tower Master Han Tan. With Han Jiang's demise, his brother Han Tan ascended as the new master. What a pity! The world of martial arts has lost this legendary master of disguise. As the storyteller concluded, he shook his head in lament. A patron in the tea house interjected, but where did this master come from? How could he kill the tower master? The storyteller replied, as I mentioned, no one has seen his true face, so where he hails from remains a mystery. The patrons began to chatter excitedly, the atmosphere lively. At the entrance of the tea house, a man with thick brows stood quietly, fanning himself and listening to the commotion within. This man was none other than Han Tan, the current master of Wangchang Tower. However, his demeanor was markedly different from the day before. He appeared calm and unperturbed as he closed his fan and commanded, "Let us depart." Yes, sir. His attendant, Xiao Jin, glanced back at the tea house before lowering his head to follow his master out. On Cheng'an Street, the atmosphere was bustling, with shops and stalls lining both sides and crowds of people milling about. At the street corner, a beggar sipped his porridge, chuckling to himself. That prince is truly kind-hearted. No one has cared about our well-being before. He even came personally to distribute food. Indeed, the second prince is far superior to that useless crown prince. Not only did he quell the border rebellion, but he is also providing relief for the disaster. Oh, but you know nothing. The useless crown prince angered the heavens. And now floods are raging everywhere. Such a person deserves to be captured and punished. Master, you have returned. There are esteemed guests who wish to pay a visit. As the young servant at the entrance observed his master's return, he bent down respectfully to report. Han Shan nodded slightly, as if he had already anticipated this, and proceeded into the room. The attendant, Xiao Jin, followed closely behind and inquired, "Master, who wishes to see you at this hour?" Han Shan's expression remained unusually calm as he replied nonchalantly, "It is no ordinary visitor." Chapter 016. The new master of the tower upon entering the grand hall. Han Shan noticed a young man dressed in a yellow robe, leisurely raising a wine cup to his lips. Xiao Jin surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of other guests, and feeling somewhat puzzled, whispered, "Master, has this gentleman reserved the entire venue?" Xiao Jin, do not be impudent. Quickly pay your respects to the second prince. Han Shan admonished softly, folding his fan. Startled by the revelation of the second prince's presence, Xiao Jin hastily clasped his fists in greeting, exclaiming, "I beg your pardon for my rudeness, Your Highness. I was unaware of your arrival. Please forgive my transgression. Do not concern yourself." The second prince, Han Gyuz, waved his hand graciously, yet his gaze remained fixated on Han Shan. Although he had encountered Han Shan before, something about him felt markedly different this time, though he could not articulate what it was. After pondering for a moment, Han Gyuz discerned a newfound demeanor in Han Shan, one that exuded the air of a sovereign in every gesture and movement. Han Shan of Wang Chun Tower greets His Highness, the second prince. Han Shan said with a respectful bow. Han Gyuz, shaking off his earlier thoughts, smiled and said, "You are now the new master of Wang Chun Tower. There is no need for formalities between us. I owe my rise to your Highness's support." The matter of Han Shan's ascendancy was a well-orchestrated plan, not without the second prince's assistance. Recently, Han Zhang's ambitions had grown insatiable, surpassing what the second prince could tolerate, prompting them to act decisively. A silent understanding passed between them. "Regardless of how much I aid you, it is your own capabilities that have brought you here." The second prince, now of noble status and soon to be crowned as the crown prince, would eventually ascend to the throne. Wangchun Tower has long served your interests. Should you have any directives, simply send word through your servants. I am curious as to the purpose of your personal visit. Pouring a cup of tea, Han Gyuz offered it to Han Shan and glanced around the room, stating, "I have come with some pressing matters." Noticing the prince's hesitance, Han Shan immediately replied with deference, "Please, your highness, do not hesitate to instruct us. We are all allies here. Currently, the court and the forces of the martial world maintained a delicate separation. Previously, the Crown Prince controlled the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, while Wangchun Tower was under the Second Prince's command. Over the years, it had become a haven for heroes from all directions, sustaining itself through cargo operations, information trading, and even assassination. The Second Prince occasionally supplemented their finances, and the tower had always been managed by the Han family, who shared royal lineage and followed the Second Prince's orders. The first matter I require your assistance with is locating the whereabouts of the former Crown Prince, Han Ruojuan. This is not a request. It is imperative. Han Shan nodded firmly, affirming of course it shall be done. The second matter involves assisting me in finding an iron mine. Han Gyu's gaze was fixed intently on Han Shan, his tone deliberate. At the mention of this, Han Shan's expression soured significantly. The nation was primarily agrarian, with its populace engaged chiefly in farming, rendering its military forces weaker than those of other countries. For years, acquiring weaponry necessitated foreign purchases, demanding substantial financial resources. Generations of the royal family had exchanged grain for arms with foreign powers, yet due to the nation's limited strength, the returns were often substandard and ineffective. Were it not for the renowned 24 divine generals of the court, they might have already become a vassal state. As Han Gyu stood on the verge of being named Crown Prince, the uncertainty surrounding the former Crown Prince's fate weighed heavily on him. He feared that should border conflicts arise again, he would be powerless to defend his realm. Relying on grain in exchange for arms was not a sustainable strategy. True strength could only be achieved through domestic production of weaponry. While there were indeed many iron mines within the country, they remained largely untapped, primarily due to a lack of capable laborers. The mines lay buried deep within the earth, requiring a significant workforce to extract the ores, yet once unearthed, they would bolster the nation's strength immensely. Wangchun Tower had existed for many years, amassing considerable intelligence and talented individuals. Thus, Han Gyuz believed it could undoubtedly locate the iron mine. Once secured, he would be able to manufacture weapons independently, no longer subjugated by others and fearful of incursions at the borders. The iron mine was the lifeblood of a nation. Only a sovereign could command its extraction, and Wangchun Tower's capabilities would be tested. The implication of his words was clear. Despite supporting Wangchun Tower and soon ascending to the role of Crown Prince, Han Gyuz still lacked the authority to exploit the iron mines. Han Gyuz's expression darkened slightly as he replied, "Master Han is overly modest. I firmly believe that with the strength of Wangchun Tower, you will certainly uncover the mine. Furthermore, my father is aging and has entrusted a portion of state affairs to me." Han Shan pondered for a moment, surprised that the emperor had already delegated responsibilities to the second prince. After a brief pause, he responded, "In that case, Wangchun Tower shall exert its utmost efforts to assist you in finding the iron mine. However, this endeavor may require considerable manpower and time. Finding the mine will resolve these issues. Worry not, master. If you can locate the iron mine, I assure you that you will not be left wanting," Han Gyuz assured, signaling to a servant at the door. Zhao Ming entered, carrying 2 large chests filled with gold. "Take this gold as a token of appreciation for your hard work. Once you find the iron mine, further rewards await you," Han Gyuz proclaimed with flair. Han Shan glanced at the gold and then bowed deeply, saying, "Then I shall accept this gift with gratitude. However, if the iron mine cannot be located in the near term, I kindly ask for your highness's patience. Then I shall await your good news, Master Han." He gently clinked his cup against Han Shan's and drained its contents. As they exited Wangchun Tower, Zhao Ming expressed his dissatisfaction. "Your Highness, I am convinced that Han Shan knows the whereabouts of the iron mine, yet feigns ignorance. His intentions are treacherous. These individuals are simple-minded, merely scheming for financial gain. I lack for neither wealth nor resources. What I truly need is the iron mine. Should he truly be able to find it, I am more than willing to wait, and once the task is complete, do you think I would shy away from punishing them?" Han Gyuz's demeanor shifted from the amiable nature displayed within Wangchun Tower to a more sinister tone. Zhao Ming nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your highness considers matters thoroughly. What of the former crown prince? Is there still no word?" Zhao Ming shook his head, responding, "No news as of yet. It is as if he has vanished without a trace. Our men have been searching the valley where he disappeared, yet not a single shadow has been found. I suspect." Chapter 017. "Watch me deal with you," Han Gyuz interrupted Zhao Ming. a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Zhao Ming, after all this time by my side, how have you not grown wiser? How can such matters be left to estimation? Continue to issue commands to intensify the search. We must locate Han Ruojuan. I want to see him alive or dead. Otherwise, how can I find peace? Zhao Ming, recognizing the sharpness in his master's words, dared not utter another syllable. His master was known for his volatile temperament. Bowing his head submissively, he replied in a hushed tone, "Understood. The most heartless are the imperial families." When Han Ruojuan and Han Gyuz were still but children, they shared an exceptionally close bond among their many siblings. However, Han Gyuz was constantly indoctrinated by his mother with a twisted desire for power, leading him to commit numerous acts that harmed their fraternal ties, gradually driving their relationship to an irreparable state, marked by years of overt and covert strife. Presently, the former Crown Prince Han Ruojuan has been deposed, and Han Gyuz seizes the opportunity, exerting all his efforts to win over people's hearts. His methods are remarkably astute, as if he has received guidance from a wise mentor, understanding the principle of winning hearts before seizing the world, and he is currently planning to distribute aid and grain to alleviate the suffering of the common folk. The former crown prince never engaged in such acts. In the eyes of the populace, Han Ruojuan merely enjoyed the fortune of a noble birth. And if the people were to vote, the second prince would undoubtedly surpass him. After 2 days of relentless pursuit, Zhan Jiuyue and Xin Yaoning still failed to catch up with Jiang Wannin's group, largely due to Zhan Jiuyue's inability to ride a horse, which hampered Xin Yaoning's speed. That night, unable to quell his curiosity, Zhan Jiuyue once more inquired of Xin Yaoning about the identity of the mysterious person they encountered in the capital. "My dear sister, please tell me. You are the most beautiful sister in the world. Besides, I am now a member of the Yongdong Chamber of Commerce, so I have a right to know." Zhan Jiuyue tugged at Xin Yaoning's arm, pleading with exaggerated earnestness. Xin Yaoning shot him a glance and replied coldly, "Get away. I won't tell you. What can you do about it? How annoying." Seeing Xin Yaoning's reluctance to engage, Zhan Jiuyue pushed her arm and continued to plead, "Oh, come on. Just tell me. Why are you being so stingy?" Upon hearing the word stingy, Xin Yaoning's brow furrowed slightly. "If you say one more word, you'll have to sleep on the ground. Don't bother me." With that, Xin Yaoning's little foot emerged from under the covers and delivered a sharp kick to Zhan Jiuyue's back. "Ouch!" Zhan Jiuyue yelped, landing squarely on the ground. Slowly rising, he pointed at Xin Yaoning, grinning through gritted teeth. "You dare kick me? You're the one who provoked me." Xin Yaoning pouted, adopting an indifferent demeanor. "And if I did, are you going to eat me?" Zhan Jiuyue sprang onto the bed, extending his arms and producing a mischievous laugh. "Hee hee, you said it yourself. Don't go back on your word." Before Xin Yaoning could react to his intentions, Zhan Jiuyue unexpectedly flipped over and sat atop her, using an unseen strength to pin her hands down. "Young master, what are you doing?" Xin Yaoning exclaimed, her face betraying her terror. Zhan Jiuyue remained silent, merely grinning mischievously. Xin Yaoning felt a chill run down her spine as her hands were restrained. Unsure of how to respond, her astonished gaze locked on Zhan Jiuyue, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Zhan Jiuyue leaned closer, whispering into Xin Yaoning's ear, "Why not take a guess at what I intend to do?" Xin Yaoning felt a shiver run through her body as she struggled to break free from Zhan Jiuyue's grip. But she felt as if her strength had been zapped away. Never before had she been so toyed with. Gritting her teeth, she huffed, "You lecherous scoundrel. Don't you dare go too far, or else, I swear I'll ruin you." "Oh really?" Zhan Jiuyue replied, undeterred by her threats. Instead, he freed one hand, slowly moving it toward her chest. Xin Yaoning gritted her teeth and fought to escape, but Zhan Jiuyue's strength was overwhelming. Helplessly, she watched as Zhan Jiuyue's hand drew nearer, her breathing growing rapid, biting her lip in silence, unable to utter a word of defiance. Just as Zhan Jiuyue's hand was about to grasp her, he suddenly shifted tactics, tickling her sides with swift movements. Xin Yaoning squirmed, unable to contain her laughter. "You shameless rascal. Just wait until I get my hands on you." "Ah, that tickles." The little imp within her screamed in delight. Zhan Jiuyue continued his playful assault, observing Xin Yaoning's reactions. "Are you convinced yet? If you beg for mercy, I might let you go. Dream on. Ha, not a chance." Though Xin Yaoning laughed to the point of breathlessness, tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. Yet she remained resolute, quite resilient. Zhan Jiuyue chuckled wickedly, pulling out a piece of rope from behind him. "You're quite spirited. It seems I must resort to more drastic measures." Seeing him brandish the rope, Shun Yaoning felt a jolt of fear. Hey, I warn you not to act recklessly. Or else What will you do? Zhan Jiuyue retorted playfully, as he gradually bound her hands and feet with the rope. You still have a chance to surrender. Deflated, Shun Yaoning gazed at Zhan Jiuyue with a pitiful expression, saying, I was wrong. Can't we just talk? I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Zhan Jiuyue did not relent, pulling back the covers beneath her feet and seizing her small foot. Which foot was it that kicked me? This one? Or this one? Please, please, please. I won't kick you again. I'll tell you everything. Just let me go. My hands are hurting. As she uttered these words, tears streamed down her cheeks like a spring. Indeed, her wrists were red from the binding, and Zhan Jiuyue, feeling a pang of guilt, decided to cease his torment, realizing he had used too much strength. The ropes were slowly loosened by Zhan Jiuyue. Shun Yaoning turned and crouched in a corner, rubbing her sore wrists, silently sobbing in utter despair. Chapter 018. Strawberry Burst Cake. Watching Shun Yaoning's pitiful silhouette, Zhan Jiuyue felt a deep ache in his heart. He recognized that his earlier actions had been excessive. He approached her gently, saying, Miss Shun, I am truly sorry. How about I help you massage your wrists? Or I could sing you a song. You could tickle me in return? Or you could hit me once? Despite Zhan Jiuyue's various attempts to cheer her up, Shun Yaoning remained silent, absorbed in her own misery in the corner. She felt that Zhan Jiuyue lacked any understanding of compassion, not only teasing her, but also bullying her into tears. Zhan Jiuyue's repertoire of comforting strategies had been exhausted, and he found himself devoid of any effective means to console a girl. How foolish of you! You made her cry, and can't even comfort her properly. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhan Jiuyue felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Xiaoli, have you sorted things out? Xiaoli, with a haughty demeanor, replied, Of course. Then please help me. Just this once, be reliable. Zhan Jiuyue implored. Xiaoli, hands on her hips and eyes wide in indignation, retorted, Who isn't reliable? You dense blockhead. I don't have time for you. Quickly think about what she desires most. Zhan Jiuyue's mind raced as he recalled the details of their interactions over the past few days. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his thoughts. I remember, during our dinner yesterday, she expressed a strong desire for desserts, especially the peach blossom pastries we bought from the Wang family in the capital. Xiaoli, stroking her chubby chin, nodded. Remembering those details shows you have some thoughtfulness. But can you actually get your hands on the peach blossom pastries? In this desolate place, where there is neither a store in front nor a shop behind, where can one possibly procure the delightful peach blossom pastry? Zhan Jiuyue could only place all his hopes on Xiaoli. What a thing to say. Of course, it could be obtained, but why not procure something even better? Something better? Indeed, like matcha cake, durian millefeuille, or perhaps a molten cake. As he spoke, Xiaoli found herself salivating at the thought. Can there really be such treats? Zhan Jiuyue was astonished by the capabilities of his own system. How impressive! Then, let us have a strawberry cake, he exclaimed with excitement. Xiaoli sat up, her delicate hands gracefully waved, and a rosy heart-shaped box landed in Zhan Jiuyue's palms. As he gently lifted the edge of the box, a wave of sweet strawberry fragrance burst forth. His heart leapt with joy. This would surely win over Shun Yaoning. Determined, Zhan Jiuyue began to approach Shun Yaoning slowly, feigning a sigh as he said, I've heard that certain individuals have a particular fondness for desserts. I wonder if she would fancy this little treasure I hold. Upon hearing this, Shun Yaoning licked her lips, her eyes darting, yet she remained turned away from Zhan Jiuyue. Alas, what a pity! This delectable treat is the only one of its kind in my possession. If it is not consumed today, I fear there may never be another opportunity. Zhan Jiuyue raised his voice, shaking the box in his hand. Stop boasting, as if you are the only one who has it. I find that hard to believe. Shun Yaoning turned to face him, hugging her knees, her gaze falling upon the heart-shaped box in Zhan Jiuyue's hand, her expression one of astonishment. She had never encountered anything quite like it. What is this? I have never seen such a shape before. Curiosity compelled her to reach out and touch it, but her hand was swiftly grasped by Zhan Jiuyue. Let me see your hand, Zhan Jiuyue exclaimed, noticing the smooth, fair skin of Shun Yaoning's wrist, which bore a faint red mark. He gently blew on it and tenderly rubbed it. Does it hurt? Shun Yaoning's cheeks flushed slightly as she bit her lip and replied, Of course it hurts. How can you be so oblivious to the fragility of beauty? A flicker of regret passed through Zhan Jiuyue's eyes. It is my fault. There shall be no next time. This is a token of my apology, he said, extending the box towards her. Open it and take a look. This treat is truly one of a kind. Zhan Jiuyue glanced at him, slowly opening the heart-shaped box, and was immediately enveloped by the sweet aroma of strawberries, which filled the air with a delightful fragrance. "How fragrant!" she exclaimed, inhaling deeply before turning her gaze to the contents of the box. The round pastry was coated with a pink liquid, surrounded by a translucent layer. "What is this? It looks so delicious." The mere scent of sweet strawberries was enough to make her mouth water, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. After trying several angles, she found herself at a loss and turned to Zhan Jiuyue for assistance. "How do I eat this? I have no idea." Zhan Jiuyue gazed at her indulgently, gently lifting the surrounding barriers, causing the strawberry filling to spill forth, enveloping the entire cake. Wow! Zhan Jiuyue had never seen anything like it before. She found it utterly enchanting, staring at the cake in silence. Zhan Jiuyue carefully sliced a piece and held it to her lips, coaxing her gently, "Try it." As soon as she tasted it, the flavor of strawberries overwhelmed her palate. The texture was soft, sweet, but not cloying, with a refreshing quality. "What is this? Where did you get it?" Zhan Jiuyue asked, her mouth still full as she tugged at Zhan Jiuyue's arm like a playful child. It seemed that women were indeed fond of treats. Today, Xiaoli had proven to be quite reliable. "Do you like it?" Zhan Jiuyue inquired, choosing not to reveal its origins. "Of course I like it." Zhan Jiuyue nodded eagerly. Zhan Jiuyue held the cake to her mouth again, saying, "This is called cake, and it is something I alone can make. If Miss Shen enjoys it, then I am truly delighted." Xiaoli, shameless. Zhan Jiuyue, silence. Zhan Jiuyue nodded happily, her lips smeared with strawberry cream, looking utterly adorable. "Has the young master ever made a cake for his wife?" she asked, tilting her head. She was unsure why she posed such a question, yet she anticipated a specific answer. "I have only made one for you, Miss Shen." Each word flowed into Zhan Jiuyue's heart like a warm current, causing her to lose her composure as her heart raced. What began as a playful tease had led her to an unexpected vulnerability. Zhan Jiuyue wiped the cream from her lips, gazing at her soft mouth. And with a gentle voice, he said, "From now on, whenever Miss Shen desires cake, simply tell me, and I shall make it for you." Chapter 019. The Crown Prince and the Second Prince. Zhan Jiuyue shook her head, attempting to clear her thoughts. After all, Zhan Jiuyue's words were quite flirtatious. "I do not understand why you have never made one for your wife. Do you not like her? Do you truly wish to know?" Zhan Jiuyue asked, looking earnestly at Zhan Jiuyue. She nodded resolutely. "As long as you share this with me, I will answer all your questions." Zhan Jiuyue slowly raised his gaze to the sky. "It is a long story. I may not fully belong to this world, yet I am also a part of it. There are matters I myself cannot clearly decipher." "Not a part of this world?" Zhan Jiuyue questioned, perplexed. "I do not quite understand what you mean, young master." "Of course you do not understand, for I cannot articulate it myself. In the beginning, I held steadfast beliefs, but as memories grew clearer, I was compelled to doubt." Zhan Jiuyue paused before continuing. "Just know that I do not harbor feelings for Chu Wen'er. She is merely my nominal wife, and in my memories, there is no story between us." He then turned his gaze toward Zhan Jiuyue. Zhan Jiuyue remained bewildered. "Then, young master, do you recall if you have ever liked any other young woman?" Zhan Jiuyue leaned closer to Zhan Jiuyue, his heart racing at an unprecedented pace. "I have not had much interaction with young ladies, and I do not truly understand what it feels like to like someone. However, I do know that the days spent with Miss Shen are the happiest and most joyous of my life." Once those words escaped his lips, Zhan Jiuyue felt an immense weight lift from his heart, as if a heavy stone had finally been placed upon the ground. Although Zhan Jiuyue had never heard such sentiments before, she understood their meaning. She had witnessed too many tales of love, and indeed, shared Zhan Jiuyue's sentiments. Despite having known him for only a few days, she felt an unprecedented happiness. Perhaps this was what people referred to as affection. Zhan Jiuyue's cheeks flushed, and her gaze wandered elsewhere. Perhaps it was a woman's shyness, or perhaps she felt it was too soon to discuss such matters. Stumbling over her words, she attempted to change the subject. "What were you about to ask earlier?" "I'll tell you now." Realizing that Zhan Jiuyue was not entirely indifferent to him, Zhan Jiuyue sensed that his earlier remarks may have been somewhat abrupt. He could only smile awkwardly and say then, "Miss Shen, please tell me the stories of this place, as well as about the mysterious person we encountered in the capital." Zhan Jiuyue took Zhan Jiuyue's hand and led him to a table. "Listen carefully as I recount the tale." Taking a sip of tea, she parted her crimson lips and slowly began. "That person we encountered before was none other than the Crown Prince, the very individual my cousin and the others have been searching for these past few days. The crown prince and the second prince outwardly feign of brotherly camaraderie, yet in truth, they have been in a constant state of clandestine rivalry. Our Yongtong Chamber of Commerce serves as the crown prince's faction within the martial world. The crown prince? I find myself somewhat perplexed. Zhan Jiuyue furrowed his brow and inquired, how could the crown prince possibly be present in the capital? Shun Tihi. Shen Yuning continued to elucidate. This is precisely where the issue lies. We must swiftly locate my cousin. I am not entirely versed in the reasons and circumstances, but one thing is clear. The crown prince is in dire peril. Could you elaborate on the crown prince's background? Zhan Jiuyue asked with curiosity. I do possess some knowledge regarding the crown prince. Han Ruojuan is the son of the current Li Guifei, remarkably handsome and exceptionally intelligent, and most importantly, he enjoys the emperor's favor. But why is that? Zhan Jiuyue pressed further. I have heard from my cousin that Han Gu's first spread rumors of the crown prince's desire to usurp the throne. As the emperor ages, his suspicions grow, leading him to increasingly regard this exceptional son with wariness, nitpicking his every action, convinced that the crown prince harbors ulterior motives, which has confined the crown prince to the palace. A few days ago, for reasons unknown, the crown prince drunkenly entered the residence of consort and committed some egregious acts. However, based on my understanding of the crown prince, I am certain he has been framed. Currently, the crown prince has been dispatched to Guangzhou, yet he encountered bandits en route. I suspect this is yet another trap set by the second prince. Nevertheless, I saw the crown prince with my own eyes just a few days ago, which proves that he is at least still alive and surely devising a counterattack. Upon hearing this, Zhan Jiuyue couldn't help but click his tongue, as he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. The struggle for power within the imperial family is no trivial matter. In comparison, it would be far simpler to live as an ordinary commoner, free and untroubled. So, our immediate task is to locate your cousin swiftly and return to assist the crown prince, correct? Zhan Jiuyue asked. Shen Yuning nodded. Indeed, that is the case. I refrained from telling you earlier because I was concerned. Zhan Jiuyue understood Shen Yuning's apprehensions and chose not to dwell on them. As Shen Yuning stifled a yawn, Zhan Jiuyue's eyes gleamed mischievously as he proposed, let us set out early tomorrow. For today, we shall rest. Shen Yuning cast him a sidelong glance and reclined in her spot, leaving ample space for Zhan Jiuyue. At this moment, outside the residence of the second prince, a charmingly dressed woman emerged to greet him. Your Highness, you have returned. I have prepared warm water for you. You may bathe now. Upon seeing her, Han Gu's fatigue dissipated instantly. He took her delicate hand and said, Did I not instruct you to refrain from calling yourself a mere concubine in my presence? You are the woman I cherish most. Thank you for your affections, Your Highness, but I am still merely a servant girl and must adhere to the rules. The woman replied, lowering her gaze. Han Gu's felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and quickly reassured her. Forgive me, your current status cannot yet be revealed. I can only ask you to endure for the time being. Once I ascend the throne, I promise to compensate you well. The position of Empress shall be yours. Your Highness, there is no need for self-reproach. My original identity was that of a former crown princess, dishonored and perishing in a great fire. To be alive now is already a blessing, she said, tears beginning to well in her eyes. Unbeknownst to him, she was none other than Consort One, Zhang Moru, who was believed to have perished in the flames. The tales of dishonor and despair were fabrications, a ruse to conspire with the second prince against Han Ruojuan, ultimately faking her own death to be with Han Gu's. This was the true transgression against morality and propriety. Chapter 20. Disguise Yet. Zhang Moru currently existed as a mere inconspicuous servant girl in the second prince's residence. Although the second prince had yet to take a wife, he could not openly bring her into the fold. Marriage to a prince requires the presentation of the royal jade token, after which the palace's internal affairs would scrutinize the lineage of all involved. Having married into the palace at a young age, she had not gained the emperor's favor and spent her days languishing in the cold confines of the harem. It was only during a banquet that she encountered the inebriated second prince, a chance that felt like a rebirth. The two rarely met in secret, for the palace was rife with spies. Upon arriving at the second prince's residence, Zhang Moru, despite lacking status, felt a sense of joy, which deepened Han Gu's feelings of guilt and affection for her. Unable to resist, Han Gu took Zhang Moru into his arms and lavished her with tenderness. Your Highness, will you always treat me well? She asked, nestled against his chest, her face aglow with warmth. Han Gu held her tightly and vowed, I shall love only you in this lifetime. Zhang Moru smiled knowingly, curling into his embrace like a little rabbit. That is all I need to hear. No matter the trials, I shall not mind. In the courtyard of Wang Chun Tower, Your Highness, I am setting off now. A remarkably handsome man knelt before Han Shan, addressing him respectfully. Han Shan maintained a calm demeanor and pondered momentarily. This mission is perilous. You must exercise caution on your journey. Yes. Han Shan retrieved an exquisite human mask from a cabinet and handed it to the man. Lu Tai, remember, upon your arrival in Guangzhou, you must indulge in drink and display a tempestuous temper. If unfamiliar faces appear, do not reveal your identity. Lu Tai accepted the mask, kneeling on one knee as he awaited further instructions. Han Shan continued, regardless of what transpires at the Iron Mine, you need not communicate with me. I will have designated informants to assist you. Just focus on your task. If you encounter members of the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, remain calm and speak the truth. Understood? Lu Tai replied resolutely. Go now. I shall return to rest. Watching Han Shan depart, Lu Tai donned the exquisite mask, adjusting it slightly. He then secured a black veil over it and set off towards Guangzhou under the starry night. The following midday, Lu Tai found a tea house along the way, intending to rest briefly while allowing his horse to eat. After all, even the finest steed requires a respite. However, as he sat on the wooden chair, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone were watching him from behind. Instinctively, he heightened his vigilance, focusing on his tea while discreetly scanning his surroundings. When his gaze fell upon the bushes behind him, he was startled to discover two pairs of eyes intently observing his every move. Once he confirmed their position, Lu Tai refrained from acting hastily, opting to ascertain their identities first, given the mission's sensitive nature. After a moment, once his horse finished its feed, Lu Tai remounted and continued on his way. As expected, the individuals from the bushes also mounted their horses and began to follow him. With a quick flick of his whip, Lu Tai changed his course, steering deeper into the woods. Sure enough, the pursuers followed suit. Once he assessed the situation, Lu Tai exerted himself and leaped from his horse, soaring up into the treetops. The two figures who had followed him arrived at the same spot, but could only see the horse, not Lu Tai himself. Realizing something was amiss, they were about to speak when Lu Tai descended from the branches, brandishing a gleaming sword. With a resounding clash, Lu Tai's blade met a cracked bracer in midair, shattering it into 7 pieces that fell to the ground. Yet Lu Tai did not relent. With a graceful spin, he once again swung his sword towards the man. "W8, we are members of the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce." A crisp female voice resonated, unmistakably that of Zhan Jiuyue. The shattered armor was in fact the defective product rewarded to Zhan Jiuyue by the system. Lu Tai, upon hearing this, hastily stowed away his sword and turned to stand steadily before the two. "You claim to be members of the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce?" Indeed, indeed. That would be me. It was you who rescued us outside Wang Chun Tower that day. Do you not remember? Zhan Jiuyue exclaimed, pulling out a golden waist token embossed with the character Tong, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course, it was not Lu Tai who had saved them that day. It was the Crown Prince. As for why Zhan Jiuyue referred to Lu Tai as the Crown Prince, it was because Lu Tai, at that moment, wore a human skin mask that mirrored the Crown Prince's exquisite visage. Lu Tai pondered for a moment, scanning the surroundings once more to confirm there was no one else present. Yet still feeling somewhat uneasy, he spoke slowly. "It is not convenient to converse here. Please follow me, and I shall explain shortly." Zhan Jiuyue squatted to one side, swinging the broken armor mournfully, shaking his head in regret. "How did it shatter? I don't even have a decent weapon." Just as Zhan Jiuyue was about to depart with Lu Tai, she noticed someone was missing. Turning back, she found Zhan Jiuyue squatting there, seemingly lost in thought, and called out, "Young master, it's time to go." "What are you doing?" Zhan Jiuyue looked up, his expression filled with despair. Lu Tai cleared his throat and said, "This young master, how about I compensate you?" Zhan Jiuyue dismissively replied, "No need," and then glanced at Lu Tai again. Lines of information reappeared in Zhan Jiuyue's mind. Name: Lu Tai. Level: Superior Grade 2 Attributes. Attack: 3000 to 4000. Spell: 500, 1500. Defense: 1000 Luck, 1000 Agility, 2000 Stamina, 1000 Spirit, 500 Strength, 3000 Combat Power, 12,500 Mind Techniques. Falling/Technique copyable. 8 Door Marvels copyable. Which is hidden weapon? Copyable. Battle body? Copyable. Equipment. Withered leaf sword? Excellent. System level. 3. Copyable mind techniques. 10. Zhan Jiuyue glanced at his panel, perplexed. What is this? Why are the attributes so low? Not only do the names of these mind techniques lack elegance, but they also appear rather unimpressive. The one called 8-Door Marvel seems somewhat decent, so he proceeded to copy it. Wait a minute, didn't Xin Yuning just call him the Crown Prince? Why is she calling him Lu Tai? No, Zhan Jiuyue thought, suddenly raising his head to scrutinize the suave man before him. A hint of wariness creeping into his heart. He fixed his gaze on him. You are not the Crown Prince. Zhan Jiuyue narrowed his eyes and stated, not as a question, but as a certainty. Chapter 021. The Secret Chamber. Upon hearing this, Xin Yuning looked at Zhan Jiuyue with a face full of astonishment. Previously, in the capital, Zhan Jiuyue had only fleetingly glimpsed the Crown Prince's profile. Why was he now so certain this man was not the Crown Prince? Bewildered, Xin Yuning directed her questioning gaze at Zhan Jiuyue and asked, Young master, what do you mean by that? Why do you say he is not the Crown Prince? Lu Tai was equally startled by this statement. Having traversed the martial world for many years, he had absolute confidence in his disguise skills. If there were anyone who could claim second place, then no one could claim first. Yet, how could he be so easily recognized? Looking into Zhan Jiuyue's resolute eyes, Lu Tai felt an inexplicable sense of dread and tentatively inquired, Why do you conclude that I am not the Crown Prince? Indeed, do tell us. Xin Yuning echoed. Her curiosity piqued. Zhan Jiuyue scratched his head, realizing he had boasted too hastily. He couldn't very well admit that he had gleaned this from the system. Could he? From the mind techniques. That should suffice. Perhaps it was Zhan Jiuyue's previous conviction that unnerved Lu Tai, who harbored a lingering discomfort. Moreover, since the other party was a member of the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, they would naturally side with the Crown Prince. So discerning the difference in mind techniques was not entirely surprising. Lu Tai, suddenly enlightened, clasped his hands and remarked, Indeed, you are no ordinary individual. Different mind techniques? After spending so much time together, why had she not noticed that the young master's thoughts were so meticulous? Xin Yuning's gaze shifted between Zhan Jiuyue and the Crown Prince, ultimately settling on the latter as she softly inquired, Are you truly not the Crown Prince? Li Tai know that. Indeed, I am not His Highness the Crown Prince, but rather Lu Tai, his trusted confidant hidden within the palace. Ah, then how come you? How do you have the appearance of the Crown Prince? Upon hearing this, Xin Yuning's pupils dilated. The young master was indeed correct. But how could this man be named Lu Tai? Could he be the Crown Prince's twin brother? No, that would be the surname Han. Could it be a disguise? But why? Lu Tai glanced around and lowered his voice. This mission is urgent. Since you two are members of the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, could you assist me in safely reaching Ganzhou? Once we arrive, I will explain everything to you. Xin Yuning readily agreed. Of course, but have you encountered any suspicious individuals along the way? After all, your face resembles that of the Crown Prince. Suspicious individuals? Aren't you two the most suspicious? Lu Tai silently scoffed, yet maintained a serious facade. There have been none thus far, but I cannot guarantee what lies ahead, so I would appreciate your assistance. The three of them set out for Ganzhou. Having reached the outskirts of Jingzhou, they would arrive at Ganzhou within half a day. Lu Tai observed Zhan Jiuyue and Xin Yuning riding on the same horse, feeling somewhat awkward. Did they not have the funds for a second horse? Or, by the time they reached Ganzhou, night had fallen, and they encountered no mishaps along the way. Arriving at a certain courtyard, they had just knocked on the door when several men dressed as servants hurried out. Upon seeing Lu Tai with the two behind him, their expressions changed dramatically. Your Highness, who are these? Oh, they are from the Chamber of Commerce. Our own people. Lu Tai quickly replied. Upon hearing they were from the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, the men hastily extended their hands and gestured for them to enter. Please come in. Please come in. Although the courtyard was dilapidated, it was adequately furnished. Through conversation with the servant-like brothers, Zhan Jiuyue learned that they had been arranged by the Crown Prince to wait for Lu Tai here, as this location was but an hour's journey from the residence prepared for the Crown Prince by the Emperor. After a simple meal in the house, Lu Tai stood before a beautiful painting, slowly adjusting the 4 incense burners positioned at the corners of the painting. After a short while, a stone door on the western wall began to slide open, revealing a dark passageway. Lu Tai turned to the two and gestured. Please follow me inside. Zhan Jiuyue and Xin Yuning followed Lu Tai into the secret chamber, descending deeper along the staircase, with large luminous pearls illuminating the chamber. Upon entering the first secret chamber, Lu Tai turned back to the two and said, "There is no one here. We can speak freely now, and I shall clarify your doubts." With that, Lu Tai slowly peeled off his mask, revealing his true visage. While it may not match the Crown Prince's exquisite features, he was still quite handsome, exuding a refined and transcendent aura. Zhan Jiuyue's heart jolted. Although he had long known this man was not the Crown Prince and had likely employed techniques of disguise, he was astonished at how vastly different their appearances were. Even in modern society, it would be rare to find such mastery. "Where is the Crown Prince now?" Shen Yining inquired. Lu Tai adjusted his stiff expression, as anyone would feel discomfort after wearing such a tight mask all day. "According to your account, the Crown Prince saved you outside Wangqin Tower. Have you ever seen the Deputy Tower Master, Han Shan?" Lu Tai asked. "We have. After the Crown Prince rendered him unconscious, he rescued us," replied Shun Yaoning. "Indeed, on that day, Han Shan conspired to murder the original owner of Yuan Lu, Han Jiang, attempting to frame you. The Crown Prince subdued him and left him in the mass grave. At this moment, the Han Jiang within Wangqin Lu is none other than His Highness in disguise. As for me, I am the chosen one to replace the Crown Prince in Ganzhou, required only to indulge in drunkenness and present an air of self-dissolution for the world to see. Are human thoughts truly so convoluted? Goodness! Zhan Jiuyue thought such scenarios were mere fabrications of the silver screen. Yet here I am, witnessing this astonishing reality. Shen Yaoning, in a daze, fiddled with her fingers and muttered to herself, "Han Shan is not Han Shan. The Crown Prince is not the Crown Prince, but Lu Tai. Lu Tai is not Lu Tai, but... No, let's start over. Han Jiang is not Han Shan. Oh, dear, this is quite a mess." Lu Tai scratched his head awkwardly, taken aback by her apparent confusion, despite her seemingly sharp intellect. "Please continue. This contains His Highness's secrets, which he specifically instructed me to convey to the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce." As they progressed deeper into the hidden chamber, they traversed a narrow passage. Beyond the chamber lay an extraordinary expanse, a vast natural cavern where a group of burly men, bare-chested, wielded heavy hammers by the forge, crafting iron materials with rhythmic clangs. The laborers worked diligently and in harmony, while several tunnels were visible in the distance, intertwining in directions unknown. Chapter 022. How can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swallow? Lu Tai walked ahead, hands clasped behind his back, thoroughly pleased with the sight before him. Shen Yaoning and Zhan Jiuyue trailed behind, utterly astonished. Such a vast iron mine? Is it all owned by His Highness? Shen Yaoning's eyes sparkled with awe as she inquired. Lu Tai chuckled, predicting her reaction, for he too had been taken aback upon his first arrival. In all of Jing country, even the royal family possessed no iron mine of such magnitude. The sheer volume here could elevate the military strength of Jing country to unprecedented heights. His Highness has chosen to keep this a secret for his own reasons, with the second prince currently gaining momentum. It is likely he will soon be proclaimed the new Crown Prince. Thus, His Highness wishes to retain some contingency plans. Lu Tai gradually explained to Shen Yaoning and Zhan Jiuyue. Zhan Jiuyue couldn't help but recall the duplicitous second prince, Han Gu's, who appeared charming yet was always scheming behind the scenes. Upon his arrival, he had won a contest in front of a crowd, yet that night, he orchestrated an attempt on his life. Through Wangqin Lu Tai picked up a newly forged sword, demonstrating its balance in the air, the blade humming with satisfaction before he turned his gaze to Shen Yaoning and continued, "In truth, His Highness's ambitions extend beyond merely dealing with the second prince. He harbors even grander aspirations. What more could there be?" Shen Yaoning tilted her head in curiosity. Lu Tai chuckled, pointing the sword skyward. "His Highness's aspiration encompasses the entire realm. The second prince is but a trivial adversary in his eyes, merely a pawn in a greater game. His Highness has long been aware of his schemes, yet has chosen to play along, for only in this manner has he secured the opportunity to leave the palace. Otherwise, the Emperor would have made his life exceedingly difficult. In this way, His Highness not only manages the iron mine, but also infiltrates the underworld organizations. Our military is currently weak. Although we have returned victorious, we still lag far behind Tian country." Lu Tai spoke passionately, and the fervor in his eyes revealed that Han Ruojuan was the brightest star guiding him forward, illuminating his path in life. "Truly commendable, His Highness. We must do everything in our power to assist him." Shen Yaoning exclaimed, inspired by his fervor, tugging at Zhan Jiuyue. Indeed, without a doubt, Zhan Jiuyue felt an immense respect for the crown prince. He lamented that despite possessing formidable talents, he had never contemplated grand achievements, feeling out of place in this world. He silently resolved to carve out his own legacy here. Relieved, he acknowledged that joining the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce was a wise choice. Otherwise, aligning with the second prince might have led to unforeseen calamities. One's fortune rises and falls with their master. The nature of one's lord dictates the conclusion one must face. Ah! Lu Tai snapped his fingers, suddenly recalling an important matter he needed to address. What is it, young Master Zhan? Miss Shun, do you know where your vice president currently resides? His Highness previously instructed me to relay a matter of utmost importance to the vice president. What is it? We were also pursuing his whereabouts. He should be in Ganzhou now, but I am his cousin. I can relay the message myself. Shen Yaoning patted her chest proudly. Cousin? Could it be that you are Shen Yaoning? Lu Tai exclaimed, his eyes widening. I have long heard of your reputation as a mischievous troublemaker. Am I really that famous? Shen Yaoning laughed heartily, imagining herself as a renowned beauty. That is splendid. I see young Master Zhan is also exceptionally talented and possesses remarkable demeanor. Having both of you assist me is a great honor. Lu Tai clasped his fists in gratitude. Zhan Jiuyue quickly helped Lu Tai to his feet, saying, Brother Lu, you flatter me. We are all serving His Highness. Assisting one another is only natural. Indeed. Just let us know what needs to be done. Shen Yaoning chimed in. Lu Tai raised his head slightly, speaking earnestly. Then I shall share with you both. A peculiar incident has recently occurred within the palace. Both Shen Yaoning and Zhan Jiuyue furrowed their brows, asking in unison. A peculiar incident? Indeed, everyone in the palace is at a loss, as it pertains to a significant matter that has yet to reach the public. It is only natural that you are unaware. However, His Highness is currently in great distress over it. What is this matter? Shen Yaoning inquired. You both must have heard of the 24 divine generals, correct? Among them, Generals Zhu Shiyin and Lu Qianqian have mysteriously gone missing. Zhu Shiyin and Lu Qianqian? Missing? How could that be possible? Shen Yaoning's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept Lu Tai's words. With their prowess, they couldn't simply vanish. They must have hidden themselves. Zhan Jiuyue, on the other hand, was utterly perplexed. He had never even heard of the 24 divine generals. The name alone suggested they must be formidable, perhaps possessing extraordinary techniques. How he wished to meet them. The 24 divine generals represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in Jing country, having been selected from the annual Tiger Duel rankings. Only those who surpassed the threshold of mastery through rigorous training could hope to join their ranks. The enduring strength of Jing country is largely attributed to these individuals. Among them, Zhu Shiyin is renowned as the strongest, famed for single-handedly defending the borders without a single troop advancing. Lu Tai shrugged, equally baffled by the situation. Despite gathering numerous reports, he had yet to uncover any clues. His Highness was genuinely at a loss, prompting him to seek assistance from the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce. Given the gravity of this matter, I shall promptly inform my cousin. Shen Yaoning fretted, concerned that the two might not be missing at all, but rather in the clutches of the second prince. If that were the case, the implications would be dire. In that case, I thank you on behalf of His Highness. Lu Tai bowed again in gratitude. Let us depart at once. Zhan Jiuyue clenched his fists, determined not to squander his formidable abilities. However, as night fell, he hesitated no. Zhan Jiuyue interrupted Lu Tai's admonition, grasping Shen Yaoning's hand firmly as he proclaimed, Miss Shen, I have just joined the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce. Grant me this opportunity to prove myself. Upon witnessing Zhan Jiuyue's fervent enthusiasm, Shen Yaoning refrained from dissuading him. For the matter at hand was indeed of great significance, necessitating prompt communication of today's revelations to Jiang Wanyin. Without a moment's delay, the two departed from the iron mine, setting their course towards the prince's residence. On the eastern side of the palace, at the residence of the second prince. Mother, what brings you here today? Han Guz hurriedly emerged from Zhang Mora's courtyard, having heard of his mother's arrival, and rushed to greet her. The Empress Wu cast a glance at him, noticing the faint red marks adorning his neck, and as a woman of experience, she understood their origin all too well. Her gaze darkened instantly, and she glared at him as she entered. At that moment, Han Guz felt as if his heart were being relentlessly hammered like a broken drum. Despite being revered as the illustrious war king, he had always acted under his mother's commands, and the thought of concealing matters from her filled him with anxiety. She must not find out. She must not know, he chanted in his mind. Upon entering the palace chamber, Empress Wu dismissed all attendants, closed the doors and windows, and once assured of their privacy, her demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Her regal composure replaced by unrestrained fury as she confronted Han Gyu's, exclaiming, "Where have you hidden that wretched woman?" Her words struck Han Gyu's heart like a thunderclap. Bereft of the bravado expected of the war king, he stammered, "How did mother come to know? How dare you ask me that? Where is that harlot? I will personally flay her alive. Has she dared to seduce the emperor, and now my own son?" Han Gyu's had always been meticulous in his affairs, keeping Zhang Moru well concealed. How could Empress Wu have discovered the truth? Was there a traitor among them? And mother? A resounding slap landed on Han Gyu's face as Empress Wu, pointing her finger at him, berated, "You ungrateful wretch! I have devoted my life to paving the way for you. Do you not understand that associating with a courtesan is a capital offense? Such folly." Han Gyu's lowered his head, murmuring, "Mother, she has rendered me great assistance. I must repay her kindness, and I truly have feelings for her." As he spoke, he felt an overwhelming lack of conviction. Enraged, Empress Wu shattered a teacup on the floor, her voice trembling with fury. You are driving me to madness. Even if she helped you eliminate that useless fool, you cannot be so careless. I will not allow anyone to take the throne from you, nor will I permit anyone to ruin everything we have built. Mother, I shall certainly send her away, to a place where she will not be found. I implore you, for the sake of her assistance, grant her a chance to live." Han Gyu's knelt, desperately pleading for Zhang Moru. Empress Wu, trembling with rage, responded, "You are destined to be the crown prince, the heir to the throne. How can a mere woman reduce you to this state? Do you not realize that if this matter is revealed, the consequences for us will be dire? Every scheme you have devised will unravel. Your father will not spare us, and we will be utterly destroyed." Han Gyu's was acutely aware of the perilous situation. Keeping Zhang Moru close was akin to harboring a slow-acting poison. The truth could never be hidden forever, yet inexplicably, he found himself entranced by Zhang Moru, experiencing an exhilarating novelty that was addictive, impossible to relinquish. Regardless of the outcome, he could not bear the thought of her demise. As his previous entreaties yielded no response, he began to prostrate himself, weeping, "Mother, I shall send her from the city at once. No one will find her, I swear." Empress Wu, witnessing his desperate demeanor, felt a pang of pain mixed with disappointment and helplessness. Where was the demeanor of a future emperor? His fervent bowing suggested that if she insisted on executing the woman, it might incite further chaos. Reluctantly, Empress Wu acquiesced to Han Gyu's request, agreeing to send Zhang Moru away, the farther the better. In return, Han Gyu's would take a concubine, one of his choosing. To protect Zhang Moru, he consented. Once Empress Wu departed, Han Gyu's returned to Zhang Moru's quarters, his eyes brimming with guilt. "Rower, I must send you away tonight." He could not meet her gaze, fearing he would lose his resolve, and thus spoke with his head bowed. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Moru trembled, tears streaming down her face. "Your Highness, you wish to send me away?" She could hardly believe this reality. Han Gyu's was her only hope and support. Was this dream truly shattering? Was she destined for a life of solitude? Unable to endure her sobs, Han Gyu's stepped closer, attempting to comfort her. "Roa, I do not wish to drive you away. It is just that my mother has learned of this matter. If I do not send you away, she will surely take your life. I will ensure you are placed in a safe location where the servants will attend to you daily, and I will visit frequently. Once I ascend to the throne, I promise to bring you back." Zhang Moru shook her head, murmuring, "Very well, I will comply with your wishes, Your Highness," though her heart ached. What choice did she have? He was destined to become a sovereign, and she was merely an ordinary woman. Even if her affections were genuine, they were fleeting. Moreover, her identity could not be publicly acknowledged. What path remained for her? Han Gyu's merely gazed at her. Had she protested, it might have been easier to bear. Yet her understanding only deepened his anguish. Embracing Zhang Moru tightly, he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. "Ro, I swear, I will give you a rightful place in my life. Wait for me a few years. If I fail to keep my promise, let the heavens strike me down." Zhang Moru, akin to a lost kitten, lay limp in Han Gyu's embrace, silent save for her tears. After a considerable time, she finally asked, "Your Highness, where do you plan to send me?" Upon hearing this, Han Gyu's quickly took her delicate hand in his, not too far. I could never bear to be away from you. It would feel like losing my life. Just nearby the capital. Is that acceptable? Though he had promised his mother to send her far away, it was merely a temporary measure. That night, Zhang Moru donned a deep black cloak, evading the gaze of onlookers. Under Han Gyu's arrangements, she boarded an inconspicuous carriage, which promptly exited the palace gates and journeyed eastward without pause. Meanwhile, in the inner palace, the night had grown deep, yet Empress Wu remained restless, pacing her chamber as she awaited news from her servants. Your Majesty, the second prince has sent the woman away, one servant reported upon entering the inner chamber. At this, Empress Wu let out a sigh of relief, though her unease lingered. She instructed the servant, send a few vigilant ones to follow. Once they reach a secluded area, take action. Understood? The servant, having served Empress Wu for long, comprehended her meaning and withdrew with his head bowed. Empress Wu's eyes glinted with ferocity. Zaire, do not blame your mother for her ruthlessness. My greatest aspiration in this life is to see you inherit the throne, even if it costs me my life. I shall not allow anyone to threaten you. After a brief interval, the carriage arrived at a remote cliff. Shadows suddenly emerged from both sides, flashing cold blades, and blood gushed forth as the figures forcefully propelled the carriage over the precipice. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the dark canyon, sending chills down one's spine. At the residence of the second prince, Han Gyu's face contorted with rage as he lifted the servant from the ground. What on earth is happening? Speak clearly. The man, dressed as a servant, struggled to breathe as he stammered, Your Highness, it is said that we were ambushed by bandits on the road, and the carriage fell off a cliff. The people inside have. Han Gyu's expression twisted in anguish, nearly overwhelmed by despair. He released his grip and staggered back, collapsing into a chair, yet his heart, once burdened, now found a semblance of relief. After a masterful performance, he was assisted back to his chambers. Once the crowd had dispersed, Han Gyu slowly sipped his tea and softly commanded, Come out. Zhao Meng, clad in dark attire, emerged awkwardly from beneath the bed. Your Highness, have everything been arranged? Han Gyu saying curious. Zhao Meng patted his sturdy chest and assured, Rest assured, Your Highness, everything is in order, and not a single mistake will occur. Excellent. Han Gyu nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, Mother has no intention of sparing Zhang Moru, resorting to such common tactics. Yet, thankfully she employed this strategy. Otherwise, how could I find peace? Han Gyu Samur Muriat. Your wisdom is unmatched. Zhao Meng regarded Han Gyu's with newfound admiration, acknowledging that the prince had anticipated even this. It is not merely foresight. It is experience accumulated over years of warfare. And the land deed? Han Gyu's turned his gaze to Zhao Meng, who produced a piece of paper from his bosom, the very deed Han Gyu's had mentioned. Han Gyu's had long suspected that his mother would not let Zhang Moru go. Her nature simply would not tolerate a grain of sand in her eye. Zhang Moru had already been discreetly settled in a remote location, a residence Zhao Meng had procured using another identity just days prior. The individual in the carriage had merely been a lowly maid, intended to mislead his mother. Now, she would no longer suspect that Zhang Moru was alive. Yet, within Han Gyu's lingered a multitude of grievances and confusions. Was his existence in this world truly solely for the sake of seizing the throne? Since childhood, his mother had dictated the winds and rains, and in pursuit of her ambitions, she had harmed her own kin, friends, and the woman he cherished most. Why could she not consider his feelings? Zhang Moru was the love of his life, yet she still sought to eliminate her. In Ganzhou, on Moi Mountain, Zhan Jiuyue and Shun Yaoning rode along a narrow path, their silhouettes framed by the night, exuding a certain romanticism. Shun Yaoning held the reins and asked Zhan Jiuyue, Young master, why have you taken such an interest in the crown prince's affairs all of a sudden? In her mind, Zhan Jiuyue was merely an unworldly scholar, albeit skilled. Yet she had never heard of his name in the realm of martial arts. His demeanor had notably shifted from his previous behavior. Unexpectedly, Zhan Jiuyue casually replied, It is because of you, Miss Shun. Because of me? What do you mean? Shun Yaoning questioned, puzzled by his intent. I desire to provide you with a better life. Thus I must strive to become a renowned hero, allowing you to be the envy of all. Zhan Jiuyue placed his chin on Shun Yaoning's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Little Li clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Wow, the dense young man has finally awakened. Shun Yaoning's face flushed crimson at this remark. playfully nudging Zhan Jiuyue with her shoulder. "Stop with your flattery. I speak only the truth," Zhan Jiuyue insisted. "Who knows if you've said such things to others?" Shen Yaoning felt bashful, grateful for the night to mask her embarrassment. "How have you suddenly transformed into a different person?" Shen Yaoning had recently investigated Zhan Jiuyue's background, discovering he was merely an unsuccessful scholar, timid and meek, in stark contrast to the current Zhan Jiuyue. "Is that so? It seems I have merely experienced an epiphany. Since I exist in this world, I shall exert every effort to improve myself and leave my mark upon it." As he spoke, Zhan Jiuyue reminisced about his former family and life. From a young age, he had been pressured by his parents to study, finally gaining admission to university, only to have his youthful aspirations abruptly interrupted by misfortune. Reflecting on his past felt like a dream, and perhaps, aside from his parents, no one would remember him anymore. Thus, this time, he must leave behind his own story. Though Shen Yaoning understood little, she grasped the essence of Zhan Jiuyue's sentiment. She leaned back against him, saying sweetly, "I believe in you, young master, and I am willing to support you. You will surely become a great hero." Just as Zhan Jiuyue was about to respond, a sudden flash of silver light flickered through the trees ahead. "Miss Shunlook?" Zhan Jiuyue exclaimed, pointing urgently toward the woods. Shen Yaoning followed his gaze, noticing unusual movements among the trees. Experience warned her of an impending ambush. Could it be her cousin? Chapter 025. The Spirits of Darkness. The two immediately heightened their vigilance, for they were not far from the estate designated for Han Ruojuan by the emperor. Anyone active in this area at such an hour would undoubtedly be connected to the deposed crown prince. Zhan Jiuyue discreetly surveyed their surroundings and whispered, "Miss Shun, do not panic. Act as if you have seen nothing and continue forward." Shen Yaoning, gripping the reins tightly, feigned calmness and focused ahead. The sound of hoofbeats approached the thicket, and they held their breath, every sense heightened and ready to act. Suddenly, a long arrow shot forth from the underbrush, hurtling toward them. "Duck!" Zhan Jiuyue shouted, wrapping his right arm around Shen Yaoning and leaping down from the horse. A group of men clad in dark crimson robes emerged from all directions. They rolled to their feet and took stock of their assailants. Shen Yaoning surveyed the men and boldly demanded, "Who are you? Why have you attacked us?" The men in red disregarded her questions, drawing their weapons and advancing. Judging by their speed, they were all formidable fighters. Zhan Jiuyue's mind raced, but he had no time to replicate their techniques. In the blink of an eye, they were within mere steps of him, moving as if through space itself. The red-clad men surrounded them, their formation shifting with practiced precision, revealing a well-trained unit. Having roamed the martial world for years, Shen Yaoning was seasoned in combat. Observing their stance, she pressed herself firmly against Zhan Jiuyue's back, stating, "You guard the front. I'll cover the rear. This way we can maximize our strength." Agreed. Both Shen Yaoning and Zhan Jiuyue clenched their fists, bracing for the enemy's attack. As a leaf fluttered to the ground, the front line of red-clad men surged forward. Beneath Zhan Jiuyue's feet, electricity surged with intensity far surpassing his previous release. Accompanied by a powerful current, he darted through the crowd like a phantom, the sounds of impact resounding as he incapacitated a circle of foes around him. Among the fallen, some had deep indentations on their faces, while others lay pierced and lifeless, a gruesome sight. Zhan Jiuyue felt his speed and strength had significantly increased, though he could not ascertain the cause. Shen Yaoning stood in stunned silence, her eyes wide with disbelief, murmuring this is incredible. Upon witnessing the scene, a man draped in a crimson robe furrowed his brow and gestured behind him with a swift hand motion, softly calling out, "Qimei Wangliang, you four attack together." "Qimei Wangliang?" No sooner had the words left his lips than four men of varying stature emerged from the throng. Zhan Jiuyue observed. One stood a towering 8 feet tall, his eyes bulging with fury, wielding a colossal axe, heavy chains dangling from his form, as robust as an ox. Another, a pale-faced man, exhibited remarkable agility, effortlessly hovering in midair with a mere flick of his foot. The remaining two were less striking. One was grotesquely misshapen, crawling rather than walking, while the other appeared rather ordinary in looks, stature, and weaponry. Ordinary. But how does this man possess 3 arms? Zhan Jiuyue concentrated his strength into his arms. Assuming the stance for the golden roaring fist, his focus sharpened to an extraordinary degree, as if every leaf in his vicinity could be perceived. The creature that walked on all fours launched itself first, pouncing like a cheetah. Zhan Jiuyue struck out, only to miss as the creature clamped its jaws onto his thigh, its limbs coiling around him, revealing its agility and immense strength. The ox-like man let out a thunderous roar that resonated like a great bell, shaking the very ground beneath them. With broad strides, he lifted his massive axe, cleaving towards Zhan Jiuyue. The other two rushed directly towards Xin Yaoning. Zhan Jiuyue yearned to aid her, but he was ensnared, and even evading that axe proved a daunting task, not to mention shedding the creature clinging to him. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his might into a punch aimed at the giant. A brilliant flash of gold erupted as Zhan Jiuyue's fist collided with the axe. He had braced himself for the loss of his arm. Yet, to his astonishment, the axe shattered upon impact, and the giant, unable to withstand the shockwave, was hurled 10 meters away. What? My fist? Zhan Jiuyue was astounded by the latent power within him. What had transpired today? How had he grown so formidable so quickly? For the past 2 days, Xin Yaoning had been by his side, leaving him no opportunity to delve into his meditative practices or refine his techniques, not even completing his daily sign-in. So why had he become so potent? Could it be because he had emulated Lu Tai's technique? Yet, didn't he seem that powerful? Oh no! Zhan Jiuyue roared in frustration, having been preoccupied with his own thoughts. He had entirely forgotten the creature still affixed to him. It had just intensified its grip, viciously tearing away a chunk of flesh from his leg, blood gushing forth. It hurt terribly, you monster! Zhan Jiuyue grimaced in pain and delivered a powerful blow to the creature's head. The sound of shattering bone was crisp and clear. The creature's skull was utterly crushed by his strike. Without pausing, heedless of his own agony, Zhan Jiuyue dashed toward Xin Yaoning. Though her skills were commendable and her agility remarkable, she was ultimately no match for the two monstrous foes. The agile, pale-faced man darted around, while the three-armed monstrosity relentlessly restrained Xin Yaoning. By the time Zhan Jiuyue arrived, she bore numerous wounds, her clothing soaked in blood. How dare you harm my woman? Zhan Jiuyue leapt into the air, delivering a flying kick to the pale-faced man. Despite his swiftness, the man could not evade the strike, which landed squarely on his abdomen. Zofast! Before he could finish his thought, the pale-faced man bled from all orifices and collapsed, unconscious. That force was enough to shatter his internal organs. The robed man, witnessing Zhan Jiuyue's ferocity, was struck with terror, no longer daring to engage in battle, hastily commanding a retreat. Quickly retreat! Retreat! However, the three-armed creature had no time for such an escape. It was felled by Zhan Jiuyue's punch, but in its dying moments, it hurled a dart at Xin Yaoning. Severely injured and unable to evade, she was struck in the chest. Chapter 026. Turning peril into safety. Zhan Jiuyue, seeing the others had fled, rushed to Xin Yaoning's side. She was drenched in blood, with over 10 wounds, each oozing fresh blood, particularly the one on her chest, where half of the dart was embedded in her flesh. A gruesome sight. Miss Shun, hold on. Zhan Jiuyue had never encountered such a scenario, utterly disregarding the injury on his thigh. Xin Yaoning's complexion had turned pale, her lips dry, as she weakly slumped into his embrace. Young master, quickly find my cousin. This place is too dangerous. You must leave. Zhan Jiuyue, holding Xin Yaoning, was at a loss, watching as her blood flowed and her strength waned. He scanned the surroundings, desperate for assistance, but in this desolate wilderness, there was not a soul in sight. Hold on, there must be a way. Xin Yaoning's consciousness began to fade, the pain in her chest accompanied by a burning sensation. She knew the dart was coated in potent poison. Young master, please go. Don't worry about me. I cannot survive. This dart is poisoned. Her voice dwindled, as if she would draw her last breath any moment. Zhan Jiuyue's tears streamed down uncontrollably as he screamed with all his might. No, you can't die. I will marry you. I will make you the happiest woman in the world. Hearing this, Xin Yaoning summoned her last reserves of strength, struggling to lift the corners of her mouth. However, before her fingers could graze Zhan Jiuyue's face, her eyes closed, her hands falling limply to her sides. Zhan Jiuyue felt as though his spirit had shattered. Like a frenzied beast, he roared into the void. Is there anyone? Please come help. Just as he was engulfed in despair, Shaoli urgently interjected. Young master, quickly, take her into the private space. I should have a way to save her. This suggestion was like a lifeline, a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Zhan Jiuyue immediately steadied himself, clutching Xin Yaoning tightly, and mentally called out, Xiaoli, I'm ready. Take us in. In an instant, a blinding white light enveloped them, drawing them into the private space. Upon entering, Xiaoli had prepared various instruments and lighting. Quickly, place her under the light. I will treat her immediately. All right. Zhan Jiuyue acquiesced, dragging himself with his injured leg, laying Shun Yaoning upon the illuminated platform. Xiaoli hopped onto a stool, first placing a prepared pill into Shun Yaoning's mouth, then brandished a shimmering silver scalpel, swiftly removing the poisonous dart embedded in her flesh. Pass me the vial on the table. Xiaoli wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and called back to Zhan Jiuyue. Got it. After receiving the vial, Xiaoli applied the powder to the wound on Shun Yaoning's chest, which was several centimeters deep. Had it not been for her remarkable physique, it might have pierced her heart. Xiaoli retrieved a blue transparent plate from his pocket, placing it over Shun Yaoning's chest with a wave of his hand. The plate displayed her internal condition, akin to an X-ray. The poison had yet to spread extensively. Xiaoli forcefully pressed down, producing a pure white bead, causing the toxins to coalesce toward Shun Yaoning's throat, where they were entirely absorbed. The once pristine bead had now turned black, emitting a foul stench. After tending to the other ordinary knife wounds, Xiaoli plopped down onto a chair, panting heavily. Fortunately, the poison isn't spread to the internal organs. My life is no longer in jeopardy. It's all bandaged up now, but Miss Shun has lost quite a bit of blood and will likely faint for a few days. As long as she is fine, that is what matters. Upon hearing this, Zhan Jiuyue finally relaxed his tense heart, exhaling deeply as he slumped onto the sofa, entirely oblivious to the fact that his thigh was still bleeding. Xiaoli noticed the wound on Zhan Jiuyue's thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, you're injured too." She hurried over with the medicine. "It's nothing really, my injury is quite minor," Zhan Jiuyue replied weakly. However, upon seeing the large chunk of flesh missing from his thigh, with the bite marks glaringly evident, Xiaoli gasped, "Is this a human bite?" Zhan Jiuyue glanced at his wound, the uneven bite marks and tearing signs prompting him to jest. Well, one could say that, but it might be more accurate to call it the work of a rabid dog. Xiaoli shot him a glance and began applying the ointment. The medicinal powder had a disinfecting effect, causing Zhan Jiuyue to wince in pain. Noticing this, Xiaoli deliberately pressed harder, tightly wrapping the bandage around the wound. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ah, that's what you get for showing off. Now you know what pain feels like?" Xiaoli glared at Zhan Jiuyue, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. "Ah, heh?" Zhan Jiuyue chuckled awkwardly, feeling an unusual warmth in his heart as he looked at Xiaoli. "All right, I know you have feelings for Miss Shun. You should carry her to bed to rest. There are plenty of ingredients in the kitchen. Make her some nourishing soup. I want tea linger here as a third wheel." "Huh? Where are you going?" Zhan Jiuyue inquired. Xiaoli opened the door and softly replied, "To the internet CF. My friends are waiting for me to play." Zhan Jiuyue gently carried Shun Yaoning into the bedroom, tucking her in and adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable 24 degrees. Observing Shun Yaoning's pallid face, he felt a pang of heartache. "I will find those who harmed you. Not one of them will escape unscathed. From now on, I won't allow anyone to harm you in the slightest." Aside from his parents, this was the first time Zhan Jiuyue had worried so deeply for someone. After the events of the night, he was more certain than ever that he had fallen in love with Shun Yaoning. Quietly entering the kitchen, he closed the door tightly and gazed at the array of ingredients on the table, feeling utterly lost. "Wait, what is this?" He picked up a hefty book from the table and curiously flipped it open, discovering it to be a cookbook. As he perused it, he found various modern delicacies meticulously detailed. Goji berry and red bean soup. And how about some brown sugar cookies? Oh, and strawberry molten cake. That's her favorite. Chapter 027. The panel having made up his mind, Zhan Jiuyue clumsily prepared the various ingredients. He placed red beans, jujubes, and goji berries into a pig-patterned clay pot to simmer slowly. While the soup was easy enough to make, the brown sugar cookies and strawberry molten cake posed a greater challenge. Yet, for the sake of Shun Yaoning's health, he was determined to succeed. Brown sugar, butter, starch. He toiled for 2 full hours, and the fragrant cookies and cake were finally ready. Although they appeared slightly imperfect on the surface, the flavors were exquisite. The soup in the clay pot was also wafting an irresistible aroma. Looking at the food he had prepared with his own hands, Zhan Jiuyue felt a swell of pride. It wasn't so difficult after all. I truly have a talent for everything. Returning to the bedroom, he found Shun Yaoning sleeping soundly. Reflecting on the harrowing hours earlier, when they had been teetering on the edge of hell. He realized that if not for his extraordinary performance, they might have been playing chess with the king of hell by now. However, he couldn't help but wonder why his abilities had surged so dramatically today. He looked at his hands, recalling the moment he had shattered that monstrous axe with a single powerful punch, and how his lightning steps had also significantly improved. With questions swirling in his mind, he hurried to the computer, eager to organize his skill panel while Shen Yaoning slept, and also to collect his sign-in rewards. But he had to be quick. He needed to leave before dawn. After booting up the computer, Zhan Jiuyue clicked the sign-in button. System notification. Congratulations on successful sign-in. You have received a small gift pack, which will be stored in your backend storage box. Please check it. System notification. Congratulations on successful compensation sign-in. You have received a strengthening stone, which will be stored in your backend storage box. Please check it. System notification. Congratulations on successful compensation sign-in. You have received a soul artifact treasure chest, which will be stored in your backend storage box. Please check it. Huh? A soul artifact treasure chest. I'm finally going to get a decent weapon. Zhan Jiuyue's eyes sparkled with excitement, recalling how his previous iron armor had shattered before he even had a chance to use it. The storage box has been opened. The small gift pack has been opened. Congratulations. You have gained 500 pain experience points. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 5, allowing the duplication of 15 mind methods. The soul artifact treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations. You have received the Annihilation Dragon God Armored. With a thud, the storage box beside the computer shook violently. Zhan Jiuyue understood that his newly acquired armor had arrived. And without hesitation, he opened the box. Inside lay a delicate metallic case, gleaming with a silvery sheen. Wow! The packaging is surprisingly exquisite. He carefully cradled it in his hands and opened it to find an armored piece shimmering with silver light. The armor was predominantly silver, exuding a strong metallic feel, adorned with intricate dragon motifs that showcased exceptional craftsmanship. As Zhan Jiuyue traced his fingers along the dragon patterns, he felt the fine texture and, suddenly, a chill emanated from the dragon's head, its eyes gleaming with a dark luminescence. His heart raced with exhilaration as he donned the armor on his right arm. Feeling its substantial weight, the internal structure of the armor adjusted, securing tightly around his arm. Zhan Jiuyue raised his arm, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, exuding an indescribable aura of dominance. With an appearance like this, it could scare away a horde of minions. While Zhan Jiuyue was enamored with the Annihilation Dragon God armor, time was of the essence, and he needed to organize his mind methods first. Panel system activated. Name, Zhan Jiuyue level. Level 5, mental methods. Lightning steps, proficiency level 3. Vast heart method, proficiency level 3. Golden roaring fist, proficiency level 4. Spiritual movement method, proficiency level 1. Instant step, proficiency level 1. Red lotus heart method, proficiency level 1. 8-gate mystical arts, proficiency level 1. Equipment. Tattered clothes, nothing of note. Annihilation Dragon God armor, enhancement level 0. Enchantment, none. Attributes, attack 6000 to 9000 magic, 4000 to 7000 defense, 500. Luck, 3000. Agility, 3000. Stamina, 2000. Strength, 6000. Spirit, 4000. Combat power, 32,000. Soul artifact equipment effects. Bonus. Increases fist-type mental method attack strength by 30. Expands melee attack range by 30 and boosts dragon-type mental method strength by 50. Special effect. Each time an enemy is slain, 1 dragon soul is gained. For every 100 dragon souls accumulated, weapon strength is permanently increased by 100 points. Wow! The last time I checked my panel, my combat power was merely 21,000 points. Just by changing weapons, it has increased so dramatically. This is truly exhilarating. Had I possessed this weapon last night, would I not have dispatched them in an instant? How could Miss Shen have been wounded? Wait, I didn't have this weapon last night. Then why was I so formidable then? Initiating heart method analysis. Heart method analysis activated Golden Hero Fist. Introduction to heart method. Active heart method. Channeling strength into the arms. Delivering a punch filled with power toward the front. Subsequently generating a shockwave. Skill strength bonus. Punching power 300. Shockwave magic 200 proficiency level. Level 3 strength bonus 3 vast expanse heart method. Introduction to heart method. Passive heart method. Forged through countless trials. The strength of the vast expanse outweighs form. Significantly increases stamina and strength. Stamina 1000, strength 1000, proficiency level. Level 3 base bonus 3 lightning step. Introduction to heart method. Active heart method, infusing the power of electricity into the legs, instantly enhancing 1s speed upon release. Skill strength bonus. Speed increased by 600 upon release, duration of 10 minutes. Proficiency level. Level 3 speed bonus increased by 30. Duration extended by 15 seconds. Flowing movement technique. Introduction to heart method. Passive heart method. Feet like flowers, each step blooms like a lotus in the clouds. Significantly enhances agility and fortune. Fortune 1000, agility 1000, proficiency level. Level 1 base bonus 1-8, extraordinary techniques. Special heart method. Requires a physical examination of the user to deduce the effects of the heart method. There's even a special heart method? This Lu Tai should not be underestimated. He possesses such advanced heart methods. It even requires a physical examination to ascertain its effects. Could it be that my body perfectly aligns with this heart method? Chapter 028. The Extraordinary 8 Techniques. With a mindset of trial and error, Zhan Jiuyue entered the physical examination interface. This so-called physical examination entails a statistical analysis of the examiner's various bodily data, calculating the potential value through a formula, thus providing a more intuitive understanding of a person and revealing the extent of their maximum strength. The system is currently compiling your bodily data. Please wait. The system is calculating your potential value. Please wait. Examination results are in. Your potential value is 4, rated as below average, based on your physical examination values. The system has calculated your mastery value for the 8 extraordinary techniques of the heart method. The 8 techniques are divided into 8 gates. Your physical values can unlock up to the 3rd gate, the life gate, with the following enhancements. When releasing any active skill, strength 5000, agility 5000, fortune 5000. Only a potential value of 4? Zhan Jiuyue had presumed he would surely score full marks. After all, he is a transmigrator with extraordinary abilities. How could he only have a 4? However, while such a potential value only allows for unlocking the 8 techniques to the 3rd gate, the enhancements from this heart method are astonishingly immense. Even with this extraordinary soul weapon, he merely possesses 6000 strength. Yet this 3rd gate directly adds 5000? That is simply overwhelming. If he were to unlock all 8 gates, would he not possess the power to shatter the earth with a single punch? Putting that aside, he had only replicated 7 heart methods thus far, with 13 more available for replication. Once he encounters those legendary 24 divine generals, he will certainly replicate all of their heart methods. Zhan Jiuyue thought to himself, grinning foolishly, completely oblivious to the passage of time, and after all this commotion, dawn was beginning to break. However, he had yet to utilize the reinforcement stones, and the heart methods had not been combined. This private matter must remain unknown to Zhan Jiuyue. If she awakens, he would have no way to explain. Zhan Jiuyue quickly packaged the food he had prepared and entered the bedroom, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Zhan Jiuyue, whispering softly, "Miss Zhan, I am truly sorry, but I have no other choice. This is not taking advantage of you." Slowly, Zhan Jiuyue gently lifted the blanket covering Zhan Jiuyue and retrieved a rather attractive piece of women's ancient attire from the wardrobe, draping it over her tattered red dress. Outside, unlike this place with temperature-regulating air conditioning, though it was July and autumn had yet to arrive, the morning breeze was still somewhat chilly. Moreover, disregarding the temperature, due to the need for treatment last night, Zhan Jiuyue's upper body was nearly bare, which could not be allowed to be seen by other men. After dressing Zhan Jiuyue, Zhan Jiuyue took her small hand and said softly, commencing teleportation. Perhaps due to her severe injuries, Zhan Jiuyue showed no response. Remaining in a deep slumber, Zhan Jiuyue laid her down beside a large tree. Weariness gradually enveloped him, and he too fell into a deep sleep. 2 hours later, the warm sunlight, akin to a mother's embrace, bathed Zhan Jiuyue, gently awakening her from slumber. She felt an overwhelming fatigue and soreness throughout her body. With a slight effort, she sat up and surveyed her surroundings, only to discover that her attire had been changed. Glancing inside, she gasped in shock. Zhan Jiuyue, hearing her exclamation, immediately woke, fearing danger. What's wrong? What's wrong? Zhan Jiuyue clutched her chest, her brows furrowed, fixing a penetrating stare at Zhan Jiuyue. What is going on? Where are my clothes? You were gravely injured last night, and the wound on your chest was poisoned, so I. Zhan Jiuyue glanced inside her attire and indeed saw a bandaged wound on her chest. And then what? Did you have ulterior motives? She retorted, I am still an untouched maiden. Then I couldn't just stand by and do nothing, could I? Zhan Jiuyue replied with a mischievous smile, retrieving a jar and a pouch from behind him, slowly opening them to release a sweet aroma. This is something I personally made for you, all nourishing blood. It's still warm. You should eat it while it's hot. Zhan Jiuyue regarded Zhan Jiuyue with a questioning gaze, utterly perplexed. Last night, she had been stabbed multiple times in battle and had been poisoned by a dart. She should have been doomed, yet her wounds were miraculously treated, and apart from the pain in her injuries, she felt no discomfort. Most importantly, in this desolate wilderness, where had Zhan Jiuyue procured clothing, albeit somewhat unattractive, and how had he prepared food? How did you make this? Zhan Jiuyue inquired. Zhan Jiuyue chuckled and said, I used goji berries, red dates, and... Oh! Before he could finish, Zhan Jiuyue pinched his cheek sharply. I meant, how did you manage to prepare food in this wilderness? And where did you get this clothing? Zhan Jiuyue, well aware of her confusion, had spent the night pondering a suitable explanation, but found none, thus could only attempt to evade the question. He pointed towards the direction of the back mountain, stammering, I made it there, and the clothing was bought there too. Zhan Jiuyue followed his pointing finger and saw that it was indeed another stretch of desolate wilderness, exclaiming, You're lying. There's nothing there. Speak the truth. Perhaps her voice had been too loud. As she spoke, she suddenly felt dizzy, and stars danced before her eyes. I feel so faint. Seeing this, Zhan Jiuyue hurriedly supported Zhan Jiuyue, gently saying, It must be due to excessive blood loss. You should drink this soup, and here's that sweet treat you love. They're all nourishing. As he spoke, he brought the fragrant soup to her lips. Zhan Jiuyue had intended to continue her inquiries, but now, feeling dizzy and somewhat nauseous, she found it impossible to articulate her thoughts, and had no choice but to obediently consume the food. Most importantly, it was deliciously sweet. Zhan Jiuyue's eyes sparkled with fondness as he slowly fed her, piece by piece. After a brief moment, Zhan Jiuyue regained a modicum of strength and, while indulging in cake, continued to press. You must tell me where you obtained those clothes and food. They are truly delightful. Zhan Jiuyue initially believed that the delectable treats would silence her, but to his surprise, she resumed her inquiries as soon as she had recovered slightly. Zhan brother, Ningya, is that you? A gentle voice echoed from a nearby path. Peering over, the familiar figure was none other than Jiang Wanyin. Brother, it's me. Come quickly, I have been so terribly bullied. Woo-woo. Upon seeing her cousin Jiang Wanyin, Zhan Jiuyue's expression transformed into one of utter vulnerability. It was hardly surprising, for no matter how one might argue, Zhan Jiuyue was still a girl who had endured considerable injuries. How could she not be distressed? Coming. Jiang Wanyin quickened his pace towards the two, for Zhan Jiuyue was his only relative, and having not seen her for several days, her cries naturally stirred his concern. Cousin, I've been bullied. Upon seeing Jiang Wanyin, Zhan Jiuyue could not contain her tears, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking deep sympathy. Who has bullied you? Jiang Wanyin arrived at their side and halted, a look of confusion adorning his face. Observing his cousin clad in new attire and surrounded by an array of delectable dishes, the situation hardly suggested she had been mistreated. It was him. Zhan Jiuyue, her eyes ablaze with indignation, pointed accusingly at Zhan Jiuyue, her gaze resolute. Me? Zhan Jiuyue was taken aback. Had he not rescued Zhan Jiuyue? How had he become the villain? Jiang Wanyin recognized that his cousin was merely acting spoiled, and with a slight smile and a knowing glance at Zhan Jiuyue, he said with mock seriousness, Zhan brother, pray tell, why have you bullied my cousin? Zhan Jiuyue perceived the implication behind his gaze. Yet this was not the time for jest. There were numerous pressing matters that required his attention. Moreover, Zhan Jiuyue's accusation was but a ruse to elicit an explanation regarding the events of the previous night. Well, Zhang brother, this matter is rather intricate, so please bear with me as I unfold it. Zhan Jiuyue cleared his throat and began. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanyin immediately sensed that the situation was far from simple and responded, Very well, take your time, Zhan brother. A few days prior, after you departed, some ruffians from Wangshan Tower infiltrated the Yongdong Chamber of Commerce. After Zhan Jiuyue and I dealt with them, we felt we could not remain idle and decided to investigate the inner workings of Wangshan Tower. Jiang Wanyin's fury flared instantly. He shed his usual scholarly demeanor and exclaimed, What? They actually infiltrated my Yongdong chamber? This is utterly intolerable. The prince has just been deposed, and they dare act so brazenly. Do they truly believe I fear them? Furthermore, Did you reveal yourselves while entering Wangshan Tower? Revealing ourselves was not an issue, but we did encounter trouble. Han conspired to usurp power, murdering the original lord, Han Jiang, and sought to frame us for it. Though Jiang Wanyin had been in the Ganzhou region recently and was not particularly well informed, he was still aware of significant happenings in the martial world. I know of this. I heard that Han Jiang is dead, and the new lord is indeed Han. How did you manage to escape his clutches? We were rescued by His Highness the Prince. His Highness the Prince? Jiang Wanyin's eyes instantly brightened at the mention of the prince. He was currently searching for the prince's whereabouts. So how could he have rescued them? Shen Yuning swallowed her soup with a gulp and hurriedly interjected, "Indeed, it was His Highness. I have seen him. There is no mistake." "How can that be?" "Zhan, brother, you must elaborate on this matter." Jiang Wanyin felt increasingly perplexed. At that time, we were being pursued by Wangshan Tower, when the prince suddenly appeared and saved us. Shen Yuning and I intended to rush to inform you, but on the way, we encountered Lu Tai, the prince's trusted aide. "Jiang, brother, you must be familiar with him, yes?" Jiang Wanyin nodded vigorously, yes. "Where is he now? Did he convey any instructions?" Seeing Jiang Wanyin's urgency, Zhan Jiuyue understood that these matters could not be explained in just a few sentences, yet he empathized with Jiang Wanyin's feelings. "Do not fret, Jiang, brother. I shall be brief. Lu Tai has disguised himself as the prince and is currently in an iron mine on the outskirts of Ganzhou, while the prince is taken on the guise of Han and is presently the lord of Wangshan Tower. Lu Tai should be heading to the royal residence in Ganzhou today, while the prince remains at Wangshan Tower in the capital." Zhan Jiuyue relayed this wealth of information in one breath, leaving Jiang Wanyin utterly bewildered. "An iron mine? The prince is the lord of Wangshan Tower? Zhan, brother, this?" Noticing Jiang Wanyin's confusion, Zhan Jiuyue elaborated on the details of the situation, gesticulating animatedly as he spoke. After Zhan Jiuyue's thorough explanation, Jiang Wanyin grasped the entirety of the situation without excessive surprise. In truth, the difficulty in locating the prince these past few days had led him to suspect that the prince was orchestrating some grand scheme. However, he had not anticipated that the prince would become the lord of Wangshan Tower and conceal an iron mine. Meanwhile, Shen Yuning grew increasingly agitated and, in a fit of frustration, hurled a small stone at Zhan Jiuyue. "Why did the young master not mention my injuries? Am I of no importance?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanyin immediately crouched beside Shen Yuning. "Where are you injured, Ning?" "It was last night. I was struck by several blades and hit by a poison dart. It was the young master who saved me," Shen Yuning lamented, shaking Jiang Wanyin's arm with a pitiful demeanor. "How could this be? How severe are your injuries?" Jiang Wanyin inquired, rolling up Shen Yuning's sleeve, revealing several deep crimson wounds on her fair skin, his heart aching at the sight. "How could it be so grave? Who did this?" "We are not entirely certain. We only saw that they were all dressed in red robes and were particularly formidable, especially that one." "What was his name?" "Was it Qi? Could it be Qi Mei Wuliang?" Jiang Wanyin gasped in astonishment. He was well aware that these four enigmatic figures were from the Red Dart sect, the elite enforcers of their organization. Despite their neutrality in the ongoing conflict, they had never before made their presence felt in such a manner. "Indeed, it was them." "Jiang, brother, do you know their identities?" "They harmed Miss Shen, and had it not been for the antidote I carried, she might have already met with calamity. I shall surely avenge this wrong." Zhan Jiuyue clenched his teeth, anger radiating from him. "Those four are indeed powerful, hailing from the Red Dart sect. It is truly fortunate that you managed to escape their clutches." As he spoke, Jiang Wanyin grasped Shen Yuning's hand tightly. "It was not we who escaped. It was the young master who drove them away and even killed all four of those fiends." Shen Yuning gazed at Zhan Jiuyue with eyes full of admiration. "What?" Jiang Wanyin's astonishment was palpable. He had once crossed blades with one of those four, and, though he had gained the upper hand, he had sustained considerable injuries. The idea that Zhan Jiuyue could single-handedly vanquish them all was beyond comprehension. Zhan Jiuyue had no time for posturing. He was acutely aware of the severity of Shen Yuning's injuries. Had it not been for Xiao Li's timely intervention, her life would surely have been forfeit. Thus, revenge was imperative. Shen Yuning was not only the person he had interacted with most since arriving in this world, but also someone for whom he harbored special feelings. Furthermore, as the cousin of his savior Jiang Wanyin, avenging her was a matter of utmost importance. "This trivial matter is hardly worth mentioning, Jiang, brother. What I wish to know is who orchestrated the Red Dart sect's actions." Zhan Jiuyue inquired earnestly, redirecting his focus. Jiang Wanyin, too, was fraught with questions. Having spent considerable time in the region of Ganzhou and witnessing the core forces of Wanshan Tower, as well as the elite troops of the emperor, he pondered how the Red Dart sect had become embroiled in these events. Could it be? Does this matter involve the interests of others? Brother Zhan, it would be prudent to deliberate on this issue further, for we must always adhere to the principle of evidence. At this moment, our words are merely conjectures. Let us first proceed to the stronghold, where we can thoroughly discuss this matter. Zhan Jiuyue, feeling a sense of reluctance, wished to pursue his inquiries further. But considering that Xun Yaoning was still in a weakened state and that he had yet to relay Lu Tai's instructions, he acquiesced to Jiang Wanyin's suggestion. The two supported Xun Yaoning as they returned to the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce's base in Quansheng, Ganzhou. Along the way, Zhan Jiuyue had already recounted the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of Shi Yining and Lu Qianchen in considerable detail. Jiang Wanyin was taken aback upon hearing this. He too found it hard to believe that the two had vanished, sensing that something significant was afoot. Upon reaching the courtyard, Jiang Wanyin hastily summoned all personnel to inform them of the Crown Prince's recent circumstances, assigning tasks accordingly. The majority were to remain in Quansheng, awaiting the arrival of the Crown Prince in disguise as Lu Tai, to covertly protect him and mislead any suspicions that the second prince might harbor. A smaller contingent was to return to the capital to investigate the whereabouts of the two divine generals and to discreetly establish contact and assist the Crown Prince. Due to their injuries, Xun Yaoning and Zhan Jiuyue would temporarily stay in Quansheng to recuperate. However, Zhan Jiuyue could not find peace, as his thoughts were consumed with avenging Xun Yaoning. Thus, under the cover of night, he made his way to Jiang Wanyin's chamber alone. Upon entering, he found Jiang Wanyin seated at his desk, engrossed in sorting through the day's intelligence, appearing quite overwhelmed. It was only when Zhan Jiuyue gently called out that Jiang Wanyin noticed his presence and promptly rose to pour tea, inviting him to sit. With a smile, he inquired, "Brother Zhan, your visit at this hour must surely indicate some pressing matter?" Zhan Jiuyue took a sip of tea and replied, "Indeed, I shall speak plainly. It concerns the matter of the Hongbiao sect. I was just about to seek you out regarding this very issue. Since you are here, allow me to share with you my deductions based on the intelligence I have compiled," Jiang Wanyin said, placing a list of names before Zhan Jiuyue. He continued, "The Hongbiao sect, located in the heart of Qihai City in Muzhou to the east, has historically refrained from engaging in hostilities with other factions, opting instead to remain self-sufficient within their territory. What, then, do you surmise is the reason for their presence here? Last night, their audacity to act against you is not merely an affront to the Crown Prince. They must be concealing some information or seeking to obtain something. The current turmoil in Ganzhou has attracted various organizations. It would be implausible for an ordinary individual to command the Hongbiao sect to venture here, as they would not take such risks. Only those of royal lineage could exert such influence over them. Individuals of the royal family?" Jiang Wanyin nodded. "Of course. This is merely my conjecture. To uncover the truth, we must continue our own investigation." Without a moment's thought, Zhan Jiuyue declared, "I shall go. I will confront the Hongbiao sect personally to avenge Miss Shun." Upon hearing this, a complex expression flickered in Jiang Wanyin's eyes. His conversation with Zhan Jiuyue this evening was tinged with a hint of testing, yet he was taken aback by Zhan Jiuyue's forthrightness. It was evident that Zhan Jiuyue held genuine affection for his cousin. If Xun Yaoning were to be with someone like him, it would be a source of comfort. However, it appeared that Zhan Jiuyue's actions were somewhat reckless, having previously displayed a blatant disregard for authority by killing soldiers in the streets. It was concerning that he now intended to embark on a perilous venture alone. Nonetheless, the Hongbiao sect was not to be underestimated, as they possessed numerous adept fighters. "Brother Zhan, perhaps you ought to reconsider." "No need for reconsideration. Brother Jiang, you witnessed how those specters posed no challenge to me. Even if I do not engage directly, there are others who will pursue this matter. I implore you to grant me this opportunity to prove myself." Just half a month prior, Zhan Jiuyue had been a mere internet-addicted youth, yet now he stood as a figure steeped in the spirit of the martial world. After a lengthy contemplation, Jiang Wanyin, observing Zhan Jiuyue's fervent determination, decided against further opposition. "Very well, I shall assign some personnel to accompany you. We shall depart in a few days." Upon hearing this, Zhan Jiuyue hurriedly clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Jiang. I have one more request." "What is it? Speak freely." Jiang Wanyin gestured. "I ask that you refrain from informing Miss Shun of this matter. Merely concoct a plausible reason. I fear that she Ah, very well. I shall say you were sent to the capital to deliver intelligence, and that you will return in a few days. However, this journey may be fraught with danger. Please exercise utmost caution. Rest assured, Brother Jiang, you continue with your tasks. I shall check on Miss Shen's condition. Go ahead. As he watched Zhan Jiuyue depart, Jiang Wanyin cast his gaze once more upon the intelligence laid out on the table, lost in thought. The information presented was unremarkable, merely detailing a simple scholar. Yet how could such a seemingly innocuous figure possess such formidable strength? Meanwhile, Shen Yaoning was in her room, nibbling on leftover brown sugar biscuits, rolling about in discomfort, acutely aware of her physical pain without any viable solution. Upon seeing Zhan Jiuyue enter, she immediately clung to his leg, playfully pouting, "Young master, I feel so unwell. Do you have any remedies?" Zhan Jiuyue, witnessing her demeanor, swiftly picked her up and sternly chided. "How can you be so mischievous? With so many injuries, why can't you behave?" Shen Yaoning, perceiving his sternness, huffed and pushed him away. "What? Am I to lie here indefinitely? If the wounds heal, I will be left a fool." Zhan Jiuyue had anticipated her response and produced a plush dog toy he had prepared earlier, presenting it to her with a mockingly high-pitched voice. "Worry not. I shall keep you company." Shen Yaoning's eyes lit up as she regarded the toy, finding it utterly delightful. She took it in her hands and exclaimed, "What is this? It's so adorable." Zhan Jiuyue, gazing fondly at the childlike girl before him, smiled and replied, "Its name is Xiao Ning. If you like it, it is yours." Xiao Ning. Shen Yaoning tilted her head, scrutinizing the plush dog and pouting. "That name isn't pleasant. Then what would you call it?" Shen Yaoning's eyes sparkled with mischief as she placed the toy beside Zhan Jiuyue's face for comparison. "Let us call it Xiao Yu." "Oh, you little rascal. How dare you mock me? Just wait until I catch you," Zhan Jiuyue exclaimed, reaching to tickle her. Shen Yaoning quickly dodged, feigning innocence. "Oh no, don't. I'm already in such pain. Do you still wish to bully me?" Almost forgetting, Zhan Jiuyue remembered Shen Yaoning's injuries and promptly withdrew his hand. "I want to bully you. I want to. Wait. Speaking of injuries, I have something to ask you." The mood shifted abruptly, and Zhan Jiuyue felt a pang of alarm. No. It would be difficult to explain where the medicine had come from after managing to keep things under wraps during the day. Shen Yaoning narrowed her eyes, raising her chin as she slowly approached Zhan Jiuyue, questioning, "Before we discuss the origin of the medicine, how did you tend to my wound on my chest?" "Ah, well, at that time, the situation was urgent, so I..." Zhan Jiuyue scratched his head, struggling to articulate his explanation. Shen Yaoning pressed further. "So, how did you..." "I..." "Speak quickly." "I closed my eyes while tending to your wound and saw nothing." Even Zhan Jiuyue found his own excuse hard to believe, let alone Shen Yaoning. "You're lying. I don't care. Regardless of whether your eyes were closed, your hands still touched me." Shen Yaoning's cheeks flushed slightly, but her resolve did not waver. Zhan Jiuyue felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. What exactly did this young lady want? With a resigned gesture, she exclaimed, "Yet I did all this to save your life. You held me while riding, and just the other night, you insisted on holding me while we slept. And now, here we are again. Oh dear, considering it has come to this, you must provide me with an explanation today." "Explanation? What explanation?" Zhan Jiuyue was utterly bewildered, momentarily at a loss, completely unaware of what Shen Yaoning intended to convey. "Are you a fool? You must be made of steel." Xiaoli, unable to bear the situation any longer, rolled her eyes and shouted at Zhan Jiuyue. "The girl is being so forward. Aren't you going to express your stance?" "Express what stance? Take responsibility." "Huh?" Shen Yaoning, seeing Zhan Jiuyue in a daze, felt a surge of irritation and threw the little dog in her hands directly at him. Zhan Jiuyue clumsily caught the dog and blurted out, "Miss Shen, I shall marry you." "Huh? What did you just say?" Shen Yaoning was taken aback by his sudden proclamation. "I shall marry you. What nonsense are you spouting? You already have Chu Winner. Are you expecting me to be your concubine?" Shen Yaoning questioned, her face flushed with embarrassment. No. I will return. I will divorce her immediately, and then I will take you as my wife." Shen Yaoning's heart was a tempest of confusion. She understood that Zhan Jiuyue's actions were all for her sake, and she had merely intended to tease him for amusement. Yet, how could this fool suddenly utter such words? The atmosphere grew tense, both their faces tinged with a rosy hue, neither willing to break the silence. After a moment, Zhan Jiuyue slowly spoke. "Miss Shen, I must travel to the capital in a few days to deliver a message to the crown prince. Please wait for my return, and I will marry you." Upon hearing that Zhan Jiuyue was going back to the capital, Xin Yaoning abandoned her prior concerns and became anxious. "How can you go? The matters regarding the war prince are still unresolved, and you are injured. How can you do this?" No, I must find my cousin to discuss this." As she spoke, Xin Yaoning threw off the covers and attempted to get out of bed, only for Zhan Jiuyue to grasp her arm firmly, pulling her tightly into his embrace, softly saying, "It is I who must go." "Why?" Zhan Jiuyue looked down at Xin Yaoning, whose captivating eyes were fixed intently upon him. "Because I do not wish to remain aimless as before. Having resolved to marry you, I must prove my worth. Hence, I must go." "Are you a fool?" "No, I cannot allow." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a warm sensation press against her lips. A wave of warmth surged through her heart. Was this the sensation of a first kiss? Under the moonlight, they held each other tightly, savoring this unparalleled moment. Regaining her composure, Xin Yaoning playfully punched Zhan Jiuyue a few times, pushing him away and asking, "What are you doing? I am still injured." I forgot. Young master, return to your room. This place is different from before. If someone were to see, they would gossip. You must leave quickly." Xin Yaoning lowered her head, forcefully shoving Zhan Jiuyue out the door. With a creak, the door was firmly shut. Zhan Jiuyue felt a pang of panic. Had he been too reckless? "You did well. Don't worry." Xiaoli, seated on the sofa and leisurely munching on chips, was highly satisfied with Zhan Jiuyue's actions. Zhan Jiuyue, perplexed by the intricacies of the situation, scratched his head, reminiscing about the kiss as he walked back to his room. Wu, believing she had eliminated her heart's rival, Zhang Moru, felt a twinge of guilt towards her son Han Gu's. To prevent him from feeling neglected in his chambers, she sought a replacement for Zhang Moru. The eldest daughter of General Su became her prime choice. Su Yunian was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but had also reached an agreement to have her named empress once Han Gu's ascended the throne. Han Gu's was aware that, although his mother claimed to be warming his chamber, there were undoubtedly other benefits involved. The old general wielded a portion of military power, and his mother had repeatedly emphasized the importance of treating her well. Though he had affection for Zhang Moru, he was not naive and understood the critical role this matter played in his potential ascension. The news of Han Gu's impending marriage to General Su's daughter spread among the people, becoming a celebrated tale of beauty and talent. Amidst the public's joy, one person remained discontented, Zhang Moru. Since being sent to the palace, her encounters with Han Gu's had dwindled, and upon hearing that he was to marry Su Yunian, she felt a deep sense of unease, fearing she would be cast aside. If he wed and Su Yunian bore him a son, that child would be the legitimate heir, while her own offspring would be relegated to a lesser status. Even if Han Gu's held affection for her, what if he favored his legitimate child over her own? After much contemplation, she conceived a nefarious plan. Rather than be at the mercy of others, she would take the initiative. However, before that, she needed to gauge Han Gu's true feelings for her. Chapter 032. Zhang Moru's trial. In the days that followed, Zhang Moru feigned illness, instructing her servant to inform the palace of her condition. That very night, Han Gu's arrived at her residence, ensuring the surroundings were clear before entering the courtyard. Seeing Zhang Moru with a pained expression, her untouched meal laid before her, he immediately discerned her dissatisfaction with his impending marriage to Su Yunian. He approached her, asking, "Moru, what troubles you? Why haven't you eaten? Be careful not to harm your health." Zhang Moru suddenly threw herself into Han Gu's embrace. Her voice choked with emotion as she feigned weakness. "Your Highness, you have come. I am fine, merely missing you too much." As she spoke, tears began to trickle down her cheeks. A flicker of anger crossed Han Gu's gaze. He felt displeased that upon hearing of Zhang Moru's illness, he had abandoned pressing state affairs to rush to her side, only to discover she merely longed for him. Yet considering he had indeed been absent lately, he refrained from rebuking her, responding gently, "But I am here now. Ruru, this is a critical moment. Bear with it a little longer. Once I become the crown prince and ascend to the throne, I will immediately bring you back to the palace. Your Highness no longer loves me?" Zhang Moru lamented against his chest. "How could you say such a thing? I will always love you. Then why must you marry? You must have been captivated by the beauty of the Su family daughter and have no intention of wanting me, leaving me all alone here, sobbing." Zhang Moru cried out dramatically. "How could that be? Listen to me. Su Yunian is the legitimate daughter of General Su. My marriage to her is merely a strategic move for military support and connections in the court. Moreover, General Su is one of the 24 divine generals. His words carry significant weight. I am only utilizing their influence. Your place in my heart is irreplaceable. Han Gyuz tenderly wiped her tears away, speaking softly. Does your highness truly regard me as so important? Zhang Moru asked, wiping her remaining tears and sitting up slightly. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Utilizing their power will facilitate my ascent, and the position of empress shall still belong to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Moru sprang up, wrapping her arms around Han Gyuz's waist, her tone filled with anticipation as she tentatively suggested. Then, your highness, why not stay tonight? Why? I have very important matters to attend to tonight. I want you to accompany me. I desire a child. Zhang Moru buried her face in Han Gyuz's chest, whispering, why the urgency? This environment is unsuitable, and I cannot be by your side to care for both you and our child. Zhang Moru pressed on, surely your highness understands? If Su Yunian gives birth to your child first, that would be the legitimate heir, leaving my child in a subordinate position. Would you allow him to be looked down upon? Han Gyuz was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered the situation so deeply, having thought that merely comforting Zhang Moru would suffice. However, he indeed had pressing matters to attend to tonight and could not afford to delay. As Jian Han Gyuz hesitated, Zhang Moru once again burst into tears, her voice choked with emotion. Your highness claims to love me, yet you refuse to grant me even a child. Is this truly your way of loving me? I see that you do not love me at all. You are merely using me. Oh yeah, what nonsense are you speaking? Gyuz's voice was filled with urgency. How could you not know my true intentions? It is only that my mother has urgent matters to discuss with me tonight, and I dare not delay. If she discovers anything amiss, I would have no way to explain, but I assure you, I will make certain that our son is born first. Is that acceptable? With great effort, Gyuz managed to persuade Zhang Moru to relent slightly, allowing him to depart. However, once his figure vanished from view, her expression instantly hardened, and the tears at the corners of her eyes disappeared. Gyuz, I will not allow anyone to take you from me. The following morning, Zhan Jiuyue arrived with freshly baked brown sugar cookies and cake to visit Xin Yaoning. Upon encountering Jiang Wanin, who happened to pass by, he playfully remarked, you seem quite energetic this early. I wonder when I might have the opportunity to savor such delicacies? Zhan Jiuyue chuckled lightly and offered her some treats. Having spent the previous night thoroughly studying Jiang Wanin's martial arts techniques in a private setting, he couldn't help but note that the vice president of the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce was indeed extraordinary. Not only did he possess the formidable artifact, Dance of the Snowflakes, which far surpassed his own weapon, but his martial arts skills were also astonishingly powerful. Take for instance the extreme Ice Fist, which perfectly complemented his own Annihilation Dragon God Armored Fist. It was a robust explosive skill with considerable crowd control effects. Although it lacked the immediate destructive power of the Golden Invincible Fist, it boasted a vast attack range. The true Ice Thousand Hands technique was even more versatile. It was the only group technique capable of extending countless icy hands from around oneself to strike enemies. Just envisioning such a scene was exhilarating. Coupled with his previously acquired techniques, he was confident he could overpower the Red Dart sect. If not, he could always replicate their skills. Upon reaching Xin Yaoning's door, he gently knocked several times. When no response came, he pressed his ear against the door and distinctly heard her breathing. After knocking a few more times, Xin Yaoning still did not respond. Oh, trying to play coy with me, are we? Ahem. What a pity that these freshly baked cookies and cake are going uneaten. I suppose I shall have to deliver them to Brother Jiang instead. Upon hearing this, Xin Yaoning grew anxious, flung open the door, snatched the food from Zhan Jiuyue's hands, and swiftly retreated to her room, shutting the door behind her. Zhan Jiuyue shook his head in resignation. He had merely intended to deliver some food and check on her, thinking that she might be too shy to face him after last night's events. Seemingly inspired to flirt, he called out to the door. If Miss Shun were to marry me, I would prepare exquisite meals for you every day. Go away. Who will want to marry you? Came Xin Yaoning's irritated shout from within. TCH, still putting up a front, are we? Zhan Jiuyue scoffed and turned to leave. Inside, Xin Yaoning munched on the sweet brown sugar cookies, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. This fool! How dare he tease me? As Zhan Jiuyue strolled along, he noticed several figures moving about on a nearby hill, immediately recognizing them as members of the Red Dart sect. Without a second thought, he dashed in their direction. The individuals soon noticed his approach, brandishing their weapons in preparation for battle. Zhan Jiuyue gathered his strength, eager to test his Annihilation Dragon God Armored Fist and Extreme Ice Fist. With approximately 10 meters to go, he pushed off the ground, leaping several meters into the air, diving into the woods. A pair of twin swords lunged toward his back, but Zhan Jiuyue swiftly countered, swinging his armored arm in their direction. The collision resonated with a loud clang, and Zhan Jiuyue was astonished to find that the twin swords had withstood his blow. The struggle was palpable, suggesting that his opponent possessed strength comparable to his own. Cursing under his breath, Zhan Jiuyue wondered if he was facing yet another bizarre opponent. To avoid being caught off guard again, he quickly exerted all his strength, feeling his teeth grind as he strained, veins bulging on his arms as if they would burst at any moment. Yet, even with this effort, the twin swords did not waver. Instead, they firmly pinned him down. The remaining three adversaries seized the opportunity to attack. It seemed they favored numbers over skill. Zhan Jiuyue decided to abandon the struggle with the one behind him, deftly dodging as the twin swords whizzed past his head, slicing off a few strands of hair. In light of the encirclement, it was the perfect moment to employ the true Ice Thousand Hands. He forcefully slammed his armored arm into the ground, unleashing a wave of frigid air. Massive icy hands erupted from the fissures in the earth, swiftly overpowering the three attackers, pinning them to the ground with no chance to resist. They felt an immediate chill seeping into their bones, rendering their faces pale, paralyzed by fear. Only the swordsman from earlier managed to leap to a branch above, evading the icy grasp. Zhan Jiuyue looked up, and before he could fully discern her features, an information panel materialized in his mind. Name, Mu Xingwan level. Upper grade 8 attributes. Attack, 8,000 to 12,000. Magic, 1,000 to 6,000. Defense, 2,000. Luck, 5,000. Agility, 2,000. Stamina, 2,000. Spirit, 1,000. Strength, 8,000. Combat power, 32,000. Martial arts. Purple branch sword technique, replicable. Cold bird, replicable. Unique spirit bloodline, non-replicable. Moonlight body technique, replicable. Immortal mist, replicable. Soul crafting power, replicable. Equipment, branch cold spirit snow twin swords, soul artifact. System level, level 5. Replicable martial arts, 15. Non-replicable. Who is this person? After traveling through time for so long, this was the first encounter he had with a non-replicable martial art, and her strength was astonishingly high for an upper grade 8. Raising his gaze once more, Zhan Jiuyue was nearly taken aback. She was so slender, yet how could she possess such strength? Mu Xingwan was filled with a fierce intent. Yet she hadn't anticipated that this young man would wield such formidable control over the battlefield. Within a radius of several meters, the ground was already encased in frost. Attacking now would be unwise. It seemed Zhan Jiuyue sensed her hesitation and sought to bait her down. He called out, "Aren't you going to come down and save your friends? If you wait any longer, they will be completely engulfed by the cold." Ignoring his taunts, Mu Xingwan shot him a glare before scanning the surroundings. This individual was indeed formidable, and the commotion they had just caused could attract unwanted attention to the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce's stronghold. It would be prudent to retreat. With a slight shift of her feet, she vanished like a specter from Zhan Jiuyue's view. She fled? Wasn't she supposed to be upper grade 8? How could she run away so swiftly? Turning back to the three individuals he had frozen, Zhan Jiuyue noted that their eyes had turned glassy, their bodies stiff and devoid of breath. He approached, shattering the icy hands that bound them, and stacked their bodies together, shaking his head in resignation. "Your esteemed elder brother, no. Your esteemed elder sister has abandoned you, so do not blame me." The three wore red robes, unmistakably identifying them as members of the Red Dart sect. These ancient folks lacked common sense. Why would they all dress alike in a single organization? It was no wonder they were easily recognizable. Foolish. After transporting the three bodies back to the stronghold, Zhan Jiuyue explained the situation to Jiang Wanyin. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Wanyin sensed something was amiss and promptly summoned several of his most capable subordinates for a discussion. "What business do the Red Dart sect have here? We have always maintained a peaceful coexistence," inquired a young man with a striking appearance. "I find it quite strange. Just a few days ago, Zhan Xiong and my cousin encountered their attacks as well. Today, they have audaciously approached our stronghold. We can no longer remain passive. This is utterly intolerable. Vice President, allow Wang Gao and me to confront them. We must seek an explanation." A burly man with thick eyebrows pounded the table with great force, exclaiming, "Zhang Heng, do not be so reckless. We must investigate this matter thoroughly." Jiang Wanyin cast his gaze toward Zhan Jiuyue beside him and said, "Brother Zhan, it is clear that this issue cannot be left unresolved. I shall assign more personnel to ensure we uncover the truth. There is no need for so many." Zhan Jiuyue feared that an excessive number of people would hinder their movements, which sparked Zhang Heng's intense dissatisfaction. "Do you think our skills are so lacking that we would only complicate matters for you?" "No, that is not it. Zhang Fei, Li Gui, why are you so hot-tempered? It seems you look down upon us. How about we step outside for a spar?" As he spoke, Zhang Heng rolled up his sleeves. He had long harbored discontent toward Zhan Jiuyue, having only recently joined the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, where he found the lack of discipline and Zhan Jiuyue's incessant entanglement with Shun Yaoning quite bothersome. A significant number of people within the chamber were eager to teach Zhan Jiuyue a lesson. Faced with Zhang Heng's aggressive demeanor, Zhan Jiuyue felt a surge of irritation. It was one thing to disregard his polite discourse, but it was another to repeatedly provoke him. "A spar? How do you propose we spar? I am but a simple man, lacking in fancy techniques. Let us compete in strength. What do you say?" Zhang Heng, with one foot on the chair, pointed at Zhan Jiuyue, his attitude exceedingly arrogant. Seeing this, Jiang Wanyin quickly stood up to intervene. "Zhang Heng, do not be disrespectful. I have often admonished you about your temper. Why do you persist in being so irascible?" Despite the vice president's admonition, Zhang Heng remained defiant. After cupping his fist in greeting, he pointed at Zhan Jiuyue and declared, "I simply cannot stand him. Vice President, you only criticize me. Why do you not speak to him? Having just entered the chamber, why do you show such favoritism towards him?" At these words, Zhan Jiuyue rose and stepped in front of Jiang Wanyin, respectfully stating, "Brother Jiang, there is no need to be angry. I merely wish to engage in a straightforward spar with him. It will not be detrimental, and I certainly aim to earn his respect." Jiang Wanyin nodded slightly, then turned to Zhang Heng, saying, "I consent to your spar, but there must be no actual fighting. Should you dare to resort to violence, I assure you, I will not go easy on you." Chapter 034. The charging fist. Zhang Heng scoffed lightly and clasped his fists, saying, "Vice President, you are quite agreeable. Rest assured, I won't even need to lift a finger to deal with this little rascal." He then shot a piercing glare at Zhan Jiuyue. Zhan Jiuyue chuckled softly and followed the crowd out into the courtyard, where an open space awaited. The onlookers formed a circle, most likely anticipating a spectacle of Zhan Jiuyue's humiliation. Zhang Heng quickly shed his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles adorned with intersecting scars, and boisterously shouted at Zhan Jiuyue, "You brat, come here. Today I shall teach you a lesson." The crowd erupted in applause, urging Zhan Jiuyue to step forward, fearful that he might flee. Unperturbed, Zhan Jiuyue stood before Zhang Heng and calmly inquired, "How do you wish to compete?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng flashed a wide grin, baring his white teeth as he laughed heartily. "How to compete? You show considerable courage. No matter how we compare, you will surely lose. Might as well choose a dignified way to do so." Zhan Jiuyue maintained a serene smile, not taking the brash man before him seriously. After all, as long as he faced an opponent of decent strength, Shally would always provide him with the opponent's stats. Presently, this man lacked any such information. How formidable could he truly be? "Then let us compete in charging fists, shall we?" Zhan Jiuyue suggested, having mastered the golden roaring fist during his time with Han Gu's, which boasted immense explosive power. This would serve as an eye-opener for the onlookers, demonstrating what true strength entailed. Charging fists? Zhang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. "Yes, let us engage in charging fists. We shall clash 3 times. The one who wins the most is the victor," Zhan Jiuyue reiterated. "Huh?" Zhang Heng strode around the crowd, proclaiming he suggests charging fists. "Did you all hear that? And 3 rounds to boot." The gathered spectators burst into laughter, for it was common knowledge within the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce that Zhang Heng possessed the greatest strength. His reputation was built upon his ability to shatter opponents, rendering him a formidable force in the martial world. After garnering applause, Zhang Heng returned to Zhan Jiuyue, flaring his nostrils as he taunted, "You insolent brat. Do not back down." "Back down? What a joke." "Rest assured, however, before we begin, we must agree on the terms regarding rewards and penalties for winning or losing." "Rewards and penalties? Do you truly believe your frail body could defeat me? Do not mistake a few easy victories for invincibility. If I lose, I will abide by whatever you dictate." Zhang Heng waved his hand dismissively. Then if I lose, I too shall comply with your arrangements. Zhan Jiuyue scrutinized the man before him, recognizing his bravery but lamenting his foolishness. Agreed. Let us commence, Zhang Heng declared, shaking his broad shoulders and stretching his limbs, crouching low in readiness. Zhan Jiuyue mirrored his stance, channeling all his strength into his right arm. Although he had removed his dragon god armored gauntlet earlier, it would suffice to deal with such a minor adversary. As Zhang Heng prepared to charge, he lunged forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey, adrenaline coursing through him as his veins became vividly apparent, enveloped in a halo of red lines. Observing this, Zhan Jiuyue propelled himself forward without hesitation, the golden light on his right arm flashing brilliantly. With a resounding crash, the golden light collided with the crimson force, causing the ground to shudder violently, leaving the spectators momentarily off balance. Before they could regain their footing, cracks began to form in the earth where the two had struck. Good heavens! What incredible force! This shouldn't be happening. Zhan Jiuyue realized he was at a disadvantage. Zhang Heng's eyes glinted like giant bells. With a primal roar, Zhang Heng unleashed another surge of power, sending Zhan Jiuyue hurtling through the air until he crashed against a large tree, spewing a mouthful of blood. Excellent! Zhang Heng has delivered a fine blow. It was high time this little rascal received a lesson. Cheers erupted from the crowd as Zhang Heng rubbed his wrist and rolled his neck, pointing at Zhan Jiuyue. You've done well, kid. You managed to force me to use my full strength. However, given your current state, I doubt you can withstand another punch. Let us forego any punishment. As long as you conduct yourself properly from now on, we brothers will not make things difficult for you. We're all friends here. Damn it, did I underestimate him? Why didn't Shao Li show me his stats? I didn't even use my full strength from the 8 gates. And this is utterly humiliating. No, I must reclaim my honor. Struggling to rise, his eyes blazing red, Zhan Jiuyue wiped the blood from his mouth and exclaimed, "What's the rush? We still have 2 punches left to throw." The crowd and Zhang Heng were taken aback. After sustaining such injuries, he still wished to continue? I say, young brother, if you cannot fight, there is no shame in backing down. We mean no harm. Let us just call it a day. Indeed, we're all family here. Let us not escalate matters. Zhang Heng, however, recognized Zhan Jiuyue's tenacity and nodded approvingly. Good lad, you have spirit. But I assure you, I will not hold back on the next punch. Very well. Zhan Jiuyue swallowed a mouthful of blood, unlocking the 8 gates heart meridian, allowing a surge of power to flood his body. In an instant, he felt his blood pulse vigorously, as if his bones and flesh were on the verge of separation. Torrents of potent energy coursing through him. Before anyone could continue persuading him, Zhan Jiuyue suddenly dashed toward Zhang Heng, his footsteps seemingly gliding through the air, devoid of any resistance or pause. Observing the situation, Zhang Heng recognized that Zhan Jiuyue was serious and dared not to underestimate him. He exerted even more strength than before, swinging his fist in response. However, this collision lacked the vigor of their previous encounter. With the enhancement of the 8 gates, Zhan Jiuyue's punch seemed to warp the very air around it, leaving Zhang Heng with no room to resist. There was a sharp crack as his arm succumbed, rendering him unable to clench his fist any longer. Just as Zhan Jiuyue's fist was about to connect with Zhang Heng's face, he abruptly halted. Nevertheless, the force of the punch's airwaves still struck Zhang Heng, causing him to emit a muffled groan and collapse to the ground. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting to assist the severely injured Zhang Heng. Zhan Jiuyue retracted his fist, and the surrounding air began to settle. After having replicated the white gate, he had been uncertain how to utilize it. Now, after some refinement, he could consciously draw this power into his body and deactivate it at will. Kneeling before Zhan Jiuyue, Zhang Heng found himself unable to utter a single word, severely injured internally, with no strength left to rise. Zhan Jiuyue gazed at Zhang Heng, who knelt on the ground, and extended a hand, gently stating, "Let me help you up." Zhang Heng intended to comply, but soon realized that his right arm was utterly immobile. After a moment of silence, he reluctantly offered his left hand to Zhan Jiuyue. Noticing something amiss, Zhan Jiuyue furrowed his brow and inquired, "What happened to your right arm?" Zhang Heng shook his head, stubbornly insisting, "It's nothing, it's nothing. Your strength is indeed remarkable, young brother." Despite his words, it was clear that he was gravely injured. Those few blows had likely left his right arm shattered, and if the damage was severe, It might jeopardize his ability to practice martial arts in the future, a devastating blow for a martial artist. Realizing this, Zhan Jiuyue exerted a firm pull, helping him up while brushing off the dust from his clothes. I have some knowledge of medicine. If you feel any discomfort, please tell me, and I can help you, he offered. Zhang Heng remained silent, forcing a smile while attempting to move his right arm, only to be met with excruciating pain. Zhan Jiuyue gently pressed on his right arm a few times, confirming his suspicions. The bones were indeed shattered, a condition that could not be treated in this era. Fortunately, he had Shaoli. I can help you heal, Zhan Jiuyue said earnestly, looking at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng responded with a bitter smile. He was all too aware of his condition and knew such an injury was beyond repair. However, he had no regrets. It had been a thrilling fight. Zhang Heng was a man of impulse, often finding himself in trouble due to his fiery temperament. Yet he was also fiercely loyal, willing to go to great lengths for his friends. With the assistance and encouragement of those around them, Zhan Jiuyue brought Zhang Heng back to his room, intending to utilize Xiao Li's skills for his recovery. Zhang Heng assumed Zhan Jiuyue felt guilty and was merely boasting about being able to heal him. So he kept insisting that his injury was inconsequential, admitting sheepishly that it was a situation of his own making and did not warrant such concern. Zhan Jiuyue chose not to engage further, pulling out 2 capsules from seemingly nowhere. What are these, young brother? I've never seen anything like them, Zhang Heng asked, examining the capsules in his hand. These are capsules of medicine I developed myself, Zhan Jiuyue explained with a smile, pouring a glass of water for Zhang Heng to take with the medicine. Zhang Heng asked no more questions, lifting his head to swallow the medicine. Afterward, Zhan Jiuyue dismissed the others and securely locked the windows and doors. Why do I feel a bit drowsy? Zhang Heng murmured, his eyes heavy as he shook his head vigorously. If you're tired, young brother, and if you don't mind, feel free to rest here, Zhan Jiuyue suggested. Then I shall trouble you, young brother, Zhang Heng replied, collapsing onto the bed. Although he wished to return to his own room, he feared he might not make it back, unsure why he felt so fatigued. Once Zhang Heng fell asleep, Zhan Jiuyue pulled him closer into his private space, noticing that Shaoli was sound asleep nearby, which explained why he hadn't seen the panel earlier. He gently shook her awake, whispering, Shaoli, my dear, please hold my friend. Shaoli had spent the previous night out with friends and was deep in slumber, reluctant to be disturbed. Groggily, she pointed at Zhan Jiuyue and complained, can't a person sleep in peace? There's always something going on. Zhan Jiuyue understood she was simply grumpy upon waking and continued to kindly plead for her assistance in treating Zhang Heng's arm. Although Shaoli was irritated, Zhan Jiuyue's pleasant demeanor eventually won her over, and they reached an agreement. He would give her a massage in return for her help. An ordinary surgery for a fracture is trivial with modern medical techniques, but in this time frame, healing such damage was nothing short of miraculous. Shaoli produced a collection of surgical instruments and began to work on Zhang Heng's arm. Before long, she wiped the sweat from her forehead, exhaling deeply. It's finally done, she declared, straightening her attire and calling out to Zhan Jiuyue, get out. Don't disturb my rest. You're annoying. Once the procedure was complete, Zhan Jiuyue abandoned his previous fawning demeanor and playfully pinched Xiao Li's cheek. You run off to have fun every day and never help me with the data. And you're so fierce with me? You just go. Xiao Li kicked Zhan Jiuyue hard and shouted loudly. Fine, I'll go. Zhan Jiuyue realized Xiao Li was not to be trifled with and decided not to linger any longer, leading Zhang Heng away. A moment later, Zhang Heng awoke to find his arm tightly wrapped in white bandages, even looped around his neck, confusion written across his face. What kind of treatment is this? Zhan Jiuyue did not offer an explanation, simply handing Zhang Heng some medicine and advising, take this medicine, 2 capsules after every meal. You must rest for 2 months and, during this time, absolutely no alcohol and do not attempt to exert force with your right arm. While other instructions were manageable, the prohibition on alcohol genuinely troubled Zhang Heng. Young brother, not moving for 2 months is already hard enough. Is it really necessary to forbid drinking? He probed cautiously. Drinking will kill you, Zhan Jiuyue replied firmly, not trying to scare him, but the anti-inflammatory medication he had taken would indeed cause adverse reactions with alcohol, something he couldn't fully explain. After realizing his pleas were futile, Zhang Heng abandoned the topic, instead seeking clarification on a lingering question. I say, young brother, could you tell me who your master is? How is your power so formidable? I trained myself. I haven't learned from anyone else, Zhan Jiuyue replied. Hearing this, Zhang Heng was taken aback. Such strength was achieved through self-training? You trained yourself? To be this strong? Do you want to learn? Zhan Jiuyue inquired. Zhang Heng, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the directness of the question, stammered. Well, it's not that. It's just, aren't we supposed to grant one request to the other when we lose a match? All right. Zhang Heng never goes back on my word. Young brother, just tell me what you want. Zhan Jiuyue perceived that Zhang Heng was not a bad person, merely a bit hot-headed, resembling the likes of Zhang Fei or Li Kuei. Forming a bond with someone like him would surely be beneficial. I will teach you my mental techniques. Would you consider us brothers? Zhan Jiuyue asked with a smile. Sure. What a generous request. It would be my fortune to become brothers with you, young brother. Zhang Heng responded enthusiastically. The two raised their cups in a toast, pledging to meet again once Zhan Jiuyue returned from Muzhou, at which point he would impart the mental techniques to Zhang Heng. Chapter 036. The Amulet a few days later. On a bright morning, Zhan Jiuyue had completed his preparations for departure. Jiang Wanyin had dispatched two of his most capable subordinates to accompany him. The trio disguised themselves as merchants to avoid drawing attention. Over the past few days, Zhan Jiuyue had not encountered Shen Yuning, only exchanging a few words during his daily delivery of breakfast. As the blazing sun rose high in the sky and departure time drew near, the group gathered at the entrance, yet Shen Yuning's absence was palpable. Sighing, Zhan Jiuyue peered out of the carriage, anxiously scanning the surroundings. Noticing Zhan Jiuyue's troubled expression, Zhang Heng produced a wine gourd from his clothing and presented it to him, saying, Little brother, are you feeling a bit down? Look what I've brought for you. Why are you carrying wine? Did I not tell you to refrain from drinking? Zhan Jiuyue retorted, casting a stern glance back at him. Little brother, you've misunderstood me. This is my cherished wine, which I seldom indulge in. Since you're off to Muzhou, I've heard the weather there is quite humid. A few sips will surely warm you up. As he spoke, he pressed the wine gourd into Zhan Jiuyue's hands. Zhang, you're truly thoughtful. Thank you. Zhan Jiuyue replied. Upon hearing the word thank you, Zhang Heng's expression soured immediately, and he snapped, What else with the thanks? Enough of that. Such was the bravado of the martial world. Zhan Jiuyue accepted the wine and cast another glance towards Shen Yuning's room, still met with her absence. And he shook his head in resignation. He bid farewell to the others, lowered the carriage curtain, and called out, Let us set off. Just as the carriage was about to move forward, it was halted by a hand. Zhan Jiuyue leaned out to see none other than Shen Yuning. Today, she donned a striking red fitted gown, her hair exquisitely styled. Approaching the carriage window, she shot Zhan Jiuyue an indignant glare and inquired, Why didn't you bring my breakfast today? I was a bit too busy today. With our departure imminent, I simply didn't have time. You great liar. You promised to make me breakfast every day. Yet today you just forgot because you were busy? Could you not rise a bit earlier? Seeing Shen Yuning's hands on her hips in anger, Zhan Jiuyue found her demeanor rather endearing and responded with a smile. It is my fault. Upon my return, I assure you such an oversight shall never occur again. I will bring you meals every day, all right? Shen Yuning glanced at him, offering no reply, but instead handed him a protective amulet she had been holding. Here, this is for you. The onlookers erupted with excitement, especially Zhang Heng, who shouted, What is going on here? I've been with the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce for 10 years and never received an amulet. Indeed, what is this about? Could it be that Miss Shen? Shen Yuning shot them a warning glare, and they promptly fell silent, standing still. Zhan Jiuyue examined the delicate amulet, which depicted two small figures tightly embracing each other. It appeared to represent him and Shen Yuning. He was astonished by the intricate craftsmanship of the amulet. Seeing that Zhan Jiuyue was engrossed in the amulet, Shen Yuning urged, Stop staring. We must depart at once. All right, I shall leave now. As the carriage slowly began to move, Zhan Jiuyue watched as Shen Yuning's figure grew increasingly distant, a bittersweet sensation tugging at his heart. Just as her silhouette faded from view, a faint voice echoed from afar. Do not forget your promise to me upon your return to the capital. A promise? While others might be oblivious, Zhan Jiuyue understood perfectly well. This meant that Shen Yuning had indeed agreed to marry him. In an instant, his blood raced, and his heart quickened. I am to have a wife, a stunning beauty at that. As for Chu Wen'er, she had long been forgotten by him. In the Changshan Tower, Han Shan sat in a guest room on the second floor, facing Zhao Meng, who was ravenously devouring his meal. Brother Zhao, there's no need to rush. Eat slowly. Han, you know not the half of it. I've been utterly swamped these past few days. I scarcely had time to eat. Zhao Meng replied, chewing his food. Han Shan's expression shifted, sitting up straight as he quietly inquired, "What has kept you so busy?" "I was unaware of any such matters." Zhao Ming struggled to swallow his food, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "I came today to deliver good news on behalf of His Highness the Crown Prince." "The Crown Prince? Has the Emperor bestowed the title upon Han Gyu's?" "Oh, the Crown Prince? Does this mean the second prince is to be crowned?" Han Shan probed. "Indeed. Moreover, the second prince is to wed the daughter of General Su. I've been running around tirelessly these past few days, buying this and that. It's been exhausting." At this news, Han Shan slowly closed his eyes, nodding slightly. The title of Crown Prince had once been his own, and Su Yunyang was the one he held dear. Regardless of how deep Han Ruojuan's heart might be, hearing the news of his beloved's impending marriage was bound to stir feelings of sorrow and anguish within him. His thoughts drifted back to when he was 16, accompanying the emperor to the Su family home, where he first met Su Yunyang. She had fallen into a pond, and her sister, Su Jinru, had cried out desperately for help. Han Ruojuan had rescued her. After saving her, he had found himself captivated by her beauty. At the banquet that day, Su Yunyang was meant to sit beside him, yet her sister had taken that place instead. It was clear that Su Jinru had schemed, knowing the emperor would visit, orchestrating Su Yunyang's fall into the water, all to secure a position beside the crown prince. Yet Han Ruojuan had chosen to sit beside Su Yunyang, leaving Su Jinru to the side. Following their interaction throughout the banquet, his fondness for Su Yunyang had only grown, enchanted by her innocence and kindness. But now, learning of her betrothal to Han Gyu's felt like a devastating blow, shattering all his affections. He recalled that Su Yunyang had once shown him kindness. Was her marriage to Han Gyu's truly her own choice? If so, what value did her sincerity hold? But if not? Chapter 037. Su Yunyang, noticing Han Shan lost in thought, Zhao Ming waved a hand before his eyes. "Han, what delightful thoughts occupy your mind? Are you plotting the benefits that will come with His Highness becoming Crown Prince?" "Ah, no. I was merely pondering what gifts I should present to His Highness." Han Shan replied, regaining his composure with a smile. "You need not dwell on that. His Highness has asked me to convey that you should intensify your efforts in seeking iron mines. If you could deliver the iron mine, what need is there for gifts?" As Zhao Ming spoke, he discreetly observed Han Shan's expression, for his visit was not solely to deliver good news, but also to probe into the iron mine matter. Han Shan smiled and assured, "Regarding the iron mine, I shall exert every effort. Please convey to the second prince, no, to His Highness the Crown Prince, that within a year, I will surely deliver the iron mine." Seeing Han Shan's demeanor was natural, Zhao Ming felt at ease and produced a golden key from his pocket, handing it to Han Shan. "Indeed, you are forthright. This key opens the storeroom of the third room within the east gate, which contains gold prepared for you by His Highness. Consider it a gift. Serving the Crown Prince is certainly rewarding. I accept this gracious gift and request that you express my gratitude to His Highness," Han Shan replied, taking the key and examining it before bowing respectfully. "Very well. I have other matters to attend to. I am satiated from my meal and shall not accompany you in conversation today. Tomorrow is the grand ceremony for the prince's enthronement, and there is much to prepare," he declared before turning away. Han Shan set aside his slightly stiff smile, acknowledging the age-old truth that heroes often falter in the presence of beauty, and he was no exception. At that moment, thoughts of Su Yunyang resurfaced. If he were to utilize the strategy of flowing with the current to extricate himself from constraints and take command of the iron mine, would it be worth sacrificing Su Yunyang? The answer eluded him deep within. Su Yunyang was no ordinary individual. She had a cunning younger sister who feigned innocence while scheming against her. Yet, Su Yunyang had never let it trouble her, always managing to deftly navigate through the challenges, leaving her sister gasping for breath. Moreover, she approached her endeavors with remarkable caution, as if she could foresee the future, as though everything lay within her grasp. Such a woman, possessing such depth of character, was indeed a rarity. Upon returning to his chamber, Han Shan retrieved the letter he had penned to Su Yunyang. Since departing the palace, he had yet to meet her face to face. Gripping the crumpled letter, tears unexpectedly welled in his eyes. After much deliberation, he sighed deeply and ultimately returned the letter to its place. Perhaps this was the fate of those in the imperial family. Sometimes, one must choose to bear the weight of regret. Having composed himself, Han Ruojuan stepped out of his room, intending to reclaim the gold gifted by Han Guze. Just as he reached the threshold, a carriage halted before him. A woman, her face veiled by a light gauze, alighted from the vehicle. Her figure was exquisitely shaped, and even through the veil, her stunning beauty was evident. Han Shan's heart skipped a beat. This was Su Yunyan, the one he cherished. Even if reduced to ash, he would recognize her. How could he not? When she stood before him, alive and radiant, Su Yunyan stood at the entrance of Wang Qinlu, gazing directly at Han Shan. After a prolonged silence between them, she spoke first. You must be the master of the Han family, correct? I have heard much about you. Han Shan, momentarily jolted from his reverie by her voice, swallowed hard and replied hastily, Indeed, that is I. May I inquire what brings you here? Internally mocking himself, Han Ruojun thought it a tragic irony. The greatest distance in the world was perhaps this, standing right before someone, yet remaining unknown as the one who loves them most dearly. It is not convenient to speak here. I would appreciate it if you would accompany me, Su Yunyan suggested, surveying the surroundings to ensure they were alone before returning to the carriage. Han Shan, after a brief moment of astonishment, followed her into the carriage. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them, though Su Yunyan's gaze frequently lingered on him, occasionally breaking into a soft chuckle. This laughter unsettled Han Shan, leaving him perplexed, wondering if something about his appearance was amiss. The carriage traveled for what felt like an eternity before coming to a halt, overcome by an inexplicable breathlessness under Su Yunyan's gaze. Han Ruojun jumped down the moment the carriage stopped. Observing his surroundings, he found himself in a secluded courtyard, recently acquired by Su Yunyan. They stepped inside. Master Han, don't dawdle here. Let us proceed. Su Yunyan lightly urged from behind him. Oh yes, he replied, somewhat belatedly, only to find her already at the door. Gently, she knocked, and Han Ruojun distinctly recognized the pattern. A sequence of 3 knocks followed by 2 short taps, presumably a code. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, and a servant respectfully ushered them inside. Su Yunyan poured a cup of tea, setting it before Han Ruojun, then removed her veil, revealing a breathtaking visage that seemed to transcend the ordinary. Her eyes alone were captivating, and now, without the veil, she was even more stunning than he remembered, her skin like jade and her lips a delicate crimson, exuding an air of nobility. Miss, what brings you to summon me here? Han Shan inquired, attempting to mask his embarrassment as he took a sip of tea, surprised by how dazzling she had become. Was she truly destined to marry Han Guze? The thought stirred an unsettling feeling within him. There is no need to be anxious, Master Han. I sought you out to inquire about a person. Su Yunyan replied with a subtle smile, adding a touch of vibrancy to the room. Speak freely. I shall share all that I know, Han Ruojun asserted, snapping his fan open with a flourish to regain some semblance of control. Very well. The person I seek is fond of wearing a white robe and carries a folding fan. He possesses a gentle demeanor, always smiling. I am also aware of his preferences. He enjoys sweet flavors, shuns sourness, and avoids spiciness. Su Yunyan elaborated, closely observing Han Shan's reaction. Anshanesa brofuruba. The description bore an uncanny resemblance to his own tastes. The individual you describe seems remarkably similar to myself. Might you know his name or identity? Well, I do have some knowledge on that front. Su Yunyantis, withholding specifics. After a prolonged silence, Su Yunyan finally spoke. The person I am searching for is none other than the former crown prince. Han Ruojun, taken aback. Han Shan's mind raced, warmth flooding his heart. So, Su Yunyan had not forgotten him after all. But why seek information about him at Wang Qinlu? Especially when she was aware that the second prince controlled its operations. Why not approach the Yongtong Merchant Association instead? His thoughts churned, yielding no satisfactory answers. Many are still searching for the whereabouts of the deposed prince. Even the royal family has dispatched personnel. May I ask your identity and reason for seeking him? Su Yunyan arched an eyebrow, a hint of amusement playing on her lips. I have heard that Wang Qinlu does not inquire about the identities of its patrons. Why has it changed for me? Forgive me, but the matter you wish to inquire about pertains to the palace and is rather sensitive. I merely wish to clarify. However, should it be inconvenient for you, you need not disclose anything, Han Shan clarified. Do you not know my identity, Master Han? Su Yunyan retorted, her expression shifting to one of complexity as she fixed her gaze upon him. What could this mean? Han Shan found himself more bewildered than ever, unable to fathom her intent. How could she discern his identity? That was impossible. Su Yunyan rose and approached the door, turning back to say, If you do not grasp my meaning, I suggest you visit a particular location during tomorrow's prince enthronement ceremony. What location? Han Shan instinctively said. Travel east for 10 miles, and you shall find a secluded village. Once there, The answers you seek will reveal themselves, she replied, leaving Han Shan in contemplative silence as he committed her words to memory. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Yunyan arranged for his return to Wang Qinlu. Since embarking on their journey to Muzhou, Zhan Jiuyue and his companions had pressed on without rest, the urgency of time weighing heavily upon them. The rugged mountain path, flanked by sheer cliffs, prevented their horses from galloping too swiftly, resulting in a bumpy ride. After what felt like an eternity of jostling, Zhan Jiuyue succumbed to fatigue and dozed off. As night deepened, the two younger companions began to tire as well. They guided the carriage into a thicket, intending to rest briefly. However, upon entering the woods, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them, a chilling aura pervading the air. The towering trees appeared grotesquely twisted, and the grass reached heights of over half a meter. Occasionally, the mournful cries of unseen creatures echoed through the woods, sounds that were elongated and haunting, reverberating eerily in the darkness. Brother Xiong, do you not feel that something is amiss here? As he spoke these words, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, and he tightened his collar. What is there to be concerned about? It's merely the death of a livestock animal. Look at your timid disposition. Do not let anyone outside know we are acquainted. Wang Xiong dismissed the matter, assuming it was simply a case of an animal being preyed upon, and he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Chong, feeling quite embarrassed. Let us hope it is merely the death of an animal. Though Zhang Chong voiced this sentiment, he unconsciously edged closer to Wang Xiong. The deeper they ventured, the darker it became. Zhang Chong fumbled to extract a fire stick, which he ignited to provide a meager illumination of the path ahead. Wang Xiong surveyed the surroundings and spotted a cave obscured by weeds. He quickly slapped Zhang Chong's arm and exclaimed, "Look! Oh my!" Zhang Chong was startled by the sudden gesture, nearly tumbling off the cart. "Humph! You coward! Where is there a cave? Go wake Brother Zhan. We shall spend the night here." With that, he leaped from the cart, carrying the fire stick toward the cave. All right, Zhang Chong replied, hastily lifting the curtain to rouse Zhan Jiuyue. Noticing Zhan Jiuyue was sound asleep, he refrained from shouting, gently shaking his arm while whispering, Brother Zhan, wake up, we're going to sleep in the cave." At that moment, Zhan Jiuyue was deep in a dream, playing chess with the Duke of Zhou, entirely oblivious to Zhang Chong's calls. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, and with Wang Xiong now absent, a wave of fear washed over Zhang Chong. Increasing the urgency of his efforts, he shouted, Brother Zhan, wake up, Ha! What is it?" Zhan Jiuyue groggily opened his eyes, seeing Zhang Chong in a panic, and immediately sat up. "What has happened?" Nothing. There is a cave. Let us rest here for the night. Could we not simply bring the cart inside? Must you wake me with such a racket?" Zhan Jiuyue's tense demeanor relaxed, having thought something serious was amiss. The two secured the horse beside a large tree at the cave's entrance and slowly made their way inside, guided by the flickering firelight. "Where is Wang Xiong? Where has he gone?" Zhan Jiuyue suddenly realized someone was missing and turned to inquire. Zhang Chong stood on tiptoe to peer deeper into the cave, then extended the fire stick further in, but the darkness was impenetrable, and Wang Xiong's figure was nowhere to be seen. "He just came in. Surely he hasn't fallen asleep already, has he?" "Wang Xiong, Brother Xiong." They called out several times within the cave, yet Wang Xiong's presence remained elusive. Suddenly, a chilling and blood-curdling scream echoed, clear as day, emanating from the depths of the cave. What on earth was that? What creature makes such a horrifying sound? Zhan Jiuyue's brow furrowed, cold sweat trickling down his body, clearly startled by the recent noise. Turning to Zhang Chong, he observed him trembling, drenched in perspiration. "Is this truly that frightening?" Zhan Jiuyue approached him and patted his shoulder, asking, "What is wrong with you? Why are you so timid?" I suspect Brother Xiong may have been consumed by some monster," Zhang Chong stammered, his voice quaking. The previous scream had not sounded like that of an animal, but rather a human. It was not entirely implausible. In such desolate wilderness, one could never tell what strange beings lurked about. Both men considered it foolish to abandon the comfort of the guest house for this ominous locale. Yet they had already entered, and there seemed no viable course of action but to locate Wang Xiong first. It cannot be. It must be. The eerie sound echoed again from the cave's depths, this time with a peculiar alteration. It now bore a resemblance to laughter. Chapter 39. The female ghost Zhan Jiuyue felt a chill run down his spine. What manner of creature could produce such a bizarre sound? Upon hearing it, Zhang Chong rushed closer, clutching Zhan Jiuyue's sleeve tightly, his voice trembling as he said, "Brother Zhan, I fear nothing in this world except the darkness. Please do not mock me." "Mock you? What need is there for that? I myself am afraid of heights. Simply stay close behind me, and let us proceed to find Brother Xiong. Hopefully, he has not encountered any misfortune." Zhan Jiuyue had long harbored a desire to take his girlfriend to the glass walkway, yet fate had denied him both a girlfriend and the courage to face heights. Reflecting on this, he shook his head in disappointment, raising the fire stick to guide their steps deeper into the cave, where the occasional gust of chilling wind sent shivers down their spines. The two ventured forward for several hundred meters, yet still found no sign of Wang Xiong, and the temperature continued to plummet, approaching freezing. Zhang Chong, blessed with keen night vision, could see clearly even in the dark, which only heightened his fear of the shadows. After navigating a turn, he saw a figure standing not far ahead. Gripping Zhan Jiuyue's hand tighter, he whispered urgently, "Brother Zhan, there is a figure." "A figure?" Zhan Jiuyue squinted into the depths, and indeed, there appeared to be someone standing there. He lifted the fire stick to shine it forward for a closer look. "What the hell?" Zhan Jiuyue exclaimed in shock. His heart momentarily halted. It was indeed a person, a woman. The firelight illuminated her long hair, which was tousled by the wind, casting eerie shadows on the cave walls. What could this possibly be? Who would stand alone in the dead of night in such a place? Could it be? Was there truly a ghost in this world? Zhan Jiuyue began to question his very existence. Zhang Chong, terrified, shut his eyes tightly, unable to utter another word, clinging desperately to Zhan Jiuyue's garment. Seeing that the woman remained still, Zhan Jiuyue mustered his courage and shouted, "Are you human or ghost?" The woman did not respond. She merely turned her head slowly towards them, her body still facing away. A disturbing cracking sound emanated from her neck. When her face finally rotated to meet theirs, its ghastly pallor revealed a complete absence of color. Even her eyes were pure white. What the hell? Is she truly a ghost? Zhan Jiuyue stumbled backward in terror, realizing he had left his protective gear in the cart due to the urgency of the situation. The ghostly figure's bones creaked ominously as she opened her mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, emitting a series of piercing, high-pitched sounds. Ah, this was a very sound. Zhan Jiuyue could scarcely believe that ghosts truly existed in this world. Though he had traversed into another realm, he had always assumed it was merely a scientific anomaly, never once pondering the existence of the supernatural. In his mind, he fervently called out for Shaoli. "Shaoli, no, my little ancestor. Quickly help me. What in the world is this creature? Ancestor, please respond." At that moment, Shaoli was seated on the sofa, equally terrified by the unfolding scene. Stammering, she said, She looks so hideous. Wait for me. Let me gather her data." As the ghostly figure advanced step by step, Zhan Jiuyue's panic escalated. "Have you found anything? What level is she? Can I defeat her? I can't find anything. The data indicates she is not a life form from this world." Shaoli was equally frantic, her feet tapping in agitation as she struggled to retrieve any information. "What? Forget it. Whatever she is, I shall confront her today." Zhan Jiuyue released Zhang Chong and, with a fierce yell, began to gather his strength. Electric energy crackled throughout his body, illuminating the dim cave in a brilliant glow. Clenching his fists, he charged forward, but just as he was about to strike the ghostly figure, she inexplicably vanished in an instant. So swift? I had activated my full potential. Surely no one could match such speed. In his moment of hesitation, the ghost had silently appeared behind him, her claws sinking into his back, transforming flesh into a bloody mess. "Ah, it hurts." Zhan Jiuyue was thrown off balance by the attack, but after steadying himself, he took a moment to gather his resolve. Though the pain was excruciating, he did not show the slightest hint of retreat or fear, continuing to throw punches at the female ghost. However, after several exchanges, she deftly evaded each strike. Amidst the chaos, Zhan Jiuyue sought stability, his mind racing as he observed her weaknesses while attacking. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Given the confined space, she would undoubtedly be unable to evade the true Ice Thousand Hands technique. This would perfectly restrict her speed. Zhan Jiuyue halted his assault, delivering a powerful punch to the ground, a chilling aura enveloping the area as colossal hands erupted from the ground, occupying a significant portion of the cave. He swiftly scooped up Zhang Chong, who was hiding in the corner, and as expected, the female ghost was firmly ensnared by several icy hands. "I want to let you escape. Zhan Jiuyue finally cornered the ghost, summoning all his strength to deliver a decisive blow to her face, nearly frightening Zhang Chong to tears. The ghost's head shattered upon impact, leaving behind nothing but a broken body, or rather, a mere skeletal frame. Brother Zhan, you're incredible. Witnessing all of this, Zhang Chong was utterly captivated by Zhan Jiuyue's formidable martial arts and courage. This is nothing, Zhan Jiuyue replied, patting his hands with a smug expression. Meanwhile, he internally questioned, Xiao Li, have you yet uncovered her true nature? Not yet, this matter is beyond my purview. I need to consult the boss, and will inform you later. All right, go ahead. No sooner had he spoken than Zhan Jiuyue sensed Xiao Li's presence dissipate. Brother Zhan, is your back all right? Zhang Chong inquired cautiously, eyeing Zhan Jiuyue's tattered clothing. It's nothing really. Ignorance is bliss. This female ghost is truly vicious. Judging by her ferocity, she probably hasn't clipped her nails in a lifetime. Brother Zhan, should we continue deeper? Zhang Chong hesitated, recalling Wang Xiong. Although they were brothers, he was genuinely afraid of the dark. He could risk his life for Wang Xiong, but he couldn't brave the darkness for him. Let us go. Of course, we must. Zhan Jiuyue declared resolutely. He would never abandon his companions. He had always been this way, and always would be. Chapter 040. A sense of fear though Zhang Chong was frightened, he felt compelled to press on, as Wang Xiong had yet to be found. The temperature within the cave was already plummeting, and Zhan Jiuyue's earlier use of the true Ice Thousand Hands had further lowered it to an extreme chill. The two of them moved closely together, each step becoming increasingly arduous. Brother Zhan, it's freezing. Do you have any warming techniques? Please share a couple. Zhang Chong sniffled, feeling as if he might freeze to death, rubbing his arms to fend off the cold. Zhan Jiuyue, leading the way, faced the brunt of the icy winds, and as he opened his mouth, a gust of cold air rendered him speechless. Merely managing to breathe was a feat suddenly. A fierce gust extinguished the only source of hope in their hands, the torch. Now, the cave was plunged into utter darkness, a pitch-black void where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Zhan Jiuyue turned his body, attempting to steady his breathing. What kind of cursed place is this? Why is it so cold? Zhang Chong, how about we go outside to get some more torches and maybe grab our weapons as well? It would be easier to deal with any creatures we encounter that way. Zhan Jiuyue called out to Zhang Chong's last known position. If we encounter any creatures, it would be easier to handle. The echo of his voice lingered in the vast emptiness, adding an unsettling aura to the darkness. Zhang Chong, are you still there? Still there? Zhan Jiuyue only heard his own echo, puzzled by Zhang Chong's silence. Yet he distinctly felt a hand tugging at his clothing, and if it wasn't Zhang Chong. Summoning his courage, Zhan Jiuyue cautiously followed the pull of his garment, gritting his teeth as his heart raced. What the hell? He exclaimed, his voice reverberating in the silence. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand. What was that? The sensation earlier was icy and somewhat elastic. Panic surged through him. He was certain that what he had just touched was definitely not Zhang Chong. And to be precise, it was certainly not human. Swallowing hard, he retreated step by step, pressing his back against the wall, his eyes fixated on the direction he had just explored, seeking some semblance of security. Although he could not see, he sensed that the entity he had encountered was slowly drawing closer. The terror of the dark and the unknown consumed his mind, leaving only one thought. Light, light. Yes, light. If I could use Thunderbolt Step, perhaps I could illuminate the entire cave, and then I would be able to see what that thing truly was. Zhan Jiuyue shut his eyes tightly, concentrating intensely to execute the Thunderbolt Step swiftly. Crackling lightning erupted. Zhan Jiuyue gasped for breath, abruptly opening his eyes to gaze in the direction of the prior encounter. But to his astonishment, there was nothing there. Zhang Chong was gone, and the entity he had touched had vanished. What in the world was happening? Zhan Jiuyue furrowed his brow, scanning the visible area again, but he still saw nothing. Could it have been my imagination? He momentarily relaxed his guard, attempting to catch his breath and alleviate the pain in his back. Suddenly, a blood-soaked face appeared upside down before him. What the hell? Zhan Jiuyue jumped in shock, disregarding everything else and swinging his fist with all his might. His fist, imbued with lightning, struck the face, yet horrifyingly, it remained utterly unaffected. The lips slowly peeled back to reveal a mouth full of blood-stained fangs. Zhan Jiuyue, disregarding the sticky substance on his hand, widened his eyes in horror, every vein around his eyes taut, every hair on his body standing on end, sweat soaking him completely, exacerbating the pain from his still-healing wound. Since entering this world and acquiring various martial arts techniques, he had never felt fear, whether facing a warlord or monstrous creatures. Yet, the sight before him transcended comprehension, instilling an overwhelming terror that shattered his resolve. He felt as though his body was no longer his own, rendered immobile as he watched the ghastly visage before him revel in its mockery of his helplessness and frailty. Moments later, the lightning flickered dimly, and Zhan Jiuyue's consciousness began to fade. Eventually, he lost all awareness, collapsing against the wall, yet he could still feel icy hands wandering across his body. Time became an enigma as warmth suddenly bathed him in sunlight. He jolted awake, struggling to rise and survey his surroundings. At that moment, he found himself no longer in the cave. The air was filled with the sweet sounds of birds and blooming flowers. Towering trees stood neatly aligned, a sight that brought tranquility, erasing the previous night's fears. Wang Xiong and Zhang Chong lay peacefully beside him. "You're finally awake," Xiao Li exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Zhan Jiuyue stir. Zhan Jiuyue, enduring the pain in his body, cautiously replied, "What exactly happened? What was all that last night?" "I can't say for certain. I went to find the boss, and even he was vague about it. However, I gathered that it might be due to a rupture in space, leading to a series of disturbances." "A rupture in space? Like my own crossing?" Zhan Jiuyue pondered, recalling that temporal disturbances were akin to his own experience of traversing to a parallel realm. "It is not quite so. You are, in fact, deceased. Your soul, having left your body, was selected by the system to become my partner, binding your spirit to this current vessel, which is entirely different from the situation of last night." Xiao Li spoke with a hint of pride, as if being bound to her was an extraordinary fortune. "By the way, have you sensed any differences in your body compared to before?" It seemed Xiao Li suddenly remembered something and asked, "Differences? Does pain count?" Zhan Jiuyue carefully assessed his physical condition, the only sensation being discomfort. "Wait, why do I feel something peculiar? It seems there is something extra within me," Zhan Jiuyue exclaimed in distress, fearing he had been contaminated by something unclean. "Do not move. I shall examine your body right now." Chapter 041. The Ghost Blood Pearl. Xiao Li meticulously scanned Zhan Jiuyue's entire being and, after a moment, transmitted the results of the scan into his mind. "Indeed, there is something additional. Take a look for yourself. What is it that has been added?" Zhan Jiuyue felt the panel. Name: Zhan Jiuyue. System level: Level 5 System Assistant. Xiao Li Mind Technique: Thunderstep Proficiency Level: Level 5. Golden Fist Proficiency Level: Level 5. True Eyes 1,000 Hands Proficiency Level: Level 2. Equipment: Armored Gauntlet of the Dragon God. Soul Artifact. Treasure: Ghost Blood Pearl. Attributes: Attack. "Wait, what exactly is this treasure, the Ghost Blood Pearl? It isn't inside my body right now, is it?" Zhan Jiuyue asked in a panic. "Indeed, it resides within you," Xiao Li affirmed with certainty, her petite figure exuding a certain charm. How revolting! The mere thought of that horrifying visage from last night made Zhan Jiuyue feel utterly uncomfortable, especially knowing it was within his very own body. What purpose does it serve? If it has none, please help me remove it at once. Of course, it has a purpose. This is an extraordinarily unique treasure. There is nothing comparable in the world you currently inhabit. Xiao Li's expression turned serious, yet her eyes were filled with disdain for Zhan Jiuyue. Such a waste, to possess such a grand treasure, and Zhan Jiuyue dismisses it with distaste. Upon hearing this, Zhan Jiuyue's expression shifted. His eyes lit up as he eagerly exclaimed, "Is it truly that powerful? Please tell me what it can do." Xiao Li operated the panel and transmitted the attributes of the treasure to Zhan Jiuyue. "I cannot be bothered to read it out loud. You shall have to decipher it yourself. Oh, and by the way, the memories of your two friends have been completely erased by me. You must not utter a single word about last night." All right, I understand," Zhan Jiuyue casually replied, then turned his full attention to deciphering the functions of the Ghost Blood Pearl. Ghost Blood Pearl. Spirit of the Ghost Clan. Blood of all evils. Anyone who possesses this item becomes an envoy of the Ghost Clan, capable of wielding the power of malevolent spirits. Bloodline transformation. Essence alteration. Immunity to poisons. Enveloped in ghostly blood. Able to slay divine beings. After perusing the text for a while, Zhan Jiuyue found most of the characters unfamiliar, comprehending only the simpler ones, but the precise meanings were beyond his grasp, prompting him to ask, "Xiao Li, I find this a bit difficult to understand. Could you translate it for me?" Illiterate. I shall read it aloud for you. This item appears to be a treasure of the Ghost Clan from another world. Possessing it grants you the unique powers of the Ghost Clan, allows for the transformation of your bloodline, purges your essence to break through limits, and renders you immune to all poisons. Roughly, that is its meaning. Xiaoli sat on a table in the space, swinging her little legs while explaining the data on the panel to Zhan Jiuyue. How could such a powerful item be within me? Was that ghost from last night intentionally delivering a treasure to me? I feel somewhat embarrassed. Zhan Jiuyue scratched his head, finding it hard to believe that he had gained such a formidable treasure without having done anything the previous night. I suspect this item may not be entirely beneficial. Exercise caution, and if you sense anything amiss, come find me in the private space immediately, Xiaoli advised. All right, understood, Zhan Jiuyue acknowledged, aware that fortune does not fall from the sky. With great power, there will inevitably be side effects, so it is wise to use this item judiciously. Now, you should rest. We must continue our journey shortly. With that, Xiaoli severed her connection with the outside world, leaving Zhan Jiuyue alone in this desolate wilderness. Zhan Jiuyue sought out a relatively clean spot, gently lay down, and after checking the inner pocket of his clothing, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thankful that the protective talisman had not been lost, he then tightly grasped the talisman in his hand and closed his eyes. Due to his exhaustion from the previous night, Zhan Jiuyue did not awaken until the afternoon. Fearing it would delay their journey, he roused his companions, intending to press onward. Wang Xiong, Zhang Chong, wake up. We must continue our journey. The two, still groggy, rose and surveyed their surroundings, suffering from severe headaches. They could only recall arriving in a forest the previous night, and then everything became a blur. Where are we? Wang Xiong rubbed his eyes and inquired. Do you not remember? We rested here last night. Hurry up. We need to get moving. The trio hastily consumed a bit of rations before continuing their journey in a hurry. As evening descended, the majestic palace glowed brilliantly, illuminating the entire imperial city as if it were day. Octagonal palace lanterns spun gently in the breeze beneath the eaves, their delicate white fabric depicting a woman with an ornate headdress riding past. Melodies of silk and bamboo instruments resonated throughout the palace as palace maids, adorned with gold and silver ornaments and glistening with beads of sweat, served at the foot of the steps where Han Gu stood, looking down with satisfaction upon his subjects. The radiant light of the palace spilled over the curtain of the sky, casting its glow upon Yong'an Street, where throngs of people came and went, all praying and wishing well for the second prince. It seems that we common folk are in for some good days ahead. Recently, the capital has been filled with a sense of peace. I aim to take the dragon text examination to serve the crown prince. The old emperor had proclaimed Han Gu's as the crown prince, and the tears of Empress Wu welled in her eyes, for after much scheming and planning, she was finally witnessing a glimpse of success. At this moment, Han Ruojuan was following Su Yunyan's instructions, steering the carriage toward a designated location. As they neared their destination, he once again caught sight of that figure who captivated his thoughts. He leapt from the carriage and hurried forward, asking, "Miss Su, what brings you here as well?" Su Yunyan, upon seeing him, merely smiled faintly and pointed towards a small courtyard, saying, "You should find a direction and see who resides within, then return to me." While Han Ruojuan felt somewhat puzzled, he complied nonetheless. To the right of the house stood a haystack of half a person's height. Utilizing his exceptional lightness skill, Han Ruojuan stealthily concealed himself behind the haystack. Peering out with one eye, he noticed a woman painstakingly grooming herself under the dim light. How familiar she appears. Could it be Wen Fei? As he focused intently, the moment the woman rose, Han Ruojuan was certain. This was indeed Wen Fei. A flurry of questions surged in his mind. Had she not perished in the flames? How could she possibly be here? And how did Su Yunyan know? With a heart full of questions, he hurriedly returned to Su Yunyan's side, feigning calmness as he asked, "Miss Su, what is the purpose of observing that woman?" Seeing this, Su Yunyan furrowed her brows and stamped her foot, exclaiming, "You, how can you still not understand? Does the Crown Prince not see this? Wait, did she just refer to me as Crown Prince?" Chapter 042. The reborn one. Han Ruojuan stood frozen in place. Why would Su Yunyan call me Crown Prince? This was something known only to a select few of his most trusted confidants. Could it be that Lu Tai leaked the information? That seemed improbable. Or perhaps, was Su Yunyan testing me? Han Ruojuan pondered all possible scenarios, and though his mind was sharp, the sudden influx of information left him somewhat bewildered. Yet, he continued to feign composure and asked, Su, Miss Su, why do you refer to me as Crown Prince? In the depths of Su Yunyang's eyes, a complex glimmer flashed momentarily before vanishing, as she cleared her throat and regained her composure. Ahem, here's the situation. A few days ago, the Empress Wu personally visited our general's residence to propose a marriage. My father found himself unable to refuse. However, I only wish to marry the person I truly love. Besides, I know nothing about the second prince. I sent a few servants to follow him, only to discover him here. Furthermore, there is another crucial matter. Though when consort is not dead, the second prince regularly visits her. This is a conspiracy they had long orchestrated. The second prince even claims he wishes to take me as his consort. Bah! How could the crown prince, who was once so astute, fail to see they are in cahoots? That is why I need your help to find the crown prince. Once I can locate him and inform him of this matter, with his intelligence and stratagems, the second prince will surely be thrown into the dungeons. If that happens, I shall be free from marrying him, and I can be with the one I love. Su Yunyang's gaze remained fixed on Han Ruojuan, keenly observing his expressions. She not only wished to convey this information to Han Ruojuan, but also to express that her heart belonged elsewhere, and that marrying the second prince was a matter of necessity, not desire. Upon hearing this, Han Ruojuan let out a long sigh. So that was the case. It seemed he had overthought the matter. However, when he heard Su Yunyang express her desire to marry the person she loved, he found himself rifling through his mind for potential candidates. Yet this foolish girl truly does not realize that Wangshan Tower is under the second prince's control. If the real Han Shan were standing here today, would she not be walking right into a trap? Either she is remarkably naive, or she knows something more. Nevertheless, the information Su Yunyang provided was indeed beneficial to him. Firstly, he could firmly seize Han Gyu's vulnerabilities, making it easier to reclaim the throne. Secondly, he could devise a way to prevent Su Yunyang from marrying Han Gyu's. Even if the man she ultimately loves is not him, he certainly does not wish for it to be his sworn enemy. I understand now, but this matter is not so easily resolved. I fear time may not permit. Han Ruojuan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Su Yunyang smiled. I believe it is not a difficult task for you, master, to locate His Highness the Crown Prince. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to the general's residence to seek my assistance. Just play this flute near the general's residence, and I shall appear. With that, she produced a jade flute, entirely emerald in hue, from her sleeve. Han Ruojuan did not immediately take it. Instead, he scrutinized Su Yunyang. It seemed that, even if she was unaware of the entire situation, she might possess a fragment of the truth. Then I shall rely on you, miss, Han Ruojuan replied, maintaining his gaze on her for a while, unable to discern any flaws, before accepting the jade flute. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Han Ruojuan indicated that he must take his leave. As Su Yunyang watched his retreating figure grow distant, she exhaled with relief, inwardly scolding herself for her hasty tongue. Thankfully, she had managed to fill the pit she had dug, or else she could not fathom the unnecessary troubles that would have ensued. In truth, Su Yunyang had long been aware that Han Shan was indeed Han Ruojuan and knew of his affections for her over the years. As a reincarnator, she recognized that in her previous life, her blind confidence had led her to marry the second prince, ultimately bringing ruin to the general's household and leaving her with a fate of complete annihilation, while Han Ruojuan had vowed never to marry for her sake. In this life, she sought to atone for her past mistakes, determined to prevent a repeat of that tragic tale. Yet, for reasons unknown, certain circumstances seemed to diverge from her previous experiences, prompting her to actively seek out Han Ruojuan to provide him with hints, lest things spiral beyond her control. On the day of the coronation banquet, court officials raised their cups in salute to Han Gyu's. Eventually, overwhelmed, he feigned drunkenness and, with the assistance of his attendants, staggered back to his chambers. As soon as the door closed, clarity returned to Han Gyu's eyes, entirely unlike the state of inebriation he had just portrayed. Zhao Ming emerged from the shadows, having waited there for quite some time, and upon seeing his master supported back, hurriedly approached with concern. Your Highness, how could you consume so much alcohol? Do you feel unwell? Han Gyu's, catching Zhao Ming's eye, waved him off, exclaiming, Oh, it's nothing. I can still drink more. Zhao Ming understood immediately, supporting Han Gyu's as he shouted to the servants outside, You all leave. I am here. Your presence is no longer required. Yes, The servants acknowledged and promptly exited the palace courtyard. Once they were out of earshot, Han Gu shed his previous facade of drunkenness, taking several hearty gulps from a teapot. What brings you here? Do you have something to report? I have received news. Han Ruojuan has already returned to Ganzhou. Zhao Ming released Han Gu's arm, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Han Gu's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze fixated on Zhao Ming with intensity as he demanded, "He is still alive? How is that possible? Did not my mother say he was dealt with on the way?" "Yes. I came to inform you as soon as the news arrived." The messenger reported that Han Ruojuan bears several visible injuries and arrived in Ganzhou alone. Alone? What is his current situation? Han Gu steadied his emotions and continued to probe. He has reached the Ganzhou prefecture, and I hear that members of the Yongtong Commerce have also arrived. I suspect that Han Ruojuan is under their protection now. Yongtong Commerce, Yongtong Commerce. Why does it always come back to Yongtong Commerce? Han Gu's previously stabilized emotions crumbled once more, and he shattered the teacup in his hand. As if recalling something, his eyes reddened as he shouted, "What of Yongtong Commerce? We cannot afford to ignore Han Ruojuan any longer. In a few days, no, tomorrow, I shall personally make the journey to Ganzhou." Until Han Ruojuan was dealt with, Han Gu's heart would remain in turmoil. Chapter 043, Fourth Master 4 days later. Zhan Jiuyue and Zhang Chong, along with Wang Xiong, had entered Muzhou, now mere miles from Qihai City, the stronghold of the Red Blades. Throughout their journey, aside from snatching provisions to eat, little else had transpired. In the initial 2 days, Zhan Jiuyue could distinctly feel the ghost blood pearl swirling within him. But now that sensation had faded, suggesting it had perfectly fused with his being. He often dreamt of that ghastly visage that induced nausea at the mere sight, with the face uttering peculiar incantations. Zhan Jiuyue could not comprehend them, and thus chose not to delve deeper, attributing it to the aftereffects of that frightful day. Zhang Chong lifted the curtain of the carriage, peering in with a grin. "Say, Brother Zhan, we are nearing Qihai City. What is your first plan of action upon arrival?" "You shall know once we arrive," Zhan Jiuyue replied softly, exuding an air of inscrutable wisdom. In truth, he had no concrete plans. Wang Xiong reached out with his robust arm, pulling Zhang Chong back by the scruff of his neck. "What foolish questions are you asking? Brother Zhan naturally has his plans. But with your dim-witted brain, even if he told you, you would not comprehend." Zhan Jiuyue sighed with relief. Indeed, he could not articulate his thoughts either. Moments later, the carriage slowed as it entered Qihai City. The trio was swiftly drawn to the enticing aroma wafting from a nearby tavern. They decided to enter and address their hunger, for their journey had consisted solely of desolate mountains and wilderness, with no meal that truly satisfied. They ordered an abundance of food and drink, devouring it hungrily. Wang Xiong downed a large bowl of liquor with gusto, leaving Zhan Jiuyue wide-eyed in astonishment. "Is that really liquor? You just chug it down like that?" "Ah, the seafood from Muzhou is indeed exceptionally fresh. We must take some with us when we depart," Wang Xiong exclaimed, lifting a hefty piece of fish. The attendant beside them, upon hearing these words, approached with a beaming smile and chimed in, "Dear guest, you truly possess exquisite taste. To be candid, in the city of Qihai, my family's establishment serves the finest fish, if we claim second place. Then no one dares to assert they are first. Whenever you plan to depart, do make sure to reserve your fish with us. The others simply cannot compare. Come, bring me another jug of wine. Today, I intend to indulge," Wang Xiong exclaimed, pulling the attendant closer and slinging an arm over his shoulder. Zhang Chong shot him a disdainful glance, remarking, "Look at you, like one who has never tasted fine fare. Do not forget the purpose of your visit." Zhan Jiuyue, concerned that these two might escalate into a quarrel amidst the throngs of people, hastily interjected, "Brother Zhang, Wang Xiong is not as frail as you and I. Having rushed here for supplies these past few days, he must be famished. Allow him to feast a little." "Ah, Zhan brother, you truly understand me. Come, let me toast to you," Wang Xiong responded, attempting to pour wine for Zhan Jiuyue, only to be firmly declined. The tavern was neither bustling with patrons nor devoid of them, with pedestrians continuously traversing the street. Zhan Jiuyue gazed out the window at the bustling scene, which reminded him of Shun Yaoning still in Ganzhou. He took out the talisman from his bosom and held it tightly in his hand. This scene did not escape Zhang Chong's notice. He stifled a chuckle and teased, "Miss Shin is quite the beauty. Brother Zhan, you must act swiftly. We eagerly await toasting to your wedding feast. You shall expedite maltish, "You shall expedite montish." Huh? Zhan Jiuyue replied, feeling a pang of embarrassment at being caught in such a moment and promptly stowing away the protective charm. "Your wine has arrived," the attendant announced, bearing a wine cup with a radiant smile. However, after placing the wine before Wang Xiong, his expression shifted dramatically, as if he had encountered something terrifying, and he promptly turned and walked away in silence. Hey, what is wrong with him?" Wang Xiong inquired loudly, puzzled by the attendant's odd behavior, but was silenced by Zhan Jiuyue. For at that moment, three figures clad in red robes stood at the entrance, their eyes cast downward as they dined, members of the Red Biao sect. Zhan Jiuyue muttered quietly, recognizing the foremost individual as the one who had orchestrated the attack against him and Xin Yaoning that fateful night. The two behind him were clearly lackeys, bowing and scraping as they followed along. Zhan Jiuyue, with a bowl of food in hand, discreetly observed the trio at the door. The tavern owner emerged from the back, approaching with a respectful nod. "Fourth master, what brings you to my humble establishment?" The tavern owner's voice trembled, his legs shaking with fear. Zhan Jiuyue found this curious. Was he not merely a cowardly turtle who would flee when threatened? Why was he so frightened? Suddenly, the man referred to as Fourth Master drew a sword from behind him, pressing it against the tavern owner's throat, his voice dripping with menace. "Pray tell, is the person I seek present here or not?" "And no, not here," the tavern owner stammered, his eyes wide with terror, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Speak the truth." Fourth Master bellowed again. The tavern owner, petrified, fell to his knees, clutching Fourth Master's legs and pleading, "Fourth Master, spare my wretched life. I truly do not know." Upon hearing this, Fourth Master glanced at his two henchmen, a sardonic tone creeping into his voice. "Did you hear that? He dares to claim ignorance." With a swift motion, he sliced the sword across the tavern owner's right arm, blood gushing forth in torrents. The tavern's other patrons, feigning ignorance, kept their heads down, focused solely on their bowls of rice. Wang Xiong, known for his upright nature, felt a surge of indignation, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Had it not been for Zhan Jiuyue's firm restraint, he would have surely rushed to defend the tavern owner. After severing the tavern owner's arm, Fourth Master crouched down, lifting the owner's chin with a cruel grip. "Consider yourself fortunate that I only took one arm, in light of the fact that you have called me Fourth Master for over a decade. Should you remain silent, your head will be next." The tavern owner, face drenched in blood, could not meet Fourth Master's gaze, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably. Fourth Master, I truly do not know." Fourth Master, silent for a moment, nodded slowly before rising. "Then I am sorry," he declared, raising his sword to strike the tavern owner. Zhan Jiuyue could no longer contain himself and rose to intervene. Just then, a woman clad in black appeared from nowhere, delivering a powerful kick to Fourth Master's chest, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he stared in disbelief at the woman before him. With a graceful turn, the woman landed protectively in front of the tavern owner, her gaze icy and filled with lethal intent, fixing her eyes on Fourth Master. In that moment, her profile flashed in Zhan Jiuyue's mind. Name: Mu Ling, or level. Upper tier, 4th stage attributes: attack, 4000 to 7000, spell, 1000 to 4000, defense, 500 luck, 3000 agility, 5000 endurance, 500 spirit, 1000 strength, 4000 combat power, 21,500 mental techniques, blood chi power, replicable, unique spirit bloodline, non-replicable, lunar steps, replicable, celestial veil, replicable, soulcraft power, replicable, equipment, blood oath dagger, soul weapon, vine woven armor, excellent, system level. Level 5 can replicate up to 15 mental techniques. Upon seeing her attributes, Zhan Jiuyue furrowed his brow, recalling his previous encounter with Mu Xingwan. Why did this woman's techniques resemble those of Mu Xingwan so closely? Moreover, she too possessed a unique spirit bloodline. With both bearing the surname Mu, could they possibly be sisters? Fourth Master, perhaps intimidated by her fierce gaze or the force of her kick, scrambled backward in fright, trembling as he called out, "What are you two staring at? Get over here now." His lackeys hesitated, swallowing hard, fully aware they were no match for the woman before them. Yet, retreating would spell a far worse fate upon their return. Faced with the choice of early or late death, they decided to charge forward, hoping for a slim chance of survival. "Useless fools," Fourth Master shouted, pushing them forward in desperation. "Get in there, or I'll feed your heads to the dogs." The two henchmen, caught off guard by the shove, had no choice but to grit their teeth and charge at the black-clad woman. She merely smiled calmly, drawing two blood-red daggers from behind her, leaping gracefully into the air. The daggers carved an elegant arc in the sky before she landed, effortlessly bypassing the lackeys and placing the blades at fourth masteress' throat. With a scream from the two henchmen, blood sprayed everywhere. Truly satisfying, Wang Xiong murmured in astonishment, gripping his wine cup tightly. Fourth master trembled, his gaze fixated on the dagger at his throat, sweat pouring down as he transformed from his earlier arrogance to a pitiful plea. "Annie, please spare me. I didn't recognize your might." The woman clad in black, upon witnessing his cowardly demeanor, felt an overwhelming irritation within her. Had this fourth master displayed a steadfast resolve, she would have held him in higher regard as a true man. With a disdainful snort, she delivered a swift kick to his forehead, contemptuously uttering, "Be gone." Upon hearing her command to leave, the fourth master eagerly nodded, "Yes, yes, yes," and attempted to rise and exit the tavern. However, just as he took a step, he was called back by the woman. "Hey, are you deaf? I said get lost, not walk away. Or do you wish to perish here instead?" Her gaze was frosty as she raised an eyebrow. "Yes, yes, yes, I shall take my leave at once," he replied, and to her astonishment, he simply lay down on the ground and began to roll away. Once he had rolled far enough, the tavern owner approached the woman, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, my lady, for saving my life." The woman turned to glance at the tavern owner's battered right arm and hurried to assist him. "You need not thank me. It is I who should be grateful to you. Had it not been for your intervention, I might not have survived today." Tears streamed down the tavern owner's face as he lamented. "Please, you must find a doctor quickly, or else your arm may." The woman's cold eyes softened with concern. The tavern owner offered no reply, lost in his weeping, and with the aid of a server, he went to seek medical attention. As Mu Linger observed the tavern owner's retreating figure, she settled at the entrance, as if waiting for something. Nearby, Zhang Cheng whispered to Zhan Jiuyue and Wang Xiong, "I believe this woman possesses remarkable skills. We should recruit her. She would undoubtedly strengthen our ranks." "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that my skills are inferior to hers?" Wang Xiong glared at Zhang Cheng. "There is an old saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I think Zhang is onto something. After all, having one more ally opens up another avenue." Zhan Jiuyue was not only keen on recruiting Mu Ling, but also wished to uncover the reasons behind this unique and unreplicable martial art. Upon hearing Zhan Jiuyue's words, Wang Xiong quickly nodded in agreement. "Zhan's right, but how do we persuade her to join us? Let someone approach her and speak on our behalf," Zhang Cheng casually suggested, only to find both Zhan Jiuyue and Wang Xiong fixating their gazes upon him. "What do you mean? Do you want me to do it?" Zhang Cheng swallowed a large gulp of tea, his eyes widening in disbelief. Zhan Jiuyue and Wang Xiong nodded in unison. "You are resourceful, eloquent, and possess a charming demeanor. You are undoubtedly the most suitable candidate." Although Zhang Cheng was somewhat slight of build, his appearance was still quite appealing. "Fine, I shall do it," he declared, steeling himself and fixing his hair before approaching Mu Linger with his signature smile. "My lady, might I inquire if you are alone?" Mu Linger turned her head and regarded him with an icy stare, responding softly, "Do you have business with me?" Despite her coldness, the smile on Zhang Cheng's face remained intact as he continued. I wish to discuss a matter with you. Perhaps we could share a meal? Whatever you have to say, do so here." Her impatience was palpable, and she replied curtly. Zhang Cheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zhan Jiuyue and Wang Xiong watched from a distance, laughing heartily at his misfortune. Zhang Cheng turned to see their uncontrollable mirth, feeling utterly humiliated. Today, he was determined to recruit this woman. Thus, he mustered a smile he deemed handsome and prepared to press on. But it seemed as though she suddenly spotted something of great importance, hastily bypassing him and exiting the tavern without acknowledging the flustered Zhang Cheng. "Hey, my lady! My lady!" he called after her, extending his hand in vain. "Enough, enough, just come back. Don't embarrass yourself further." Wang Xiong was laughing to the point of tears, realizing that Zhang Cheng was quite the entertainer. Zhan Jiuyue refrained from pursuing her, while he was eager to understand the unique martial art possessed by the two. The woman's cold demeanor rendered further inquiry unnecessary. Given the current circumstances, it was clear she would divulge no information. Zhan Jiuyue took a sip of his drink, deciding to devise another plan. After the three had their fill, they exited the tavern. "What is the name of this establishment? I must return to purchase fish later." Wang Xiong yawned and asked absent-mindedly. Zhan Jiuyue looked up at the sign hanging above the tavern. Isn't it written right there? Jiuyue, a rather melodious name that complements the tavern's decor and cuisine quite well. Indeed, I must return here before I leave. Wang Xiong followed Zhan Jiuyue's gaze and saw the sign boldly displaying Jiuyue. Zhan Jiuyue suggested, let us hurry along. If we linger too long, night will fall once more. He then joined the throng, continuing deeper into the city. As newcomers in an unfamiliar place, everything was inconvenient. Thus, the trio resolved to familiarize themselves with the layout of Qihai City to facilitate their subsequent endeavors. However, as they wandered, they soon realized that the streets of this city were laid out in a manner entirely different from other places. Most perplexing was the complete absence of straight roads. Everything was curved. They traversed the same street for a full half hour, only to find themselves back at the tavern where they had dined. What in the world is happening? How did we return here? Wang Xiong stared at the tavern sign, puzzled. Zhan Jiuyue, preoccupied with thoughts of the unreplicable martial arts since their arrival, had failed to notice the hidden intricacies of the streets. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Chong's eyes suddenly brightened, and he clapped his hands, exclaiming, I understand now. Wang Xiong jumped at the sudden outburst. What do you know? You nearly startled me to death. From what I gather, Qihai City is designed much like a bagua diagram, which I once read about in a book. The layout resembles that concept. The so-called bagua streets are not arranged like the typical grid pattern of other places. Instead, they consist of numerous dead ends, living alleys, and misaligned paths. This design easily confuses outsiders, and the route we took was likely the outermost path of this bagua diagram, essentially a cyclical route. Wang Xiong was left bewildered, having never encountered such profound concepts. Zhan Jiuyue was astonished to think that such a grand city could be constructed in the shape of a bagua diagram. Zhang Chong truly possessed a wealth of knowledge. Even he, a modern individual with advantages, had failed to consider this. Since this is a bagua street, do you have any strategies for deciphering it, Zhang? Zhan Jiuyue inquired. There are indeed strategies, but to decipher the diagram, we must first ascertain which hexagram we are currently in. Standing here makes it difficult to see clearly. As the saying goes, the observer is often perplexed. Zhan Jiuyue nodded. Then what do you suggest we do next? Let us find a higher vantage point. As long as we can survey the terrain, we will ascertain which hexagram we occupy. Wang Xiong, utterly lost, could only scratch his head in agreement. You all decide. I'll follow your lead. The trio scanned their surroundings and spotted a 4-story building not far away. They hurried over and found it to be a guest house. As they entered, the innkeeper greeted them warmly. Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you looking to stay? We have rooms of all kinds, and we offer a complimentary dinner, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. The inhabitants of Qihai City are indeed quite hospitable. The server at Jiuyue was equally affable. My good fellow, we wish to reside on the highest floor of your establishment, if it pleases you, Zhan Jiuyue stated, getting straight to the point with a courteous bow. The attendant, taken aback, momentarily froze, but quickly responded, certainly. However, the rooms on that floor are all compact in size, and I fear it may not accommodate all 3 of you. No matter, then let us have 3 rooms. Money is no object, Zhan Jiuyue proclaimed grandly with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, the attendant's demeanor brightened considerably, and he bent slightly to usher the trio upstairs, inquiring as they ascended, might you gentlemen be interested in witnessing the nocturnal splendor of Qihai City? You are indeed astute. That is precisely our intent, Zhan Jiuyue responded, casting an appreciative glance his way. Then I shall select rooms with the largest windows for you. I assure you will be satisfied. Under the attendant's guidance, the 3 entered their respective chambers. Upon comparison, they discovered that Wang Xiong's room offered the most comprehensive view. After convening in Wang Xiong's room, Zhang Chong procured paper and ink to commence sketching, as he had been fond of writing and drawing since childhood. In less than an hour, he had rendered a clear depiction of Qihai City's basic topography. Wang Xiong, holding the freshly drawn map, furrowed his brow and asked, why can I not discern it? What hexagram are we currently within? Zhang Chong glanced out the window and replied with a smile, the sun was just to our right, indicating that our right side is west. When we entered the city, the inn was named Jiuyue. If I am not mistaken, Jin in Jiuyue denotes gold, which corresponds to the Qian trigram in the I Ching. The Qian trigram flourishes in autumn and wanes in winter. Zhen and Sun thrive in spring and decline in summer. Kuan and Jin prosper throughout the seasons but fade in autumn. Li flourishes in summer, yet diminishes across the seasons, while Qin flourishes in winter and wanes in spring. As it is currently autumn, the Qian gate is wide open, and our entry direction aligns perfectly with the gene of Jiuyue. Remarkable! Zhan Jiuyue's eyes sparkled, feeling a newfound admiration for Zhang Chong. Chapter 046, The Unexpected Arrival of Mu Ling'er. Zhang Chong smiled bashfully, and Zhan Jiuyue continued. Might you also deduce the location of Hongbaimen? Zhang Chong nodded, studying the map before saying, as the name suggests, Hong signifies fire, which corresponds to the Li trigram, representing the south. The concept of Qian, Li San in the primary trigrams aligns with the southeast direction. As Zhang Chong concluded, he marked the position of Hongbaimen on the map. Zhan Jiuyue frowned, for the indicated location was not far from their own. According to Zhang Chong, as long as they identified the correct direction, reaching Hongbaimen could be accomplished in less than a day. Such a wretched place, laden with so many complexities. Aren't they afraid of not finding their way home? Wang Xiong scoffed, his frustration evident. Understanding Wang Xiong's forthright nature, Zhan Jiuyue regarded him with a deep gaze and chuckled. Brother Wang speaks truly. In such a small locale, they weave such intricate paths. It appears we must devise a strategy. After Zhan Jiuyue's remark, the atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he beckoned the other two closer with a subtle gesture, whispering in hushed tones. A mischievous smile crept across their faces. Indeed, Brother Zhan is a genius. Not only is he remarkably strong, but his intellect is equally impressive. You flatter me, truly. Zhan Jiuyue waved his hand dismissively, feigning humility. It is growing late. We ought to rest early, for tomorrow we shall bring chaos to Hongbaimen. Zhan Jiuyue glanced out the window, noting that night had long since fallen. The trio, engrossed in their discussion, had lost track of time. After bidding farewell to Zhan Jiuyue, Wang Xiong and Zhang Chong returned to their rooms to rest and prepare for the next day's endeavors. Zhan Jiuyue, however, found himself tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep as he pondered why he could not replicate the techniques of the woman he had seen earlier. It was not until the moon hung high in the sky that he finally drifted into a hazy slumber. Suddenly, Zhan Jiuyue's eyes flew open. Someone was in the room. In the dead of night, they were disturbing others' rest, and despite his drowsiness, Zhan Jiuyue felt a surge of annoyance. Yet, it was not his concern. He resolved to remain still. Just as he closed his eyes once more, a chilling breeze swept through, and his blanket was abruptly yanked away. Startled, he sat up straight. The window had been flung open, and the cold wind rushed in. However, Zhan Jiuyue was too bewildered to ponder how the window had opened. As he peered under the blanket, he was taken aback with delight. It was the woman in black from earlier, when he had tried to recruit her. She had been so dismissive, yet now she had come to him. What is it? Have you had a change of heart? Zhan Jiuyue raised an eyebrow at the black-clad woman, whose lively eyes were fixed on him, harboring an unspoken warning. Ignoring him, she snatched the blanket from his hands, cocooning herself within it. Zhan Jiuyue attempted to speak again, but was interrupted by a loud crash behind him. Turning, he saw the door swing wide open, revealing a group of individuals clad in red. Zhan Jiuyue's brow furrowed. Were they from Hongbaimen? This girl had come seeking refuge. The footsteps he had heard upstairs must have been in pursuit of her. Boy, have you seen a woman in black? One of the red-clad individuals questioned, an air of arrogance in his voice. I have not. Do not disrupt my affairs, or I shall ensure you regret ever stepping into this world. Zhan Jiuyue retorted, still irked from being awakened abruptly. Given that they were his sworn adversaries, his demeanor grew colder in response to their rudeness. Do you think you can handle this? The red-clad individual scrutinized Zhan Jiuyue, his gaze lingering on a certain part of him. Zhan Jiuyue felt a surge of indignation and shouted, I offered you a chance. Do not throw it away. I would like to see how you plan to make us regret it, brothers, wouldn't you? The man in front jested, turning to his companions. Just as he spun around, his smile abruptly vanished, and before he could react, Zhan Jiuyue's fist connected with his face, sending him staggering backward. Clutching his nose as he muttered, Damn, how dare you hit me? What are you staring at? Come at me. The man shouted in a fury, gesturing for his comrades to advance. The others, momentarily taken aback by their leader's sudden defeat, soon regained their composure. Zhan Jiuyue stood there nonchalantly, a provocative smile playing on his lips. A shifty-eyed individual among them sneered, You dare strike our leader? Are you tired of living? With that, he bent slightly, preparing to lunge at Zhan Jiuyue. Unfazed, Zhan Jiuyue remained rooted in place, a smile still gracing his lips, showing no intention of evading. The assailant scoffed, thinking Zhan Jiuyue was intimidated. Just as he was about to make contact, Zhan Jiuyue vanished from sight. The man's eyes widened in shock as he scanned for where Zhan Jiuyue might reappear, but it was too late. Zhan Jiuyue, like a phantom, materialized behind him, delivering a powerful kick to his backside. The force sent the man sprawling to the ground, a comical sight as he landed face first in the dirt. After a moment, he managed to rise, spitting out a tooth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You cheated? What kind of skill is that? Zhan Jiuyue remained unfazed, his demeanor as calm as ever, ignoring the man's outburst. Is that all you've got? Allow you all to join in. With that, he extended his right hand and beckoned with his fingers. The man who had taken the lead earlier shouted angrily, "Stop dawdling. Everyone, charge together." Upon seeing this, the crowd hastily drew their weapons and surrounded Zhan Jiuyue. This is getting interesting. Have you ever witnessed the brightest lightning in the world? Zhan Jiuyue surveyed the surroundings before chuckling. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, failing to comprehend his words, and then surged forward. Zhan Jiuyue gathered his strength in his right hand, channeling all his might into his punch, and struck at the individual leading the charge. The room was illuminated as if it were day by Zhan Jiuyue's thunderous fist, sending the frontmost attacker flying several meters away, clutching his chest and spewing blood. Chapter 047. Mu Linger and Mu Xingwan, the others, witnessing this, hesitated to advance further, pausing in their steps and fixating their gazes on Zhan Jiuyue. He snorted coldly. Who was it that claimed I was incapable? Where is your bravado now? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhan Jiuyue wove through the crowd, unleashing the full force of his thunderous fist, resulting in a chorus of wails wherever he went. When Zhan Jiuyue's figure reemerged in the room, all the members of the Red Dart sect lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, their lives ebbing away. Zhan Jiuyue stood amidst the sea of bodies, looking down upon them, before dusting off his hands and returning to his warm little bed. He noticed the woman in black quietly lying on the bed, motionless. Just as Zhan Jiuyue was about to tease her, he sensed the presence of others outside. Moreover, this aura was even stronger than that of the previous group from the Red Dart sect. The woman stirred uneasily on the bed, but Zhan Jiuyue pressed her down. Don't move. The woman in black dared not make another movement. After a moment, Zhan Jiuyue heard silence outside and let out a long breath. He did not wish to attract any further trouble. If the inn were to be destroyed, he certainly could not afford the consequences. Could you kindly remove your hand? The woman in black's complexion flushed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, sending a ripple through Zhan Jiuyue's heart. He found her beneath his hand remarkably soft, and, unable to resist, he playfully pinched it. You rogue! Zhan Jiuyue was startled by her exclamation and quickly withdrew his hand, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he realized what he had just done. No wonder he had felt such smoothness earlier. He had inadvertently touched something he ought not to have. I apologize, I truly did not mean to. The woman in black shot him a glare and said with an edge, Help me up. Oh, of course. Zhan Jiuyue lifted the quilt and assisted the woman in black to sit up. The moment she took a step, tears brimmed in her eyes, and she nearly fell to the ground. Observing this, Zhan Jiuyue hurried forward to support her, asking, What is the matter? My left foot is numb, and my right foot is swollen. Her voice grew softer, perhaps from embarrassment. She had never imagined that she would be pursued to such an extent one day. Zhan Jiuyue paused, taken aback. Wasn't that a bit tragic? He suppressed a chuckle and helped the woman in black to sit on the edge of the bed. You sit here for a moment. I will fetch some medicine for you. He turned and walked over to the table, pouring water while calling out, Xiao Li, bring me some medicine for bruises. I didn't realize you had such a way with women. The girls you encounter are all so beautiful. Xiao Li Bota, reluctantly handing a bottle of bruise medicine to Zhan Jiuyue. In my eyes, you're the most beautiful. Zhan Jiuyue replied with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Li's expression softened a bit, though she still retained her haughty demeanor. All right, hurry and apply it to her. With that, she cut off their connection. Zhan Jiuyue returned to the bedside with a cup of water and a bottle of red medicine. Take off your shoes. Although the customs in this country were liberal, they had only met twice. How could he ask her to remove her shoes? Zhan Jiuyue noticed her lack of movement and urged, What are you staring at? Take off your shoes. You rogue. Mulinger protested, struggling to stand. But as she took a few steps, Zhan Jiuyue pulled her back. What are you doing? If you don't take off your shoes, how can I assess the severity of your injury? Zhan Jiuyue, being rather forgetful, overlooked the customs of this era, which differed from the modern day. Mu Linger glared at him with her lively eyes. Just like that? What else? You don't think I have any interest in you, do you? Zhan Jiuyue found it amusing. He had done nothing to give her that impression. Mu Linger, realizing her thoughts had been exposed, felt a bit shy and retorted, "Who would care about that? Rest assured, I have someone I like, so I won't be doing anything to you." With that, Zhan Jiuyue gently removed Mu Linger's shoes. Her feet were petite and delicate, a healthy rosy hue contrasting against her fair skin, her toes resembling pearls. Mu Ling kicked Zhan Jiuyue lightly. "What are you looking at? Is it serious?" "Ah, not serious. I have some medicine here. Just apply it, and you'll be fine." Zhan Jiuyue snapped back to reality, opening the medicine, and a refreshing scent wafted toward him. "What is this? It smells so fresh." Mu Linger inhaled deeply, her eyes wide with surprise. Zhan Jiuyue's lips twitched. How could such a potent scent be described as refreshing? "It's just medicine for bruises. Bear with it. It might sting a little." "Hiss, can you be gentler? Do you not understand how to cherish a delicate flower?" The moment the medicine was applied to her foot, it felt cool, but as Zhan Jiuyue pressed, the pain became unbearable. "It will be fine soon. Just endure a bit." Zhan Jiuyue continued to apply pressure, not lifting his gaze. "Ah, you scoundrel!" Mu Linger could not hold back and shouted. Zhan Jiuyue quickly dodged, fearing that Mu Linger's kick would ruin his handsome face, jeopardizing his chances with Miss Shun. "Why don't you try walking a bit to see if it feels better?" Mu Linger shot him a glare, her chest heaving. Nevertheless, she obediently placed her foot on the ground, and indeed, it hurt less than before. With a look of astonishment, Mu Linger turned to Zhan Jiuyue, having long forgotten the earlier pain. "This is incredibly effective. The hour is late. Miss Mu, why don't you stay here for the night? You take the bed, and I'll sleep on the table." Zhan Jiuyue yawned, looking quite fatigued. Mu Linger frowned at him, uncertain if she could trust this man. "Wait, how do you know my surname is Mu?" They had only met twice, and had yet to exchange much dialogue. Zhan Jiuyue remained in the posture of yawning. "Oh no, I forgot again." He had merely seen her name in the system. "Miss Mu, your beauty is well known. I have heard much about you. Moreover, I am aware of someone named Mu Xingwan." As Zhan Jiuyue spoke, he observed Mu Linger's expression closely, probing into the relationship between her and Mu Xingwan. Sure enough, Mu Linger's complexion shifted. "Oh, that surname is rather rare. What a coincidence to encounter someone with it. Indeed, not only does that person share your surname, but they also bear a striking resemblance to you. One might mistake them for sisters." Zhan Jiuyue chuckled. "What do you wish to know?" Mu Linger felt a tension throughout her body. If she tried to flee, in her current state, she would not get far. If this man harbored hostility toward her, he would not have saved her earlier. Chapter 048. The Red Poison Lady awakening early in the morning. Zhan Jiuyue's consciousness had yet to fully return as he faced such a tricky dilemma. The Red Dart sect had found this place at such a time, which meant they were well prepared. However, with only Wang Xiong and Zhang Chan's abilities, they could not contend with them. Yet if he opened the door now, how would he explain Mu Linger's situation? A dilemma lay before Zhan Jiuyue, but he hesitated for no more than 2 seconds. He gritted his teeth, resolutely opening the door. No matter what, a friend's life was the utmost priority. As the grand door swung open, the sight that greeted me was Zhang Chong and Wang Xiong, both appearing flustered and drenched in perspiration as they rushed into the room. In their haste, they failed to notice Mu Linger, who was seated calmly at the table. How on earth did these imbeciles arrive so early? Zhang Chong gasped for breath, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Wang Xiong, casting a glance at the side where Zhan Jiuyue stood, managed to compose himself slightly. He draped an arm over Zhan Jiuyue's shoulder and confidently declared, "What is there to fear? We still have Brother Zhan with us. He will surely send them fleeing in disarray." Zhan Jiuyue, forcing a dry chuckle, patted his own face in an attempt to regain clarity, before deftly donning his arm armor in preparation for battle. Understanding that this predicament arose due to her presence, Mu Linger did not falter. Instead, she slowly stood and approached the doorway, positioning herself beside Zhan Jiuyue. "This matter does not concern you. I shall handle it." Her voice remained icy, devoid of any trace of emotion. At that moment, Zhan Jiuyue stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, mechanically turning his head to Mu Linger, inwardly lamenting, "Why couldn't you just hide? Must you emerge now to flaunt your prowess?" Wang Xiong, upon hearing the woman's voice, widened his eyes in surprise, and looked back. Isn't that the heroic lady from yesterday? What brings you here? Indeed. What brings you to this place, my lady? Zhang Chong echoed, equally astonished. Zhan Jiuyue, feigning curiosity, chimed in, yes, how is it that you find yourself in my room? Mu Linger cast a brief glance at Zhan Jiuyue and replied nonchalantly, you may leave now. I'll take care of this. Wang Xiong, feeling a surge of urgency, interjected, what do you mean by that, my lady? I have lived long enough to never have heard such reasoning. How can we entrust this matter to a mere woman? The footsteps echoing from downstairs grew increasingly louder, the enemy drawing ever closer. With danger looming, the four had no time to debate the matter and instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Wang Xiong stood at the forefront, spotting the fourth master, who had been thoroughly frightened by Mu Linger the previous day. Damn it! How does this scoundrel still have the audacity to show his face? Wasn't he supposed to have fled? The fourth master, hearing Wang Xiong's booming voice, glanced over with his beady eyes, instantly recognizing Zhan Jiuyue and Mu Linger. He hesitated for a mere moment, aware that they were formidable opponents. However, the pause was fleeting. He bellowed to his subordinates, all of you, come up here. Not a single one of you is to escape today. Capture them all. He himself, however, began to retreat slowly. In response to the fourth master's command, his men hastened their steps, charging up the stairs. With a fierce roar, Wang Xiong leapt down the staircase, causing the entire building to tremble, wielding his massive hammer. As he descended, those at the front raised their weapons in defense. But with another thunderous shout, Wang Xiong swung his hammer, unleashing a colossal circular shockwave that sent everyone reeling, toppling one after another. Zhan Jiuyue watched in awe at Wang Xiong's display of strength, marveling at the sheer power. Could I withstand such a blow? The three, following closely behind Wang Xiong, merely observed as he dominated the way down to the first floor. The fourth master was struck by his own men, tumbling down the stairs with a muffled groan, his ribs likely shattered, now gasping for air beneath a pile of bodies. Wang Xiong kicked aside a few stragglers blocking the staircase and shouted towards the entrance, come on, anyone unafraid of death may step forward. A red-haired woman at the door scoffed at his arrogance. Swiftly, she drew a poison needle from behind and flicked her wrist to launch it. Wang Xiong, keenly observing her movements, raised his great axe to block. Yet, as the needle met the axe, he was met with an overwhelming force, causing him to stagger backward, the axe clattering to the ground as he fell onto his rear. Red poison lady? Mu Linger, usually composed, furrowed her brow upon seeing the woman. Zhan Jiuyue was taken aback, the power of the needle striking fear into him as her stats appeared in his mind. Name, Red Poison Lady level. Superior level 10 attributes. Attack, 8,000 to 15,000. Magic, 3,500 to 10,500. Defense, 1,500 Fortune, 7,000 Agility, 2,000 Stamina, 1,000 Spirit, 3,500 Strength, 8,000 Combat Power, 40,000 Martial Arts. Hongshuang Demon Seal, copyable. Spirit Poison Blade, copyable. 100 Poisons Hellstorm, copyable. Iron Bath Red Wheel, copyable. Sacred Red Ghost Decision, copyable. 8-Sided Fire Poison, copyable. Spring Surge Poison Mist, copyable. Lotus Poison Body, copyable. Equipment, Soul Devouring Poison Needle, Soul Artifact. Blood Saving Demon Sword, Divine Artifact. Treasure, Soul Absorbing Pearl, Ominous, System Level. 5 can copy 15 Martial Arts. Who on earth is this person? Zhan Jiuyue murmured in disbelief. How could this woman possess such formidable power? And this was his first encounter with a divine artifact. Most alarmingly, she also had a treasure? We are no match for her. Mu Linger leaned closer to Zhan Jiuyue and whispered, do you know her? Zhan Jiuyue, taken aback, inquired, are you acquainted with this woman? Her tone suggested familiarity, perhaps even intimacy. Zhang Chong hurried to help the fallen Wang Xiong to his feet. As Wang Xiong dusted himself off, the red poison lady launched another poison needle. Zhan Jiuyue, sensing impending danger, activated his thunder step, his dragon god armored gauntlet charging rapidly. He knew Zhang Chong and the others could not withstand this attack. Determined to employ his strongest technique to counter the strike, Zhan Jiuyue prepared himself. Upon noticing Zhan Jiuyue's movement, the red poison lady smirked, clearly intent on provoking him. She was eager to witness just how formidable the individuals deemed powerful by the fourth master truly were. Chapter 49. The demon Zhan Jiuyue summoned all his strength, bracing his armored gauntlet against the swiftly approaching poison needle. To his astonishment, upon contact, the needle did not halt immediately. Instead, it lingered for a few seconds before plummeting to the ground. Merely deflecting that single needle left beads of sweat the size of mung beans trickling down Zhan Jiuyue's forehead. How can she be so powerful? He gasped. His breath labored. We may not stand a chance against this red poison lady. We must devise a means to escape quickly. Escape? The red poison lady chuckled, a playful smile gracing her lips as she twirled a lock of hair. Suddenly, she leapt into the air, a crimson aura enveloping her. Let us see what you are truly capable of. Such overwhelming presence. Zhang Chong, supporting Wang Xiong, leaned against the wall, both men trembling in fear at the might of her martial arts. In their eyes, Jiang Wangyin had been the pinnacle of strength, yet now they were paralyzed with dread, scarcely daring to breathe. Zhan Jiuyue and Mu Linger clenched their fists, vigilant of the red poison lady's every move. As the red poison lady floated effortlessly, she advanced toward them, her chilling laughter resonating through the air. What manner of creature is this? She is nothing short of a female demon. With resolute determination, Zhan Jiuyue steeled himself, unleashing his full power as he opened the 8 gates. This time, however, the strength he felt was vastly superior to previous experiences. What is happening? Was it not stated that I could only unlock up to the 3rd gate? Why is this? Could it be the influence of the ghost blood pearl? Has it truly altered my capabilities? Perhaps this newfound power could indeed stand against this female demon. With a swift leap, Zhan Jiuyue felt the surrounding space distort as he propelled himself forward, the air thinning in his wake. The red poison lady, momentarily taken aback, was astonished. In her years traversing the martial world, she had encountered countless foes, but none like this. Even the formidable 24 generals of the court have met their match. These 8 gates are not without their own experiences, yet they have truly never encountered such overwhelming power. Hong Duxiang, filled with trepidation, felt her entire being tremble as the crimson aura intensified, gradually transforming from mere light into a flowing river of blood. Zhan Jiuyue clenched his fists and lunged towards Hong Duxiang, who merely pushed forward with both hands, causing the blood coursing through the air to coalesce into small wheels. Having never witnessed such a martial art, Zhan Jiuyue had no time to comprehend it and charged headlong at Hong Duxiang. Before he could bring her down, the blood-formed wheels encircled him completely. Suddenly, a fierce shout from Hong Duxiang caused those wheels to tighten, binding Zhan Jiuyue within their grasp. How could this be? How could I, with such speed, still be caught? Mu Linger, watching in desperation, seized her dagger and aimed it at Hong Duxiang. The latter turned her gaze towards Mu Linger, squinting slightly, then waved her left hand lightly, unleashing a surge of bloodlight towards her. With a swift evasion, Mu Linger narrowly escaped, but as she accelerated once more, her retreat was thwarted by the blood-formed wheels. Damn it! Wang Xiong and Zhang Chong were equally anxious for Mu Linger. Hong Duxiang clenched her left hand, and the crimson light descended once more, causing Mu Linger excruciating pain as her entire body began to rot rapidly, her once fair skin now becoming a grotesque sight. Just like your useless sister, what does it matter if you possess a unique bloodline? In the end, you will obediently become my feast. After proclaiming this, Hong Duxiang extended her long tongue to siphon Mu Linger's blood. The tongue entwined around Mu Linger's neck, its barbs piercing into her veins. Mu Linger curled up on the ground, emitting heart-wrenching cries of agony. Zhang Chong, unable to bear the sight any longer, yearned to intervene, fully aware of his own inadequacy against Hong Duxiang. Yet he could not stand idly by as she faced death. At that moment, the wheels restraining Zhan Jiuyue shattered, and a beam of mixed black and golden light shot forth. How could this be? Hong Duxiang halted her siphoning, astonished by the golden light. Zhan Jiuyue sprang forth from within, and the golden beam struck Hong Duxiang's face. To onlookers, it appeared as if the golden light was striking from various angles. But in truth, Zhan Jiuyue's speed was so extraordinary that they could not discern his movements. This continued for a full 5 minutes, with Hong Duxiang being battered into a distorted state, collapsing to the ground and expelling a mouthful of black pus. You forced my hand. Hong Duxiang raised her arms, her hands transforming into red dragons as the skies darkened, and the surrounding blood increased in quantity. Chapter 050. The soul of the ghost blood pearl Zhan Jiuyue knelt on the ground, attempting to rise, yet every exertion brought forth unbearable pain. as if 1,000 ants were relentlessly gnawing at his flesh. How painful! Am I poisoned? Hong Duxiang observed his wretched state and erupted into manic laughter, shaking her body as she pointed at Zhan Jiuyue, saying, "Are you satisfied with the poison I prepared for you? Damn it!" Zhan Jiuyue's eyes turned bloodshot as he attempted to retort, only to be overwhelmed by a surge of fury. He opened his mouth and spat a pool of thick black blood, which emanated a foul stench. Hong Duxiang chuckled lightly, taunting, "I advise you to conserve your strength. Once you succumb to my poison, you won't last an hour. But fret not. In that hour, I will ensure you never forget this experience. What do you intend to do?" Without responding, Hong Duxiang lightly tapped the unconscious Mu Linger beside her, then pointed at Zhang Chong and Wang Xiong, who were leaning against the wall. At that moment, Mu Linger no longer dared to move. Her once smooth and fair skin was now entirely rotting, leaving her devoid of any capacity to resist. Zhan Jiuyue glared intently at Hong Duxiang, who appeared to revel in her choice of whom to torment first. Resolute, she extended her hand and soared towards the corner where they stood. The two, seeing her approach, struggled to rise and prepare for defense, but before they could brace themselves, Hong Duxiang seemed to teleport, appearing right before them. So swift. The two were utterly unprepared as they received a powerful strike from Hong Duxiang's palm to their chests, sending them crashing through the wall, flying a full 10 meters away. "Stop! Don't hurt them!" Zhan Jiuyue shouted frantically, witnessing his friends being harmed. His heart churned, and he expelled several mouthfuls of black blood. He felt his strength waning, his consciousness fading, and his eyes beginning to close. Yet a singular belief sustained his spirit. "No, I cannot fall. My friends need me." Zhan Jiuyue strained to open his eyes, shaking his head as he gritted his teeth. Enduring the searing pain, he managed to rise, prepared to confront Hong Duxiang with everything he had. "I will kill you." Zhan Jiuyue's eyes flared with rage, unleashing all his inner strength as he charged at Hong Duxiang. "Quite the spirit. I like it." Hong Duxiang tightened her grip, and two short blades of blood materialized on her arms. Zhan Jiuyue, disregarding his own life, shouted with fervor, striking his fist against Hong Duxiang. The blood-formed blades clashed violently with the dragon god armored gauntlet, sending shockwaves that obliterated the nearby structures. "What is happening? Where did this boy find such strength to overpower me?" Hong Duxiang, sensing the urgency, trembled with alarm. Waves of red light erupted, and her hair floated wildly. After several minutes of stalemate, Zhan Jiuyue gradually lost his initial momentum, and as the blood blades inched closer to his throat, he found himself powerless to resist. "It is time to end this." Sensing her advantage, Hong Duxiang unleashed another surge, her blades slicing into Zhan Jiuyue's body. He instantly bled profusely, collapsing to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably before finally closing his eyes. "No, please no," Xiao Li cried out desperately. Yet Zhan Jiuyue could no longer respond. "Am I truly dead this time?" "Xiao Li, Yu Ning, Brother Jiang, Zhao Ming." Zhan Jiuyue's body gradually lost sensation, plunging into an abyss of darkness, surrounded by an atmosphere of death devoid of life. He felt no direction, no support, no sensation, no breath. Suddenly, a brilliant white light blazed in the distance, so intense that Zhan Jiuyue could not open his eyes, and he sank back into slumber. Abruptly, the surrounding space seemed sealed by some magical force, and the white light ceased, revealing a frail figure that surged towards him, a skeleton clad in ancient garb. In a swift motion, it appeared before Zhan Jiuyue, emanating a chilling aura that instilled fear and discomfort. It sniffed at Zhan Jiuyue, revealing a resolute expression. "Indeed, it is you." The voice was ancient and powerful. As the skeleton spoke, its bones creaking ominously. As soon as it finished speaking, it raised an arm and placed it upon Zhan Jiuyue's abdomen, black smoke continuously seeping into his body. Moments later, Zhan Jiuyue felt an uncomfortable sensation, abruptly opening his eyes and coughing, the black smoke escaping from his throat, causing him to tear up. "Young man, hold on a little longer. You'll be fine soon." "Who is this?" Zhan Jiuyue could not speak, only watch as the skeleton stood beside him. "Xiao Li, are you still there? Who are you?" No one replied. Yet he could distinctly feel his body undergoing a gradual transformation. His bones realigned, and his blood began to flow backward. "What is happening? Is he saving me?" After a considerable time, the skeleton took a few steps back and said solemnly, "You may move now." "Who are you?" Zhan Jiuyue quickly inquired. Golu pointed with his finger to the location on Zhan Jiuyue's abdomen. I am the primordial spirit of the ghost blood pearl, Shuo Fong. The primordial spirit of the ghost blood pearl? So, were you just saving me? Zhan Jiuyue moved his limbs, discovering that he was no longer afflicted, and he could distinctly sense that this new body was vastly superior to his previous one. You are the chosen one of the Ghost King. Thus you shall not perish. There was no need for my intervention. I merely fulfilled my duty, Shuo Fong replied with a bow. Chapter 051. The Mu clan bloodline. Zhan Jiuyue furrowed his brow, pondering the implication of being the chosen one of the Ghost King. Did this mean that the pearl had not fortuitously entered his body, but was rather a premeditated act? Shuo Fong seemed to read Zhan Jiuyue's inner thoughts. Indeed, the Ghost King is the creator of this pearl. Your unique constitution is what allowed you to be selected. And what benefits do I gain from this? Zhan Jiuyue inquired. Benefits? Is saving your life and purging your veins not enough? Shuo Fong chuckled lightly, bemused by the youth's audacity. After all, how could one chosen by the Ghost King settle for mediocrity? Since you have asked, I shall bestow upon you an additional advantage. However, whether you can withstand it depends on your own fate. Approaching Zhan Jiuyue, Shuo Fong's hand shimmered with an extraordinary light, which gradually penetrated Zhan Jiuyue's lower abdomen. Zhan Jiuyue's body convulsed violently, and a harrowing scream escaped his lips. What the hell? A more intense wave of pain surged through him, causing him to grit his teeth, his eyes nearly bursting as crimson veins crept across his gaze. He collapsed to the ground, thrashing uncontrollably. Shuo Fong stood nearby, watching with satisfaction at his handiwork. Yet, in the next moment, Shuo Fong halted, for Zhan Jiuyue lay motionless on the ground. Shuo Fong's expression turned vacant. It's over. This is the chosen one of the Ghost King. He muttered softly, stepping forward to push Zhan Jiuyue, but received no response. It's truly over. Had I known, I wouldn't have granted him such immense power, Shuo Fong lamented, feeling disheartened as he prepared to return and face the Ghost King's wrath. However, unbeknownst to Shuo Fong, just after he departed, Zhan Jiuyue miraculously regained consciousness. Damn, that hurt too much. Zhan Jiuyue scrambled to his feet, surveying his surroundings. The damp, moldy scent mingled with the odor of dried blood, creating an unbearable stench. Outside, guards paced restlessly, and the flickering lights suggested a prison-like atmosphere. This seems like a cell, but I distinctly remember being at an inn before I fainted, Zhan Jiuyue mused, scanning the environment until he suddenly stumbled over an object, nearly falling. He paused to look back at what had tripped him, only to discover it was Mu Linger and her companions. He rushed over, shaking each of them, but only Wang Xiong stirred groggily. Little brother Zhan, Zhan Jiuyue questioned. What on earth happened? Where are we? What has befallen you all? Wang Xiong, bewildered by the barrage of questions, recollected the events with effort. Little brother Zhan, you fainted and were completely unaware. That woman knocked you out and then came to torment us. We were both poisoned by her, and it was a disaster for Miss Mu, as she had her blood drained. Miss Mu, right, where is she? Zhan Jiuyue turned to the side and saw Mu Linger lying there, her fingers twitching. He quickly helped her sit up, cradling her in his arms. Miss Mu. Mu Linger blinked and then struggled to sit up. The others were astonished. Just a second ago, she had been unconscious, and now she seemed perfectly fine. Zhan Jiuyue noticed that Mu Linger's appearance was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Your face. Mu Linger touched her cheek. What is strange about that? You previously inquired about my bloodline. This is its effect. Is it truly so miraculous? Zhan Jiuyue's eyes widened in shock. This bloodline is unique to my family, regardless of the severity of one's injuries. As long as one drinks our blood or engages with us, they can rapidly recover to their former state. My family has been targeted in the martial world because of this bloodline. Many covet it, and some even seek to destroy it if they cannot obtain it. A few years ago, my family faced annihilation. My sister and I narrowly escaped during our travels, but we have lived as fugitives ever since. A few months ago, my sister and I became separated. Mu Linger's tone was flat, as though recounting someone else's tale, yet her gaze remained fixed on a distant point. Zhan Jiuyue was taken aback by the tragic history of the Mu sisters and the true purpose of their bloodline. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Do not be too disheartened. Once we escape, we shall help you find your sister. I recall seeing her at the Red Blade sect. Suddenly, Mu Linger seemed entranced, her eyes drifting past Zhan Jiuyue to something behind him. Perplexed, Zhan Jiuyue turned, and to his astonishment, there was a butterfly, The butterfly radiated ethereal energy, shimmering with a blue luminescence. "It's my sister." Mu Linger extended her hand, and the butterfly alighted upon it. With her other hand, she gently touched it, and the ethereal butterfly transformed into an image. A woman clad in red lay on the ground, surrounded by a setting that bore an uncanny resemblance to their own. "Sister." The woman in red was none other than Mu Xingwan. Mu Linger was filled with exhilaration. After searching for so long, she had finally found her sister. "Linger, listen to me. I cannot sustain this power for much longer. Mo vingvan ne vikli, had completion pal." After we became separated, I joined the Red Blade sect, believing I had found refuge, but I did not anticipate that the Red Poison Lady would discover my bloodline. She feigned to shelter me, yet imprisoned me in the deepest dungeon, coming daily to drain my blood. Her words trailed off, the image flickering before ultimately vanishing into thin air. "Sister," Mu Linger cried out in anguish, lunging toward the space where the image had been. Zhan Jiuyue caught her, preventing her from falling. "Where is your sister?" Wang Xiong scratched his head, glancing around. Apart from their group, there was no one else present. A chilling realization crept up Wang Xiong's spine. Zhan Jiuyue turned to Wang Xiong, puzzled. "Did you not see the image just now?" Wang Xiong shook his head. "I saw nothing, just Miss Mu talking to the air." Zhan Jiuyue frowned, perplexed that Wang Xiong could not see. What could this mean? "Did you see the butterfly?" Zhan Jiuyue pressed. Wang Xiong shook his head again, baffled by Zhan Jiuyue's persistent inquiries. Zhan Jiuyue's gaze flitted between Mu Linger and Wang Xiong, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Mu Linger collected Hezef. This is also a trait of our family bloodline. As long as two individuals are not too far apart, they can sense each other's presence. My sister sensed me just now, which is why she used the spirit butterfly to communicate. Then why could I see it? Zhan Jiuyue was utterly bewildered. This was a unique trait of the Mu family, yet he could perceive it. Could it be that he was also of their lineage? Chapter 052. Mu Xingwan in the dungeon. Our Mu family has no one like you. You could see it simply because you had just encountered my sister and subsequently me. You carry the scent of our sisterhood, which enabled you to perceive it, Mu Linger stated bluntly, as if she understood Zhan Jiuyue's thoughts. My sister has already indicated that she is in the deepest part of the dungeon. Zhan Jiuyue, can you assist me? Assist her? Zhan Jiuyue could barely protect himself. How could he help her? Yet, since Mu Linger had asked, he found no reason to refuse. We must deliberate on this matter. We cannot rush into it. The four of them gathered in a huddle, strategizing their next steps. Zhang Cheng had awakened when Mu Linger engaged in a dialogue with the apparition, and he was now nearly fully recovered. Moments later, the four of them nodded in unison. Mu Linger leaned against the prison gate. "Brother, could you come here for a moment? I have a small favor to ask." The prison guard cast a cursory glance at him, but made no move and turned his head back. With a quick flick of her eyes, Mu Linger slid her bracelet off her wrist. "Brother, I would greatly appreciate your assistance." Noticing Mu Linger's thoughtfulness, the guard finally shifted his position. To him, these few useless individuals held no significance at all. After all, this was the Hong Biao men. Surely they could not stir up any considerable trouble. Just as the guard approached the prison gate, a gust of palm wind surged forth. Due to the proximity, the guard was caught off guard and fell straight down. The deed was done. Mu Linger reached for the keys hanging from the guard's belt. They had only one lock, yet the guard bore a multitude of keys, leaving them with no choice but to try each one. Mu Linger inserted the first key, but the door did not budge. Instead, a sharp sword aura sliced through the air, and Zhan Jiuyue swiftly pulled Mu Linger back, though a few strands of her hair were still severed. The group was startled by the recent events. Not only was the door locked, but they also faced life-threatening danger. However, they had no choice but to escape. As Mu Xingwan awaited their rescue, Mu Linger stepped forward once more, inserting another key, only to find the same result. This time with the sword energy emanating from an opposite direction. Zhan Jiuyue furrowed his brow. Did this imply that for every key, there was a corresponding sword aura? They had no knowledge of whether a genuine key existed among them. He felt an unsettling sense that these keys had come too easily, if only. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhan Jiuyue. He clenched his hand into a fist and struck the lock. The lock broke. Unexpectedly, no mechanism was triggered. The three others turned their gaze toward Zhan Jiuyue, and Zhang Cheng looked at him in awe. "No way. Brother Zhan, how did you know that?" Zhan Jiuyue, equally surprised at the simplicity of the situation, scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Just a lucky guess. Heh. Mu Linger shot him a meaningful glance. Enough chatter. We must hurry. If Hong Dunyang arrives, we won't be able to leave. The four cautiously ventured deeper into the dungeon, eliminating several patrolling guards along the way. The further they descended, the more damp it became, and Mu Linger could hardly bear to imagine the torment Mu Xingwan was enduring. You have arrived. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows, adorned in a black and gold mask, exuding a foul stench. Where's my sister? Mu Linger, seemingly unperturbed by the noxious odor, fixed her gaze on the figure, demanding answers. Our family does not harbor someone like you. It is merely because you have recently encountered my sister, and then me, that you can detect the essence of our sisterhood. Mu Linger, as if reading Zhan Jiuyue's thoughts, spoke without hesitation. My sister has already informed me that she is at the very depths of the dungeon. Zhan Jiuyue, could you assist me? Assist her? Zhan Jiuyue thought to himself, wondering how he could possibly help when he was struggling to protect himself. Yet, since Mu Linger had already spoken, he found no reason to refuse. This matter requires careful deliberation. We cannot act hastily. The four gathered together, strategizing their next move. Zhang Chong had regained his senses after Mu Linger's earlier exchange with the apparition and was now nearly back to normal. Moments later, they all nodded in agreement. Mu Linger leaned against the prison gate once more. Brother, could you come here for a moment? I have a small favor to ask. The prison guard offered a disinterested glance, but made no move, turning his head away once again. Mu Linger, with a clever glint in her eyes, removed her bracelet from her wrist. Brother, I would greatly appreciate your assistance. The guard, recognizing Mu Linger as a sensible girl, finally shifted his position. These few useless individuals were of no concern to him. This was the Hong Biao men, after all. Surely they could not cause any significant upheaval. Just as the guard approached the prison gate, a gust of palm wind surged forth. The guard, caught off guard due to the proximity, fell straight down. The deed was accomplished. Mu Linger swiftly seized the keys from the guard's belt. They had only one lock, yet the guard bore an array of keys, leaving them no choice but to try each one. Mu Linger inserted the first key, but the door did not open. Instead, a fierce sword aura sliced through the air, and Zhan Jiuyue yanked Mu Linger back, though a few strands of her hair were still severed. The group was startled. Not only was the door locked, but there was also a life-threatening danger. Yet, they had no choice but to escape, as Mu Xingwan awaited their rescue. Mu Linger stepped forward again, inserting another key, only to find the same outcome, though this time the sword aura emerged from a different angle. Zhan Jiuyue's brow furrowed. Did this indicate that for every key, there was a corresponding sword aura? They had no knowledge of whether a genuine key was among them. He felt an unsettling sense that these keys had come too easily. If only. An idea struck Zhan Jiuyue. He clenched his hand into a fist and struck the lock. The lock broke. Unexpectedly, no mechanism was triggered. The three others gazed at Zhan Jiuyue in astonishment, with Zhang Chong expressing admiration. No way. Brother Zhan, how did you know that? Zhan Jiuyue, equally surprised by the simplicity of the situation, scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Just a lucky guess. Heh. Mu Linger shot him a meaningful glance. Enough chatter. We must hurry. If Hong Dunyang arrives, we won't be able to leave. The four cautiously ventured deeper into the dungeon, eliminating several patrolling guards along the way. The further they descended, the more damp it became, and Mu Linger could hardly bear to imagine the torment Mu Xingwan was enduring. You have arrived. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows, adorned in a black and gold mask, exuding a foul stench. Where is my sister? Mu Linger, seemingly unperturbed by the noxious odor, fixed her gaze on the figure, demanding answers. Our family does not harbor someone like you. It is merely because you have recently encountered my sister, and then me, that you can detect the essence of our sisterhood. Mu Linger, as if reading Zhan Jiuyue's thoughts, spoke without hesitation. My sister has already informed me that she is at the very depths of the dungeon. Zhan Jiuyue, could you assist me? Assist her? Zhan Jiuyue thought to himself, wondering how he could possibly help when he was struggling to protect himself. Yet, since Mu Linger had already spoken, he found no reason to refuse. This matter requires careful deliberation. We cannot act hastily. The four gathered together, strategizing their next move. Wang Xiong cast a glance at Zhang Chong, who lay unconscious on the ground, and then turned his attention to Mu Linger, whose body was stained with blood. He awkwardly remarked, though your words hold truth. You are grievously injured, and we find ourselves locked within this prison, with no viable means of escape at present. This matter does not concern you. It is my own affair, and I wish not to implicate you. With that, Mu Linger rose resolutely and approached the iron door, seemingly intent on using her brute strength to force it open. Observing this, Zhan Jiuyue hurried forward to stop her. My lady, do not be hasty. We must deliberate carefully on this issue. It cannot be resolved in haste. While we may not be heroes, we shall certainly assist others in their time of need. Grant me a moment, and I shall devise a strategy. Although reluctant to burden them, Mu Linger, recognizing Zhan Jiuyue's unwavering determination and her own lack of alternatives, understood that charging out recklessly would not save her sister. The presence of an ally would indeed offer more hope, so she acquiesced to Zhan Jiuyue's counsel. After a brief moment, Zhan Jiuyue noted that there was but a single guard present, and he decided to leave Wang Xiong behind to watch over Zhang Chong, while he and Mu Linger devised a plan to escape and locate her sister. Once Zhan Jiuyue had assigned the tasks, Mu Linger grit her teeth and called out to the guard, "Young man, could you come here for a moment? I have a small favor to ask." The guard, hearing her, cast a casual glance in their direction, recalling how this girl had been shouting just moments ago. Now speaking with such gentleness, he sensed the trap. He promptly turned his head away. With a quick flick of her wrist, Mu Linger removed a bracelet from her arm. "Young man, as a lady, I merely wish to see if you might extend me a small kindness." The guard, noticing the bracelet's fine quality, realized it could fetch a good price, and thought that these few worthless prisoners posed no real threat. He rose and approached. Just as the guard neared the cell, Zhan Jiuyue, concealed nearby, suddenly delivered a punch. The guard, caught off guard by the close proximity, was swiftly knocked unconscious. "Done! Now we can make our escape and hasten to find your sister," Zhan Jiuyue exclaimed, brushing off his hands with a sense of triumph. However, as Mu Linger burst through the door, a massive blade descended rapidly from above. Though she narrowly avoided it, several strands of hair were severed. Instantly, all the mechanisms within the dungeon were triggered, producing a cacophony of shrill sounds. Alas, had I known, it would have been better to emerge directly. A swarm of guards, armed and ready, rushed in, surrounding them within moments. Their efficiency was remarkable. It seemed the guards had been lurking in the shadows, and the previous guard had merely served as bait. Zhan Jiuyue shifted his wrist and said in a low voice, "We have no choice now. We must fight. It is time to test what benefits the Ghost Blood Pearl has bestowed upon me." As he gathered his strength, Zhan Jiuyue felt a distinct change in his internal energy, a mysterious force circulating within him. Is this the power of the Ghost Blood Pearl? He pondered, clenching his fists tightly, feeling a strength unlike any he had known before. "Let me put this power to the test." He shouted to the surrounding crowd, "Come on! Those unafraid of death may step forward." What kind of place is the Red Glimmer Sect? In Qihai City, their word is law, and none dare speak against them. Even the royal family must show them deference. A mere handful of unknowns. They surely do not fear us, he mused. When the crowd showed no signs of retreat, Zhan Jiuyue felt his pride wounded. Despite his earlier bravado, no one seemed frightened. It was time to show them a taste of true power. Zhan Jiuyue sprang into action, employing the thunder step enhanced by the 8 gates. With a swift motion, veins bulging, he unleashed a powerful strike. An icy wind surged, cracking through the air. Enhanced by the power of the 8 gates, a colossal ice fist formed mid-air, hurtling towards the crowd, freezing all who were struck in place, immobilized. With a thunderous crash, the ice fist exploded upon impact, sending a shockwave that rendered many motionless. One could only imagine their internal organs, frozen solid by the chilling blast. Who else dares to challenge me? Zhan Jiuyue's previous strike had certainly instilled fear in their hearts. Xiao Li, astonished, marveled at the transformation in such a short time. What had he experienced? She quickly opened her computer to analyze Zhan Jiuyue's physical state, confirming her suspicions. His entire bodily structure had undergone a transformation. Previously, with a potential value barely reaching 4, he had surpassed most in this world, but now it had astonishingly risen to 9. What has happened to you? Why has your potential reached such heights? Oh, nothing much. It must be the power of the Ghost Blood Pearl. Zhan Jiuyue replied nonchalantly. "TCH, you show off. By the way, your system level has upgraded. When we encounter that red poison lady, make sure to teach her a lesson for bullying my little master." "All right, I understand. Just wait and see." Mu Linger, still recovering, found even dealing with this mob of minor thugs exhausting. Each movement was fraught with difficulty, and her reactions were sluggish. Zhan Jiuyue observed her struggle and surged forward, his legs moving like a phantom, achieving an extraordinary speed. Mu Linger merely caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past, as if a ghost were trailing behind. In a flash, Zhan Jiuyue appeared before her, delivering a heavy punch that sent several men flying several meters away. Golden Wave Punch. That strike, infused with a terrifying force, reverberated with high-frequency vibrations, rendering those struck utterly shattered, spewing blood. Now, Zhan Jiuyue possessed the formidable strength of a master. Enhanced by the powers of the Ghost Blood Pearl, he reveled in his newfound might, realizing that had he possessed such power earlier, he could have easily defeated the Red Poison Lady. Scanning the crowd, he noted how his previous two attacks had instilled fear, causing them to retreat. Someone go inform the sect leader. Hurry! A member of the crowd, sensing the danger, urged others to relay the message. Seeing their retreat, Zhan Jiuyue smirked, thinking of escaping. He raised his hand and slammed it down toward the ground. The dungeon chilled instantly, cracks forming on the floor as a colossal icy hand emerged. The range of this true Ice Thousand Hands technique was astonishing, blocking the path of those attempting to flee. As the icy hands advanced, anyone touched by them was rendered immobile by the penetrating cold. Goodness! They are utterly doomed. Mulinge vechit in astonishment, recalling how Zhan Jiuyue had seemed weaker during her encounter with the Red Poison Lady. Zhan Jiuyue nonchalantly adjusted his shoulder, deliberately posturing, and turned slightly to speak in a low voice. My lady, let us hasten to find your sister. Yes, I believe it is that way. Mu Linger pointed down a particularly winding path. The two quickly set off, but as they rounded a corner, a pungent stench of blood assaulted their senses. Zhan Jiuyue, covering his nose, nearly retched, exclaiming, What on earth happened here? Why is the smell of blood so overwhelming? With reddened eyes, Mu Linger knew all too well what the scent signified. It was the unmistakable aroma of her sister's blood, due to the peculiarity of her bloodline. As long as she does not perish, her blood will continue to flow endlessly. In other words, had the Red Poison Lady not killed her sister immediately, but instead drawn a portion of her blood each day, the supply would have been inexhaustible. What torment is my sister enduring at this moment? Red Poison Lady, you are utterly deranged. I shall personally slay you, this beastly woman, to avenge my sister. The deeper they ventured, the more pungent the scent of blood became, nearly suffocating Zhan Jiuyue. As they turned another corner, a massive stone door loomed before them. Bloodstains, still fresh, dripped onto the ground, while strange, incomprehensible symbols adorned its surface. I have a feeling. It must be here. My sister is definitely inside. Mu Linger's eyes sparkled with determination as she rushed forward, hammering against the stone door. At her current state, how could she possibly open such a colossal barrier? Zhan Jiuyue contemplated smashing it to pieces with a single punch, but feared for her safety. He attempted to intervene and halt the frenzied Mu Linger. Calm down, let me handle this. Yet, Mu Linger was far too anxious, her mind clouded with desperation. She was utterly consumed by the desire to rescue her sister. In her fervor, she failed to hear Zhan Jiuyue's pleas, relentlessly pummeling the stone door until her hands were stained with blood. Unable to watch any longer, Zhan Jiuyue seized her and pulled her behind him. He then unleashed a powerful golden hurling fist upon the stone door. With a resounding crash, the door collapsed, releasing an even more potent stench of blood mixed with dust that assaulted their senses. Zhan Jiuyue, overwhelmed, clutched his stomach and retreated to a corner to vomit, while Mu Linger swiftly dashed inside as soon as the door opened. Chapter 054. The Rescue of Mu Xingwan 3. After only a few steps, Mu Linger froze in her tracks. In the dimly lit dungeon, the air was thick with despair, the walls cloaked in an oppressive gray. A chilling breeze swept through, casting flickering shadows from the candles onto the scurrying rats. The atmosphere was saturated not only with dampness and the metallic scent of blood, but also with an overwhelming aura of death. Lying on the ground in a crimson gown, Mu Xingwan was barely alive, her breath faint. Heavy iron chains, as thick as a person's arm, bound her tightly, making any movement seem impossible. Upon seeing her sister, Mu Xingwan managed to shift slightly, the chains clinking ominously against each other, rusty remnants clinging to her decayed skin. Sister, Mu Linger cried, tears streaming down her face as she rushed to her sister's side, reaching out to touch her, only to halt mid-motion. Sister, sab sobota. Mu Xingwan forced a smile, straining to speak. Linger, dear, I am fine. How could you possibly be fine? Just wait. I will rescue you right away. With that, Mu Linger sprang up, intent on breaking the chains, but found herself at a loss. Each chain seemed to pull at Mu Xingwan's body. Zhan Jiuyue could hardly bear the overwhelming stench of blood and silently lamented, Shaoli, please think of a solution. I still need to save her. How about a gas mask? Shaoli suggested, tilting her head. Something smaller. At her words, Shaoli snapped her fingers, and a pair of small nostril plugs blocked Zhan Jiuyue's nose. Thank heavens! This is much more bearable. The red poison sect truly is utterly deranged. Zhan Jiuyue had initially come to the red poison sect seeking vengeance, haunted by the memory of the three-handed cripple who had ambushed Shen Yaoning. Now, having gained the power of the ghost blood pearl, he was determined to wreak havoc. Zhan Jiuyue moved cautiously into the chamber, and Mu Xingwan immediately recognized him. You are from the Yongtong Merchant Association? Miss, there is no time to dwell on that. We must focus on getting you out. Their previous encounter had been as adversaries, yet now he was her savior. Previously, Mu Xingwan was a member of the Red Poison sect, but upon her return to Qihai City, she was ensnared by the Red Poison Lady, subjected to relentless blood extraction to enhance her power. Mu Linger observed the situation, yet remained unsure how to proceed. Each chain had a locking mechanism at its end, and it was evident that forcing the locks would trigger some hidden mechanism. While Zhan Jiuyue could withstand the trap's assaults, Mu Xingwan's frail state could not endure such turmoil. To unlock the chains, we must find the Red Poison Lady. Mu Linger spoke with venom, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Before she could finish, a chilling laugh echoed from the corridor. Ha! Truly, heaven has eyes. My powers have increased tremendously. To think I have captured two descendants of a unique bloodline at once. Zhan Jiuyue whipped around, and the familiar silhouette emerged at the entrance. The Red Poison Lady, floating in midair, gliding toward them. Mu Linger positioned herself protectively in front of her sister, brimming with resolve. Yet, with her current strength, she was no match for the Red Poison Lady. After his system upgrade, Zhan Jiuyue now possessed 3 additional slots for heart techniques and hurriedly selected one from the Red Poison Lady to copy. Miss, protect your sister. I will handle this. Zhan Jiuyue clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intensely on the doorway. No, how can I allow you to? Rest assured, with you guarding here, I can fight without worry. Upon hearing this, the Red Poison Lady laughed heartily once more. Ha ha, what? Has your confidence surged after just half a day? Stop with the idle chatter and come at me. Such audacity. The Red Poison Lady flung her hands back, and the crimson light beside her morphed into fresh blood, once again executing the Iron Bath Red Wheel technique. This was the very move that had ensnared Zhan Jiuyue before, nearly costing him his life. But this time, it was different. Zhan Jiuyue stood resolutely, bracing against the onslaught of the Red Wheel. The crimson wheel circled around him, yet could not bind him. Have you not eaten? Zhan Jiuyue raised his head, a cold smile adorning his face as he fixed his gaze on the Red Poison Lady. The Red Poison Lady was utterly bewildered. What was happening? She watched as Zhan Jiuyue stood unyieldingly, her attack having no effect on him. This was the power acquired from the Ghost Blood Pearl. Although the ghostly energy had not fully assimilated into his being, the malevolent spirit's assault was powerless against Zhan Jiuyue at this moment. Open your eyes and see clearly. Just as the Red Poison Lady floundered in confusion, Zhan Jiuyue gradually ascended into the air, a surge of crimson blood rising before him. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Iron Bath Red Wheel. How is this possible? How can he use my technique? A scream erupted as the Red Poison Lady found herself ensnared by the very wheel she had wielded. Zhan Jiuyue's strike, augmented by the power of the ghostly spirit, far surpassed the Red Poison Lady's heart technique, causing her to tremble as the burning blood inflicted excruciating pain. Another scream echoed. The Red Poison Lady felt her body ready to shatter. With a forceful release, she collapsed to the ground. I haven't even attacked yet. How did you fall? Zhan Jiuyue mocked. Behind him, Mu Linger stood in stunned silence, bewildered by this individual who could subdue the Red Poison Lady so effortlessly. You, how do you possess my heart technique? The Red Poison Lady gasped, struggling to inquire. Ignoring her, Zhan Jiuyue stepped forward and delivered a punch to the Red Poison Lady's back. Bang! The sound of her bones shattering echoed, blood spewing forth as she howled in agony. Yet this single blow infuriated her. Following her anguished roar, her skin began to peel away, and blood seeped into the air, taking on a terrifying visage. This was no longer human. She had transformed into a demon. Blood and flesh were in disarray as she bellowed furiously at Zhan Jiuyue. The poison lady was thoroughly bewildered. What on earth was happening? She gazed at Zhan Jiuyue standing there, offering no semblance of resistance, yet her crimson will seemed to have no effect on him. This power was derived from the ghost blood pearl, although the might of the ghostly deity had yet to fully permeate his being. The assault from this malevolent spirit did not faze Zhan Jiuyue in the slightest. Open your eyes and see clearly. After observing for quite some time, Mu Linger remained at a loss as to how to proceed. Each iron chain bore a mechanism that could be unlocked with a key, and it was evident that attempting to forcibly open the chains would trigger the intricate traps concealed behind them. While Zhan Jiuyue could withstand the onslaught of the mechanisms, given Mu Xingwan's current condition, she certainly could not endure such turmoil. To unlock the chains, we must locate Hong Dunyang. Mu Linger's tone was laced with malice, her gaze brimming with murderous intent. Hardly had she finished speaking when a chilling laughter echoed through the corridor. Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes, granting me a tremendous boost in power. To think I have captured two heirs of the unique bloodline simultaneously. Zhan Jiuyue turned abruptly, and a familiar figure appeared at the doorway. Hong Dunyang floated in midair, slowly advancing towards them. Mu Linger positioned herself protectively in front of her sister, brimming with determination. Yet, with her current prowess, she was no match for Hong Dunyang. Following a system upgrade, Zhan Jiuyue had gained 3 additional positions for heart techniques and hastily selected to replicate Hong Dunyang's technique. Young lady, protect your sister well. I shall handle this. Zhan Jiuyue clenched his fists, his gaze fixed resolutely on the doorway. No, how could I allow you to? Rest assured, as long as you guard this place, I can fight without concern. Chapter 055. The demonized Hong Dunyang. Upon seeing Hong Dunyang's appearance, Zhan Jiuyue felt a chill run down his spine. Could this still be considered a human? Hong Dunyang writhed on the ground, her entire form convulsing violently. Her skin was gradually shedding, and claws began to sprout from her hands. Her grotesque face bore elongated fangs, resembling a Western vampire, her pallid complexion horrifying in its intensity. The blood that drenched her red garments created a striking contrast. Her eyes filled with a terrifying crimson hue. Even her once black hair was gradually transforming into a fiery red. Zhan Jiuyue cursed inwardly. Damn it. Is Hong Dunyang about to unleash some ultimate move? Xiaoli scrunched her nose, casting a disdainful glance at Hong Dunyang. This is utterly revolting. What a foolish creature. For years, she has resorted to every means to prolong her life and augment her power. Though she appears formidable now, her body has become nothing more than an empty shell. The moment her will falters, she will be utterly consumed. Xiaoli could discern that Hong Dunyang's body had been corroded by those forces. Every advantage carries its own disadvantages. In her quest for strength, Hong Dunyang had disregarded everything and had reached the point of demonic obsession. Her power had attained the level of a master, far surpassing Zhan Jiuyue's current strength. Exercise utmost caution. Xiaoli at Bizakinli. Do you have any solutions? Zhan Jiuyue inquired, hoping that Xiaoli would finally prove reliable. Xiaoli shrugged her chubby little hands and cheerfully replied, solutions? Not at the moment. But keep going. I believe in you. Zhan Jiuyue fell silent. What good is belief? Xiaoli was indeed untrustworthy. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted as Hong Dunyang seemed to complete her metamorphosis, extending her razor-sharp claws and baring her teeth at Zhan Jiuyue. What kind of abomination are you? I care not for your status as a master. Prepare to meet your demise. Zhan Jiuyue clenched his fists and instantly appeared behind Hong Dunyang, channeling his strength into a punch aimed squarely at her nape, intent on knocking her out. Crash! In an instant, a violent collision reverberated through the air. Hong Dunyang raised her left hand, effortlessly blocking Zhan Jiuyue's blow. How could this be possible? Under normal circumstances, her arm should have been rendered useless. Yet now, it was Zhan Jiuyue who was shaken to his core. With another surge of strength, Hong Dunyang sent Zhan Jiuyue hurtling backward with a shockwave. He slammed against the stone wall, his expression darkening as he pressed his left hand against his right arm, which had grown unresponsive. What caused this sudden surge of power? Zhan Jiuyue gritted his teeth. Hong Dunyang, or rather the demon, howled in madness. Her blood boiled, exuding a demonic aura. Now more than ever, She craved blood. Her blood-red eyes fixated on the Mu sisters, filled with insatiable greed and desire. Damn it! Zhan Jiuyue watched the demon rush toward the Mu sisters, his teeth grinding in frustration as he recklessly charged forward. Harnessing the power of the ghost blood pearl, he forcibly reopened the 8 gates, propelling himself through the air toward the demon. Spirit Poison Blade. He summoned the heart technique he had replicated from Hong Dunyang, a blood-red long blade manifesting before him. As the blood energy surged, it cascaded forth like a mighty waterfall, aimed directly at the demon's back. This attack nearly exhausted Zhan Jiuyue's entire strength. He was determined to slay this demon. Simultaneously, Mu Linger, unwilling to let the demon approach her sister, drew her blood oath dagger. With a swift leap, she executed the moonlight step, instantly appearing atop the demon. Utilizing the enhancement of her bloodline, she gathered the power of blood energy, her signature technique descending from the heavens. The brilliance flashed, powerful and forceful. It was impossible to discern that this was a technique wielded by a woman, caught in a pincer attack. The demon's blood-red eyes scanned front and back, yet it showed no intention of evading as its body sank. Just as the 2 attacks were about to collide with her, she abruptly thrust her hands backward, unleashing a blood-red shockwave that erupted from her form, akin to the roar of a hellish demon, distorting the surrounding space. This force could effortlessly scatter an entire army. The power of a master was indeed extraordinary, nearly reaching the pinnacle of strength in this world. However, with the ghost blood pearl and the power of the 8 gates at his disposal, and Mu Linger benefiting from her bloodline enhancement, they would not be so easily defeated. The intensity of this battle was unlike anything else. As the 2 attacks clashed with the demon's shockwave, a cacophony of deafening roars filled the air, causing the entire dungeon to tremble, massive stones plummeting from above, the walls tilting precariously. It felt as though they would collapse entirely in the next moment. Zhan Jiuyue's right arm could no longer exert force, leaving only his left arm straining to hold on. What to do? The dungeon is on the verge of collapse. If this stalemate continues, none shall survive. Yet if I relent now, that red shockwave will surely claim my life. The demon let out another roar, seemingly having lost all reason, fixated solely on its insatiable thirst for blood, heedless of being buried beneath the dungeon. With another surge of the red shockwave, both Zhan Jiuyue and Mu Linger were sent sprawling. Boom! With a resounding crash, the entire dungeon began to tremble violently, clouds of dust rising as the walls crumbled. Sister, Mu Linger, blood staining her lips, hurriedly rushed toward the fallen Mu Xingwan, shielding her with her own body. Yet even then, the demon showed no signs of halting its advance, driven by its yearning for blood and power, racing toward the Mu sisters. Zhan Jiuyue, filled with urgency to assist, found himself severely injured, struggling to reach the demon in time. Boom! Another deafening crash echoed as a massive stone, measuring several dozen meters, plummeted swiftly from above, aimed directly at Zhan Jiuyue. Damn it! Run! As Zhan Jiuyue attempted to flee, he stumbled over a stone, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhan Jiuyue watched helplessly as the colossal boulder hurtled towards him without the slightest hesitation. With a thunderous crash and a piercing scream, the rock struck him, plunging him into darkness and rendering him unconscious. Chapter 056. The Awakening of Divine Power. No! Mu Linger cried out in panic as she saw Zhan Jiuyue buried beneath the rubble. She was acutely aware that he had come to this place solely to aid her. Thus, without her presence, he would not have been harmed. Realizing this, she summoned all her strength to rise, grasping a dagger in a desperate attempt to rescue him. However, a monstrous creature, its maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, barred her way, its blood-red eyes fixated on her as it roared with madness. Mu Linger took a step back, her eyes falling upon her sister, who lay behind her, weak and on the verge of unconsciousness. "You heartless beast! Today, I shall slay you," she yelled, charging at the demon as if possessed by fury. In midair, she deftly maneuvered, skillfully dodging numerous obstacles in her path. The demon, refusing to relent, revealed its fangs and extended its massive claws toward her. "You inhuman wretch! Even if I perish here today, I will drag you down with me," Mu Linger shouted, her voice hoarse with rage. It was evident that her hatred for the Crimson Poison Woman ran deep. Having lost her family at a young age due to her unique bloodline, she had wandered alone for years, believing she might finally attain a semblance of happiness. Yet, fate cruelly mocked her once more, as the Crimson Poison Woman had returned to obliterate everything. In the dim confines of the dungeon, boulders continued to plummet from above. The clash between the girl and the demon was evident. Mu Linger stood no chance against such a beast. At that moment of confrontation, she was violently hurled away, tumbling through the air before crashing against the wall, collapsing to the ground, her body smeared with blood and tears pooling in her eyes. Her desire to vanquish the demon was overwhelming. It was not just to protect her sister, but also to rescue Zhan Jiuyue. Yet, she felt utterly powerless. An immense despair engulfed her, far more profound than the agony she had felt upon witnessing the demise of her family. For then, she had a sense of direction and purpose, a drive for vengeance. But now, not only had she been unable to avenge her family, but she was also forced to watch her friend entombed beneath the debris, helpless as the demon savored her sister's lifeblood. With a deafening roar, the dungeon collapsed in an instant, engulfing the space in a cloud of dust and smoke. Suddenly, a dark light accompanied by a ghostly wail erupted, enveloping Mu Linger and Mu Xingwan and dragging them from the ruins. Mu Linger, dazed, caught a fleeting glimpse of Zhan Jiuyue's profile. Moments before, he had been trapped under the boulder, on the brink of losing consciousness. Yet, the ghost blood pearl, a vessel of divine power and a symbol of strength from the ghost realm, had unexpectedly detached from his body. It hovered before his mouth, continuously infusing him with energy. In an instant, Zhan Jiuyue was engulfed in black flames, his complexion darkening to a rust-like hue. The overwhelming power surged within him, the searing sensation awakening him from his stupor. His throat burned as if sliced by a blade. The fiery agony coursing through him felt as if it was incinerating his very insides. He could distinctly feel the divine power circulating within him, ready to erupt. Ah! Zhan Jiuyue roared, the ethereal cries of spirits causing the stones beside him to shatter, a beam of black light shooting skyward. He positioned the Mu sisters in a relatively secure spot, instructing, "You must take care of your sister. Leave the rest to me." "How can you?" Mu Linger stammered, confusion rising within her. She had clearly witnessed Zhan Jiuyue's injury, yet here he stood before her, seemingly unscathed. What level of power did this man possess? Zhan Jiuyue's gaze remained fixed on the debris, sensing that the demon was still alive. Moments later, the demon indeed emerged from the rubble, its flesh a grotesque amalgamation. A shiver ran down Mu Linger's spine at the sight. "You beast! I shall slay you today in the name of justice." Zhan Jiuyue's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. At that moment, a pair of dark wings unfurled from his back, black and gold feathers swirling in the air. This was the full manifestation of awakened divine power. Previously, he had merely borrowed a fraction of it and had already managed to suppress the Crimson Poison Woman. Now that she had transformed into this demon, Zhan Jiuyue's fighting spirit surged. He could feel the shackles of power shattering. No one in this world could stand against him. Xiao Li rapidly typed on the keyboard, querying Zhan Jiuyue's data. Indeed, the numbers displayed were astronomical. The demon showed no signs of retreat. It remained oblivious to the magnitude of the foe it faced. Crouching low, the demon prepared to strike, suddenly launching itself at Zhan Jiuyue with a roar, its elongated claws aimed directly at his heart. Zhan Jiuyue merely chuckled, remaining composed as he narrowed his eyes at the creature charging toward him. Just as the claws were about to make contact, a thunderous sound erupted as Zhan Jiuyue extended his fully restored right hand, pressing the demon's head into the ground. The demon thrashed violently, blood and saliva spewing everywhere. Yet Zhan Jiuyue had exerted less than 10% of his strength to subdue it. With a swift motion, he released his grip on the creature's head, seizing its neck and lifting it into the air, locking eyes with it. The darkness of the dungeon had obscured its true form earlier, but now, he could discern the grotesque visage of the Crimson Poison Woman etched upon the demon's chest. With a disdainful sneer, Zhan Jiuyue suddenly unleashed a torrent of divine power into the demon's body, overwhelming its already broken form. The demon let out a soul-piercing shriek, writhing in agony. Moments later, with a powerful heave, Zhan Jiuyue hurled it into the air, its body exploding from all sides, blood splattering in all directions. "Crimson Poison Woman, your demise is at hand. Now, it is time to deal with that three-handed wretch," Zhan Jiuyue declared, his tone calm, yet laced with chilling intent. Chapter 057. Vengeance and Retribution. Crimson Poison Woman. The moment Zhan Jiuyue's words fell, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from behind him. A gust of wind barreled toward him, but Zhan Jiuyue swiftly vanished from his spot, employing the thunderbolt step. The assailant, taken aback by Zhan Jiuyue's remarkable speed, stumbled forward before regaining his footing. As he turned to face Zhan Jiuyue, he found him suspended in midair, dark wings flapping gently behind him, adding an air of mystery and power to his presence. "I was just looking for you. You've delivered yourself right into my hands," Zhan Jiuyue remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the creature they sought, the three-handed monster. "Enough chatter. You harmed my brother and killed the Crimson Poison Woman. Today, none of you shall escape," the three-handed creature proclaimed, gathering its energy for an attack. When its strike landed on Zhan Jiuyue's shoulder, it merely produced a sound akin to metal clashing. Zhan Jiuyue's body radiated a black glow, effortlessly absorbing the blow. In the blink of an eye, Zhan Jiuyue shrugged casually, causing the three-handed creature to falter and retreat. As it fell to the ground, it left behind a long, deep scratch upon the surface. The figure, with 3 hands, lifted them to wipe away the blood at the corners of its mouth. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a subtle tremor in those hands. With a sinister smile, it remarked, "It seems I have underestimated you. Come now. This time, I shall unleash my full strength. You little wretch, prepare to meet your end." With that, the 3 hands gathered power once more, this time exuding a far greater aura than before. Zhan Jiuyue furrowed his brow slightly, opening his mouth after a moment to declare, "You are simply too weak." The 3 hands froze, the energy they had just amassed dissipating entirely. Upon realizing Zhan Jiuyue's words, their complexion flushed crimson. Wretched child, Zhan Jiuyue, however, would not grant them a third opportunity to gather strength. He swiftly darted to their side, fingers curling into claws as he hoisted the 3 hands high. "Do you think you are strong? Do you believe I would fear you?" Zhan Jiuyue narrowed his eyes, the black aura around him intensifying. "Cough, cough, kill him." The 3 hands, their faces turning a deep shade of purple, struggled to utter a few words. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside, unmistakably from a large contingent. "Humph, is that all?" Zhan Jiuyue smiled faintly, then with a grand gesture. Without the earlier complexities of spellcasting, the cave was instantaneously encased in ice shards, a myriad of large hands emerging from thin air, true Ice Thousand Hands. Before the approaching figures could come near, they were ensnared by these dark hands. Just as Zhan Jiuyue gazed upon his accomplishment with satisfaction, his expression suddenly shifted to one of gravity. "Oh no, the 3 hands are about to self-destruct," with a smile tugging at the corners of their mouth. The 3 hands began to channel all their energy into their dantian. Zhan Jiuyue struck fiercely at the location of their dantian, accompanied by a scream from the 3 hands. Zhan Jiuyue managed to extract their inner core. Typically, the dantians of ordinary practitioners are red or gold, akin to the training of spirits and demons like the Red Poison Lady, rendering this particular dantian virtually useless. Zhan Jiuyue scoffed, tossing the inner core aside. "Even my dog wouldn't eat such refuse." Subsequently, with a powerful twist, Zhan Jiuyue snapped the neck of the 3 hands. "There, it's done. How are you all?" Zhan Jiuyue dusted off his hands, the black wings behind him gradually fading, his eyes returning to their normal hue. "Young master, please look at my sister. She has fainted." Mu Linger cried as she rushed to Zhan Jiuyue's side, grasping his hand, her face streaked with tears, pleading desperately. Zhan Jiuyue hurried to Mu Xingwan's side. "Shaoli, how is she?" The Red Poison Lady truly was heartless. To have tormented such a young woman to this extent, she must have feared that the girl would escape. After severing her tendons, she had chained her up. Presently, it appeared there were no grave issues, merely superficial wounds. Even if she recovered, her limbs would not function properly. The most critical concern was her excessive blood loss. "I lack her blood type. Find a way to procure some for her." In contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the dungeon, Han Gu's in the capital wore a furrowed brow. "I cannot remain idle. I must personally journey to Ganzhou." As long as the useless prince lived another day, he could not find peace. He needed to see for himself to feel assured. "Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, Han Ruojuan, here I come." After arranging matters in the capital, Han Gu's hurried day and night to Ganzhou. The useless prince still languished in the courtyard, drowning his sorrows in drink. "I tell you, once I return to the capital, my father will surely restore my title. When that happens, those of you who have treated me well shall not miss out. and those who have not will certainly pay the price. With that, Han Ruojuan took another swig, the liquor trickling down the corner of his mouth into his clothing. Oblivious, he gazed vacantly, suddenly laughing. Do I still have a chance? Your Highness, the second prince has arrived. Han Ruojuan's cheeks flushed as he looked at the young servant before him, suddenly erupting in anger. Are you mocking me too? Have you been sent by Han Gyuz to spy on me? Such words are unwarranted, my lord. The servant is wholeheartedly loyal to you. Saying so would only dampen the spirits of the subordinates. The servant stammered, filled with trepidation. Though you may not currently surpass me, you must not lose hope. As the servant trembled in fear, Han Gyuz strolled in leisurely from outside. Han Ruojuan shook his head, striving to focus his gaze on the figure before him, confirming he was not mistaken, and let out a cold huff. Oh, what wind has blown my second brother here? Alas, it is indeed shameful. While I indulge in comfort in the capital, I cannot help but think of the hardships my elder brother endures in Ganzhou, hence my desire to pay a visit. However, I have heard that it was no easy feat for you to arrive here, having faced near-death experiences. Yet with the backing of the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, it is not insurmountable. Each of Han Gyuz's words was like a dagger, piercing directly into Han Ruojuan's heart. As Han Gyuz spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Han Ruojuan, probing him. He did not believe that Han Ruojuan was the kind of person who would falter after setbacks. If so, what right would he have to contend for the position of crown prince against himself? Han Gyuz, if you have come today to witness my misfortune, then I kindly ask you to leave, for you are not welcome here. Han Ruojuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face was contorted with fury as he shattered the wine bottle in his grasp and issued an ultimatum. Little did he expect that his elder brother would be in such a foul mood. It mattered not if I departed, but what of the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce? Recently, there have been investigations revealing its involvement in arms trading, and it could very well face a shutdown. With a seemingly nonchalant remark, Han Gyuz severed all of Han Ruojuan's escape routes. The Yongtong Chamber of Commerce was his last bastion of support, now precariously held in Han Gyuz's hands, ready to be annihilated at any moment. Han Ruojuan, after a brief pause, chuckled and replied, "That will depend on your capabilities. Is it not you, dear brother, who knows my capabilities best?" Han Gyuz regarded Han Ruojuan from a lofty position, bidding him to await the outcome with a dismissive, "Take your time. No need to see me off." After uttering those 8 words, Han Ruojuan turned away, reclining against a tree, choosing to ignore Han Gyuz. Let my brother wait and watch the spectacle unfold. Even subjected to such treatment, Han Gyuz held no anger. Indeed, if he were to wear his emotions on his sleeve, he could not have remained in hiding for so long. He had waited this long. What were a few more days? After observing Han Ruojuan's retreating silhouette for a moment, he turned and departed. Only after confirming Han Gyuz's absence did Han Ruojuan rise, his gaze still clouded. Only he knew how clear-headed he truly was. Han Gyuz had unexpectedly lost his composure and rushed to Ganzhou. I must swiftly inform the crown prince. I am weary. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Having uttered this to his subordinates, Han Ruojuan swayed as he made his way back to his quarters. Upon closing the door, he quickly approached his desk and hastily scribbled a few words on paper. Then, with a whistle, he summoned his carrier pigeon, hoping that this letter would reach His Royal Highness before Han Gyuz took action. After a long sigh, Han Ruojuan reclined on his bed. His task was to obscure Han Gyuz's vision and manage this place on behalf of the crown prince. Han Gyuz, having spent half a day returning to the capital, made his first stop at the emperor's study. No one knew what transpired between Han Gyuz and the old emperor, but it was evident that Han Gyuz surrounded the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce with his men. Those inside were warned that if they were wise, they would step out voluntarily. Otherwise, should they resist, the consequences would be dire. Han Gyuz tilted his head, and his guards understood the cue, shouting towards the interior. Moments later, the main gate creaked open, revealing Shun Yaoning clad in red, her demeanor radiant. What could my Yongtong Chamber of Commerce have done to warrant such force from His Royal Highness? You know well what your Yongtong Chamber has done. Why meddle in arms trading, even colluding with enemy nations? Such audacity, a guard retorted, his face a mask of indignation. Initially, when Han Gyuz conveyed news to them, they were incredulous, but once presented with irrefutable evidence, their disbelief evaporated. Dear brother, one must act with evidence. Even as officials, you cannot unjustly accuse others. Shun Yaoning spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness, gazing imploringly at the men before her. Evidence indeed. However, we kindly ask young Master Jiang to accompany us. The guard insisted. To fabricate charges is to invite trouble. My cousin is not in the capital. He departed hastily last night. Though the Yongtong chamber may not wield great power, it cannot be so easily invaded, Shen Yaoning declared, her presence imposing, exuding an air that suggested she could single-handedly thwart an army. Do not mistake our courtesy for fear. The guard scoffed, his patience wearing thin. Shen Yaoning remained silent, responding with action instead. With a graceful wave of her hand, a throng emerged from behind her, and she drew her weapon, forming a barrier before the gate to impede Han Gu's men. Han Gu's nodded slightly, and archers from another street drew their bows, releasing a volley of arrows that soared through the air like a torrential downpour, raining down upon the members of the Yongtong chamber. Be wary of ambushes. Take cover, Shen Yaoning shouted amidst the chaos. She had not anticipated that Han Gu's would resort to such ruthless measures. She had thought he merely sought to intimidate them. Although Han Gu's now held the esteemed title of Crown Prince, the Yongtong chamber was also a prominent force in the underworld. In the kingdom of Jing, the nobility typically abstained from meddling in such affairs, maintaining a delicate balance of non-interference. Yet Han Gu's chose this moment to strike. After Zhan Jiuyue had departed for Qihai City, Jiang Wanyin, burdened with worries for Han Ruojuan's plight, returned to the capital. The secret letter from Lu Tai had yet to arrive, and even if it had, reinforcements would not arrive in time. They could only rely on Shen Yaoning now. In contemplating how to thwart Han Ruojuan's resurgence, Han Gu's, after much deliberation, adhered to the Empress Dowager's strategy to eradicate the Yongtong chamber entirely. He intended to confine Han Ruojuan in Ganzhou, ensuring he would never rise again. Unforeseen by them, Han Gu's sudden strike left the Yongtong chamber virtually defenseless. Many were injured by arrows. If you surrender now, I might spare your lives, Han Gu's called out calmly, tauntingly addressing those within. How dare you ambush us? Do you think we fear you? The members of the Yongtong chamber spat, clutching their wounded arms. Reap what you sow? Huh. Your refusal to surrender leaves me no choice. Han Gu sneered, signaling his men. If you refuse to drink the wine of courtesy, you shall suffer the consequences. As his command echoed, a throng of soldiers surged into the courtyard, ready for battle. The remaining members of the Yongtong chamber were few, most having been dispatched on missions. Even if they fought valiantly, they might not withstand the onslaught for an hour. The sacrifices made here would yield nothing of value. Yet, what recourse remained? The members tightened their grips on their weapons, bracing for the inevitable clash. Miss Shun, many of our brothers have been struck by arrows. What should we do now? Zhang Heng, nursing an unhealed arm, whispered into Shen Yaoning's ear. Zhang Heng was not typically one to hesitate. Previously, he would have rushed out to fight. However, since being reprimanded by Zhan Jiuyue, he had changed significantly, now adhering to Jiang Wanin's advice to consult Shen Yaoning during crises. Sweat beaded on Shen Yaoning's forehead. She too was at a loss in this dire situation. All she could do was attempt to manage the chaos. We will hold them off while the others escape. We must find my cousin at all costs. The others behind her expressed their discontent. This is not our way. We cannot abandon our comrades. They understood that staying meant certain death. As the soldiers closed in on the courtyard, Shen Yaoning took a deep breath and shouted again. Follow my orders. Do not make needless sacrifices. This is not the time for foolish loyalty. Gripping her spiritual dagger tightly, she prepared herself, knowing she was no easy target. The Hongli and Heart technique significantly enhances agility and fortitude. Her aura radiated a crimson glow, forming intricate lotus patterns across her body. Just as the soldiers launched their assault, Shen Yaoning executed the spirit movement step, deftly slipping out of the crowd. She then leaped to the top of the gate, retrieving several bell-shaped projectiles from her concealed pouch. This position is perfect. These are hidden weapons. Everyone beware. Cover your mouths and noses. Shen Yaoning smiled gently, tossing the object in her hand into the crowd of officials and soldiers. With a series of muffled thuds, a thick red smoke billowed forth, obscuring the path ahead. This was a specially crafted smoke bomb, infused with a trace of exotic pollen that could induce hallucinations in a short span of time. Most importantly, despite its small size, the density of the smoke it produced was remarkably potent. Everyone, take advantage of this moment. Retreat! Shen Yaoning executed a backflip and leaped back into the courtyard. The others, however, remained rooted in place, firmly gripping their weapons. Are you all wooden-headed? Hurry and alert cousin, she urged. What if he is also? Before she could finish her sentence, an elderly man burst forth from the smoke, moving with astonishing speed. Clad in a black robe, his beard reached down to his throat, and his white hair danced wildly in the air. Cough, cough. Shen Yuning felt her throat constricted by this elder, while Zhang Heng and a few others raised their arms to strike. The old man merely quivered slightly, and Shen Yuning was instantly sent flying several meters away. With a swift turn, he effortlessly caught the arms of those attacking him. The force of their strikes was completely neutralized by his inner strength, causing the massive blue stone beneath his feet to shatter into fragments. The others caught Shen Yuning, noticing a distinct handprint on her neck, dark red and unlike any normal hue. Is this poison? Cough, cough, cough. Who are you? Shen Yuning managed to ask, her voice strained as she gazed at the old man. He did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he flicked his fingers, sending several individuals into the crowd. With a flourish of his long sleeves, he stood tall before everyone. For a moment, the crowd was speechless, none daring to make a move. Meanwhile, outside, the soldiers had broken through the smoke and entered the courtyard, swiftly surrounding everyone tightly. The old man lightly shook his arm, and in the next instant, his hand shot towards Shen Yuning. It was a classic case of capturing the leader to defeat the bandits. In a dire situation, Shen Yuning, having sustained injuries, found herself moving sluggishly, uncertain of how to react. As the old man's fingers curled ominously, it appeared he was about to strike Shen Yuning once more. At this critical juncture, Zhang Heng charged forward recklessly, positioning himself directly in front of Shen Yuning. A muffled grunt escaped him as the old man's fingers embedded themselves into Zhang Heng's chest. Blood trickled down the old man's arm, yet horrifyingly, he did not even blink. Zhang Heng! The crowd gasped, while Shen Yuning stood frozen in shock. How is this possible? You scoundrel! The others attempted to intervene, brandishing their weapons towards the old man in a bid to save Zhang Heng. Chapter 060. Thunderfire Celestial Pattern. The old man's combat prowess was undoubtedly beyond their imagination. Unfazed by their onslaught, he remained composed, exerting force to extract his hand from Zhang Heng's chest. His hands were now smeared with blood, and after a muffled groan, Zhang Heng collapsed into Shen Yuning's embrace, a gaping wound visible on his chest. The others continued to strike at the old man, their strength merely at the mid-tier level, barely half of Shen Yuning's capabilities. The old man retreated a step and drew a jade-green sword from behind him. The sword, over a meter long, was adorned with mysterious totems from hilt to tip, radiating two distinct colors of light, blue at the top, interspersed with flickering lightning, and red in the middle, where fierce flames danced. This sword was forged from or infused with spiritual energy, harnessing the powers of lightning and fire. Such weapons were rare in the world, and this one was none other than the Thunderfire Celestial Pattern, ranked third in the weapon compendium. Born from the convergence of heaven and earth, it embodied the terrifying force of both flames and thunder, wielding immense destructive power. Only a master-level individual could possess such a weapon. Otherwise, one could not hope to harness its might. In the kingdom of Jing, only the 24 divine generals and a few hidden masters could reach such mastery. Shen Yuning recognized the Thunderfire Celestial Pattern, having learned of it from Jiang Wanyin, yet she could not ascertain whether it truly existed or not. Who on earth was this? Clutching the injured Zhang Heng, Shen Yuning stared intently at the old man with bloodshot eyes. The old man flicked his sword lightly, and with a deafening roar, thunder erupted, forcing back those who dared to advance, before directing his cold, piercing gaze at Shen Yuning. You should feel honored. Few have had the privilege of witnessing the Thunderfire Celestial Pattern. The old man straightened his back, pointing the sword at the group before him. His earlier display confirmed that he indeed possessed master-level strength. Yet Shen Yuning had had the fortune of seeing the faces of the 24 divine generals, and none resembled him. Miss Shen, what should we do now? Zhang Heng asked, wrapping a cloth around his wound to stem the bleeding. What can we do? We should surrender without resistance. At this critical juncture, do you really think you can escape? You lot, a mere gathering of rotten fish and shrimp, truly believe yourselves to be divine beings? The sword, from its hilt to its tip, was adorned with enigmatic totems and measured over a meter in length. Surrounding the blade were two hues of luminescence, a blue radiance at the apex, interspersed with flashes of lightning, and a fiery red glow in the middle, where ardent flames danced. This formidable weapon was forged from a mineral infused with spiritual energy, harnessing the might of both lightning and fire. Such weapons are rare in the world, and this particular one ranked third on the arsenal's list, the Thunderfire Celestial Pattern. Born from the union of heaven and earth, it embodied the ferocity of both fire and thunder, wielding an extraordinarily terrifying lethality. Only individuals of masterful caliber could hope to wield such a weapon. Otherwise, its power would be beyond their control. In the kingdom of Jing, only the 24 divine generals and a few reclusive experts could attain such mastery. Zhan Jiuyue recognized the Thunderfire Celestial Pattern, albeit through hearsay from Jiang Wanyin. To be precise, she was uncertain of its very existence. Who could possess such a thing? Clutching Zhang Heng in her arms, she fixed her bloodshot gaze upon the elder. The elder first flicked the sword lightly, unleashing a cacophony of thunder that forced several onlookers to retreat, before casting a cold, piercing glance at Zhan Jiuyue. You should consider yourselves fortunate. Few have laid eyes upon the Thunderfire Celestial Pattern, he declared, straightening his back and pointing the sword at the assembled crowd. Chapter 61. The hellish courtyard. Zhan Jiuyue's momentum remained undeterred, merging with the dagger in her grasp to unleash her full potential. Maidens. Her body surged forward like a sea of crimson lotuses, charging at the elder. Deep down, she understood that she was no match for him. Yet even with a minuscule chance, she refused to concede. This was her sole opportunity. How could she know the outcome without a fight? The elder remained unfazed by her assault, his demeanor as calm as ever. With the sword in hand, he executed fluid movements, effortlessly controlling the swift currents of electricity. Each bolt crackled ominously, resonating within the hearts of those present. The intensity of his martial arts was astonishing, far exceeding their wildest imaginations, an echelon they could never hope to reach in their lifetimes. What they did not realize was that the seemingly overwhelming technique was merely one of the elder's most unadorned styles. The very presence of the Thunderfire Celestial Pattern allowed him to effortlessly unleash attacks infused with two elemental forces. At this moment, he had only tapped into the power of lightning, leaving the flames dormant. Witnessing this, the crowd understood that Zhan Jiuyue stood no chance against him, their anxiety intensifying as their hearts raced. Zhang Heng, too, was drenched in sweat. Unable to contain himself any longer, he gathered all his strength into his right fist and struck down several soldiers before turning to rush toward Zhan Jiuyue, hoping to assist her in this critical moment. However, his actions were a beat too late. With a resounding crash, Zhan Jiuyue's technique was instantaneously consumed by the lightning, vanishing without a trace, as if a stone had sunk into the ocean without causing a ripple. The current surged through her body, rendering her powerless, her weapon slipping from her grasp. Maidens. The electricity erupted, sending her flying, her vibrant blood splattering onto Zhang Heng. Zhan Jiuyue collapsed to the ground unconscious. Clearly, she had lost. Yet, she bore no regrets. She had exerted every ounce of her strength to protect the Yongtang Chamber of Commerce. Even in defeat, there was nothing to lament, save for the suffering of her comrades. Zhang Heng stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him, a primal roar escaping his lips as the veins in his arms bulged, his bloodshot eyes wide with fury, as if they might burst. I will kill you. At that moment, reason fled him. He was consumed by a singular desire for vengeance. He raised his arm and charged at the elder like a madman. Yet, to the elder, Zhang Heng's actions were akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. The elder scoffed, overestimating yourself. With a disdainful glance, he swiftly sidestepped, and in the blink of an eye, the sword, crackling with electricity, pierced through Zhang Heng's chest. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation or pause. The elder was a veritable machine of death. Zhang Heng's body fell heavily to the ground, his bloodshot eyes remaining open, brimming with hatred and rage. Despite his unwillingness and unfulfilled aspirations, he was tragically insignificant against such a formidable foe. Dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder crackling ominously as anguish cries echoed relentlessly, and blood pooled across the courtyard. This place was nothing short of hell. The elder's figure flickered among the crowd, wielding his sword like a reaper, mercilessly claiming lives. On this day, all who remained of the Yongtang Chamber of Commerce lay slain in a sea of blood, with none spared from the elder's wrath. Does that woman still draw breath? Han Gyuz inquired respectfully of the elder. Though she fell to my strike, I restrained my force. She need only rest for a few days before awakening. Having said this, he gestured behind him and exited the courtyard, taking a seat in a carriage. Han Gyu's had no desire to see Shun Yuning perish, for she was Jiang Wannin's sister. If she were used as bait, Jiang Wannin would surely intervene, and once captured, Han Ruojuan would lose any chance of resurgence. Chapter 62. Return to Ganzhou. After a while, a carriage halted at the entrance of Wangshan Tower. A veiled woman descended, accompanied only by a maid. "Your Highness, Madam, could this be a scheme of Wangshan Tower?" The maid hesitated, recalling previous instructions, and swiftly altered her address, sensing something amiss about the situation. At this moment, Empress Wu preferred to err on the side of caution, willing to sacrifice 100 rather than let one slip away. With Han Gyu's just newly appointed as crown prince, he could not afford any missteps. Since Han Gyu's had mishandled this matter, she would take matters into her own hands. She could not allow Han Gyu's future to be jeopardized by a mere woman. Following the route outlined by the tower's master, Empress Wu easily located the designated room. Han Shan took a sip of tea. "You have arrived," he remarked, as if certain she would come. "I won't indulge in pleasantries, since you are aware of this matter. You must have a resolution in mind. Speak, and if I am satisfied, reward shall follow," Empress Wu stated bluntly as she settled into a chair beside Han Shan. "You are mistaken, Empress Wu. Wangshan Tower is indeed aware of this matter. However, you know that we have relied on His Highness the Crown Prince to establish our footing in the capital. This information will not be leaked, but—" Han Shan chuckled, sensing the upper hand was his, rendering Empress Wu reactive. "But what?" Empress Wu furrowed her brow, urgency evident in her tone. "But we have a condition," Han Shan mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Do not push your luck." Empress Wu slammed her palm on the table. Thinking she could gain the upper hand simply by knowing a thing or two was rather naive. "Do not rush. I have not finished." Han Shan calmed her rising anger and continued, "You know Lady Wen better than I do. You are aware of her feelings for Han Gyu's. She will stop at nothing to achieve her aims. The earlier scheme against Han Ruojuan is a glaring example. She would rather lose her virtue than let him succeed. Now that Han Gyu's is betrothed to Su Yunyang, Lady Wen, lacking any influence, will undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics. And who is General Su? A seasoned warrior, astute and discerning. He will surely uncover something." Wu Ho nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, Han Luzhu. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Shortly, someone will deliver the gold to Gua." With that, she rose and departed. "I shan't see you off." After Wu Ho left, Jiang Wannin emerged from behind the screen. He had been present all along, thus overhearing their conversation. "Your Highness is truly wise." Han Shan took a sip of tea, remaining silent, yet a smile played at the corners of his lips. Just as when Fei had once ensnared him, he would repay her in kind without dirtying his own hands, and in the process, resolve Su Yunyang's marriage. What a splendid plan, achieving two goals with one stroke. Just as Han Shan felt a sense of elation, Wu Ho wore a troubled expression. Han Shan was correct. When Fei was indeed a venomous woman who could not be allowed to live. "Bring me my carrier pigeon." After a moment of silence, Wu Ho instructed the maid beside her. The maid procured a cage containing a white pigeon, and Wu Ho affixed a letter she had prepared to the bird's leg. "I hope he receives this letter and returns swiftly." 2 days later, Zhan Jiuyue arrived once more in Ganzhou. It was a place of dire poverty, where the populace lived in abject misery. The long-standing city walls were overgrown with weeds, and from a distance, they resembled a long-abandoned mound. Ganzhou lay at the northernmost border of Jing Kingdom, surrounded by a continuous mountain range. Just previously, Han Gyu's had quelled the disturbances from Li Kingdom, so this period was relatively peaceful. However, the region lacked talent and opportunity, with scarce food and resources. The old emperor had sent Han Ruojuan here, likely with good intentions. Yet, unbeknownst to the old emperor, this desolate place concealed an iron mine capable of transforming the state of Jing Kingdom and leading it to prosperity. As Zhan Jiuyue sat in the carriage, he drew back the curtains to gaze outside. His eyes burned with intensity, perceiving this place differently than others. It had been some time since he last beheld Xin Yaoning. He wondered what this lively and adorable girl was doing now. Would she be delighted to see him? And what of Jiang and Zhang? Were they all well? Half a month prior, in a bid to alter his unremarkable life, Zhan Jiuyue had resolutely set out for Muzhou to exact revenge, successfully dismantling the Hongbiaman and awakening his ghostly powers. Now he returned with joyous tidings. His heart undoubtedly stirred with emotion, though those feelings were masked by the smile on his lips. Mu Linger, beaming, gazed at Zhan Jiuyue and inquired, "Is Master Zhan in high spirits upon returning home?" Zhan Jiuyue seemed engrossed, entirely oblivious to her words. Wang Xiong cast a glance at him and scoffed. This is not his homeland. He must be preoccupied with thoughts of his betrothed. Mu Linger's expression suddenly dulled, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing her face before vanishing in an instant. So that was the case, huh? Though others remained unaware, Mu Xingwan understood her sister well enough to grasp her sentiments. No wonder Zhan Jiuyue had assisted her in numerous matters without ever seeking recompense. What woman would not be moved by such a man? As the carriage neared the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce stronghold, a series of thunderous booms echoed from the horizon. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, with lightning flashing and torrential rain pouring down. What had caused this sudden deluge? Indeed, the weather had changed far too swiftly, as if the heavens were sending them a dire warning. The group alighted from the carriage, braving the dense curtain of rain, and approached the imposing entrance. Creak! The door swung open, and a heavy stench of blood mingled with decay assaulted their senses. The courtyard lay in eerie silence, littered with corpses that had begun to decompose, while rats gnawed at the putrid flesh. The expressions of the deceased bore unmistakable terror, each sporting wounds of similar size. The group stood in shock, gazing in horror at the scene before them. Zhang Chong, being of timid disposition, cried out in fright. "What is happening here?" Zhan Jiuyue could scarcely believe his eyes, his hands and feet flailing in confusion. After a moment, it was Wang Xiong who began to inspect the bodies, confirming their identities as members of the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce. But did they know who was responsible? Zhan Jiuyue's voice turned frigid, akin to a specter from the underworld. It was the officials. Although no soldiers were found among the corpses, Wang Xiong noted that the arrows scattered about bore the royal insignia. Thunder rumbled once more. Zhan Jiuyue's heart sank. If the officials were involved, it could only mean that Han Gyuz had orchestrated this. Further investigation revealed that neither Xin Yaoning nor Jiang Wanyin were among the bodies. Though he had just returned to Ganzhou, there was no time for rest. Uncertainty loomed over Xin Yaoning and Jiang Wanyin's fates, and he must hasten back to the capital to seek out Han Gyuz. Chapter 063. The Revelation of Truth. As dusk descended, a carriage halted before the Su residence. A man in his 40s was assisted down by his attendants. He was a court official, appointed by the reigning Emperor Jing Shudi to oversee the Border Defense Office. This office was tasked with eliminating internal and external threats to the emperor, holding significant power to deal with traitors and border rebellions. Almost akin to a figure who stood one step below the emperor, wielding immense authority. "Master, you have returned." As soon as he entered, the woman who had struck Hua Yu transformed into a picture of gentleness and grace. She approached Su Leoi, massaging his shoulders and fussing over him with concern. However, Su Leoi seemed preoccupied, barely acknowledging her, a scene witnessed clearly by Hua Yu, who knelt in the courtyard. He thought to himself, "This green tea woman truly has existed throughout history. I had only heard of her before, but today I see her in the flesh. This man must be my father. He certainly appears formidable with his gait and presence." Upon noticing Hua Yu kneeling in the courtyard, Su Leoi inquired of the woman why the child was in such a position. "Oh, master, you are unaware. This child has grown bold and refuses to be managed. I have been busy with household matters, and as summer approaches, I thought I'd check if his room had a cool mat." The woman spoke with feigned sorrow, her performance quite moving. "Enough of this nonsense." The man barked. Though startled, the woman continued her charade. "I saw him sleeping in his room, and it was already mid-morning, so I thought to wake him for a meal, but he would not heed me and nearly came to blows." Hua Yu was dumbfounded. Can such a person exist? He thought, "This is unbelievable. Enough. You understand? After dinner, come to my study. You need not kneel any longer. Go prepare for the meal." The man shook his head and strode into the courtyard. "Understood, father." Hua Yu lowered his head in contemplation. "You call me well? Could it be I have traversed into another realm and still bear the name Hua Yu? What a dignified father I have, so righteous." During dinner, he resolved to observe these individuals closely. With my university education and modern skills, I refuse to believe I cannot outwit this green tea woman. After washing his hands and preparing to change clothes, 2 young maidservants entered. "Young master, your clothes are dirty from kneeling. Let us assist you." Hua Yu's heart raced. Change clothes? A hint of crimson crept across his face at the thought. Before he could react, The two maidservants began to undress him. It was indeed embarrassing to have women assist in changing one's clothes for the first time, but thankfully, the fatigue from kneeling prevented any physiological response. Otherwise, it would have been far too awkward. Just as he was regaining his composure, the maidservants added, "Young master, please go have your meal. We shall bring hot water for your bath." An image surged into his mind. No, I must hurry to eat. He dashed out of the room. Wait, where do I even eat? He glanced around and spotted a group of servants carrying dishes toward the backyard. How clever of me! He swaggered after them. The dining experience was stifling, yet Huayu gleaned much information. His father had two women. Aside from the green tea woman, there was also a lovely concubine, elegant and captivating. Both of Lady Wen's children stand firmly by his side, and the two sons of that green tea wench are hardly paragons of virtue either. After dinner, he accompanied his father to the study, initially expecting a casual conversation, but was taken aback by what unfolded. His father, a figure of immense power and influence, is well acquainted with many exceptional talents. Today, someone had informed him that his fifth son would undergo a significant transformation, urging him to nurture him, as he was destined for greatness. Upon exiting the room, Huayu was filled with questions. Who could have conveyed this to his father? Could it be Zhang Jiuyue, who had traversed time alongside him? Yet, Zhang Jiuyue was unaware of his existence there, leaving Huayu to ponder the complexities of this world. Shrugging off such thoughts, he muttered to himself that since his father intended to place great trust in him, he would eventually have dealings with that mysterious informant. And it would not be too late to inquire then. The most pressing matter at hand was how to deal with that green tea wench, Do Yin-yang, and how to get in touch with Brother Chen. As he walked back to his room, he contemplated the means of revenge. For having been struck upon his arrival was an affront he could not tolerate. Upon entering his chamber, he found two maidservants waiting. "Young master, shall we assist you with your bath?" Oh, he had completely forgotten about that. Very well, let us proceed with the bathing. Huayu thought to himself, as there was no escaping it, and he could not forego cleanliness. If they were unperturbed, why should he be? During the bathing, he constantly restrained himself, aware that reputation was of utmost importance in ancient times, especially now that his father intended to cultivate him. However, the struggle was arduous, particularly when the maidservants gently wiped his body with warm towels, eliciting an involuntary reaction. After taking a deep breath, Huayu swiftly dove into his bedding. The two maidservants exchanged whispers as they exited the room. Once he confirmed they had returned to rest, Huayu touched the ring on his hand, entering his private space. A glimmer of light appeared, and Huayu once again found himself in that realm. He quickly picked up his phone to check, and just as he had hoped, Brother Chen had indeed replied. "My phone works too. This is quite extraordinary. It seems the place I am in is called K-City. What about you?" Huayu sent a message back. "I truly have no idea. I've been preoccupied with researching my family all afternoon and haven't figured out what dynasty this is. Tomorrow at the hour of the dog, use this ring to come back, and we shall try calling." No sooner had he sent the message than his phone rang. It was a call for Brother Chen. "Hello? Brother Chen?" Huayu exclaimed, filled with excitement. "Wow, we can actually connect. How's it on your end?" It was evident that Zhang Jiuyue was equally thrilled. "Don't mention it. I was slapped by an old woman. It's maddening. What about you?" "I'm quite well, but my family is overly strict and won't allow me to leave. It seems we may have to wait a while before we can meet." Given the limited time in this place, they cut to the chase. "Give me some advice on how to deal with that old hag. Is there even a need to think? Use glue to stick her hair." "Huh? You truly are my Brother Chen, full of cunning ideas. Remember, tomorrow at the hour of the dog, come in and we will call. I need to buy some glue. All right, I shall also look into something amusing." After hanging up, Huayu hurried towards the large machine, pressed the exchange button, and placed the dishes he had previously taken from the kitchen inside. "Exchange successful. You've received 50 bread coins. Is that all? How stingy." Huayu muttered while searching for glue. Thankfully, it was inexpensive. With 50 coins, he could buy 2 bottles. As he picked up the glue, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to tell Brother Chen about his father's intentions today, but time was of the essence, so he had to head out. Just as he returned to his bed, he heard a knock at the door. So late, who could it be? Just as he speculated, the door swung open, and a man in black swiftly approached his bed. "Who are you?" The man quickly covered his mouth. "Do not scream. Listen to me." The black-clad figure was extraordinarily strong. Huayu could not break free. Given his earlier speed, he was undoubtedly a skilled practitioner. "You are Huayu, correct?" The man glanced around anxiously, clearly wary of being discovered. Unable to speak, Huayu could only nod. I am from the Jinbian mansion, one of your father's subordinates. He sent me. After speaking, the man released Huayu. Then why the secrecy? Why not come directly? You young ones, how could matters concerning Jinbian mansion be made known to others? Then tell me, I am listening. Today, your father expressed his desire to nurture you. From this moment, you are officially a member of the Jinbian mansion's intelligence network. I have a task for you. As he spoke, the man produced a black waist token inscribed with the word Jinbian mansion. Taking the token, Huayu thought to himself, this is all happening rather quickly. Listen closely. Here is your mission, to be completed within 4 days. In the Shujia courtyard of the capital, there is a scholar's apprentice who is a member of the heavenly evil cult, possessing little martial prowess and has long been embedded in the Shujia. Your task is to investigate his means of relaying information and eliminate him. Do you understand? Understood. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the man swiftly departed. Huayu grasped the information, yet his mind struggled to process it. Kill someone? This is rather abrupt, having just arrived here a day ago, and already tasked with such a mission. Moreover, I have yet to settle scores with Do Inyang. 4 days should be sufficient, but he felt utterly exhausted. Having stayed up all night gaming, and now he was a member of the Jinbian mansion. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, contemplating whether he should enter the private space to procure some items to better accomplish his mission, but he lacked the funds. Surely he couldn't simply pilfer more dishes? As he rummaged through the room, he discovered some jewelry meant for men in a small box. This should suffice. Huayu prepared to enter the private space once more. Dear Master, you have one opportunity remaining to enter the space today. Are you certain you wish to proceed? I am certain. As soon as Huayu entered, he immediately set about exchanging items, trading 4 jewels for a staggering 15,000 bread coins. Initially, he intended to purchase a firearm, but the prices were exorbitant. Even the most basic semi-automatic pistol cost a staggering 50 million bread coins. After some thought, he opted for a pair of binoculars, a set of night gear, 3 rechargeable pinhole cameras, and a book titled Basic Chi Cultivation. After spending nearly all his bread coins, he picked up a notebook and a pen from the ground, packed his items, and prepared to leave. Chapter 64. Sealing the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce in the evening, Han Gyuz returned to his residence, utterly despondent. His mind a tumultuous whirl of emotions regarding the matter of Zhang Moru, with no satisfactory resolution in sight. Today, when Empress Wu learned of the situation, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. After so long living in constant anxiety, fearing discovery, he now faced the reality that the issue must indeed be resolved. If he simply left it for his mother to handle, she would undoubtedly take Zhang Moru's life. With this thought, Han Gyuz rolled back and forth on his bed several times before suddenly sitting up and shouting towards the door. Somio Nikome. The maidservant, not daring to delay, quickly opened the door and entered. Your Highness, please give your orders. Go find Zhao Meng immediately and tell him I have urgent business. He must come see me at once. Zhao Meng was Han Gyuz's most trusted aide, having been by his side since childhood. Han Gyuz regarded him as a brother, always turning to him first in times of need. Moments later, Zhao Meng rushed in, his shoes even worn incorrectly. Greetings, Your Highness. Zhao Meng bowed his head. Enough, enough. Come in. There's no need for such formality between just the two of us. Observing his drowsy appearance, Han Gyuz personally poured him a cup of tea to help him wake up. Zhao Meng took the tea and downed it in one go, his eyes becoming clearer. Your Highness, you summoned me so late. Is there an urgent matter? Han Gyuz nodded gravely. There are indeed matters at hand, though they are not of utmost urgency. I find myself at a loss as to how to proceed, which is why I sought your counsel. Your Highness, you jest, for you well know that I possess a rather dull intellect and am incapable of offering any sound suggestions. However, rest assured that I shall dedicate myself fully to the tasks you assign. Han Gyuz took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The matter concerning Zhang Moru has come to the knowledge of Her Majesty. Zhao Meng was taken aback by this revelation, for he had always been the one to handle this affair. Your Highness, this. Upon observing Zhao Meng's agitation, Han Gyuz chuckled softly and patted Zhao Meng on the shoulder. Do not worry. I have complete faith in your abilities. At present, only Her Majesty is aware of this situation, and I suspect there are 2 possibilities. Either an outsider has uncovered this matter and approached my mother for some monetary compensation, or Zhang Moru inadvertently revealed her whereabouts during our journey to Ganzhou. So, Your Highness, do you have any prudent strategies for addressing this issue? My mother has instructed me to refrain from intervening, for she would surely demand Zhang Moru's life. Yet if I were to involve myself, Emoho would undoubtedly not spare me either. Your Highness is correct. This situation is indeed quite difficult to navigate. After saying this, Zhao Ming pressed his lips together, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. Your Highness, I have thought of a solution. Oh? Pray, share your thoughts with me. Did we not establish the treasonous charges against the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce? Although we have managed to neutralize their local influence in Ganzhou, the issue remains unresolved. We still hold Xin Yaoning in our grasp. If your Highness could bring about the downfall of the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, Wu Ho would surely be delighted. At that point, negotiations with Wu Ho regarding this matter would be considerably easier. Perhaps a turning point may even arise. Even a dullard, such as you, can have moments of clarity. Han Gu straightened in his seat and playfully tapped Zhao Ming on the head. You speak true. I have always acted in accordance with my mother's wishes. If I were to resolve this issue on my own, she would surely regard me with newfound respect. However, this matter must be addressed with utmost urgency. Otherwise, I fear for Zhang Mora's life. Should your Highness have any directives, I am prepared to act immediately. No need for haste. Tomorrow morning, you shall lead a contingent to seal off the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, detaining everyone and causing quite the commotion. By doing so, we need not spread rumors. We shall temporarily hold on to Xun Yaoning as our trump card, for I refuse to believe that Jiang Wanyin will not make an appearance. The mornings in the capital are bustling, and the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce is situated in a lively area, teeming with merchants. Once word spreads, Jiang Wanyin will undoubtedly return to assess the situation. Understood, my lord, Zhao Ming replied with a bow. Early the next day, Zhao Ming arrived at the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce with a contingent of soldiers. Yongtong Chamber of Commerce is accused of treason. We have come to enforce a complete lockdown. Zhao Ming brandished a spear, standing at the entrance and raising his voice deliberately. As anticipated, the street vendors began to chatter animatedly upon hearing such news. And it would not be long before the entire capital was aware of this development. Bring forth the battering ram. Seeing the tightly shut doors of the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Ming waved his right hand and shouted to his men. As soon as the command was given, several burly men emerged from behind, carrying a hefty piece of wood, chanting slogans as they struck the door repeatedly. In no time, the door was forcefully breached. Move in and search, Zhao Ming called out again upon noticing the absence of anyone inside. Following his command, the officers surged into the premises, scouring each room in the courtyard. Before long, the area was turned upside down. Yet Zhao Ming found it odd that there were very few individuals present, mostly junior staff, and no secret chambers or hidden doors to be found. Word spread quickly, and a nimble young man, upon hearing the news, hurried back to Wangshan Tower to report. Observing the empty room, he knelt before Han Shan and said, Your Highness, something grave has occurred. Han Guz has dispatched individuals to seal off the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce. Is this truly the case? Do you know the reason behind it? Han Shan stood up, disbelief etched on his face. It is alleged to be due to treason. The young man replied. Treason? Ha! Truly, this is the work of Han Guz, who resorts to slander and deceit. Chapter 65. Battle at Jiuyue. Returns to the capital. The young servant turned back, bewildered, gazing at Han Shan in confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Han Shan slowly spoke. Jiang Wanyin should remain unaware of this incident for now. You must seek him out and inform him that I have urgent matters to discuss, but be sure to avoid mentioning the sealing of Yongtong Chamber of Commerce. Very well, I understand. If there are others present, you know how to handle it. The young servant nodded, acknowledging the command before hastily departing. Jiang Wanyin was surrounded by stacks of documents, and as he concluded the final one, he leaned back in his chair weary. The contents of these documents pertain to the 2 missing Grand Masters among the 24 divine generals. This matter was of great significance, and Jiang Wanyin was determined to uncover any underlying schemes, ensuring that no one fell prey to Han Guz's machinations. He had been in the study for a full day and night, entirely unaware of the events unfolding outside. Creak! The door was gently pushed open, and a figure stepped quietly towards Jiang Wanyin, whispering, Young Master Jiang, there is someone outside who wishes to see you. Oh, who might it be? Aside from our own, only Han Ruojuan is privy to this place. Let him in. Certainly. A moment later, the young servant hurried into the room, first casting a discreet glance at Jiang Wanyin before respectfully bowing and saying, Young Master Jiang, my master has urgent matters to discuss and wishes to meet you at the tea house. Jiang Wanyin understood immediately that it was Han Ruojuan seeking him out, and he set aside his work to follow the servant. Upon Jiang Wanyin's arrival, Han Shan poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward him. "Your Highness summoned me in haste. Surely something significant must have transpired." Han Shan chuckled lightly, gesturing for Jiang Wanyin to partake of the tea. "You have worked diligently over the past few days poring over documents. Take a moment to refresh yourself. I have something very important to discuss with you, and I urge you to remain calm and composed upon hearing it." Given that Han Ruojuan would speak in such a manner, it must indeed be a matter of great import. Jiang Wanyin felt an unsettling premonition wash over him as his right eyelid twitched. He took a sip of tea and replied, "Your Highness, please speak freely. This morning, Han Gu sent individuals to seal off the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce in the capital, and all present have been imprisoned with the accusation of treason against the state." "Treason? How is that possible?" Jiang Wanyin's eyes widened in shock, his arms trembling involuntarily, causing the teacup to clatter to the floor. With a quivering voice, he exclaimed, "How can this be? I must inquire about this matter." With that, Jiang Wanyin stood up, ready to leave. Though not typically a hot-tempered individual, the gravity of the situation had crossed his threshold of tolerance. "Calm yourself. We both know this is impossible. Yet the deed has been done. This is precisely Han Gu's usual tactic. He orchestrates such events to draw you out. If you were to go now, it would play directly into his hands." Han Shan grasped Jiang Wanyin's sleeve, urgently conveying his thoughts. Yet, Jiang Wanyin was fully aware of the implications. The mere thought of individuals being imprisoned and accused of treason set his emotions ablaze. Anxiety gripped his heart. But, oh dear, Jiang Wanyin let out a heavy sigh, his long sleeves swaying as he expressed his frustration. Han Shan quickly stood and gently guided Jiang Wanyin back to his seat. Observing the visibly anxious Jiang Wanyin, I spoke to offer words of comfort. "I understand your eagerness to rescue them at this moment. However, it is precisely in such times that one must maintain composure. We must first deliberate on a strategy before taking action." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanyin closed her eyes and slowly lowered her head. Indeed, I had acted too rashly. While this calmed Jiang Wanyin, at the same time, Zhan Jiuyue and his companions were making their entrance into the capital. For nearly half a month, they had not rested, journeying from Muzhou to Guangzhou, and now returning to the capital. They were utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. As the carriage rolled into the capital, they were met with a bustling sea of people, a striking contrast to the desolation they had encountered along their journey. Wang Xiong glanced around, took a deep breath, and lazily stretched. "Ah, the capital is delightful. Even the air here feels different from other places." Zhang Chong looked at him and joined in, moving his limbs in agreement. Naturally. Otherwise, why would so many people be clamoring to come to the capital? Yet, the world merely perceived the superficial splendor, oblivious to the undercurrents of intrigue and hidden machinations that lay beneath. At that moment, Zhan Jiuyue had no desire for conversation. He yearned only to ascertain the whereabouts of Jiang Wanyin and Shun Yaoning, to confirm their safety. The streets were crowded, and their carriage came to a halt amidst the throng, where the conversations of nearby merchants caught their attention. "You wouldn't know if you weren't there. The Yongtong Merchant Guild has committed treason. His Highness the Crown Prince personally dispatched people to seal it off. What a spectacle! I've never seen anything like it in my life." "I knew it. The Yongtong Merchant Guild's power has been growing. It was only a matter of time before something happened. I heard that the Yongtong Merchant Guild has some sort of unclear relationship with the former Crown Prince." The more Zhan Jiuyue listened, the more uneasy he became, his brow furrowing as he steeled himself. Treason by the Yongtong Merchant Guild? Wang Xiong and Zhang Chong also overheard these remarks, their anger flaring. "You say?" Wang Xiong stretched his neck to shout, but was pulled back by Zhan Jiuyue. "Are you serious about what you just said?" Zhan Jiuyue inquired with a smile. The merchants, noticing the travel-worn appearance of the group, assumed they were unaware of the situation. "You fellows are quite uninformed. There have been significant changes in the capital recently. This morning, the Crown Prince sent people to seal off the Yongtong Merchant Guild. Treasonous collusion. All present have been taken into custody, except for the guild leader, who has mysteriously vanished." Wang Xiong's anger surged. When had the Yongtong Merchant Guild ever engaged in treasonous acts? Had it not been for Zhan Jiuyue's restraining hand, he would have insisted on confronting them. "So that is the case. Thank you, brothers," Zhan Jiuyue said, smiling as he cupped his hands in gratitude. He then turned to his companions and whispered, "Since we have just returned and he claims that Brother Jiang has not been imprisoned, he must be safe for now. We should remain discreet and proceed with caution. Indeed, what Brother Zhan says is correct. If the guild leader had been captured in Guangzhou, Han Gyuz would not have gone to such lengths to seal off the capital's merchant guild. Chapter 066. Restoration of Appearance. Then it seems we need not return to the Yongtong Merchant Guild just yet. We should hasten to Wangshan Tower to find the Crown Prince. He must be well acquainted with the current situation, Zhan Jiuyue suggested after a moment of contemplation. Wang Xiong mimicked Zhan Jiuyue, asserting yes, that is indeed the way to go. Let us head to Wangshan Tower. The group nodded in agreement and directed their carriage toward Wangshan Tower. Upon arriving at the entrance, they found the establishment teeming with patrons, all fervently discussing the treasonous activities of the Yongtong Merchant Guild. As Zhan Jiuyue gazed at the sign of Wangshan Tower, he was reminded of Xun Yaoning. The last time he had visited, she had been by his side, and now he was unaware of her whereabouts. Due to their lineage, Mu Linger and Mu Xingwan had completely regained their original appearances. Though the two sisters bore a striking resemblance, their auras were vastly different. Both possessed lips like crimson vermilion and brows resembling distant mountains, with skin so fair it seemed delicate enough to break. A tear mole at the corner of Mu Xingwan's eye resembled a dot of vermilion, alluringly beautiful, whereas Mu Linger exuded a cool elegance, her piercing gaze revealing an undeniable charm in her every movement. As the group entered, they attracted the attention of numerous patrons. Noticing this, Zhan Jiuyue sought to find a discreet corner to settle down. However, a few brazen ruffians, perceiving Zhan Jiuyue's group as unassuming, approached them with ill intentions. They blocked their path, surrounding the Mu sisters, their bodies reeking of alcohol, and grinning lewdly as they reached out toward them. I say, little sisters, who do you belong to? You are truly stunning. You've made us drool. How about coming over for a few drinks with us? Mu Linger and Mu Xingwan recoiled in disdain, stepping back repeatedly. Under ordinary circumstances, they would not have tolerated such arrogance, and Mu Linger would have drawn her dagger to defend herself. However, given the current situation, Zhan Jiuyue had specifically instructed them to remain low profile and cautious within Wangshan Tower, avoiding any confrontation to prevent revealing their identities. Seeing the sisters in distress, Zhan Jiuyue, Wang Xiong, and Zhang Chong immediately stepped forward to shield them. My good sirs, please do not make this difficult for us. If you could kindly let us pass, we would be most grateful, Zhan Jiuyue said with a polite smile. These ruffians, knowing that their target was not putting up any resistance, grew increasingly brazen. What are you talking about, little brother? Did you come to this tavern not to drink? What harm is there in letting these two sisters share a drink with us? They laughed, reaching out once more toward the Mu sisters. In an instant, Zhan Jiuyue seized both of their arms, smiling as he said, My dear brothers, we truly have urgent matters to attend to. We kindly ask that you do not obstruct us. Though Zhan Jiuyue's demeanor appeared relaxed and his words polite, the strength in his grip was unyielding, as if he were channeling divine force to firmly hold them in place. Ouch! It hurts! It hurts! The two ruffians, not trained in martial arts, though somewhat burly, could not withstand Zhan Jiuyue's strength. They cried out in pain and fell to their knees. A young attendant, hearing their shouts, turned to see Zhan Jiuyue and Wang Xiong. He recognized them as the individuals Jiang Wanning had brought in a few days prior, who spent their days attending to guests in the tower and ventured out at night to gather information. Being from the Yongtong Merchant Guild, he naturally recognized them. Realizing they were in a predicament and knowing they could not act in this situation, he quickly called out, Gentlemen, what seems to be the trouble here? Upon hearing this, Zhan Jiuyue and his companions looked over, recognizing Fan Ji. Just as Wang Xiong was about to call out his name, Zhang Chong swiftly pinched him. Zhan Jiuyue's eyes flickered, and he released the ruffian's arms, revealing dark bruises on their skin as they writhed on the ground in pain. My apologies, esteemed proprietor. We truly did not intend to cause you any trouble, Zhan Jiuyue said, bowing his head in apology. The ruffian's companions, seeing their friends in distress, refused to back down. Not intentional, you say? Just look at their arms. The attendant shot them a glance, and his attitude shifted dramatically. What? Are you trying to cause a ruckus in Wangshan Tower? His voice was not loud, yet it carried a commanding presence. Hearing this, the ruffians immediately cowered. They dared not create a scene here. They had merely been a bit tipsy earlier. Now thoroughly intimidated, they could only accept their misfortune and flee the premises. Fan Ji exchanged glances with Zhan Jiuyue, gesturing toward the stairs. You gentlemen seem startled. Please follow me to the second floor, and I will arrange a fine room for you. A select few, fully comprehending the unspoken intent, followed Fan Ji as he ascended the staircase. Leaning against Zhan Jiuyue, Fan Ji discreetly whispered, "President Jiang and His Highness the Crown Prince are on the second floor. Please wait in the guest room for a moment. I shall notify them shortly." Zhan Jiuyue responded softly in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the second floor, they found it adorned with even greater opulence than the first. A red carpet stretching luxuriously throughout the corridor, exquisitely carved reliefs gracing the columns, and splendid murals harmonizing with their surroundings. Precious jewels and jade hung from the beams, each piece of considerable worth. The group arrived at a door, gently pushing it open to enter. Before long, Fan Ji arrived, guiding them to the innermost room on the second floor. As they entered, they beheld Han Shan and Jiang Wanyin seated across from each other. Upon their arrival, Jiang Wanyin promptly stood to greet them, pouring tea with grace. "This is the esteemed Zhan Gongzi, whom I often speak of," she remarked, standing respectfully beside Zhan Jiuyue. "We have met before. I have long heard of your remarkable martial prowess. Indeed, you possess an extraordinary presence," Han Shan said, cupping his hands in respect. "You flatter me. You are the true hero, and I am but a minor figure," Zhan Jiuyue replied humbly. Indeed, the events surrounding Han Ruojun had thoroughly impressed Zhan Jiuyue, who could hardly fathom the depth of one man's cunning. Jiang Wanyin regarded the Mu sisters with a hint of confusion, reaching out to tap Zhan Jiuyue gently. "And these two young ladies are?" Chapter 067. Unmasking the truth. Noticing Zhan Jiuyue's troubled expression, Jiang Wanyin assumed he had encountered some difficulty and furrowed her brow, inquiring, "What troubles you, Zhan brother? Surely, there is no need for formality between us. Feel free to speak your mind." Zhan Jiuyue was not being formal. Rather, he was at a loss for how to broach the matter. Yet, with Jiang Wanyin's persistent questioning and her evident concern, he felt compelled to respond. After much deliberation, he awkwardly scratched his head and sheepishly admitted, "You have misunderstood me, Jiang brother. I would never distance myself from you. It is simply that we have been unable to gather any intelligence." "Ah, is that all?" Jiang Wanyin exclaimed, visibly relieved. "I feared it was something grave." "There is no need to take it to heart, my friend. The Red Dart sect has been established for many years, undoubtedly possessing a solid foundation, and I imagine their ranks are filled with formidable talents. It is only natural that you were unable to procure information. As long as you return safely, that is what matters most. Moreover, you have saved the lives of these two sisters." She gestured towards the Mu sisters as she spoke. Before Zhan Jiuyue could respond, Wang Xiong cleared his throat and interjected, "Ah, President Jiang, you are mistaken." "Oh, what have I misunderstood?" Jiang Wanyin queried, momentarily taken aback, unsure of Wang Xiong's meaning, fearing he might be implying she had misspoken. With a grand gesture, Wang Xiong launched into an elaborate account, recounting the entire saga with embellishments for over 10 minutes, from their arrival in Qihai City and encountering Mu Ling to the obliteration of the Red Dart sect in the dungeon. He left no detail unmentioned, his words vividly painting the narrative, as though he himself were the hero of the tale. As Han Shan and Jiang Wanyin listened, their incredulity grew, culminating in them staring agog at Zhan Jiuyue as he sat quietly beside them. He single-handedly eradicated the Red Dart sect? After a prolonged silence, Jiang Wanyin swallowed hard and, with admiration, gave Zhan Jiuyue a thumbs up, declaring, "You are indeed a hero, Zhan brother." Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Zhan Jiuyue quickly waved his hands in modest denial, chuckling, "Oh no, Jiang brother, you overestimate me. However, had we returned to Ganzhou sooner, this tragedy might have been averted." He sighed heavily, lowering his gaze, a trace of sorrow clouding his countenance. If only they had acted sooner, they could have saved the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce. The tragedy in Ganzhou? Jiang Wanyin's earlier calmness was shattered, her expression turning grave. What transpired in Ganzhou? Zhan Jiuyue and the others were taken aback. Jiang Wanyin was unaware of the incident. "Could it be, Jiang brother, that you do not know?" Zhan Jiuyue asked incredulously. This was information Jiang Wanyin ought to be aware of. "What has happened?" Jiang Wanyin pressed, her brows furrowing with urgency. A premonition of trouble in Ganzhou, weighing heavily on her mind, now confirmed. "When we returned to Ganzhou, not a single one of our brothers was left alive." Zhan Jiuyue gritted his teeth, the grim details spilling forth. He dared not recall the scene they had encountered. The Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, devoid of life. The air thick with despair, rivers stained crimson with blood, and bodies piled like a mound. Han Shan and Jiang Wanyin were momentarily struck silent. A jolt of shock coursed through Jiang Wanyin, leaving him weak and trembling, before he finally stammered, "What? How could this be? What of my cousin? Was a mission with you?" In just a few brief exchanges, the weight of information was staggering, and the room fell into a suffocating silence. After a moment, Han Shan slowly stood. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Miss Shun was likely in the clutches of Han Guze. Yet, based on his understanding of Han Guze, he would not harm her. He surely intended to use her as bait. Jiang Wanyin clenched his fists tightly, his mind racing with the loss of lives, brothers who had fought by his side. While the greater good must prevail, how could one swallow such a bitter pill? Although Han Shan's reasoning was sound, they all understood it was merely conjecture. Han Shan sought to maintain morale and prevent chaos. The safety of Shun Yuning remained uncertain. Zhan Jiuyue was engulfed in regret, lamenting his decision to leave Shun Yuning's side. Had he remained with her, events would not have unfolded in this manner. Seeing the somber silence among them, Han Shan gently shook his head and quietly approached the window, gazing in the direction of the palace. As the heir to the throne, his mind was burdened with countless considerations. The palace of Jing Kingdom lay before him, a bastion of opulence and wealth in the eastern part of the continent. Within its towering walls resided many of Jing Kingdom's prestigious families, a confluence of affluence, resources, opportunities, and power, a dreamscape for all who dwelt in Jing, each striving for fame and fortune. Han Ruojun had grown up within those walls, a prince destined to rule, exalted above all others. Yet now, the situation was altered. He gazed upon the palace with a mix of familiarity and estrangement. His eyes burned with intensity as a few tears slipped down his cheeks. He had always been diligent and intelligent, contemplating the future of Jing Kingdom since his earliest memories. How could he not recognize the ambitions of Han Guze and the schemes of the Empress Dowager? How could he remain oblivious to the treachery of the imperial family? Yet, he had never pondered these matters deeply, believing such thoughts were futile. If Han Guze could indeed lead Jing Kingdom to prosperity, he would gladly relinquish his claim to the throne. However, it was precisely his excellence and magnanimity that had bred suspicion in the emperor's heart and encouraged Han Guze's relentless ambition. His initial stratagem had indeed proven effective. Yet his mother was cast into the cold palace, forever deprived of the light, and now his friends suffered torment. Contemplating this, Han Ruojun choked back a sob, then raised his head and exhaled deeply. "If that is the case, then do not blame me for showing no mercy to you beasts." His voice was low, yet the weight of his words resonated with palpable intensity, suffused with helplessness. He was weary of waiting, of allowing others to perish for his sake. The others looked up at Han Shan, who slowly peeled away the human mask from his face, revealing his familiar visage once more. Indeed, he was ready to exact his revenge. "What is the prince planning?" Jiang Wanyin cautioned, aware that the situation had yet to stabilize and that caution was paramount. He understood that Han Ruojun's decision was tied to the events surrounding the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, and he sought to dissuade him. Chapter 068. The Decision of Han Ruojun, Your Highness. This matter is of great significance. You must ponder it carefully before proceeding. After so long of painstaking efforts, if a single misstep occurs, all previous endeavors will be in vain. How could Han Ruojun be unaware of such reasoning? Yet he had made up his mind. Immediately, he struck the table with a forceful fist. "My decision is made. There is no need for further discussion." His words rang with resolute conviction. However, as Jiang Wanin's words hovered at the precipice of utterance, they were forcibly retracted under Han Ruojun's piercing gaze. Observing Han Ruojun's demeanor, a pang of guilt stirred within him. Yet, even the most rational analysis now seemed incapable of swaying his resolve. After all, he was merely a subject. He was the ruler. With a resigned bow of his head, he asked then, "Your Highness, have you decided on the first step to take?" Han Ruojun nodded slightly. The matter of Zhang Moru had not yet been resolved. If it were simply to annul the engagement, wouldn't that merely benefit Han Guze? What then does your Highness intend to do? To capture the leader before subduing the followers. We shall use this incident as our starting point. Now that the Empress Dowager is aware of this situation, given her temperament, she will undoubtedly eliminate Zhang Moru. She will never permit her son to face even the slightest mishap. I believe Han Guze understands this better than I do. Otherwise, why would he be in such a hurry to seal the Yongtong Trading Company? In his heart, you are currently my sole trump card for a comeback. Should he capture you, he could ingratiate himself with the Empress Dowager and perhaps save Zhang Moru's life. However, your absence will only heighten his anxiety. Your Highness is astute. I have grasped your intent, Jiang Wanyin replied, cupping his hands. Zhan Jiuyue remained silent, simply sitting quietly, ever since he learned that Shun Yaoning's safety was still uncertain. He wished to disregard all other matters, only yearning to storm the palace and rescue Shun Yaoning. Yet he could not act unilaterally. This affair transcended his personal decisions, impacting the future of the entire nation. Since Han Ruojuan had resolved to confront Han Gyuz directly, he would acquiesce to his arrangements. Nevertheless, he was determined that should anyone dare wager Shun Yaoning's life, he would not hesitate to disregard all else. Within the imperial city, in the crown prince's quarters, Han Gyuz was correct. Ever since the Yongtong Trading Company had been sealed, he had been awaiting news, yet the information was tardy, leaving him restless, pacing the room. He had not anticipated Jiang Wanyin's remarkable composure, and his mind was beset with conflicting thoughts. Why hadn't Jiang Wanyin arrived? Was the bait insufficiently enticing? Had he known, he would have revealed Shun Yaoning as his trump card. But now it was too late. What of Zhang Moru? The Empress Dowager would surely not act so swiftly. No, he could not afford to dwell on such uncertainties. He must see for himself. Bring me a horse, Han Gyuz commanded. Awaiting outside was none other than his trusted confidant, Zhao Meng. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Meng understood that his master could no longer contain his anxiety and quickly entered. Bowing his head, Your Highness, perhaps you should reconsider. Silence. Reconsider what? What if Zhang Moru dies? Can you assure me that the Empress Dowager will not act tonight? Han Gyuz interrupted, his voice laced with fury. His mind was in turmoil, teetering on the brink of losing rationality. This, the subordinate dares not. Then go prepare my horse quickly. Han Gyuz mounted his steed and galloped toward Zhang Moru's residence without pause. This time, he halted directly at the entrance of the courtyard. Previously, he would dismount from a distance, but today his urgency compelled him forward. He flung open the door and found Zhang Moru seated at a table, embroidering a fragrance pouch, finally allowing himself to catch his breath. Zhang Moru looked up at Han Gyuz, her expression shifting from surprise to a look of grievance. It had been a long time since she had seen him. Although she understood he had matters to attend to outside the capital, her solitude had been overwhelming, the anxiety of uncertainty ever haunting her. Han Gyuz swiftly approached the table and enveloped Zhang Moru in a tight embrace. Your Highness, you finally came to see me, she sobbed. Calm down, rower. I only returned to the capital yesterday. As soon as I had the time today, I rushed over. Han Gyuz gently patted Zhang Moru's back, striving to comfort the woman he cherished most deeply. Zhang Moru remained silent, weeping fervently in his embrace. This poignant scene stirred one's heart with compassion. Yet it was a love that could not be publicly acknowledged. She was a concubine of the emperor, while he was the crown prince, an affair deemed untenable by the heavens. Had their identities been different, they might have found happiness. After a moment, as their emotions began to stabilize, Zhang Moru raised her tear-stained face and asked softly, Your Highness, can you stay with me tonight? Han Gyuz was taken aback. He yearned to remain and cherish her tenderly. Yet reality forbade it. Noticing his hesitation, Zhang Moru did not press further. She understood. For this was the path she had chosen and had no cause for regret. It is rower who speaks rashly. I should not burden you, Your Highness. Let us make the most of our time together. Her words were laden with unspoken sorrow and helplessness, and it was precisely this understanding that endeared her to Han Gyuz. After uttering this, Zhang Moru gently began to loosen her clothing. Rowa, no. We cannot do this now. Han Gyuz hastily intervened, having already resolved that he would send Zhang Moru away tonight, and the next day, he would use Shun Yaoning to locate Jiang Wanyin. Then he would vow to the Empress Dowager that he would never meet Zhang Moru again, only wishing to spare her life. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Have you no time, even to accompany Ro? Or, have you grown weary of me? Zhang Moru lamented. How could that be? It is not as you think. I simply. Han Gyuz struggled to find words, daunted by Zhang Moru's current state. Sensing his distress, an ominous premonition crept into Zhang Moru's heart. Forcing a smile, she said, If it truly burdens you, then perhaps you should return. Ro will be fine. I will wait for you here. She wished to hasten his departure, fearing he might utter something she could not bear to hear. Her delicate fingers brushed over Han Gyuz's collar, tidying his attire, her face still bearing that painful smile, tears threatening to spill from the corners of her eyes. Well, may I share something with you? Chapter 069. Severing ties. Han Gyu's words struck Zhang Moru like a jolt of electricity, causing her to freeze, her face paling. Could it be that she could not escape this fate? A woman's intuition is often terrifyingly accurate. Zhang Moru felt an inexplicable dread, a fear rooted in the deepest loneliness of her soul. She bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, raising her head to gaze at Han Gyu's with a look of poignant vulnerability. Your Highness, if you have matters to attend to today, let us speak another time, shall we? Upon hearing this, Han Gyu's furrowed his brow. Deep down, he had nurtured a bold hypothesis regarding this situation. The secret of Zhang Moru's concealment was known only to him, Zhao Meng, and Zhang Moru herself. Not to mention, Zhao Meng had been by his side and was his most trusted subordinate. Moreover, he had recently traveled to Guangzhou with Zhao Meng. There had been insufficient time for any warning to be relayed, rendering that explanation implausible. Ultimately, Han Gyu's was led to question Zhang Moru, suspecting that she feared being abandoned should he wed the daughter of the Su family. Thus, she must have done something to provoke the conversation about annulling the engagement upon his return to the capital. Observing her now, Zhang Moru seemed all too aware that he intended to send her away, continuously deflecting the conversation to prevent him from speaking. While doubts lingered in her mind, Han Gyuz found it impossible to voice the questions that plagued her heart. To utter such words would inevitably wound her deeply if it were not indeed about her. After much deliberation, Han Gyuz attempted to muster a smile and said to Zhang Moru, "This matter is of utmost importance, and I must speak with you about it today." Upon hearing this, Zhang Moru took a deep breath, lowered her head slowly, and seated herself, murmuring, then, "If that is the case, Your Highness, please proceed. I shall listen." Han Gyuz gazed at her, feeling a pang of compassion as he clenched his jaw. His expression contorted with anguish. Struggling to articulate the words, he finally managed, I must send you away from the capital." His voice trembled as he fixed his gaze upon the shifting emotions on Zhang Moru's face. Although she had sensed this outcome in her heart, hearing the words spoken still inflicted an indescribable pain within her. Time seemed to freeze, and her heart ceased to beat for that fleeting moment. Tears began to stream uncontrollably from her eyes. Depart? But why? She had not intended to ask this. Yet how much understanding must one possess to perfectly control their emotions? Facing Zhang Moru, who appeared on the brink of collapse, Han Gyuz felt as if his heart were being torn asunder. He turned away, directing his gaze towards the dwindling firewood in the stove. "I do not wish to do this either, but events have unfolded as they have. My mother is already aware of your presence in the capital, and if I do not send you away, she will surely seek your life." Zhang Moru trembled with sobs, feeling as though she were a withered blade of grass, utterly alone in the wilderness, subject to the whims of the wind. She was nearly broken. Her last defenses had crumbled. Slumping in her chair, her gaze turned vacant. "If she desires my life, let her come for it. I will not resist. I wish to remain by your side, not to be tossed about like refuse." At her words, Han Gyuz could no longer maintain his composure and whirled around. "How can you say such things? In my heart, you have always been my dearest love. How can you portray it so tragically? My intent in sending you away is to protect you. How could I bear to witness your demise? If I truly did not care for you, I would not risk so much to speak with you tonight." Zhang Moru cast a fleeting glance at him before letting out a cold laugh, one that even he found absurd. "Not caring? What a fine sentiment. If you were sincere, how could you bear to send me away? To abandon me to live alone in the wilderness? What difference is there between that and death for you?" Han Gyuz said, attempting to embrace her, yet Zhang Moru retreated step by step, refusing his touch. Left with no alternative, he continued to soothe her. "Regardless of where I send you, I will certainly come to see you." "See me? There is no need for that, Your Highness. With your status, visiting me, merely a commoner, would only shorten my life. If I cause you to lose your princely title, I could never bear that burden." Zhang Moru, perhaps overwhelmed by her sorrow, spoke words she had not intended, wounding both of them in the process. Perhaps in the face of reality, all promises were but hollow. Even if today, the Empress Dowager remained unaware of these matters, even if Han Gyuz were to ascend the throne, would he truly be able to grant Zhang Moru a rightful place? Clearly not. He would never relinquish those ambitions. Noticing the barbs in her words, Han Gyuz no longer concealed his thoughts and spoke frankly. "Ultimately, the mistake lies in having kept you in the capital. With you so close to me, It is no wonder my mother has discovered this. Zhang Moru grasped the implication of his words. Han Gyuz believed her identity had been revealed. With tear-streaked, bloodshot eyes, she confronted him. What do you mean by that? Do you think it was my presence that led the Empress Dowager to learn of this? I never claimed such a thing. A short while ago, Zhao Ming and I left the capital, and upon our return, I was summoned by my mother. How could I not be suspicious? However, I harbor no blame towards you. With your impending marriage to the Su family, I know you would not stand idly by. Hangusa, you are a shameless scoundrel. Zhang Moru screamed at him in a frenzy. Was this truly the person she had intended to entrust her life to? In the face of self-interest, it seemed that everything could be forsaken. What was she worth in this equation? A shameless scoundrel? Han Gyuz narrowed his eyes at Zhang Moru. You call me shameless? It was you who brought this calamity upon yourself. I protected you for so long, yet you fail to cherish the present and have cut off your own retreat. You cannot blame me. At his words, Zhang Moru, exasperated, laughed bitterly, a tear escaping her eye as she gazed out the window. I truly am cursed in this life. Yet, my greatest regret is not having entered that cold palace, but rather having assisted you, this shameless scoundrel, only to end up in such a dismal fate. I should never have aided you in seizing what is not rightfully yours. You are unworthy of being the crown prince. You are unworthy. With a sudden motion, Han Gyuz raised his hand and struck Zhang Moru across the face. You ungrateful wretch. Do not utter another word. Chapter 070. The sudden arrival of Han Shan, Zhang Moru covered her face, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes, and began to laugh maniacally, her laughter growing louder. Have I struck a nerve? You dared to hit me. You truly are a worthless fool. I must have been blind. Go away. I do not need your protection, nor do I need the Empress Dowager's concern. I shall end this wretched life myself, and rest assured, you will never become emperor. Ha! You are unworthy, far beneath Han Ruojuan. Madwoman, you are a madwoman. Han Ruojuan, looking at his hand, realized he had lost control and struck her. Yet, upon hearing Zhang Moru's words, he was consumed by rage, trembling with anger as he stormed out of the room. What a shrew! Impossible to reason with. Han Gyuz exited the room, his eyes ablaze with fury, nearly beside himself with rage. He had not anticipated Zhang Moru would utter such words tonight. While he understood they were spoken in anger, his heart remained tumultuous, a storm of emotions that refused to settle. How could Han Ruojuan even be compared to him? He was destined to be the sole ruler of Jinghua, while Han Ruojuan was merely a deposed prince. What grounds did he have to stand against him? In every aspect, ability, talent, cunning, he could not surpass Han Gyuz. He was merely of slightly higher birth. Without that status, he was nothing. The outcome was evident. He could never defeat Han Gyuz. Han Gyuz repeated these thoughts in his mind, attempting to calm the tempest of anger within him. Just as he turned, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching, his brow furrowing in concern. Who could it be? Raising his head, he followed the sound and saw Han Shan rushing towards him. What was he doing here? Did he already know of these events? Han Shan, what brings you here? Han Gyuz asked, his brow furrowed, his hand discreetly moving to clutch the dagger hidden behind him. Yet, to his surprise, Han Shan merely approached and bowed, saying, I, Han Shan, the master of Wangchun Tower, greet the crown prince. He had come here on a whim, hoping to encounter Han Gyuz, and was astonished that his luck had indeed favored him. Han Gyuz scrutinized Han Shan's movements, ever vigilant of his expression. What are you doing here? Han Shan smiled mysteriously. In response to your highness, I have come specifically to deliver news. If I can assist the crown prince, it would be my honor. News? What do you mean by that? Han Gyuz feigned calmness, striving to control his emotions and regain his composure. Your highness, you may not be aware, but before your return to the capital, Empress Wu had already visited me at Wangchun Tower. It is the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Yunian, who has been secretly investigating your affairs. Recently, she received some insider information, claiming that you have a mistress outside. Fortunately, the matter reached my ears before it could escalate, and she remains unaware that it pertains to the late Wen Fei. For now, I have managed to contain the situation. Han Shan bowed his head respectfully as he reported. Han Gyuz realized the truth. He had indeed misjudged Zhang Moru. At this moment, he was indifferent to how Han Shan had come to know of this matter. Even if he cared, pondering it now would be futile. He speculated that perhaps Han Shan learned of it while dealing with Su Yunyan's affairs. What did my mother say to you at Wangchun Tower? Hanggu Seing Kuriet. The Empress intends to eliminate Wen Fei and has already contacted several skilled individuals. From the information I have gathered, they are likely to act within the next couple of days. I am uncertain of your Highness's stance on this matter, which is why I took the liberty of seeking you out. Upon finding you absent from the residence, I surmised you might be here. What are your plans moving forward? It appears Han Shan is still wholeheartedly devoted to me. I have not misjudged him. Of course, I have a plan. For now, I wish to send Wen Fei far away, prioritizing her safety above all else. However, if Empress Wu discovers this, then it is of no concern. Tomorrow, I shall seize Jiang Wanyin of the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, cutting off all escape routes for Han Ruojuan. This way, my mother will have no lingering worries and may consent to this arrangement. Upon hearing this, Han Shan's heart trembled. This was precisely what he wished to hear. Your Highness is indeed wise. How do you intend to capture Jiang Wanyin? If there is anything I can assist with, please command me. I possess a trump card. Jiang Wanyin's sister, Xin Yaoning, is currently held in my manor storeroom. If I use her as bait, I have no doubt Jiang Wanyin will reveal herself. After stating this, Han Gyuz chuckled self-importantly. Han Shan felt a surge of joy. His purpose in coming here was to ascertain Xin Yaoning's situation. This meant she was safe. Acting recklessly, without clarity, could alert the enemy and potentially endanger Xin Yaoning's life. Your Highness's methods are indeed remarkable. I have been overly concerned and wasted your time. Han Shan bowed his head in apology, offering compliments. You have done well. I am in need of capable subordinates like you, who can manage matters so adeptly in my absence from the capital. It is rare to find such loyalty. Rest assured, once I ascend to the throne, I shall not neglect you. Han Gyuz patted Han Shan on the shoulder, speaking proudly. Thank you, Your Highness. It is an honor for me to serve you. Now, enough of this. Quickly prepare a carriage. We must send Wen Fei out of the city at once. It need not be far. Simply arrange for her to be placed in a discreet location until I capture Jiang Wanyin, at which point I will personally escort her. Did I hear correctly? You are entrusting Zhang Moer to me? I shall obey. As Han Shan hurried away, Han Gyuz exhaled in relief. Surprised to find Han Shan such a loyal and reliable individual. Gazing at Zhang Moer's courtyard, he felt a mix of emotions and considered apologizing to her. Yet, after much contemplation, he shook his head and rode towards the sleeping quarters. Han Shan rode back to Wanshan Tower and promptly summoned Jiang Wanyin and Zhan Jiuyue. Your Highness has news? Zhan Jiuyue asked, having been waiting anxiously for Han Ruojuan's return, unable to sleep due to uncertainty regarding Xin Yaoning's situation. I have news. Han Ruojuan replied hastily after taking a sip of tea. The others erupted with excitement. Where's my cousin now? Jiang Wanyin asked urgently. She is currently in the storeroom of Han Gyuz's estate, as he himself stated. We must devise a strategy to rescue Miss Xin. Chapter 71. The Thoughtful Assistant. Upon hearing that Xin Yaoning had been located, Zhan Jiuyue leapt up, his spirit instantly invigorated. Unlike his previous despondency, he now radiated energy, his eyes shining brightly. Jiang Wanyin observed him closely, recognizing that his concern for Xin Yaoning was genuine and unfeigned. If she were to entrust Xin Yaoning to this young man in the future, she would indeed feel at ease. Han Ruojuan took a sip of tea to steady his breathing. Everyone, please gather around. I will briefly outline the situation. Once everyone was seated, Han Ruojuan spread a sheet of rice paper across the table. Earlier, I encountered Han Gyuz outside Wen Fei's courtyard. He explicitly informed me that Miss Xin is currently in his manor storeroom and that he plans to use this as leverage to draw out the leader of the Jiang Chamber of Commerce. This scoundrel, is he truly intent on driving the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce to the brink of extinction? Jiang Wanyin exclaimed coldly, narrowing her eyes with fierce determination. Do not be hasty, Leader Jiang. The root cause of this predicament lies with Wen Fei. His aim to draw you out is merely to sever all my escape routes, thereby granting him sufficient leverage to approach Empress Wu and plead for Wen Fei's life. As we speak, Empress Wu is preparing to act, which is why he is so anxious and willing to resort to any means necessary. However, Han Gyuz was rather careless. He chose to trust me, and in doing so, essentially placed Wen Fei in my hands, allowing me to escort her out of the city. This is akin to handing his own life over to me. Once I retrieve Wen Fei, I shall report back to Han Gyuz and find a way to stall him, while you all take the opportunity to infiltrate. How ironic that he is digging his own grave. His vile and despicable actions, utterly contrary to morality and virtue, are on the verge of being exposed. Zhang Wanyin felt a surge of satisfaction, eager to witness Han Gu's downfall, thus alleviating her grievances. Wang Ming looked at Han Ruojuan, scratching his head as he asked, "Your Highness, Han Gu's estate is undoubtedly vast. How shall we efficiently locate the storeroom? Rest assured, I have been there before and am familiar with the layout. I know precisely where the storeroom is located. I shall draw a map for you." After stating this, Han Ruojuan picked up a brush and sketched the overall layout of his estate on the rice paper, circling a specific area. He continued to advise, "Although Han Gu's is somewhat careless in his actions, his mother is highly suspicious, and there are bound to be sentries within the courtyard. Exercise utmost caution." After detailing the timing and necessary precautions, Han Ruojuan mounted his horse and galloped towards Wenfei's courtyard, aware that time was of the essence. The remaining individuals gathered around the table, contemplating the map before them. After a moment, Zhang Chong stroked his chin thoughtfully and suggested, "In my opinion, it would be best for one person to infiltrate. A larger group would only hinder speed and become a liability. Moreover, this individual must possess exceptional lightness of foot, with no room for error." Mu Linger glanced at her sister upon hearing this, and the latter nodded in agreement. She longed to undertake this task, for Zhan Jiuyue had saved her and her sister's lives, and she had yet to repay him. Presently, the situation called for someone skilled in agility, and she was the ideal candidate. With this thought, Mu Xingwan pursed her lips and declared, "I am light on my feet and possess commendable agility. Allow me to handle this matter." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanyin frowned immediately, exclaiming, "How can we allow a woman to undertake this task? That simply won't do. Brother Zhan mentioned earlier that you were injured while in Muzhou. You must still be recovering, having endured a bumpy journey to the capital. How can we ask you to risk yourself? Xin Yaoning is my cousin. Moreover, my agility is commendable. This is a task I must undertake," she insisted. "But," Zhan Jiuyue interjected, blocking Mu Linger's words, gazing earnestly at Jiang Wanyin. "Brother Jiang, currently, Han Gu's most desired target is you. Moreover, His Highness has just mentioned that Han Gu's mother will surely arrange for people to be stationed in the courtyard. If you are discovered even slightly careless, we will have no room for redemption. Allow me to take on this task instead." Zhan Jiuyue spoke with resolute conviction and sincere tone. Zhang Wanyin pondered for a moment and gently nodded. "Zhan, you indeed have considered this matter thoroughly. I trust in your abilities. However, this undertaking is perilous, and you must not let your guard down. Safety is paramount." Zhan Jiuyue held the map carefully, scrutinizing it closely, studying the layout of the courtyard multiple times. At that moment, he suddenly heard a voice in his mind, "Little master, little master." It was Xiao Li. "What is it?" Zhan Jiuyue inquired, perplexed by Xiao Li's summons at this critical juncture. "Have you forgotten that you have a devoted little assistant?" Xiao Li retorted, hands on hips. "Devoted? Little assistant? No, I haven't forgotten. I can't forget anyone, least of all you. Such disingenuousness. Indeed, men are all large oafs. If you truly hadn't forgotten about me, why have you not shared such important matters with me? Do you think that with that worthless bead, you've become invincible?" Xiao Li scoffed, crossing her small arms with a tinge of jealousy in her voice. Zhan Jiuyue, being the oblivious gentleman he was, could not perceive the underlying tone. He replied, "Ah, Xiao Li, I still need to study the map. When the time comes, I will set off. Can we chat when I return?" "Such a fool!" Xiao Li exclaimed, grinding her teeth in frustration. "Do you think you're being gentle? Who needs your company? I have plenty of friends, each one more articulate than you. I can't be bothered with you." As she spoke, she rolled her eyes in disdain. Zhan Jiuyue, rendered speechless, was at a loss for what had transpired. He withdrew his thoughts and lowered his head, only to be met with a sudden flash of light. Seizing the moment while no one was around, Xiao Li passed him a box. Zhan Jiuyue, puzzled, furrowed his brow. "What is inside this? Open it and see for yourself. Don't you have eyes? Very well." Zhan Jiuyue carefully opened the box, wary of what might leap out to startle him. To his relief, it contained a pair of shoes with thick cushioning and a small black bottle labeled corrosive agent. Now he understood. Xiao Li was concerned that when he went to rescue Xin Yaoning, there might be complications. Thus she had thoughtfully provided him with these tools. Indeed, she was a considerate little assistant. Chapter 072, Quick-Wittedness. The cushioned shoes could significantly muffle the sound of his footsteps, while the corrosive agent could silently unlock the storeroom. "Thank you, Xiao Li. You truly are a thoughtful little assistant," Zhan Jiuyue exclaimed inwardly. With these items, he could more easily rescue Xin Yaoning. Shaoli shot him a disdainful glance. Go away, you ironclad man. Han Ruojuan rode swiftly through the winding paths and rows of houses, stopping before Zhang Moru's courtyard. Had it not been for Su Yunyan's information, Han Ruojuan would never have guessed this location, unless he turned the capital upside down. He stealthily approached the door, straining to listen, but there was not a sound. Han Ruojuan presumed Zhang Moru must be asleep. He gently pushed the door open and entered. To prevent Zhang Moru from screaming in fright, he had intended to approach her slowly and render her unconscious. However, upon reaching the bedside, he found no sign of her. Where is she? Panic surged within him as he reached under the blanket, feeling warmth. She had not gone far. Glancing towards the window, he speculated that Zhang Moru must have grown weary of her life and chosen to flee. This would not do. He had to find Zhang Moru. She was a significant asset. With that thought, he prepared to leap outside in search of her. Just then, he heard creaking sounds. Footsteps resonated from nearby, the sound of branches snapping underfoot. Han Ruojuan grasped the situation. There was no need to rush. It must be Zhang Moru. As a frail woman without martial prowess, capturing her would be a simple task. With a slight exertion of his feet, he swiftly appeared behind Zhang Moru. In an instant he struck, and before she could react, she felt a sharp pain in her neck and subsequently lost consciousness. As the appointed hour approached, Zhan Jiuyue donned his night attire, equipped himself, and swiftly made his way to the vicinity of Han Yu's residence. Shortly after, Han Ruojuan hurried back on horseback, surveying the surroundings before knocking on the door. Bang! 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 The courtyard gate was promptly opened by none other than Han Yu's, his anxious expression revealing he had been awaiting news. Upon recognizing Han Shan, his demeanor softened somewhat, and he smiled. Ah, it's Lord Han. How did the matter progress? In response to His Highness, I have delivered the person to the outskirts, where it is sufficiently concealed, and no one will discover it. Please rest assured, Your Highness. Han Shan replied respectfully, having successfully delivered Zhang Moru to Jiang Wanin, secured in a hidden dungeon outside the city. I naturally trust your capabilities, Lord Han. Do not linger at the entrance. Come in and share a drink with me. Han Gu gestured for Han Shan to enter. Having alleviated a significant concern, he felt somewhat relaxed, now merely awaiting Jiang Wanin's emergence for the plan to reach fruition. How is her current state? Her state, well. As their voices faded, Zhan Jiuyue rose and approached the perimeter of the estate, glancing upward to estimate the height at around 8 or 9 meters. Without hesitation, he exerted himself and effortlessly soared to the top of the wall. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, spotting several patrolling guards not far away. Choosing a densely flowered area, he descended silently, rolling into the underbrush without making a sound. Yet, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. He had never engaged in such risky endeavors before. How thrilling! Following the mental map etched in his mind, he found himself in the southeastern part of the estate, still a distance from the storeroom. The 3-story building before him was undoubtedly Han Yu's quarters. To his right was a small path leading to the back courtyard, a route he had discovered during Han Ruojuan's childhood visits to play with Han Yu's. He had long planned to use this way, confirming the map's accuracy. Zhan Jiuyue had no time to waste. Time was of the essence. He quickened his pace, moving with such stealth that his shadow was barely discernible, akin to a specter gliding through the grass. Arriving at the back courtyard, he found himself just 2 turns away from the storeroom. Peering around the first corner, he noticed several guards idly chatting, showing no intent to leave. What to do? To reach the storeroom, he must pass this way. He couldn't possibly eliminate them all. Just as Zhan Jiuyue hesitated, footsteps echoed behind him. The previous group of patrolling guards had arrived. Surrounded, what should he do? Suddenly, a loud bang erupted from the front courtyard, causing all the guards to rush towards the noise. In their haste, they failed to notice Zhan Jiuyue concealed in the underbrush. What is that sound? Truly, heaven is aiding me. No time to linger. Onward to rescue Xin Yaoning. The voice that had just echoed was that of Han Ruojuan from the front courtyard. He was astute and had long discerned the multitude of guards within the yard. Fearing that Zhan Jiuyue's actions might go awry, he guided Han Gu's into the courtyard, requesting him to demonstrate his most proficient technique, the Golden Hao Fist. Han Gu's, not one to hold back, unleashed his power upon a massive stone in the courtyard. In an instant, a brilliant golden light flashed, his strength surpassing even that of the time Zhan Jiuyue had replicated it. The moment his fist made contact with the stone, a thunderous sound reverberated, shattering the stone into countless fragments. The guards, alerted by the noise, rushed over to investigate. Upon witnessing this, Zhan Jiuyue did not hesitate. He swiftly maneuvered around the corner, the storeroom now within sight. However, to his surprise, another guard appeared at the next corner. Having fallen behind the group due to a recent trip to the restroom, colliding directly with Zhan Jiuyue. Damn, what terrible luck! Without a moment's thought, Zhan Jiuyue seized the guard by the throat before he could utter a sound. The guard's limbs went weak with terror, as Zhan Jiuyue's gaze was filled with lethal intent, his eyes reflecting the depths of hell itself, devoid of life. The guard felt an icy chill enveloping him, even amidst the darkness. He could see the ominous black light radiating around Zhan Jiuyue. With a swift motion, Zhan Jiuyue crushed the guard's throat, silencing him forever. Flustered and anxious, fearing the returning guards might discover any trace of his actions, Zhan Jiuyue struggled to devise a suitable plan for disposing of the body. In a moment of inspiration, he gathered his strength and hurled the guard's body towards the courtyard's exterior. His might was sufficient to launch the guard several hundred meters away, landing him in the woods beyond. Damn, that almost scared me to death. Zhan Jiuyue wiped the sweat from his brow. Chapter 073. The unhinged Zhang Moyu. After a brief moment of composure, Zhan Jiuyue pressed onward. Turning the corner, the storeroom came into view. Without a hint of hesitation, he charged forward. The storeroom was modest in size, constructed entirely of red timber, clearly sourced from the south, likely red silkwood. Known for its fragrant aroma and resistance to decay, making it an ideal choice for storage. As expected, the exquisitely carved wooden door bore a large iron lock. Fortunately, Zhan Jiuyue had prepared for this. Attempting to force it open would surely result in a loud clamor, making it nearly impossible to avoid alerting others. With this thought in mind, he retrieved a corrosive agent given to him by Xiao Li from his clothing. The agent, contained in a convenient spray bottle, was easily applied. Zhan Jiuyue pressed down a few times, directing the corrosive liquid onto the iron lock. Hiss, 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 the lock began to emit wisps of smoke, a pungent scent wafting into Zhan Jiuyue's nostrils. The concentration of the corrosive agent was significant. Visibly, the lock eroded at an impressive rate, soon forming a small hole. With a gentle shake, Zhan Jiuyue easily disengaged the lock, placing it aside, and pushed open the wooden door. As it creaked ajar, the distinct aroma of stewed meat wafted out, momentarily leading Zhan Jiuyue to wonder if Shen Yaoning had been cooked. Without further contemplation, he stepped inside and, upon closer inspection, confirmed that Shen Yaoning was indeed within, soundly asleep on the wooden boards. Beside her, on a wooden table, 2 bowls of stewed meat sat, still emanating warmth, indicating they had been delivered not long ago. Zhan Jiuyue's expression darkened. If it weren't for the chains binding Shen Yaoning's legs, he might have thought she was on a leisurely vacation here. After a moment's thought, he chose not to awaken her. Though she had not suffered any punishment here, she had undoubtedly endured considerable hardship in Ganzhou. Thus, he swiftly applied the corrosive agent to the chains, gently brushing his fingertips against her cheek. His voice tinged with tenderness as he softly spoke, "I'm sorry for being late. I'll take you away now." Shen Yaoning was the cousin of Jiang Wanyin and a vital member of the Yongtang Chamber of Commerce. However, Han Gu's refrained from pressing her for answers, fully aware that even if he did, she would never divulge anything. Furthermore, she was to be used later to draw Jiang Wanyin, hence it was imperative that she remained unharmed. In this grand prince's estate, her presence was merely a trivial matter, treated like any other common individual residing in the courtyard. As autumn had already set in, the nighttime air was rather chilly. Zhan Jiuyue noticed that Shen Yaoning was clad only in a thin garment. Scanning the surroundings, he wrapped a blanket from the bed around her shoulders, gently lifting her onto his back. Upon reaching the door, he reattached the lock to the wooden door, knowing that in the darkness, no one would likely discern the action, allowing them to delay discovery by even a moment. With the guards still absent, Zhan Jiuyue followed the pre-planned route, leaping effortlessly over the high wall. His movements were fluid, devoid of any flaw. He understood that Shen Yaoning's safety was not only his own concern, but also weighed heavily on Jiang Wanin's mind. Thus it was crucial to return her promptly. Their destination was a concealed stronghold established by the Yongtang Chamber of Commerce on the outskirts, the very location where Zhang Moyu was detained. The knight's mission was fraught with difficulty and uncertainty, necessitating that they avoid lingering in Wangshan Tower to prevent any slip-ups from being detected. Zhan Jiuyue moved without hesitation, his body remarkably steady, ensuring that Shun Yaoning felt no jostling. Sensing Zhan Jiuyue's presence, while still in slumber, Shun Yaoning tightened her grip around him, inadvertently making it difficult for him to breathe. Han Ruojuan felt the time was ripe, noting that no significant disturbances had occurred within the courtyard, leading him to believe that Zhan Jiuyue and the others had successfully rescued Shun Yaoning. Thus, he sought a suitable excuse to depart, realizing that staying here to drink with Han Gyuz was indeed a burden. Your Highness, the hour grows late, and you have matters concerning Jiang Wanin to attend to tomorrow. Perhaps it would be best for you to retire early tonight, Han Ruojuan said respectfully, wine cup in hand. At this moment, he was still Han Shan, remaining a subordinate to Han Gyuz. Thus, maintaining a courteous demeanor was essential. Han Gyuz downed his drink, feeling somewhat disheartened, yet acknowledging Han Shan's point. He did not insist on his stay, sending someone to escort him out. After parting ways, Han Ruojuan hastened his journey to the stronghold outside the city. Riding swiftly, he was undoubtedly faster than Zhan Jiuyue. The two arrived at the stronghold's entrance almost simultaneously. Upon seeing Shun Yaoning slung across Zhan Jiuyue's back, Han Ruojuan nodded in satisfaction. Brother Zhan is indeed a true hero, accomplishing his task with remarkable efficiency. From a distance, the stronghold appeared to be nothing more than an abandoned earthen hut, but in reality, it served merely as an entrance. Below the hut, there were two levels. The first floor was a dungeon for holding hostages and a resting area, while the second floor functioned as a storeroom, filled with iron goods refined from Ganzhou. Zhan Jiuyue carried Shun Yaoning as he followed Han Ruojuan to the first level, where Jiang Wanin rushed to greet them, his anxiety palpable. Did everything go smoothly? Is Ninger unharmed? Rest assured, Brother Jiang, Miss Shin is fine, she's in good spirits. She even just had some stewed meat. Han Shang, why are you here? Why did you capture me? Was it that treacherous Han Gyuz who instigated this? In the dungeon on the first floor, Zhang Moryu shrieked upon spotting Han Shan, her voice filled with fury. She had awakened long ago, closely monitored by the Mu sisters. Han Ruojuan and Zhan Jiuyue exchanged glances, signaling for him to take Shun Yaoning to rest, lest this madwoman disturb her slumber. Han Shang, why are you silent? Weren't you always obedient? Zhang Moryu's disheveled hair and dirt-streaked face from her fall made her appear utterly disheartened, resembling a raving lunatic. Upon hearing this, Han Ruojuan let out a light chuckle and walked toward Zhang Moru. As Zhang Moru noticed his approach, her frenzy intensified, and she screamed, Han Shan, release me at once. I am the Emperor's consort, the most cherished woman of your master. How dare you hold me captive? Once I escape, I shall ensure your demise. Chapter 074. The thoughts of Empress Wu Zhang Moru at this moment was devoid of any semblance of dignity, saliva flying in every direction. Han Ruojuan frowned slightly, taking a few steps back in distaste. The sight of her baring her teeth was indeed comical. It seemed the night as events had overwhelmed her, leading to a mental unraveling. Look at your current state. Where is the demeanor of a consort? Han Ruojuan gazed at her, his expression devoid of emotion. In Zhang Moru's mind, Han Shan was merely a lowly errand boy. Thus she held him in utter contempt. Pointing a finger at him, she continued her tirade. You filthy cur. Just a dog that wags its tail for its master. What right do you have to dictate terms to me? Release me at once. Perhaps I might spare your wretched life. But should Han Gyuz come looking for me, your opportunity will vanish. Ah, how truly myopic, Han Ruojuan remarked, gradually lowering himself to align his gaze with Zhang Moru's, a smile playing at his lips. I dare say you are blissfully unaware of the current circumstances. Are you? The consort one? His laughter was laced with an unsettling quality, causing Zhang Moru's heart to flutter uneasily. She instinctively recoiled slightly. Circumstances? What circumstances? You deem me a mere dog that wags its tail? Very well, allow me to pose a query. Is it a fulfilling life to live in constant trepidation, concerned with the opinions of others? After committing misdeeds, do you find solace in slumber each night? Han Ruojuan's eyes narrowed as he interrogated Zhang Moru. Sensing the gravity of his words, she grew increasingly anxious. What are you saying? I failed to comprehend. Zhang Moru could no longer meet his gaze. Not understanding? Fear not. In due time, enlightenment shall come, he replied, rising slowly, seemingly intent on departing. Do not leave. Clarify your words. Zhang Moru persisted, her voice laced with desperation. Han Ruojuan cast a glance at Mu Linga, who understood the cue and swiftly rendered Zhang Moru unconscious with a precise strike. Your Majesty, This humble servant has come to deliver medicine. Empress Wu, adorned in exquisite makeup and a resplendent purple phoenix crown, stood at the threshold of the emperor's chamber. Enter, the elderly emperor commanded, setting aside the memorial he had been perusing. Upon hearing his voice, Empress Wu gently pushed the door open and glided in, signaling her maid to place the medicine upon the table. Once the maid departed, Empress Wu swayed gracefully to the emperor's side, a privilege denied to other consorts, yet hers to enjoy. With a dignified smile, Empress Wu said, "Your Majesty, perhaps it would be prudent to set aside your affairs for the moment and consume the medicine. This concoction has been personally prepared by yours truly." The elderly emperor, having seen better days, often relied on medicine to sustain him, and he held profound trust in Empress Wu. In his youth, she had saved his life in the wild, unaware of his true identity at the time. Her genuine care had convinced the emperor of her virtue, leading him to bring her to the palace and ultimately marry her, elevating her from her humble beginnings to the status of consort. The emperor, therefore, thought nothing of the medicine she provided, feeling a sense of gratitude. Nodding with a smile, he lifted the golden bowl and drank the concoction in one go. Empress Wu's face lit up with joy as she gently patted his back. This medicine, cough, cough. The emperor abruptly erupted into a fit of coughing. What is wrong with this medicine? Empress Wu inquired anxiously. It possesses an unusual sweetness. I have never tasted such a flavor in my medicinal brews before. After ceasing his coughs, the emperor pressed his lips together, savoring the taste once more. Upon hearing this, Empress Wu exhaled in relief, having feared the emperor had encountered some issue with the medicine. Perhaps the sweetness arises from the addition of sweet plum, a special preparation by Zaire. He mentioned that it aids in invigorating the blood and would not interfere with the medicine's efficacy. The emperor nodded, embodying a benevolent father figure. He had indeed not misjudged Han Guiu's. Zaire truly cares for me. Of course, naturally. Empress Wu's cheeks flushed slightly, perhaps pleased by the elder's praise of her son. The emperor, noticing the rosy hue on her cheeks, extended his arm to embrace Empress Wu. She raised her gaze, her large, doe-like eyes reflecting innocence as she looked at the emperor, bewildered. Your Majesty, in the warm embrace of the spring night, with the flickering red candle casting a soft glow, the atmosphere was laden with intimacy. Previously, the elder had arrived at Zhang Jiuyue's courtyard, forcefully kicking the door open, only to discover that she had long since vanished. He had no choice but to return empty-handed and hasten back to report to Empress Wu. Just as she emerged from the emperor's chambers, her face radiated a rosy glow. The medicine she had delivered was laced with a slow-acting poison, procured through bribed servants from the western regions. This poison would gradually permeate the victim's organs without inflicting any immediate pain, remaining undetectable even to the imperial physician's pulse examination. At this age, the emperor could barely withstand the burdens of rule, while Han Guiu's had gained the favor of the populace. And the hearts of the court's powerful officials had been swayed by Empress Wu. To secure Han Guiu's claim to the throne, Empress Wu was truly at her wit's end and was willing to employ any means necessary. Upon returning to her chambers and finding the elder waiting for her, she assumed he had successfully eliminated Zhang Jiuyue. Her joy further amplified. Did you manage to dispose of her? The elder turned to face Empress Wu and replied, Your Highness, is your information truly accurate? When I arrived, that woman was not present in the courtyard. What? The word struck her like a bolt from the blue, shattering her composure. It was evident that Han Guiu's had spirited her away. Empress Wu's body weakened, and she collapsed onto the floor. Your Highness, are you all right? The elder reached out to assist her, only to be rebuffed. I am fine. Thank you for your efforts tonight. You may retire, she commanded. The elder, sensing her dismissal, turned to leave. Very well, I shall take my leave. Your Highness, take care. As the elder departed, Empress Wu sat on the floor, her face flushed with rage, her body trembling. Angusa, you wretched beast. I have toiled endlessly for you. Why are you so obstinate? Fuming, Empress Wu stormed into Han Guiu's chambers without any attendants. Her fist raised to pound on the door. Bang, 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 Ahudison. Open the door. Upon hearing his mother's voice, Han Guiu's was taken aback. He had just sent Zhang Jiuyue away, and now his mother was already aware. He hurried to the door to greet Empress Wu. Chapter 075. Confronting Empress Wu as soon as the door swung open, Han Guiu's was instantly overwhelmed by Empress Wu's formidable presence. Perhaps due to his guilty conscience, he dared not meet her gaze, instead lowering his head and mumbling, "Mother, is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour?" Empress Wu's eyes gleamed with coldness, unwilling to waste words. The sight of her son's timorous demeanor ignited her fury. How could the crown prince display such cowardice? Stifling her wrath due to the presence of guards and attendants, she took a deep breath and commanded, "Step inside." Yes. Hangusa, intimidated by Empress Wu's icy demeanor, was drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling as he found it difficult to move. The distance from the door to the inner chamber was not great, yet he felt as though he were traversing a chasm of anxiety. How did my mother learn of this so quickly? Did she send someone to follow me? Or perhaps, is there a traitor among my ranks? As he walked, countless possibilities flooded his mind, and for some inexplicable reason, the name Han Shan suddenly surfaced in his thoughts. Zhao Ming followed closely behind the two, observing his master's distressed expression, and quietly felt a pang of anxiety for him. The moment Han Guja stepped through the door, Wu Ho swiftly turned around and slapped him across the face. Caught off guard, he let out a cry of agony, collapsing to his knees. Cradling the side of his face that had been struck, his voice trembling, "Mother, Mother Empress." Upon witnessing this, Zhao Ming acted swiftly, shutting all doors and windows tightly. Dismissing all the servants, Wu Ho narrowed her eyes, her tone harsh. The resolute expression on her face made it abundantly clear that Han Guja would not have a pleasant evening ahead. "Do not call me Mother Empress. I could never bear a son as feeble as you with your father." Han Guja swallowed hard, feeling a sense of injustice at her words. Having slain countless foes at the borders and winning the hearts of the people, how could he be described as feeble? Yet he dared not retort. It was an ingrained suppression. Even as the crown prince, he could only humbly kneel and endure the reprimand. "I do not care where you have hidden that wretched woman. Tonight, I demand to see her alive or dead. You must hand her over to me and provide an explanation." Wu Ho's voice was not loud, nor did it waver, but every word struck Han Guja's heart like a hammer. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Guja recognized that Wu Ho was truly furious. Every word she uttered was sincere, not merely a scare tactic, serving as a final warning. Yet he was unwilling to disclose Zhang Moru's whereabouts. He merely wished to spare her life, even if it meant never seeing her again. Han Guja's mind raced, contemplating how to delay the inevitable. As Wu Ho observed his prolonged silence, her patience began to wane. She seized a piece of jade from the table and hurled it to the ground. With a sharp crack, the jade shattered, fragments scattering everywhere. "Have you gone mute? Speak up. Where is she? I beseech you, Mother Empress. I cannot comply with your command. I cannot reveal anything." The words were forced out from between Han Guja's clenched teeth, and it was the first time in his life he had ever rejected her with such defiance. "What did you just say?" Wu Ho was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. How dare Han Guja defy her in such a manner? And over a woman, no less. Had he lost his mind? "Mother, I know I have erred in this matter, but I cannot bear to watch her die. I cannot do it. I implore you to spare her life. I vow to you, I shall never see her again." Han Guja, kneeling on the ground, gritted his teeth and finally expressed his innermost thoughts. You wretched, ungrateful child." Wu Ho raised her hand as if to strike him, but it halted in midair. "You are utterly unreasonable. One day, you will bring about your own ruin." Wu Ho, infuriated to the point of confusion, paced back and forth in the room, violently smashing objects. "For her, you are willing to forsake the throne? For such a wretched woman? Do you care nothing for your honor, your life, or for my life as your mother? I shall ensure her departure and swear that I will never see her again." Han Guja remained steadfast in his resolve. Wu Ho was left breathless with rage. How could she allow her son to falter? For him, she had even dared to poison the emperor. Why had she gone to such lengths? Was it not for Han Guja? Yet how had he repaid her? You said the same thing last time, but was it not you who sent someone to harm her on that occasion? I do not understand why everything I do is wrong. I have always listened to you, striving to fulfill your wishes. Yet when I face my own dilemmas, you seek to thwart me. Is it merely for a throne? Do you see me as your son, or merely a puppet? Han Guja's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted at Wu Ho. These were his deepest sentiments, long suppressed and never voiced. He had never sought the throne. In his youth, he had been the closest of friends with his brother Han Ruojuan, only to have his mother tear them apart. Now that he had found his beloved, he was still met with disapproval. He felt torn, unable to comprehend why he should vie for the throne. Wu Ho gazed at him, her lips trembling. unable to utter a word. Chia, Didier, I only wish for you to become better. My dear. The imperial family has always been devoid of compassion. If your heart is not ruthless, how can you safeguard yourself? Wu Ho wept, her sobs akin to a torrential downpour, collapsing to the ground in anguish. In her youth, Wu Ho had been a mere peasant. Her father had perished in war, and her mother had callously abandoned her. Only by the grace of fate did she encounter the emperor. During her years in the palace, she endured severe oppression due to her humble origins, finally clawing her way to prominence, determined to elevate her son, her heart becoming increasingly twisted, even going so far as to poison the emperor. Han Guja recognized he had wounded his mother's heart, yet he could not accept her desire to execute Zhang Moru. Perhaps he had indeed been short-sighted. As time passed, Wu Ho gradually regained her composure. She remained resolute in her intention to not spare Zhang Moru, disregarding Han Guja's pleas as she strode out of the courtyard. She understood that no amount of discussion would yield any fruit. If he refused, then she would not hesitate to be ruthless. Chapter 76. The betrayal of Zhang Moru. The moon concealed itself behind dark clouds, casting a faint glow upon the earth. In the dungeon, Zhang Moru slowly regained consciousness, disregarding the pain in her neck as she shouted loudly, Han Shan, you wretched cur, come out! Han Guja will not spare you. The emperor will not let you off lightly. Han Ruojuan rubbed his temples, vexed by Zhang Moru's obstinacy. No wonder she had concocted such a devious scheme to ensnare him. The distance from the dungeon to the chamber was not great. If Zhang Moru continued to shout, she would surely awaken Shen Yaoning. After careful consideration, Han Shan resolved to confront Zhang Moru. Some matters were better clarified than resorting to knocking her unconscious. Upon seeing Han Shan approach, Zhang Moru became even more frenzied. Han Shan, you finally know fear. I warn you, you had better release me soon. Otherwise, I will annihilate your entire clan. Annihilate my clan? Do you even know who I am? Who are you? You are but a mere cur. Before she could finish her retort, she was stunned into silence by the sight before her. Han Ruojuan had torn off his facial mask, revealing a face she knew all too well. It was Han Ruojuan. He had not intended to reveal his identity to her so soon, but her relentless persistence left him no choice. Do you see who I am now? Do you still wish to annihilate my clan? Han Ruojuan asked, a smirk playing on his lips. Zhang Moru's mouth fell open, rendered speechless. How could this be possible? Han Shan San Ruyun. I assure you, what you see is far more telling than what you hear. The situation lies before you. Should I desire your life now, it would be a mere trifle. Do you believe you can escape unscathed after plotting against me? Han Guja is set to wed Su Yunyang. How could he possibly keep you around as a stumbling block? If you remain infatuated with Han Guja, then consider my words wasted. However, if you seek revenge against him, heed my counsel. I grant you one night to contemplate. While speaking, Han Ruojuan carefully observed Zhang Moru's expression, and as expected, she stood there as if struck by lightning, tears streaming down her cheeks. Indeed, nothing stings more than the betrayal of a beloved. She had trusted Han Guja so deeply, even sacrificing her own purity to entrap Han Ruojuan, only to meet such a fate. How utterly ridiculous. Confident that she was intelligent enough to know how to proceed. Consider this carefully. I shall arrive early tomorrow morning, and I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory response. With that, she turned to leave. Zhang Moru closed her eyes tightly, tilted her head back, and tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking into her collar. No need, she said, I promise you. Just as Han Ruojuan was about to vanish from her sight, Zhang Moru suddenly spoke, her voice imbued with a sense of openness tinged with sorrow. Han Ruojuan halted in his tracks, a satisfied smile curving his lips. The following morning, Han Guza awoke early, not so much having risen as having dragged himself out of bed. He had scarcely slept the previous night, not only due to his confrontation with his mother, but also pondering the course of his future. Outside, a troop had already assembled, with Zhao Ming standing at the forefront. After the captain of the guards conducted a head count, he furrowed his brow. Why is one missing? A soldier familiar with the situation replied, reporting, the missing individual is Sun Chong. He did not return for rest last night. Zhao Ming turned his head. Sun Chong? Does anyone know his whereabouts? Silence enveloped the crowd. No one was privy to the specifics. This was no trivial matter. The guards of the prince's residence were few, and absent exceptional circumstances, no one was permitted to leave unannounced. Where could he have gone? Han Gyuz gathered his belongings and stepped outside. Seeing Zhao Meng's troubled expression, he approached and inquired, "What has transpired? Your Highness, we are short one guard in the ranks." "What? One guard is missing?" Han Gyuz felt a jolt of anxiety, a sudden foreboding washing over him. "Quickly check if Xin Yaoning is still in the storeroom." Zhao Meng dashed to the storeroom, just as he attempted to unlock the door. The heavy lock fell down with a clatter. With a forceful kick, he broke the door open, revealing that Xin Yaoning was indeed absent. "Angusas fuyerukta," he shouted into the crowd, who was on guard in the storeroom last night. Several soldiers nearly collapsed in terror, with such a grave incident. They could hardly bear the responsibility, yet they could not evade accountability and had no choice but to step forward. "Reporting, Your Highness, it was us." Han Gyuz struck the soldier at the forefront, sending him sprawling to the ground, dazed and disoriented. "Explain to me clearly what has occurred. If you cannot, I shall end your lives." The guards trembled, struggling to remain upright. "Your Highness, during the meal delivery last night, he was still there. After that, the door was never opened again, and we did not leave all night." "Did not leave? Could it be that we are haunted?" "Well, we did step out once, as we heard a commotion in the front courtyard, and we all rushed over." "A commotion?" Han Gyuz glanced at his clenched fist, suddenly enlightened. "That must have been the sound of my golden Hao fist shattering the stones." "Zhao Meng, quickly prepare the horses. Take people with me to Wanshan Tower." At that moment, within Wanshan Tower, Han Shan was seated at the entrance, awaiting Han Gyuz's arrival. Having resolved to rescue Xin Yaoning the previous night, he had anticipated this moment. This was his prior decision, to confront Han Gyuz directly, with Zhang Moru as his trump card. Even if this matter reached the emperor, Han Gyuz would find it difficult to explain. Moments later, Han Gyuz arrived at Wanshan Tower's entrance, deploying all the guards from the prince's residence, creating an imposing spectacle. He kicked the wooden door to splinters and looked at Han Shan seated before him, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Hey, Master Han, you're quite the schemer. Why did you kidnap Xin Yaoning? Have you colluded with my mother to ensure Zhang Moru's demise?" "Your Highness, why the wrath? Please lower your voice. It is crowded here, and one never knows who might overhear." Han Shan poured a cup of tea, gesturing for Han Gyuz to approach. "Come, have some tea to calm your anger." Within Wanshan Tower today, there were no outsiders. Those previously affiliated with Wanshan Tower had been captured by Han Shan and imprisoned in a dungeon on the outskirts. Han Gyuz chuckled lightly, slowly walking to Han Shan's side. At this moment, he was in a state of anxious urgency. Simply standing here conversing with him was a stroke of fortune, let alone the notion of enjoying tea. With a swift kick, he shattered the table, sending tea and fragments of porcelain splattering everywhere. Then, he raised his arm and forcefully yanked Han Shan up from his seat, fixing a fierce gaze upon him. "Ain't demanded, Ansan. Have I not treated you well? Do not forget how you ascended to this position as master of the tower." Han Shan remained unperturbed, his expression calm, a faint smile lingering on his lips. "Your Highness, you jest. How could I forget the kindness you have shown me? Then why have you turned against me?" Han Gyuz shouted, shoving Han Shan against the counter behind him. Han Shan moistened his dry lips, knowing it was not yet time to strike. "Your Highness, do not rush. Let us speak calmly. Please follow me upstairs. The truth will become clear in due time." "Upstairs? What trickery are you up to?" Han Gyuz had no faith in his words. "How could I dare to trick you? It is simply inconvenient here." As he spoke, Han Shan cast a sidelong glance at the guards at the door. Han Gyuz observed the look in his eyes, weighing his options. This was not an appropriate place for discourse. He withdrew his arm, releasing Han Shan's collar. "I warn you, should you dare to play tricks on me, I will take your life." Han Shan nodded slightly, straightening his collar before gesturing, "Your Highness, please." Watching Han Gyuz ascend the stairs with Han Shan, Zhao Meng felt a sense of foreboding. After all, this was Wanshan Tower, where Han Shan held sway. Fearing he might have set a trap to lure Han Gyuz upstairs, he contemplated following them. Han Gyuz waved his hand, signaling him not to accompany. Recently, his strength had surged immensely, having mastered a new technique, his internal power rapidly advancing to the 8th tier. Against Han Shan, he was more than capable, should he dare to plot against him. He could take his life in an instant. Moreover, as the crown prince destined to become a ruler, how much audacity could Han Shan possess to act against him? Following Han Shan's footsteps, they arrived at a private room on the upper floor, where Han Shan gently pushed the door open. Inside sat a woman, none other than the missing Xin Yaoning. Han Gyuz's brow furrowed deeply, momentarily at a loss for understanding. Xin Yaoning, how you doing up here? Xin Yaoning lifted the corners of her mouth. Your Highness, long time no see. Han Shan, what is the meaning of this? Why is she here? Han Gu's turned to Han Shan, had Han Shan merely relocated her here? But for what purpose? Han Shan placated Han Gu's with a gentle smile. Your Highness, do not be anxious. I have invited those you wish to see. Today, a splendid performance is prepared for you. Han Gu's frown deepened. Those I wish to see? What do you mean? Just then, Han Shan clapped his hands, and the door to another compartment swung open, revealing another woman. She was adorned with exquisite makeup, yet her eyes betrayed a lingering weariness. The flowing green gown fluttered gently in the breeze, making her appear as fragile as a delicate sheet of paper. Oh yeah? You? Why are you also here? I told you to. Before he could finish, two familiar figures emerged behind her, Jiang Wanyin and Zhan Jiuyue. Jiang Wanyin? And him? Han Gu's was taken aback, utterly confused by the current situation. Are you surprised to see me? Han Gu's? How could you be so heartless? I devoted myself to you, and this is how you repay me? Zhang Moru's gaze was frigid, her words devoid of any emotion. The affection they once shared had entirely dissipated. Oh yeah, what are you saying? I'm not what you think. Han Gu's found himself at a loss for words, his sole intention having been to preserve her life. Yet, in this urgent moment, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Enough! I no longer wish to hear your sweet nothings. Han Ruojuan has already divulged everything to me. Zhang Moru interrupted Han Gu's, her expression blank as she circumvented him. Han Gu's hastily grasped her hand, exclaiming, Roa, how could you trust Han Ruojuan? At this juncture, Han Gu's was momentarily stunned. She just referred to Han Ruojuan? How could that be? Wasn't Han Ruojuan supposed to be in Ganzhou? How could Zhang Moru have come into contact with him? Observing Han Gu's dazed expression only solidified Zhang Moru's belief in Han Ruojuan's words. It appeared that Han Gu's truly intended to abandon her for Su Yunyang, merely viewing her as a pawn. Oh yeah, did you just mention Han Ruojuan? Han Gu's asked. Still in shock, Zhang Moru was unwilling to engage in further conversation, forcefully withdrawing her hand and sitting down upon a stool. Han Gu's composure shattered completely. The sudden influx of information overwhelmed him, rendering him incapable of processing it. Jiang Wanyin, Han Ruojuan, what did all this mean? He directed a questioning gaze towards Han Shan. Han Shan, please enlighten me on this matter. Your Highness, do you even need to ask me that? As you so aptly put it, do not forget how you became the crown prince. Han Shan's tone was chilling as he fixed Han Gu's with a piercing stare. What do you mean? Han Gu's retreated a few steps, pointing at Han Shan, then glancing at Jiang Wanyin. You are all in cahoots. Damn it, Han Shan, how dare you toy with me? Han Gu's clenched his fists and aimed a punch at Han Shan. The latter remained motionless, showing no inclination to evade. Just as Han Gu's fist was about to make contact, a hand interposed itself before Han Shan. It was Zhan Jiuyue, now wielding extraordinary power. Zhan Jiuyue could easily overpower Han Gu's, his right hand firmly gripping Han Gu's fist. It's you? Aren't you the one from that day? Bang! Before he could finish, Zhan Jiuyue unleashed his internal energy, sending Han Gu's crashing to the ground. Regardless of whether Xin Yaoning was injured, he bore responsibility for the harm done to the members of the Yongtong Merchant Association, and his recent acquaintance, Zhang Heng, had also perished due to his actions. Ah! Han Gu's cried out in pain. I am the crown prince. How dare you? Bang! Another dull thud resounded as Zhan Jiuyue landed another punch. Crown prince? What of it? What does it have to do with me? All I know is you are a worthless coward. Downstairs, Zhao Meng heard the commotion and, without hesitation, rushed up with his men. Chapter 078, Ghost Frost Ice Sealing Technique. Zhao Meng led his elite troops, kicking the door open. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight of several individuals in the room and the fallen Han Gu's. However, he had little time to ponder and quickly moved to protect Han Gu's. The sudden influx of people excited Zhan Jiuyue. Ever since returning from Muzhou, he had not had the opportunity to unleash his full potential in combat. Merely defeating Han Gu's was insufficient. Today, none present would escape. Zhan Jiuyue shook his shoulders, donning the Zhumi Longshan arm armor, ready for action. Han Shan chuckled softly and seated himself. Indeed, he permitted Zhan Jiuyue to proceed in this manner. He could exact retribution upon this group without restraint. This was his mission, not only to avenge the fallen brothers of the Yongtong Merchant Association, but also to escalate the matter, ensuring it spread throughout the capital. Ideally, it would reach the emperor's ears. At that point, there would be no need to go to great lengths to confront the emperor regarding prior matters. All schemes would be laid bare for the world to see. Even if the emperor remained obstinate in rejecting him, he would be compelled to accept the truth under the scrutiny of the realm. Zhao Meng surveyed the scene, carefully assisting Han Gyuz to his feet. Zhan Jiuyue's previous punch had been tremendously forceful, resulting in severe internal injuries for Han Gyuz, who now required assistance even to stand. What happened? I have mastered the war god dominance technique. How could I be so thoroughly bested by this brat? Zhao Meng quickly seized them. Han Gyuz leaned heavily against Zhao Meng, clutching his chest as he spoke laboriously. Hearing this, Zhao Meng ordered his men to help Han Gyuz to rest while he stepped forward to confront the others. He looked at the individuals in the room and addressed Han Shan. Han Shan, you ungrateful scoundrel, a true traitor. The prince appointed you as the master of Wangchang Tower, and you dare to secretly collude with the Yongtong Merchant Association. You are lower than a beast. Han Shan paid no heed to his words, barely glancing in his direction. Zhan Jiuyue clenched his fists, dark energy radiating from him, filling the air with a palpable killing intent. Boy, spare me your empty words. If you have something to say, convey it with your fists. Zhao Meng frowned. This lad was exceedingly audacious, merely a lowly thug from the underworld. Yet he dared to provoke the military? Impudent wretch. Brothers, charge. With his command, the soldiers surged forward as if fueled by adrenaline. However, these were no ordinary soldiers. They were the elite trained personally by Han Gyuz, renowned for their prowess on the battlefield, often able to take on 10 foes at once. Zhan Jiuyue gripped the Zhumi Longshan armor tightly, his dark aura intensifying, harnessing the power of the ghostly gods. His body was enveloped in black radiance, his movements ethereal and ghost-like. In a flash, the Zhumi Longshan armor struck against the soldiers' bodies. Half a month had passed, and Zhan Jiuyue's strength had ascended to such heights. Jiang Wanyin couldn't help but marvel at this overwhelming power. What manner of being was Zhan Jiuyue? Shen Yaoning's eyes widened, glimmering with awe. Zhan Jiuyue, surrounded by dark energy, appeared incredibly formidable. Facing so many soldiers alone, he didn't even flinch, showcasing such formidable martial prowess. No wonder he urged them not to intervene. The Zhumi Longshan armor emitted frigid beams of light, the icy aura coalescing into a circular formation that enveloped everyone. Ghost Frost Ice Sealing Technique. This was Zhan Jiuyue's self-created technique, combining the Ice Dragon absorption of the Zhumi Longshan armor with the extreme Ice Fist he had replicated from Jiang Wanyin. Infused with Hong Dunyang's Red Frost Demon Seal, it could instantly seize control of the battlefield with astonishing offensive power. Such a technique was beyond the abilities of everyone present. Even a grandmaster would struggle to execute it. At this moment, the icy blue began to darken, shimmering with light. The chilling winds howling. The ghostly god's power had fully manifested, infusing this technique with even greater strength. How could it be this powerful? Zhao Meng gripped his blade, drenched in perspiration from the spectacle before him. Han Gyuz, standing in the rear, wore a shocked expression, recalling the last meeting when Zhan Jiuyue had slain one of his soldiers in a single blow. Such a fierce warrior deserved to be recruited directly. The soldiers raised their weapons in defense, but their skills were simply not on the same level. With just this one technique, a large number of soldiers were instantaneously consumed by the black ice, unable to emit a single cry, rendered motionless as the chilling energy invaded their bodies. Bang! Zhan Jiuyue's fist struck the ground with tremendous force, freezing the air around him, unleashing waves of black light. The entire Wangchang Tower trembled. A massive crater was formed in the ground, and all soldiers who had entered the room met a gruesome fate beneath the ghost frost ice sealing technique. Zhao Meng was no exception. Moments ago, he had been hurling insults at Han Shan, yet now he found himself ensnared by the black ice, terror etched on his face. His blood no longer flowing. With a final gesture from Zhan Jiuyue, all the black ice shattered. Bodies lay in disarray, the scene utterly bloody. Han Gyuz and the soldiers outside the room stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the celestial being before them. Zhao Meng. Han Gyuz's lips moved ever so slightly, attempting to call out Zhao Meng's name. He could hardly believe the reality before him. Is there still a chance? Zhan Jiuyue lightly raised his right arm, shouting towards the crowd outside the door. Who among them would dare to respond? That would be tantamount to courting death. Han Gyu's struggled to swallow, cold sweat pouring from his body. At that moment, he no longer sought assistance from others, stumbling backward in a frantic retreat. Zhan Jiuyue would not allow matters to be resolved so easily. Since the situation had escalated, let us fully indulge in the chaos. He might as well demolish this Wanshan tower entirely. Acting on impulse, Zhan Jiuyue exerted force with his legs and leapt into the air, plunging directly to the first floor. The moment he landed, a shockwave erupted, sending debris flying. The ground was left with a massive crater, while stones lay scattered in disarray. Passers-by outside were knocked over by the tremendous force. Zhan Jiuyue relished the moment, but the individuals upstairs were left in turmoil, desperately clutching the tables, fearing they might be thrown downstairs. I think we should keep our distance, Jiang Wanyin remarked awkwardly, her expression filled with concern. Perhaps we should restrain him. I fear that if he becomes too excited, we might become collateral damage. Just then, an army suddenly appeared at the entrance. It was Wu Hou who, recalling the events of the previous night, immediately thought of Han Shanzong. Chapter 079. The identity of the elder Wu Hou arrived at Wanshan Tower, and as soon as one foot stepped inside, she caught sight of Han Gyu's tumbling down the stairs in a frantic descent. Upon reaching the last step, he stumbled and fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. Han Gyu's, in that moment, had no thought for his own dignity. Ignoring the excruciating pain, he scrambled to his feet. "Zher, what has happened to you?" Wu Hou's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she not just witnessed that battered face, she would never have believed that this bruised and battered figure could be her son. Upon hearing her voice, Han Gyu's looked up, as if a dying man had spotted his last glimmer of hope, his eyes brimming with desperation. Mother, please save me." He was genuinely terrified by Zhan Jiuyue's martial prowess. Zhan Jiuyue, witnessing this, smirked disdainfully. Is this how easily he was frightened? How could such a coward preside over a nation? In an instant, he dashed forward, seizing Han Gyu's by the collar, taunting, "You coward! Did you think you could escape? Impudent! Cease this at once!" Wu Hou's face flushed with anger as she noted the purple hue on Han Gyu's face. "What do you think you are? How dare you lay hands on my son? Do you even know who I am? I care not who you are. What relation could you possibly have to me? In my eyes, you are no better than a dog." Zhan Jiuyue mocked, showing no intent to release his grip, instead tightening it further, pressing Han Gyu's down. "What of the crown prince? Is he not groveling at my feet?" Wu Hou clenched her teeth in rage. As a queen, she had always been treated with respect, even by the emperor, and had never endured such humiliation. She quickly turned to the elder. "Sir, I implore you, save my son." Upon hearing her plea, the elder slowly opened his eyes and waved his hand gently. Flames erupted, crackling in the air, and moments later, the flames coalesced into a fiery circle. The elder pushed his hand forward, and the fire ring surged toward Zhan Jiuyue. Wherever it passed, it left behind a searing heat, reddening the faces of those nearby. Boom! Zhan Jiuyue swiftly sidestepped, releasing Han Gyu's as the fiery ring struck the column behind him. Flames erupted fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, that area was reduced to a charred wasteland. Seeing him relent, the elder refrained from further exerting his martial prowess, instead floating gracefully to Han Gyu's side, wrapping an arm around his waist and retreating alongside Wu Hou. Jiang Wanyin and Han Shanzong quickly supported each other down the stairs, standing beside Zhan Jiuyue, facing Wu Hou. They had been compelled to descend, for the tremors and flames threatened their lives if they remained above. The commotion at Wanshan Tower had drawn a throng of onlookers, who, though hesitant to draw near, craned their necks to witness the spectacle. What has happened? What great calamity has befallen us? Why has the queen herself come forth? I am not certain. It seems they seek to apprehend someone. I've heard the crown prince is inside, who possesses such power to contend with the officials. As the elder steadied himself, a panel materialized in Zhan Jiuyue's mind. He indeed wished to see the elder's panel. The previous display of martial prowess was truly formidable. Name, Zhong Changchong level. Grandmaster, attributes, attack, 12000, 22000, spell, 15000, 25000, defense, 13,000, luck, 10,000 agility, 11,000 stamina, 10,000 spirit, 12,000 strength, 15,000 combat power, 115,000 mental techniques. Thunder explosion dispersal, replicable. Soul destruction palm, replicable. Iron Bath War God Kuin, replicable. Thunder Soul Breaking, replicable. Fire Soul Suppression, replicable. Rapid Thunder Burst Palm, replicable. Indeterminate Divine Slash, replicable. Profound Flame Dragon Seal, replicable. Thunder Ring Holy Hand, replicable. Bloodlight Transformation, replicable. Flame Sculpture Mental Technique, replicable. Fire King Manuscript, replicable. Equipment. Thunder Fire Heavenly Pattern Artifact, system level. 8. Can replicate up to 20 mental techniques, so powerful? So many techniques. I had no idea this elder possessed such strength. Zhan Jiuyue's expression grew serious. It was indeed his first encounter with someone of Grandmaster caliber. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, he welcomed the challenge, for he had been yearning for a worthy opponent to engage in a protracted battle. Zhan Jiuyue grounded himself, his spirit ignited. His eyes burned with fervor, his entire being cloaked in a dark radiance, making him appear like a grim reaper from afar. Wu Ho felt a shiver at the sight of those assembled before her. Today's circumstances were undeniably complex. Zhang Moru and Jiang Wanyin were both present. How many knew of Zhe's secret affair with Zhang Moru? That wretched woman must not ruin everything. Contemplating this, Wu Ho glanced at the fallen Han Gyus. This ungrateful child, creating such a tremendous mess. Yet it is I who must clean it up. With that, she cast a pleading gaze toward the elder. Old sir, the situation is intricate. I cannot explain it all at once. However, this matter must not reach the emperor's ears. We must eliminate them all. The elder remained silent, merely nodding slightly in response to Wu Ho, his gaze fixed intently on Zhan Jiuyue. He sensed that this slender young man was far from ordinary. He might very well rival his own strength. This was the perception of a true powerhouse. At that moment, Han Ruojuan recognized the elder's identity. Master Zhong Changchong? But how did he come to be here? Why has he joined Han Gyu's side? Han Ruojuan furrowed his brow. He was well aware of this elder. Zhong Changchong had once been a roguish wanderer, exceptionally gifted and powerful, who had fortuitously acquired the artifact Thunder Fire Heavenly Pattern. At that time, no one in the martial world dared to face him. Yet, Zhong Changchong had never even participated in the Dragon Tiger rankings, showing no interest in the intrigues of the court, preferring the freedom of the martial world. Even when the emperor personally invited him to join the 24 divine generals, he had declined. Now, how was it that he stood beside Han Gyus? Brother Zhan, that elder possesses formidable power. Allow Jiang and me to assist you. Han Ruojuan stood beside Zhan Jiuyue and softly remarked. Although he recognized that Zhan Jiuyue's strength was commendable, it could never truly compare to that of Master Zhong. Chapter 080. Zhan Jiuyue's fury, no need for that. You all proceed to capture Han Gyus. I shall take care of everything here. I am determined to engage him in a fierce battle. A look of consternation crossed Han Ruojuan's face as he was about to voice further objections, but was halted by Jiang Wanyin's hand. Having spent considerable time with Zhan Jiuyue, Jiang Wanyin was well aware of his character. Once he had made up his mind, others could not sway him. Thus, she discreetly signaled him, leaning in to whisper, Your Highness, there is no need for haste. If we see Zhang Ge at a disadvantage, we can intervene. However, if we all engage that elder, it is likely that Zhang Moru will be taken away, and that would be a loss indeed. The soldiers across from them, witnessing the elder preparing to take action, felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. Let this young man boast. Soon they would witness a grand spectacle, as he would surely be left searching for his teeth after the encounter. One soldier sheathed his weapon and quietly remarked to his companion, I reckon there will be no thrilling spectacle within a single exchange. He will likely meet a tragic end beneath the elder's sword. Indeed, the audacity of youth knows no bounds. Look at his frail form. He must have never encountered the vastness of the world and is entirely unaware of his own limitations. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the soldiers were convinced that Zhan Jiuyue was doomed, for in their experience, none had ever matched the elder's might. They had witnessed firsthand the unparalleled strength of the elder. Young man, you should feel honored. Few have had the privilege to spar with me. Saying this, Zhong Changchong stepped forward, drawing forth the radiant Thunderfire Heavenly Pattern. This was the finest artifact on the land of Jinghua, a source of pride for a lifetime. Alas, poor lad, he is destined for annihilation. While their murmurs were hushed, Zhan Jiuyue's senses were keen, capturing every word spoken. Annihilation? Ha! Zhan Jiuyue chuckled softly, determined to demonstrate what true power entailed. From this moment forth, the world would remember the name Zhan Jiuyue. The elder's eyes narrowed as he guided the Thunderfire Heavenly Pattern, swiftly charging towards Zhan Jiuyue. Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique. Zhong Changchong unleashed the sword technique he was most familiar with, and in an instant, the heavens darkened as thunder roared. All manner of lightning coalesced around him. This Heavenly Thunder Sword technique was even more formidable than the one he had previously employed. The Elder and his sword seemed to merge into one, showing no signs of relenting, genuinely intent on swiftly ending Zhan Jiuyue. With a ferocious and violent thunderclap, the descending sword techniques enveloped Zhan Jiuyue like an inescapable net. Crash! They collapsed instantaneously, causing everyone to flee as far as they could, those quick on their feet retreating 10 meters away. Boom! Several colossal bolts of lightning streaked down from the horizon, joining forces with Zhong Changchong's sword technique, resulting in a section of the street surrounding collapsing in a terrifying cacophony. Meanwhile, the Thunderfire Heavenly Pattern, encircled by lightning, wildly pursued Zhan Jiuyue. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but lament the Elder's overwhelming strength. Even as Han Ruojuan and the others yearned to assist, they found it impossible to reach Zhan Jiuyue's side. Damn it! To deploy such powerful techniques right from the start? Zhan Jiuyue gripped the armored gauntlet of the annihilating dragon god, strenuously resisting the Elder's onslaught. Under the relentless assault of Zhong Changchong's Thunderfire Heavenly Pattern, Zhan Jiuyue was on the verge of losing the ability to counterattack. "You are still far too inexperienced," Zhong Changchong remarked with a calm demeanor, convinced of his dominance, tauntingly. Truly arrogant, Zhan Jiuyue was thoroughly incensed, letting out a thunderous roar. Suddenly, dark energy surged around him, his eyes turning black, and wings burst forth from his back. In a moment of leveraging force, he soared to the heights of the heavens. He then raised the armored gauntlet of the annihilating dragon god and charged toward the relentless thunderbolts. Han Ruojuan and the others stood frozen in shock. What was Zhan Jiuyue doing? Under the barrage of thunder, they finally discerned a figure. Zhan Jiuyue. He was withstanding the onslaught of lightning with his mortal body. Is it merely lightning? Do you think you are the only one capable of wielding it? Zhan Jiuyue danced in the air, the colossal thunder from the horizon continuously channeling energy into him. At this moment, silence enveloped the crowd. Shen Yaoning and the others found it hard to believe. When had Zhan Jiuyue become so powerful? Amidst their astonishment, Zhan Jiuyue bellowed and swiftly charged towards Zhong Changchong. Clash! 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 Crackling. Countless electric currents clashed together, with the Elder refusing to yield, unleashing all his strength to contend with Zhan Jiuyue. In the midst of battle, he traced his fingers along the sword's edge, igniting scorching flames. In that instant, all the electric currents were detonated. D'une explosion extinction. The Elder's gaze turned cold. He could no longer afford to be careless. All explosions relentlessly assaulted Zhan Jiuyue. Though Zhan Jiuyue appeared beleaguered, he had sustained no harm. He had proclaimed that today, everyone would remember his name. Now was the perfect opportunity to showcase his might. A surge of black energy erupted as he infused his left hand with divine power, steadfastly resisting the frenzied assault of the Thunderfire Heavenly Pattern and the Thunder Explosion Extinction. Had it been an ordinary person, not only would their left arm have been severed, but it would have been obliterated to the point of leaving no bones behind. Yet, Zhan Jiuyue's left arm remained unscathed. This astonished Zhong Changchong, causing his sword technique to slow. How is this possible? Who is this young man? At that moment, a sinister smile crept across Zhan Jiuyue's lips as he raised the armored gauntlet of the annihilating dragon god. Golden Overlord Fist. In that instant, the very heavens seemed to tremble. Such power could not be borne by a mere mortal. Seeing the urgency of the situation, the Elder slashed the Thunderfire Heavenly Pattern across his eyes, blood gushing forth. It flowed into every aspect of the Thunderfire Heavenly Pattern. The Elder sacrificed his own sight, fully unlocking his power. This was the zenith of his strength. He sensed the presence of his opponent through the air and unleashed his attacks with heartfelt conviction. His blood had now merged with the Thunderfire Heavenly Pattern. In that moment, he was the sword, and the sword was him. This was the essence of the unity of man and sword. The Elder flowed with the wind, his figure becoming elusive, gathering strength for a decisive strike aimed at Zhan Jiuyue's location. Indeterminate Divine Slash. Boom! The Golden Overlord Fist clashed with the Indeterminate Divine Slash in midair. A battle of black and white. Moments later, the armored gauntlet of the annihilating dragon god slowly began to shatter. A beam of white light surged into Zhan Jiuyue's body. With a scream, Zhan Jiuyue gradually descended from the skies. The elder, too, suffered severe internal injuries, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 081. Is this not the struggle of mortals? The clash of black energy and thunder seemed to freeze time, as onlookers could only vaguely see two silhouettes against the sky, followed by a deafening sound that reverberated through the earth, sending the crowd staggering back a few paces. The earth trembled with a colossal roar, and the once bustling street was now reduced to ruins, the lively scene replaced by desolation. The heavens crumbled, and the earth quaked, a sorrowful reflection of nature itself. The remains of still faintly hinted at its former grandeur, a testament to its past magnificence. The sky rumbled with ominous thunder, and sporadic bolts of lightning cascaded down. Accompanying this were ghostly wails, as black energy flickered through the air, leaving behind fleeting shadows, barely discernible. The crowd stood dumbfounded, jaws agape. Upon seeing the blood at the corner of the elder's mouth, the soldiers began to murmur amongst themselves. This young man's strength is astonishingly formidable. Who exactly is he? How could he injure the elder? I have never seen anyone with wings before. Zhong Changchong, the Grandmaster, had sacrificed his own sight, blending all his essence into the thunderfire heavenly pattern he wielded. The recent strike, indeterminate divine slash, was the culmination of his power. The sword had undergone an extraordinary enhancement, pushing its power to the very limits. Meanwhile, Zhan Jiuyue was gravely injured, slowly descending from the sky, a mouthful of blood spewing forth before he collapsed amidst the ruins. With a muffled groan, he struggled to prop himself up, blood continuing to pour from his mouth. In truth, Zhan Jiuyue possessed formidable strength, bolstered by the power of the divine, and he should not have been wounded. However, the disparity in rank and attributes between the Jumia Longshan armament and the Thunderfire heavenly pattern was so vast that when the armament could no longer withstand the force and shattered, the residual wave struck Zhan Jiuyue, resulting in his injury. The old man also descended from the air, forcibly swallowing the metallic taste in his mouth, a drop of blood trickling from the corner of his lips. He felt that had Zhan Jiuyue's armament not shattered, he might very well have perished in that instant. This young man is indeed powerful. Wiping the blood from his lips, he gazed at Zhan Jiuyue. Young man, do you still possess some strength? Yet in comparison to me, you still lack a bit of refinement. To earn the recognition of the venerable Mr. Zhong Changchong is no small feat. Years ago, Han Yu sought to apprentice under Mr. Zhong Changchong, only to be mercilessly rejected after the old man's scrutiny. Zhan Jiuyue paid no heed to such matters, naturally unwilling to concede defeat. However, due to his severe injuries, he felt a tumult in his chest and refrained from countering the old man's words. Xun Yaoning was filled with anxiety. Upon seeing Zhan Jiuyue wounded, her heart tightened. When she noticed Zhan Jiuyue struggling to rise, she hurriedly rushed over. Young master, with Xun Yaoning's assistance, Zhan Jiuyue rose to his feet. Jiang Wanyin and the others approached from behind. Brother Zhan, how do you feel? Zhan Jiuyue forced a smile. I am fine. Do they think they can harm me with such feeble attacks? A mere dream. Zhang Moru, adhering to the plan previously laid out by Han Ruojuan, seized this opportunity to make her way to a more populated area. Do not be deceived by Han Gu's false facade. He is nothing but a despicable villain. I believe among you, some must recognize me. I am the one Fei who was once lavishly interred by the emperor. The common folk stood in stunned silence. As one Fei had stated, some indeed recognized her, but was she not dead? How could she possibly be here? Tears streamed down Zhang Moru's face, devoid of any grace. It was all a scheme orchestrated by Han Gu's. He forced me, a woman of integrity, to frame the former crown prince Han Ruojuan, leading the emperor to angrily strip him of his title. I was made to feign death and flee the harem. Han Gu's threatened me with my family and my life. As I was already out of favor in the palace, how could I dare to oppose the crown prince? Initially, it was agreed that after the matter, I would be allowed to live in peace. Yet now he seeks to silence me. Thankfully, the former crown prince bore no grudges and saved me. If you do not believe me, then summon the emperor, and the truth will be revealed. The crowd's eyes widened. They had thought Han Gu's to be the embodiment of their hopes. Yet now the truth unveiled before them was utterly filthy and deplorable. Seeing the situation slip from her grasp, the Empress Wu realized that a large section of the street had turned to ruins. Zhang Moru was spreading rumors And more alarmingly, the hearts of those supporting Han Gyu's were beginning to waver. The Empress had left the palace without informing the Emperor, and now this matter was escalating. When it reached the Emperor's ears, she would undoubtedly be implicated. Her son Han Gyu's, at this rate, would not only lose the throne, but perhaps his very life. Realizing this, the Empress's face turned anxious, and she hastily called out to the old man. "Sir, this situation cannot be allowed to escalate any further. We must swiftly eliminate them. Days of fighting have been sufficiently enjoyable. I shall take their lives at once." As Zhong Chong spoke, he had already begun to act. It had been long since he encountered an opponent capable of compelling him to unleash his full strength. Today, he was determined to make it a memorable battle. The Thunderfire heavenly pattern in his hand bore a stark transformation. The flames at the tip gradually spread, igniting the entire blade, while the howling thunder entwined tightly around it. This was the ultimate form of the Thunderfire heavenly pattern. Chanting an incantation, Zhong Chong's previously destroyed eyes reopened. His left eye burned with an intense heat, ablaze with fierce flames, while his right eye crackled with rolling thunder, emanating boundless electricity. Surrounded by these two elemental forces, flames blazed and thunder rumbled. The onlookers were awestruck. The old man was indeed a divine being. No sooner had he finished his incantation than Zhong Chong moved with astonishing speed, accompanied by the rushing thunder and flames, a lethal crisis imminent. Zhan Jiuyue clenched his teeth, forcibly activating the power of the divine within him once more. His wings unfurled, and he soared into the sky. Even without a weapon, he would not allow anyone to harm his friends. He was determined to expend every ounce of his strength to fight to the death. In that moment, black flames erupted around Zhan Jiuyue, dark crimson blood flowing from his body, igniting and emitting a black glow. His eyes bulged wide as he was enveloped in a shroud of black radiance, a terrifying ghostly visage emerging behind him. Channeling his energy, he struck downwards, as if a deity had descended. The punch shot straight towards Zhong Chong. Not daring to be lax, Zhong Chong raised the Thunderfire heavenly pattern. The sword light was devastating. This was no mere mortal conflict. The spectators were left speechless, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before their eyes. Chapter 082. The god of war inflames. The old man's sword lashed out violently towards Zhan Jiuyue, flames and thunder crackling amidst the strikes. The intensity of such attacks was lethal, for even the slightest misstep could result in death. Zhan Jiuyue gritted his teeth, striving to withstand the assault. Yet the absence of a weapon rendered him at a distinct disadvantage. He had not anticipated Zhong Chong's strength to be so formidable. After the recent evolution that restored his eyes, Zhong Chong's power had significantly increased, allowing him to completely overwhelm Zhan Jiuyue. Zhan Jiuyue lacked a proper weapon to contend with the Thunderfire heavenly pattern, and the power within the Ghost Blood Pearl remained only partially unlocked. In the face of such dire straits, he sought to replicate the heart technique acquired from Hong Dunyang, attempting to counter with his blood. However, Zhong Chong did not afford him that opportunity. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Chong's figure flashed, appearing directly before Zhan Jiuyue. Zhan Jiuyue had no time to react. At this distance, it was too late for any action. Simultaneously, thousands of electric currents and fiery serpents surged from all directions, targeting Zhan Jiuyue at the center. In an inadvertent moment, Zhan Jiuyue was struck by the electric currents, which coursed through his entire body, slowing his movements and leaving him utterly paralyzed. The currents slithered over him like a swarm of insects, traversing from skin to organs, and from blood to nerves. Despite Zhan Jiuyue's overwhelming fury, he could not move an inch. At the same time, the searing flames rushed forth, instantly consuming the black blood encircling Zhan Jiuyue. This was undeniably fatal, a crisis of death. Under the dual torment of thunder and flames, Zhan Jiuyue could only struggle in vain. Shen Yaoning and the others watched helplessly, their hearts racing with anxiety, yet they were unable to offer any assistance. The opponent was far stronger than Zhan Jiuyue, and in the blink of an eye, Zhong Chong reappeared behind Zhan Jiuyue, thrusting the Thunderfire heavenly pattern directly into his arm. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth, swirling through the air before splattering down everywhere. Zhan Jiuyue, no, please don't. Shen Yaoning screamed hoarsely, tears brimming in her eyes. Why is this happening? We have just reunited. Youth, I warned you. You are still far too weak compared to me. Zhong Chong extracted the sword, clutching Zhan Jiuyue's hair. Pain, humiliation, paralysis, death. Zhan Jiuyue was utterly subdued. The electric current surged through his heart, spreading throughout his body, as the flames began to slowly consume him. In this day and age, merely moving a finger has become a luxury. Zhong Chanchong only pierced his arm with a sword, not intending to take his life. For Zhan Jiuyue is a prodigy, a rare talent in this world, and within his heart lies a deep conflict. He does not wish for Zhan Jiuyue to perish. For many years, Zhong Chanchong has been aiding the Empress Wu, irrespective of whether it was right or wrong, solely because she is the woman he cherishes. Zhong Chanchong has but one daughter, a product of his youth's indiscretions, for whom he had never fulfilled a father's duty. It was only after he achieved greatness and attained the status of a grandmaster that he learned his daughter had wed the current emperor. Fearing for her safety, he remained by her side, appearing in the world as a cultivator, quietly assisting the Empress Wu. Yet, he gradually realized that his daughter's ambitions extended beyond mere self-preservation. She possessed designs that would drive her to pay any price. It was due to the elder's recent leniency and distraction that Zhan Jiuyue managed to regain a modicum of composure. After an exchange of thoughts, Shaoli helped him break free from the electrical control, and seizing the opportunity, Zhan Jiuyue instantaneously gathered his strength. In less than a second, he unleashed his inner power. Utilizing the force of the current to execute the thunderbolt step, his speed drastically increasing. Drawing upon the power of blazing fire, he unleashed the 8 directions fire poison. In that fleeting moment, the flames and thunder were entirely absorbed by Zhan Jiuyue. Streams of black fire surged outward, and Zhong Changchong, unable to evade in time, was scorched by the fire poison. Shen Yaoning and the others were filled with joy at this sight, releasing a sigh of relief while clasping their hands in prayer for Zhan Jiuyue. Having freed himself from control, Zhan Jiuyue seized the moment of Zhong Changchong's injury to continue his cultivation techniques. He soared towards him, grasping Zhong Changchong by the neck, and forcefully smashed him into the ground, causing the earth to tremble and the entire imperial city to quake. True ice thousand hands. Countless icy hands erupted from the fissures in the earth, tightly gripping Zhong Changchong's body and pressing him down, allowing the chill to seep in gradually. The Empress Wu and the others were taken aback, panic-stricken. What could they do? How could the old master be defeated? Indeed, he could not be vanquished. Even under the combined control of true ice thousand hands and Zhan Jiuyue, Zhong Chanchong could still muster his strength with ease. Possessing the flame-carving heart method and the fire king scroll, he was naturally not to be bound by ice. The flame-carving heart method infused his body with boundless fiery power, allowing him to manipulate flames at will. The elder concentrated his energy throughout his body, directing it into his palms. To the naked eye, Zhong Changchong's hands blazed an increasingly vivid red, igniting into flames. The Fire King scroll enabled him to summon the everlasting fire of the Fire King, and having mastered its essence, he pressed his fingers to the ground, causing fiery walls to erupt around him. At this moment, Zhan Jiuyue and Zhong Changchong found themselves isolated from the outside world, ensconced within a barrier of flames. Zhan Jiuyue was taken aback, wondering how he could still not control this old man despite exerting all his strength. Zhong Changchong chuckled, raising his hands, and with a powerful shockwave, Zhan Jiuyue was sent flying, crashing against the shattered stones behind him. The pain in his arm and the searing flames brought him immense suffering, eliciting cries of agony. As Zhong Changchong stood, he spread his arms wide, revealing a layer of fiery armor enveloping him. This was the iron-bathed war god Kuan, transformed into a god of war amidst the flames. Lightning served merely as his auxiliary technique, while fire was his true weapon. Flames surged skyward, and Zhong Changchong stood amidst the endless inferno, the thunder-fire patterns in his hands crackling against the ground. Young man, unleash all your might now. Everything is about to come to an end. Zhong Changchong slowly advanced toward Zhan Jiuyue. How infuriating! How could this old man be so powerful? The onlookers outside the fiery barrier could not approach. What was Zhan Jiuyue to do now? Chapter 083. The old emperor's wrath at this juncture. Zhan Jiuyue had no room for retreat. If he failed to stop Zhong Changchong, the latter would undoubtedly kill Shen Yaoning and Jiang Wanyin. Zhan Jiuyue could no longer ponder the disparity in their strengths. One thought consumed him. He must kill him. Enduring excruciating pain, Zhan Jiuyue stubbornly rose from the rubble, blood still gushing from the wound on his arm. Xiao Li anxiously paced in the room, contemplating how to procure a suitable weapon for Zhan Jiuyue or devise a solution to the predicament at hand. Previously, during Zhan Jiuyue's battle with Hong Dunyang, Xiao Li had felt no concern, yet this time was different. The opponent's strength was formidable. Zhong Changchong did not afford Zhan Jiuyue a moment's respite, swinging his weapon with increasing ferocity. "Prepare to die," Zhong Changchong roared, raising his right arm to his chest, summoning the surrounding roaring flames with his will. In an instant, countless flames began to swirl, accompanied by explosive crackles, coalescing around Zhong Changchong, gradually transforming into the form of a fire dragon. Mystic Fire Dragon Seal. This was his self-created technique, harnessing the fire of the Fire King from the Fire King scroll fused with his immense inner strength to shape the flames into a dragon. The fire of the Fire King was unlike any other. Its temperature was extraordinarily high and would never extinguish unless the practitioner recalled it or perished. The Mystic Fire Dragon Seal maximized the fire's potential, launching successive, high-intensity impacts toward a single point. Due to its immense inner energy consumption, it could only be activated in the current state of the Thunderfire Eye, making this Mystic Fire Seal Zhong Changchong's ultimate trump card. This is your grand move. Quickly replicate it. With the enhancement of the pearl within you, you might stand a chance against him, Xiao Li exclaimed, struck by inspiration. Zhan Jiuyue hastily complied, mimicking Zhong Changchong's stance, placing his palm against his chest and urgently channeling his inner demonic energy once more. A fiery tempest, accompanied by dark light, surged upward rapidly. Though not as awe-inspiring as Zhong Changchong's, it still bore formidable power. Who says I am destined to perish? The flames coalesced into a dragon shape, but unlike Zhong Changchong's, Zhan Jiuyue's fire dragon was black. How could this be? How could he? Zhong Changchong stared in astonishment, his eyes wide, unable to comprehend how Zhan Jiuyue could also wield the Mystic Fire Dragon Seal. He had no inkling of the existence of the replication system. Regardless of how you accomplished it, your inner strength cannot possibly triumph over mine. Realizing that he could no longer afford to give the young man any opportunities, Zhong Changchong's foot grounded itself, and he unleashed the Mystic Fire Dragon Seal with great force. Zhan Jiuyue, undeterred, met the challenge head-on. The two colossal fire dragons collided, creating a cacophony of explosions. One dragon black, the other red, they spiraled together, soaring into the sky. This spectacle not only startled the entire imperial city, but could be seen for hundreds of miles around. What disturbance is this? Your Majesty, it seems two grandmasters are battling on Wangshan Street. News of the tumultuous clash reached the old emperor in the palace, and the report was delivered by a trembling attendant, fearful of incurring his wrath. The old emperor slammed his fist on the table, nearly shattering the aged surface. What nonsense is this? What are they doing? Dispatch someone to quell it at once. The kneeling young eunuch quivered in fear, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, there is one more matter. The old emperor, in a fit of rage, demanded, what more could there possibly be? What could be of greater significance than this? The young eunuch crawled on his knees to the side of the old emperor, whispering softly in his ear. Concubine when she is not actually dead, rather. She has been imprisoned by the crown prince. The events of that fateful day were forced upon her by him. What? Call for help. The emperor is spitting blood. Before the young eunuch could finish his words, the old emperor erupted in a spray of crimson. He was the sovereign of the realm, the most distinguished man under heaven. Yet, what was the outcome? He had been toyed with by his own son and wife in collusion. He yearned to stand proudly before the world, but now it seemed impossible. He could no longer hold on. His body wavered before he finally collapsed. The old emperor felt darkness enveloping him, rendering him blind to all. It was the concoction administered by Empress Wu that had taken effect. Its immediate impact was imperceptible, but it would gradually erode his very organs. Consumed by rage, the old emperor hastened the poison's onset, causing him to faint outright. A gentle breeze brushed past, lifting the stray strands of Su Yunyang's hair. Your Highness, look at this back garden. How splendidly it blooms. Han Qinshin followed Su Yunyang's gaze and then lowered her eyes once more. Have you ever heard the saying? Su Yunyang turned back, perplexed. What? Han Qinshin's aura grew melancholic, her voice tinged with nostalgia. Flowers do not bloom for 100 days, and youth does not return. Su Yunyang blinked, utterly bewildered. She could not grasp the significance of those words. Han Qinshin felt a twinge of envy towards Su Yunyang. who, despite being a daughter of officials, was showered with affection and had her every desire fulfilled by General Su. In contrast, she, born into royalty, was bound by countless constraints. She had played with Han Gyu's and Han Ruojun since childhood, yet she could not pinpoint when Han Gyu's had ceased to be innocent, becoming someone who constantly sought power. What she longed for was not merely the fleeting days of youth, but the cherished companions of her youth. Just as Han Qinshin was about to speak, her lips parted, only to be captivated by a sight in the distance. What could have caused such a spectacular occurrence? Han Qinshin was at a loss, but Su Yunyang understood that such a commotion could only mean that Han Ruojun had taken action. Your Highness, I must attend to matters at home. I take my leave. Having said this, she did not wait for Han Qinshin's response and swiftly departed from her sight. At the general's residence, General Su was equally drawn in by the spectacle. Surely, only a master of unparalleled skill could conjure such grandeur. He felt compelled to investigate. Chapter 084. Reconstructing the Body Father. You must stand up for your daughter. Just as General Su was lost in thought, Su Yunyang rushed back, weeping as she ran. While he found the sight magnificent, it paled in comparison to the well-being of his beloved daughter. What has happened? Why the urgency? Speak slowly. I shall support you. Father, oh, you have no idea. That Han Gyu's is a despicable scoundrel. Upon hearing this, General Su's expression stiffened. Han Gyu's was now the crown prince, not to be disparaged lightly. Did his daughter no longer wish to marry him? Yet, if he had truly wronged her, he would risk everything to seek justice. Su Yunyang wiped her tears and continued. Initially, the incident involving the crown prince and concubine when was forced upon her by Han Gyu's. What? How do you know this? They were confronted in the streets, and it was likely that the emperor would soon learn of it. Afterward, Han Gyu's locked concubine went in his backyard. How could I marry such a man? Upon hearing this, General Su's face flushed with fury, and he erupted in rage. As the most esteemed general of Jinghua, commander of the 24 divine generals, his temper was notorious. Such an affront would not go unpunished. He had amassed countless victories in battle and wielded great power. Empress Wu would go to any lengths to secure her position. How could Han Gyu's actions befit the title of crown prince? As the torrential rain fell from the sky, the battle between Zhan Jiuyue and Zhong Changchong came to an end. The previous strike had exhausted both their energies. Zhan Jiuyue emerged victorious, but was also thrown back, crashing into the ruins where he succumbed to unconsciousness. Although Zhan Jiuyue's physique had ascended to heights unattainable by ordinary mortals after the refinement of the Ghost Blood Pearl, the repeated forced activation of divine power drained his energy too rapidly, becoming unbearable. The old man knelt amidst the ruins, half of his body consumed by the flames, leaving only a battered shell swaying in the storm. The surrounding firewalls weakened until they vanished entirely. Only then did the onlookers discern the situation within. Xin Yaoning stood there in a daze, the remnants of Wangqing Tower crumbling behind her, her skirt fluttering in the breeze. Her mind was blank, her gaze hollow, devoid of thought, resembling a mere puppet. She recalled the time when she and her cousin Jiang Wanyin joyously returned home, only to be met with a scene of carnage. Everyone lay in pools of blood, her father, mother, cousin. She had thought that after years of wandering the martial world, she had grown strong enough. Though not the mightiest on this continent, she was certainly among the elite of her peers. Yet now, as Zhan Jiuyue lay there, beaten and blackened by the old man's assault, she truly experienced the sensation of helplessness. She could only watch as Zhan Jiuyue lay there, scorned. Xin Yaoning rushed over, trembling as she crouched down, one hand clasping Zhan Jiuyue's, the other gripping him tightly in her embrace. Zhan Jiuyue's visage and laughter were still vivid in her memory. So lively, a stark contrast to the frail figure before her. Jiang Wanyin and Han Ruojun exchanged glances, gently lifting Zhan Jiuyue, channeling their energy into him. Empress Wu and the others gazed at the old man's broken form, unable to believe their eyes. To them, he was a figure of godlike prowess, seemingly omnipotent. Yet this sight, one person murmured, how could the old man lose? He struggled to accept what he saw, doubting the reality before him. Just as the crowd stood shocked, a fierce wind howled, swirling dark clouds, and torrential rain poured down. Thunderclaps resonated in their ears, and they were oblivious to the fact that the old master's body was slowly stirring. Look, the old master is moving. The crowd turned in the direction indicated, witnessing the old man extend half an arm toward the heavens. Moments later, Lightning crackled, and bolts of thunder descended from the sky, igniting the earth. Heavens! How can this be? They had seen the old man's shattered form. How could he achieve this? In an instant, as thunder and fire intertwined, they surged upward, merging with the celestial patterns of lightning, then converging and piercing through the old man's broken body. The old man's shattered frame began to reassemble, as if he were a soulless automaton. The onlookers struggled to comprehend what they witnessed. It transcended their understanding. The old man's fragmented body, under the baptism of thunder and fire, was miraculously reconstituted. Ha ha ha! With such meager abilities, do you think you can kill me? It appears insufficient. The old man advanced step by step toward Zhan Jiuyue and the others, deciding that if this boy could not be harnessed, he should be snuffed out in his infancy. Zhan Jiuyue remained unconscious, and Xin Yaoning placed him on the ground. We cannot let him approach. With that, the three stood resolutely in front of Zhan Jiuyue, attempting to thwart the old man's advance. Even though they were currently frail, they gritted their teeth, determined not to allow the old man to approach Zhan Jiuyue by even a single step. Just moments ago, Zhan Jiuyue had risked his life to protect them, and now it was their turn to safeguard him. As the old man drew within mere footsteps of them, Jiang Wanyin swept her hand resolutely, her fists clenched tightly, and struck the ground with all her might. True Ice Thousand Hands. Sweat cascaded down her forehead as countless colossal hands imbued with icy energy erupted from the earth, swiftly advancing towards the elder. Seizing this opportunity, Xin Yuning unsheathed the dagger at her waist, channeling the Crimson Lotus technique, with blossoms of red lotus swirling around her, radiating brilliance. With a powerful push, she pivoted and charged directly at the old man. Meanwhile, Han Ruojun concentrated all her strength into her right arm, her energy coiling. Intimidating battle fist. The moment her fist was unleashed, it generated a tempestuous gust. Silence enveloped the opposition, and just when the trio believed their assault would bear fruit, thunder erupted and flames engulfed the surroundings, shattering the myriad hands. In an instant, the old man emerged, his voice laced with derision. Are you merely tickling me? If this is all you can muster, then you certainly cannot hinder me. Chapter 085. The Divine General in Golden Light. How infuriating. This fellow is truly Jiang Wanyin. Her true Ice Thousand Hands effortlessly obliterated, was left in utter shock, exclaiming in frustration. True Ice Thousand Hands was her most cherished technique. Although she had not anticipated defeating Zhong Chanchong, she had hoped to buy some time. At present, Zhan Jiuyue lay gravely injured, though his life was not in immediate jeopardy. He required time to recuperate. There were no other options left. No matter the cost, they must protect Zhan Jiuyue. Jiang Wanyin steeled her resolve and prepared to confront him head-on. With a swift movement, she retrieved dance of the fine snow from her back, her feet lightly tapping the ground, summoning cold radiance as she surged forward alongside Xin Yuning and Han Ruojun towards Zhong Chanchong, unperturbed by their advance. Zhong Chanchong merely adjusted his stance, swiftly extending his arm as a fierce bolt of lightning coalesced with roaring flames. With his left hand commanding the flames, he unleashed Fire Soul Suppression, while his right hand harnessed the thunder to unleash Thunder Ring's sacred hand. With a thunderous shout, he charged forth, colliding fiercely with the trio's techniques. A resounding crash echoed as Jiang Wanyin and her companions exerted their most potent techniques. While they managed to momentarily withstand Zhong Chanchong's might, they could not halt his advance. Moments later, with a powerful thrust, blinding light erupted down the street. Zhong Chanchong's technique sent everyone nearby staggering back. It was evident that even united, the three could not contend with Zhong Chanchong's strength. They were hurled back by the shockwave, landing on the ground, a metallic taste of blood filling their mouths. Zhong Chanchong let out a boisterous laugh. Ha! You think you can stop me with such feeble efforts? Truly overestimating yourselves? Without a moment's hesitation, he circumvented the trio and surged towards the prostrate Zhan Jiuyue, declaring, Since you have forced me to this juncture, I acknowledge your strength. If only you were a fraction stronger, you might have defeated me. But alas, a loss is a loss. Do not blame this old man for being ruthless today. A fierce conflation of lightning and raging flames barreled towards Zhan Jiuyue. Xin Yuning's eyes widened as she screamed desperately, No, no, please. As she yelled, blood spewed from her mouth. How could this be? Yet the lightning continued its relentless assault upon Zhan Jiuyue's face, just as it seemed poised to make contact. Zhong Changchong suddenly halted, his gaze astonished as he looked skyward. A beam of golden light descended rapidly, and Zhong Changchong, attempting to evade, found it too late. The golden light struck the ground, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke, the immense force propelling Zhong Changchong back 10 meters before he regained his footing. The ground fissured, and amidst the dazzling golden light stood an elderly figure clad in golden armor, his white hair flowing. With a piercing gaze and a spear firmly in hand, exuding an air of regal authority. The elder cast a measured glance at Zhong Changchong, then hoisted Zhan Jiuyue onto his shoulder, embodying the very essence of a sovereign. The preceding shockwave had stirred up dust that lingered, and Han Ruojun struggled to open her eyes, squinting to glimpse the figure whose back was turned to her. Yet she felt an inexplicable familiarity. Su Qian. How could it be you? Zhong Changchong's expression shifted to one of horror, his chest wounded and slowly fracturing. Ignoring him, Su Qian brandished his spear, a flash of golden light slicing through the air, his aura fierce and unstoppable. In an instant, the spear pierced through Zhong Changchong's body. Su Qian, the foremost of the 24 divine generals, was an undisputed grandmaster. Though Zhong Changchong had easily vanquished Jiang Wanyin and the others due to their disparity in strength, he was now at his last gasp, utterly vulnerable. Zhong Changchong, devoid of strength, struggled to open his eyes and gazed at Wu Ho, whispering, "My daughter." Su Qian's golden spear pierced his heart, delivering a decisive blow that shattered his body into fragments, scattering them across the ground. Wu Ho witnessed the tragic demise of the elder, her heart aching as if a heavy stone had been pressed upon her chest, each breath becoming laborious. Yet she remained unaware that this elder was her biological father. At that moment, the Imperial Suppression Force dispatched by the old emperor arrived, advancing towards Wu Ho and the others. "Your Highness, I apologize for the offense. I am here under the emperor's orders to escort you back to the palace." With that, the captain of the guards gestured, and soldiers moved in to restrain Wu Ho. "What are you beasts doing? I am the empress. My son is the crown prince. He will be the emperor." Wu Ho's face was etched with panic, fully cognizant that the commotion was too great to conceal from the emperor. Zhang Moru was spreading the news, and the emperor had likely already grasped the situation. If the elder could have slain them, perhaps there would have been a chance. Yet she had not anticipated the rapid arrival of these forces. Nevertheless, she refused to concede, struggling fiercely, unwilling to accept the failure of her meticulously crafted plan. She had sacrificed her life for this endeavor and could not bear the thought of its collapse. Meanwhile, Han Gyuz remained silent, offering no resistance, merely allowing the guards to seize his arms. Yet, unbeknownst to all, amidst the chaos, Han Gyuz had discreetly sent away a few subordinates, their purpose a mystery to everyone. Seeing that General Su Qian and the soldiers had arrived, Han Ruojun deemed it unnecessary to continue the act, removing her mask and bowing respectfully to Su Qian. "I am eternally grateful for your salvation, General Su. Were it not for you, we would surely have perished here today." General Su turned and recognized the former crown prince, hastening to assist them. "I am fully aware of the despicable deeds committed by that scoundrel Han Gyuz. Such vile machinations must be exposed to the emperor and to the world. The emperor is not above the law, and the guilty shall be punished equally with the common folk. As a general of the Jing kingdom, I will not permit such a person to wreak havoc in the capital. Moreover, as Su Yunyan's father, I will never allow such a man to marry my daughter." In the distance, several officials in court attire hurried over. They had previously served the crown prince in the palace and shared a close bond. "Your Highness, you must return to the palace with us at once. The emperor has learned of these events and is so enraged that he has vomited blood. Though he is currently stable, his health is failing, and he wishes to see you right away." Chapter 086. Confrontation before the throne. As the group entered the palace, they immediately spotted the old emperor seated upon the throne. The old emperor evidently appeared much more haggard than before, reclining upon the dragon throne. His complexion pallid to the point of transparency, devoid of any trace of vitality. Even his lips were a ghostly white. Han Gyuz was being held down, kneeling on the ground, silent as a tomb, while Empress Wu, like a shrew, screamed desperately, "Your Majesty, I am wronged. If you do not trust me, how can you not trust Zaire?" Zaire went to the borders to slay enemies and earn merit, aiding the people in times of disaster. How could he possibly commit such an act? It must be that Wen Fei and Han Ruojun have conspired against us, seeking to bring ruin upon both Zaire and myself. Your Majesty. Han Jun paid no heed to the tumult, moving forward to kneel upon the ground, his words earnest. I, the guilty minister Han Ruojun, pay my respects to your Majesty. The old emperor lifted his gaze to him, covering his mouth as he coughed several times, the sound akin to a heart-wrenching lament. Nevertheless, the old emperor retained the dignity of one who has long held power. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Junior, rise. Empress Wu cast him a sidelong glance, disregarding the soldiers behind her as she attempted to rush towards Han Ruojun, clawing and cursing. You despicable scoundrel. What face do you have to return before your father? You plotted against my Zaire. May you suffer a wretched fate. Let me go. I shall slay him. And Ruojun remained silent, not even sparing her a glance. The old emperor, unable to bear the scene any longer, rubbed his aching forehead. Was this truly the compassionate Empress Wu he once knew? He slammed the table and bellowed, silence. Though his body was frail, the authority of the emperor still loomed large, and his voice startled Empress Wu into a momentary stillness. With trembling hand, the old emperor pointed at Empress Wu. Do you take me for a fool? You claim Junior seeks to harm you and your son. Yet before his demotion, he was already of princely status. It was precisely because of this matter that I banished his mother to the cold palace. Does he truly wish to endanger your lives? Tell me, what motive would he have? Because he is envious of Zaire's talents, which are greater than his own, and he is beloved by the people. He fears Zaire will usurp his position as crown prince. Empress Wu retorted, prostrate on the ground, her makeup a ruin from tears. Yet she continued to argue. No one noticed that the atmosphere surrounding Han Ruojun had darkened ominously. The mention of Han Ruojun's mother struck a chord within him, extinguishing any remnants of guilt he felt towards Han Gu's and his nostalgia for their childhood friendship. He could no longer concern himself with whether Han Gu's would face execution or whether his father could withstand the strain of the situation. Coldly he stated, Father, Wen Fei is currently awaiting you in the hall. I believe she can clarify matters better than I. As soon as Han Gu's words fell, whispers erupted below. Ministers clustered in small groups, exchanging hushed words, their faces betraying confusion. The old emperor's heart jolted at the mention of her name. He had no desire to see that woman again. Yet, given the gravity of the situation and the public discourse surrounding it, he realized he could not avoid addressing it, lest the citizens grow resentful. After much contemplation, he resigned himself to the necessity of it. The old emperor waved his hand, softly commanding, summon her in. A young eunuch, with a high-pitched voice, announced, summon Wen Fei into the hall. After layers of communication, Wen Fei entered the grand hall, poised and graceful, exhibiting an air of calm. She had not anticipated finding herself here in her lifetime. Perhaps it was her first and last time. As Wen Fei stepped inside, she suddenly knelt, leaving the assembly perplexed. Until she spoke, I, the humble servant, pay my respects to your Majesty. I am aware of my guilt and do not seek the emperor's forgiveness. I merely wish to clarify the sequence of events, ensuring that no innocent soul is wronged, nor any villain escapes unscathed. As she spoke, Wen Fei produced a jade pendant from within her garments, one that Han Gu's had gifted her, claiming it symbolized his status. At the time, she had been abruptly seized, left with nothing but this jade pendant linking her to Han Gu's. I possess an item that Han Gu's instructed me to use to incriminate Han Ruojun, promising me benefits upon its success, asserting that this jade pendant could achieve many things. You slanderous liar! How can that pendant prove it was given to you by Gu's? Empress Wu interrupted, her vision clouded by rage, having not even seen the pendant clearly. The old emperor ordered the pendant to be presented. Upon seeing it, a chill enveloped his heart. Others may have been unaware, but the old emperor knew well. He had crafted a pendant for each of his two sons at their births, a unique emblem of their identity. In truth, there was no other like it, and thus the emperor recognized it instantly. Empress Wu, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, glared at the silent Han Gu's, her fury mounting as she approached him, pointing an accusatory finger. Speak up. Are you mute? Can you bear to watch them usurp your rightful throne? The throne that belongs to Han Gu's? Enough! The old emperor erupted in anger, rising with cold, piercing eyes that surveyed the assembly. You, all of you, regardless of who you are merely engaging in this power struggle for the throne, completely disregarding my frail existence. The old emperor, already weakened, felt the surge of indignation take its toll. As he spoke, a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. and darkness clouded his vision before he collapsed. The assembly stood in stunned silence, while Empress Wu froze in place. Han Ruojun and Han Gyuz were the first to react, rushing forward to support the old emperor, shouting to those below, "Quick! Summon the imperial physician! Hurry!" Upon hearing that the emperor had fainted, the imperial hospital staff wasted no time. Several experienced elder physicians took turns checking the emperor's pulse, all shaking their heads in unison. "Your Majesty, there is no pulse." At the elder physician's words, Empress Wu's eyes darted, swiftly pushing Han Ruojun's hand away in fury, exclaiming, "Remove your filthy hands! What face do you have to confront your father? You have driven him to his death." She then shouted, "Seize him!" No sooner had she spoken than a throng of soldiers burst in, as if they had been poised for this moment, swiftly encircling Han Ruojun. Chapter 087. The conspiracy. The intruding soldiers were all loyal to Empress Wu, an army she had meticulously cultivated over the years, prepared to assist Han Gyuz in seizing the throne. At last, the moment had arrived. Chaos erupted within the palace, and amidst the tumult, one figure slipped away unnoticed. General Su, observing the scene, having lived a long life, discerned the underlying schemes at play. Watching these soldiers, who should have been defenders of the realm, conspiring with a woman as treacherous as Empress Wu, he felt a deep sorrow. "You fickle turncoats! The late emperor treated you well. How could you collude with such a venomous woman to perpetrate these deeds? You should be ashamed to call yourselves human. You wish to kill Han Ruojun? Very well. You shall have to step over my corpse first." With that, he positioned himself resolutely in front of Han Gyuz, determined to shield him. Empress Wu, witnessing this, scoffed derisively. "Oh, General Su, at your advanced age, how can you still fail to grasp the situation? Do you not understand the principle of one emperor, one court? Moreover, our families are bound by a marriage pact. If Zaire ascends the throne, your daughter will become a noble consort." Hearing this, General Su's anger turned to bitter laughter. "Bah! My Su family has upheld a clear name for generations. How could I ever conspire with someone like you? As long as I draw breath, I will protect the realm of Jingwa. I absolutely refuse to allow individuals like you to become the sovereign of Jing Nation, unless I am dead." General Su, with an air of righteousness, vehemently rebuked, his posture resolute. Having surpassed 50 years of age, he believed he had encountered all manners of people. Yet he had never before witnessed such shamelessness. When paths diverge, there is no alliance to be forged. Thus, let us fight. The Empress Wu coldly huffed, her disdain palpable. An old man truly believes himself to be of consequence. With a frigid gaze, she waved her delicate hand. "Charge!" Just as the soldiers were about to take action, General Su bellowed, "Come on, those unafraid of death, step forward and try me." At his words, the soldiers halted, hesitating, unwilling to advance, each waiting for another to make the initial move. Yet, they all quaked with fear, for it was known that a mere stomp from General Su could intimidate several to death. Han Guja furrowed his brow in concern. He had remained silent, plagued by the betrayal of Zhang Moru. The anguish of being forsaken by a beloved one weighed heavily upon his chest, akin to a boulder of thousands of pounds. He yearned to protect Zhang Moru, doing everything within his power, even gifting her his cherished jade pendant. Yet in return, he discovered that Zhang Moru had conspired with Han Ruojun to spread rumors, standing in solidarity with him even before the throne. Now, the truth of the matter seemed irrelevant. What more could he possibly desire? He had come to terms with it and resigned himself. It became clear that emotions were the most unreliable of all things in this world. Thus, he resolved to clutch tightly to what lay before him. In fact, over the long span of time, Han Guja had not been unprepared. He had even started his preparations earlier than Empress Wu. Having lived in the shadow of Han Ruojun, where every endeavor was overshadowed by him, Han Guja now feared the resurgence of Han Ruojun. Thus, he secretly trained a battalion to safeguard against him and to solidify his own position. The moment Han Guja rose from the ground, a throng of soldiers clad in black armor rushed in. These men were comrades with whom Han Guja had faced life and death. Following them were several individuals, restrained with their hands bound behind their backs. These were the family members of General Su. Angustiat preemptively captured General Suskin. With stiff legs, Han Guja approached the assembly, squinting his eyes with a smile. "General Su, you ought to be grateful to me. I have summoned all your family here. Alas, it seems they stand on my side. You wretched beasts. Upon seeing his family in Han Guju's clutches, General Su's chest heaved with rage as he pointed accusingly at him, cursing vehemently. Kanadasu, you are the great general of Jing nation. At this moment, it is imperative to uphold the righteousness of the nation. Do not waver for the sake of our safety. Han Guja is unworthy of ruling a realm. Empress Wu possesses a malicious heart, ruthless and cold-blooded. We must protect Han Ruojun at all costs. Mrs. Su cried out hoarsely. Though merely a woman of the inner court, she understood the gravity of national righteousness. As these individuals entered, Han Ruojun immediately spotted Su Yinian, his concern evident. Han Guja was as he always was, leaving no path for others to retreat. And Yun Fu Hispleo, contemplating for a moment before whispering to General Su, Do not worry, General Su. You need not concern yourself with me. With your strength, you will surely protect your family. I will hold them off. Once you save Su Yinian and the others, simply flee the palace. General Su glanced at Han Ruojun behind him, nodding slightly. He understood that Han Ruojun had his reasons for saying so, and moreover, Han Ruojun was no weakling. He could adequately safeguard himself. With this thought, General Su shook his arms downwards, and a powerful wave of golden energy surged forth, a testament to his formidable inner strength. In an instant, the palace trembled. The officials and soldiers were forced to retreat, while only Han Guja's black-armored troops managed to hold their ground. Outnumbered? Surrounded? He stood resolute. In the blink of an eye, General Su charged forth, delivering strong blows that sent the soldiers restraining his family reeling, blood spilling from their mouths. Though they were numerous, General Su's prowess was unparalleled, and with the title of the foremost among the 24 divine generals, these soldiers dared not retaliate. Without hesitation, he pressed on, unwilling to waste time. Empress Wu, witnessing the reticence of her men, raised her voice in a tirade. You useless fools! Why do you not strike? I have wasted my efforts raising you wretches. The soldiers exchanged glances, uncertain, then glanced at Empress Wu standing on the opposite side. They were not wholly loyal to her. They had merely aligned with her due to the old emperor's frailty and the foresight that Empress Wu and Han Guja would soon wield power. Yet to be commanded to their demise was too much to bear. Chapter 088. Same root, different branches. However, the black-armored warriors were fundamentally different. These men were seasoned fighters, the best of the best, and brothers who had survived countless perils alongside Han Guja. They lined up, weapons drawn, ready to engage General Su. Seizing the moment as General Su turned his back, they charged forward. The other black-armored soldiers followed suit, eager to join the fray. Just you wait, General Su scoffed, believing such meager skills could defeat him. In an instant, he executed a swift move, grasping one soldier's neck and leaping high, crashing into the throng below. Instantly, he dispatched several enemies at the entrance. He could have easily subdued them all, but his family remained, and he could not afford to harm them. With the enemies at the entrance in disarray, General Su led his family toward the exit. Han Ruojun, seeing the favorable turn of events, leaped to the entrance to secure their escape route. General Su could flee, but Han Ruojun could not. Han Guja took a stance and unleashed a powerful golden fist. Keting Han Yun of Go. Lacking the strength of the old general, Han Ruojun could contend with the soldiers, but now faced Han Guja. Han Guja's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, showing no signs of mercy. The golden fist struck Han Ruojun down, inflicting grave injuries to his chest, causing him to spout blood. Yet time was of the essence. Even a moment's respite was a luxury. Han Ruojun hastily wiped the blood from his lips and struggled to rise. Han Guja's gaze sharpened. He was impressed by Han Ruojun's resilience, surprised that he could still stand. Thus, he resolved to be merciless. While Han Ruojun was still recovering, Han Guja activated his thunder step. The air crackled as he vanished from sight, only to reappear at Han Ruojun's right side. Another golden fist. With tremendous force, it hurtled towards Han Ruojun. Though Han Guja moved swiftly, Han Ruojun, when fully focused, sensed his approach. Just as the golden fist was about to land, Han Ruojun pivoted and invoked the Wind Shadow Kill. This technique was not merely about speed. It was a form of instantaneous movement, a fusion of his internal energy and the tempest. In an instant, Han Ruojun vanished from his original position. Han Guja, taken aback, realized it was too late to halt his attack. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, and suddenly, Han Ruojun appeared behind him. executing a windstorm strike that slammed into Han Guja. He stumbled forward, staggering several steps before clutching his chest and coughing up a torrent of blood. Once steadied, Han Guja turned to gaze at Han Ruo-jun, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He recalled their childhood, how they used to engage in playful tussles, just as they did now. In stark contrast, the atmosphere between them once brimmed with laughter and joy now. The same two techniques are employed, yet each strike is lethal, both yearning for the other's demise. Having reached this point, there is no turning back for either party. Is there? If that is the case, let us engage in a battle to the death. Memories of his childhood surfaced in Han Ruo-jun's mind. Those moments were perhaps the most unforgettable of his life. However, times have changed. They now belong to opposing factions, each with its own responsibilities, leaving little room for discussion. With this thought, Han Ruo-jun charged once more towards Han Guze. On the other side, General Su, while retreating, was pursued by several soldiers. Yet, their strength was no match for General Su. They could hardly come close to him. With his family in tow, General Su fought fiercely until they finally reached the palace gates. Earlier, Jiang Wanyin and Xin Yuning had followed Han Ruo-jun's orders, transporting the unconscious Zhan Jiuyue to the outpost outside the Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, never pausing in their haste. They needed to arrive quickly. Throughout the journey, Zhan Jiuyue endured little jostling and had somewhat recovered by the time they neared Yongtong Chamber of Commerce. Slowly regaining consciousness, rubbing his head, Zhan Jiuyue inquired, "Where am I? How did I end up here? What about Han Guze and the others?" Upon hearing his voice, Xin Yuning's face lit up with joy. "Young master, you're awake. After such a serious injury, you must rest." I'm fine. I don't feel any discomfort." "That won't do. You must rest for a while." Jiang Wanyin, hearing this, looked at Zhan Jiuyue with incredulity. Indeed, Brother Zhan is unlike others. After such a grievous injury, he has awakened so swiftly. With Zhong Chong already dead, this crisis may have been averted. Yet His Highness now finds himself alone within the palace, facing both Han Guze and Empress Wu. The situation remains perilous. We must return to rescue them. I shall go as well. Truly, I am no longer in grave danger. Observing Zhan Jiuyue's swift recovery, devoid of any semblance of injury, and recognizing the urgency of their predicament, they acquiesced to his proposal. With that, the group spurred their horses onward, hastening to Yongtong Chamber of Commerce, where they found individuals waiting at the entrance for news of Jiang Wanyin. They were remnants of Yongtong Chamber of Commerce and a contingent loyal to Han Ruo-jun. Jiang Wanyin succinctly recounted the situation, and the more they learned, the deeper their hatred for Han Guze and Empress Wu grew. How could such individuals exist in this world, who, simply due to their elevated status, disregard human life? Well then, since the matter is clear, let us arm ourselves and set forth immediately. With that, Jiang Wanyin ordered several large crates to be brought in, containing weapons and equipment previously transported from Ganzhou, now finally put to use. Armed and fully prepared, the morale of the group soared as they followed Jiang Wanyin at a swift pace towards the capital. The sooner they arrived, the less danger Han Ruo-jun would face. On the streets of the capital, one could scarcely see anyone besides soldiers, the populace, aware of the impending significant event that night, hid in their homes, fearful of drawing attention to themselves. This, however, facilitated Jiang Wanyin and her companions, allowing them to reach the palace gates unimpeded. Upon arrival, Zhan Jiuyue wasted no time, delivering a powerful punch to the gate, only to find General Su leading his family towards them. Inside, Han Ruo-jun, battered and on the brink of collapse, heard Jiang Wanyin's command. Countless warriors surged toward the palace. Chapter 89. The dust settles. The situation was urgent, leaving no room for delay. Zhan Jiuyue and Jiang Wanyin took the lead, charging directly into the inner hall with an imposing force that none dared to obstruct. Seeing their arrival, Han Ruo-jun finally felt a sense of relief. He could no longer hold on, and after a weak smile, he collapsed. Jiang Wanyin rushed to his side, and under the cover of the crowd, she moved Han Ruo-jun to safety. What is happening? Where do these people come from? Empress Wu's eyes widened in panic as she beheld the formidable advance of the crowd. How could so many suddenly emerge when the situation seemed to be under control? In truth, Han Ruo-jun had long anticipated such a moment. He knew that Empress Wu and Han Guze would not easily surrender. For so long, They had been covertly winning hearts and secretly amassing troops. As the head of Wang Qin Tower, the most well-informed in the realm, Han Ruojun was aware of these maneuvers. The only unforeseen event was the old emperor's sudden demise due to the overwhelming stress of recent events. However, today, all would be revealed, and if Han Guze and Empress Wu could not escape unscathed, rebellion was inevitable. Thus, before these actions commenced, Han Ruojun had already sent a missive to Lu Tai in Ganzhou, urging him to return to the capital with troops for support. Han Ruojun, I have truly underestimated you. Han Guze seethed, his teeth clenched, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged toward Zhan Jiuyue. Although Zhan Jiuyue had not fully recovered and could not summon the power of the ghost blood pearl again in such a brief time, he remained an exceptionally strong individual with a remarkable physique and mastery of numerous techniques. As Han Guze approached, a smirk appeared on Zhan Jiuyue's lips as he silently mused. My golden fury fist was replicated from you, wasn't it? I haven't had the chance to thank you properly. Now, let us see the might of your golden fury fist. In an instant, golden light erupted as both combatants unleashed their golden fury fist techniques. The clash sent shockwaves through the ground, shattering bricks beneath their feet. A thunderous crash resounded as, despite Han Guze's rapid advancement in strength, he was no match for Zhan Jiuyue. Even though they wielded the same technique, their physical prowess and strength were not on the same level. Zhan Jiuyue's golden fury fist utterly overwhelmed Han Guze. The latter was sent hurtling back, crashing into the far corner of the palace, choking on the dust that fell from the walls. Each cough intensified his pain, rendering him unable to move further. Sure. Empress Wu rushed over, embracing him. How do you feel, my dear? Don't worry. They will all perish soon. Once you ascend the throne, execute them all. Leave not a single one. Han Guze's complexion paled as he forced his mouth open to whisper, Mother, we have lost. This is all my fault. I have let you down. I should not have strayed from the right path. What nonsense is this? How could we possibly lose? It is impossible. We have troops and provisions. How could we be defeated by him? Tears streamed down Empress Wu's face, her mind teetering on the brink of madness. Indeed, she had dedicated her life to securing Han Guze's position as emperor, but now, all her efforts and the foundation she had painstakingly built were on the verge of collapse. How could she accept such a fate? After defeating Han Guze, Zhan Jiuyue activated Thunder Step, weaving through the crowd with fervor. Even without a weapon in hand, none could withstand his assault. Each strike resonated with force, eliciting cries of despair from the masses. Shen Yuning and General Su led their forces behind him, swiftly clearing the battlefield. In less than half an hour, the Imperial soldiers and Han Guze's Black-Armored Legion were utterly defeated, lacking any capacity to retaliate. Several bodies were hurled before Empress Wu, who, with a cry to the heavens, succumbed to insanity, heedless of the chaos around her, grabbing anything to hurl and attacking anyone within reach. As Wu Ho swiftly turned, she pinned Shen Yuning to the ground. Han Guze, slumped in the corner, gazed at his deranged mother, witnessing the tragic demise of his comrades, each one lost in the throes of battle. His expression was blank, rendered speechless. Reflecting on his brief existence, he pondered. Had he truly erred? What had he been striving for all these years? All that he sought had crumbled, and those he cherished had betrayed him. Indeed, it was all over now. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of Han Guze's mouth as he closed his eyes, an expression of liberation flickering across his face. The battlefield was beginning to be cleared, and no one cared to look or attend to Han Guze, who lay forgotten in the shadows. Wu Ho was escorted to the prison, and the old emperor's body was laid to rest in its coffin. Zhan Jiuyue held Shen Yuning tightly in his embrace. They had not shared a proper word since their reunion, for circumstances had not permitted such tender exchanges. At last, the curtain had fallen. Young master, you're holding too tightly. Shen Yuning's face was buried in Zhan Jiuyue's chest, her breath becoming labored from his grip. I'm sorry for returning so late, for the suffering you endured, for the unnecessary loss of our brothers. This is all my fault. Guilt etched across Zhan Jiuyue's face. Even now, he lamented his delayed return. Young master, this is not your fault. Shen Yuning wrapped her arms around Zhan Jiuyue's waist in return. It was a belated embrace. Such is life, where regrets inevitably linger. All they could do was strive to mitigate the occurrence of regrets rather than seek to remedy them after the fact. Yet, it was a blessing that at this moment, Shen Yuning still found solace in Zhan Jiuyue's arms. Jiang Wanyin and the others were perceptive enough not to intrude upon their moment. The evening sun cast its golden rays upon the earth. Within the room, Han Ruo-jun lay peacefully upon the bed, encircled by a host of people. After consuming the potent medicine brought by Zhan Jiuyue and receiving careful attention from Su Yunian, he finally regained consciousness. Ahem, how's the situation? Perhaps due to just awakening. Han Ruo-jun's voice was still faint. Upon seeing him awake, Su Yunian quickly grasped his hand tightly. What situation? Your health is what matters most. The entire populace of Jinghua and all the officials are waiting for you. Chapter 90. The Glory of the Divine, General Yunian? What brings you here? Su Yunian was his heart's true love. During the recent nights, Han Ruo-jun had often found himself reminiscing about her graceful visage and those sparkling, expressive eyes. Yet, he could not unveil his feelings to her, as he had to fulfill his mission, and now Su Yunian stood before him. What? Am I not allowed to be here? Should I take my leave? Su Yunian feigned indignation, loosening her grip and turning to depart. Han Ruo-jun could not allow her to leave. He swiftly grasped her hand and pulled her back, exclaiming anxiously, "No, that is not what I meant." Observing Han Ruo-jun's quick rise, agile movements, and prompt reactions, the others understood that his condition had improved significantly. Jiang Wanyin smirked and jested, all right, let us make haste and not disturb His Highness. Let us not interrupt the Emperor and his friend reminiscing. Jiang Wanyin emphasized the word friend, eliciting hearty laughter from the group. Zhan Jiuyue joined in the jest. Indeed, upon awakening, all he saw was his Yunian, disregarding our presence entirely. Go on, cease your nonsense. Su Yunian blushed at their words, feigning composure as she concealed her face with her sleeve. What nonsense is this? Yunian is the one I have long yearned for. Once I lay my father to rest, I shall take you into the palace as my bride. Upon hearing this, Su Yunian's face flushed even deeper, and she turned to tug at Han Ruo-jun's ear. You mustn't speak such things. When did I ever agree to marry you? Oh dear, Yunian, I was wrong. I shall marry you. And Ruo-yun pretended to big famasi. You are utterly unreasonable. The atmosphere was sweet, and the pent-up emotions of the group finally found release. However, Jiang Wanyin, with a mischievous glint in his eye, decided not to let Han Ruo-jun have all the glory, and thus turned the attention towards his own sister. Wait a moment. Speaking of which, you've reminded me. I must ask, Brother Zhan, when do you plan to marry my cousin? With so many present, Sun Yoning could not help but feel embarrassed, her face reddening as she glared at Jiang Wanyin. Cousin, what are you doing? Why are we suddenly discussing this? I have no such intentions. Why should we not discuss this? You have reached an age suitable for marriage. Should you not consider it? Jiang Wanyin replied with a grin. Sun Yoning stamped her foot in frustration, placing her hands on her hips as she cast a glance at Zhan Jiuyue, who stood nearby, remaining silent, merely gazing back at her with a foolish smile. What are you smiling at? What delightful thoughts occupy your mind? I will never marry you. This statement provided Han Ruo-jun an opportunity to retort. After being the subject of their teasing, it was time for him to reclaim the narrative. Hold on. Brother Zhan has achieved great merit. Since Miss Shun is the one you favor, it is only right that she becomes your bride. When I ascend the throne, I shall bestow her hand in marriage to you. What say you, Brother Zhan? That would be splendid. That would be splendid indeed. Ah, I hear a marriage is to be granted. Zhan Jiuyue laughed heartily, finally able to bring this little girl home. Sun Yoning chuckled and did not refute, slowly moving to Zhan Jiuyue's side, playfully pinching his waist. But that is out of the question. Even if I must defy the decree, I will not marry someone already bound by ties. You have yet to fulfill your promise. Bound by ties? Since when has Brother Zhan been married? I've known nothing of this. Han Ruo-jun furrowed his brow, looking at Zhan Jiuyue with curiosity. If Zhan Jiuyue had indeed taken a wife, would Jiang Wanyin consent to his sister's marriage to him? Sun Yoning, without uttering a word, nearly caused Zhan Jiuyue to forget he had a wife. It appeared Sun Yoning had been keeping this matter in mind all along. Ah, I had forgotten. There is such a matter. However, I share no feelings for that woman. It is merely a nominal relationship, and we have not consummated our marriage. Zhan Jiuyue clarified, fully aware that he had not engaged with Chu Wun'er in any meaningful way, and regarding the original owner, he was uncertain. I see. In that case, please rest assured, Miss Shun, I shall take charge of this matter. Brother Zhan shall return home tomorrow to annul the engagement. If that is agreeable? Han Ruo-jun exhaled in relief, turning to Sun Yoning to inquire. With the topic now broached, Zhan Jiuyue naturally recalled Chu Wun'er and Do Yang, both of whom were self-serving individuals. Thus, with a shift in his gaze, he addressed Han Ruojun. Your Highness, I have a request. A request of me? And Ruojun Faunil. What is it? You are the great benefactor of this endeavor. Any request you make, I shall gladly fulfill. I desire an official position. Zhan Jiuyue was uncertain if this was the right moment to voice his request, fearing it might leave Han Ruojun with an impression of arrogance. Yet, the memories of Chu Wen'er and Do Inyang's disdainful gazes nagged at him, prompting him to seek a position that would grant him a sense of vindication. An official position? Han Ruojun stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. Given that Brother Zhan possesses such extraordinary martial prowess at such a young age, surpassing even Master Zhong Changchong, an official position is certainly warranted. How about this? I shall appoint you as one of the 24 divine generals. The 24 divine generals? Ah! The others exchanged astonished glances. For the title of 24 divine generals was the highest honor in the martial realm of Jinghua, attainable only through rigorous selection from the Tiger Duel rankings. Zhan Jiuyue was naturally aware of these matters. Although somewhat tempted, he ultimately could not accept such an honor due to various considerations. Your Highness, I never sought such lofty accolades. You may appoint me to any humble position as you wish. It is merely that the mother and son in question are rather opportunistic, and I wish to express my grievances. Brother Zhan, your martial prowess is unparalleled. With your singular strength, you could easily repel an army of 1,000, making you more than worthy of this honor. If you fear that the world may not fully trust your capabilities, you ought to participate in the upcoming Tiger Fight rankings for a few days to substantiate your worth. Jiang Wanyin, listening closely as a good friend of Zhan Jiuyue, concurred that Zhan indeed possessed the strength to bear this title. He understood that Han Ruojun was not merely speaking on a whim. Although the situation appeared to be under control, there was a dire need for talent. The former 24 generals had aged, and fresh blood was urgently required. Moreover, what monarch would not cherish a talent like Zhan Jiuyue? With this thought in mind, Jiang Wanyin quickly reached out, grasping Zhan Jiuyue's sleeve. What are you pondering? You must agree. The prince wishes to retain you. Upon hearing this, Zhan Jiuyue was enlightened and immediately bowed respectfully, saying, Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you. Chapter 91. Full of jealousy, that is precisely how it should be. Brother Zhan, not only are you exceptionally skilled and valiant, but you also embody righteousness and loyalty. A hero such as yourself is worthy of the title of Divine General. After Han Ruojun finished speaking, he shared a knowing smile with Zhan Jiuyue and Jiang Wanyin, recognizing both as rare talents. As long as these two were present, there was little cause for concern regarding the court's instability or the future of their great enterprise. Hearing such praise, Zhan Jiuyue felt his face flush with embarrassment, lowering his head in modesty. Your Highness, you truly flatter me. He had not anticipated that Han Ruojun would bestow upon him such a prestigious position. The 24 divine generals were not roles just anyone could assume. Zhan Jiuyue felt elated, envisioning the scene of the morrow, standing at the center of the Chu family estate, exuding an air of calm, while all the opportunistic sycophants surrounded him, fawning and flattering him with great effort. Jiang Wanyin observed this harmonious scene and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, the hour was late, and Han Ruojun was set to assume the myriad affairs of the court the following day. Matters regarding Han Gyu's, the damaged palaces, the vacant positions, such pressing issues loomed large. Although Han Ruojun appeared to have recovered significantly, he had sustained injuries and should indeed retire early. Your Highness, the hour grows late, and you have much to attend to tomorrow. Perhaps it would be prudent to rest now. Though this suggestion may have dampened the mood, it was indeed reasonable. The current situation remained unstable. The former emperor had passed, and he had just returned to the imperial city. Not to mention, the remnants of the Wu Empress's faction within the court posed considerable challenges. The thought of these matters caused Han Ruojun's brow to furrow. Very well, let us all return to rest. We shall discuss any matters further tomorrow. Everyone bowed in farewell, and while Han Ruojun had intended to keep Su Yunyang behind for further conversation, the multitude of pressing tasks at hand and their unconsummated marriage led him to refrain from doing so. Upon exiting the chamber, Zhan Jiuyue and Shen Yaoning walked side by side in the courtyard, the latter still flustered from earlier teasing, remaining silent throughout. She kept her gaze fixed on the ground, leaving Zhan Jiuyue at a loss for words. Just moments ago, Jiang Wanyin had alleviated the tension, but now, alone together, an awkwardness enveloped them. How had they never felt this way before? After all, they had embraced. Could this be what they called love? Shen Yaoning contemplated how to broach the subject of Zhan Jiuyue, resolving the troubles with Chu Wen'er, but she feared that asking might imply she was eager to marry him, which could lead him to undervalue her. The two walked in silence, the only sounds being the crunch of their footsteps. "I've arrived." "Huh?" Zhan Jiuyue replied, dazed, glancing around. Shen Yaoning, observing his bewildered expression, couldn't help but laugh. "Are you daft? What do you mean? I've reached my room. Thank you for escorting me back." "Oh, it's nothing. It's only right that I do this." Zhan Jiuyue snapped back to reality, realizing they had indeed arrived at Shen Yaoning's dwelling. She stood at the door, gazing intently at him. "Do you have anything you wish to say to me?" Zhan Jiuyue was still somewhat dazed, unable to formulate a response, simply looking at her with a puzzled expression. Shen Yaoning felt she might have genuinely fallen for a blockhead. He was utterly oblivious to the nuances of a girl's heart. Annoyed, she pouted and stamped her foot. "Oh, forget it, you're such a fool. Just go home." With that, she turned to retreat into her room. Yet, in the next moment, her delicate hand was seized. "I have something to discuss." Shen Yaoning turned her back to Zhan Jiuyue, briefly smiling to herself. However, when she faced him again, she feigned indifference. "Speak quickly. I'm pressed for time and need to rest. Or perhaps you could let me in?" Zhan Jiuyue regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth, realizing there was no taking them back. "What?" Shen Yaoning's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him, her face reddening further. She then pinched his arm. "What on earth is going through that head of yours?" "Ouch! Ouch, that hurts." Zhan Jiuyue grimaced, and Shen Yaoning, realizing she had genuinely hurt him, quickly let go and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I didn't mean to. I'm sorry." While speaking, she began to rub his arm. Zhan Jiuyue grasped her hand, saying, "I meant no other intention. I simply wish to spend more time with you, to see you and hear your voice." "Then why were you silent throughout our walk?" Shen Yaoning cast her gaze aside, somewhat evasive. "At that moment, I merely wished to linger with you. I wanted to tell you that during your absence, I missed you dearly." Zhan Jiuyue held her face gently, making her face him directly. Their eyes locked, and an undeniable spark ignited between them, a torrent of emotions swirling in the air. Zhan Jiuyue leaned closer, inching ever nearer. Just as their lips were about to meet, Zhan Jiuyue suddenly yelped in pain, clutching his foot, which bore the imprint of Shen Yaoning's shoe. She stood with her hands on her hips, pouting. "Did you want to kiss me? Dream on. You haven't resolved the matter with Chu Wen'er yet. And by the way, those two sisters you brought back from Muzhou are exceedingly lovely, each one more captivating than the last. They evoke a sense of pity in me, and I dare say you ought to pay them more attention." With that, Shen Yaoning dashed back to her room and slammed the door shut. Zhan Jiuyue was momentarily stunned before breaking into a grin. It seemed the little girl had been preoccupied with such thoughts all along. How delightfully possessive. "Rest assured, Miss Shen, my heart contains only you. Wait for me to settle these matters, and when the storm passes, I shall promptly take you as my bride. I must prepare now. Do await me." Leaning against the door, Shen Yaoning felt as if she had consumed honey, sweetness flooding her heart. Chapter 92. The Ascension of the New Monarch. On the 7th day of the 9th month in the 21st year of Chonghua, Emperor Jing Sui passed away, and Crown Prince Han Ruojuan ascended the throne. An edict proclaimed, "Next year shall be renamed Jiashan, and the late emperor shall be posthumously honored as Emperor Wu Wan, to be laid to rest in the imperial mausoleum. Respectfully, the birth mother of the Empress Dowager has moved into the Ankang Palace. The Crown Prince remains without a consort. Moreover, the scale of the harem is to be reduced in order to stabilize the military morale. The valiant Zhan Jiuyue has been appointed among the 24 divine generals, with Jiang Wan-yin conferred the title of Grand General for the protection of the nation." Han Ruo-jun gazed at the edict being inscribed, lifting the imperial seal decisively to affix it. Chief Eunuch Zhou Chong, observing the new emperor's resolute actions, could not restrain himself from speaking. "Your Majesty, while your decision to reduce the harem is indeed that of a wise ruler, it contravenes ancestral precedents. Furthermore, the appointment of Zhan Jiuyue among the 24 divine generals is also irregular." Han Ruo-jun cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Chong, putting away the sealed edict. "You need not fret. The regulations concerning the harem have varied throughout the dynasties of Jinghua. This is a matter of the sovereign's discretion. Since you recognize it as the act of a sagacious ruler, why do you still meddle?" Zhan Jiuyue single-handedly quelled the insurrection of the rebel forces. Does he not deserve the title of divine general? Han Ruojun's words were deep and powerful. Zhou Chang, feeling intimidated, turned pale. He quickly knelt and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. It was my folly to speak. It is of no consequence. You may rise," he concluded, as Zhou Chang wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly stood aside, awaiting further orders. Han Ruojun arrived at the dungeon, where the occasional scurrying of rats could be heard, and a chilling breeze swept through, casting flickering shadows on the candlelight. "Your Majesty," Han Ruojun nodded, following the jailer to the door of Han Guzei's cell. Han Guzei leaned against the wall, his demeanor one of desolation. According to the law, this treasonous subject would merit death. However, for various reasons, Han Ruojun's heart softened. Hearing footsteps, Han Guzei glanced towards the sound, and upon recognizing Han Ruojun, his expression stiffened. He turned away, coolly stating, "Are you here to mock my misfortune? Very well then, I concede. Dispose of me as you will." With that, he slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the decree of his execution. For no sovereign would tolerate a rival for the throne to exist. Han Ruojun remained silent, merely observing him, his gaze filled with helplessness. From their childhood bond, he knew Han Guzei was not inherently malevolent. The downfall he faced was largely due to the instigation of Empress Wu, who led him step by step down this path of ruin. Nevertheless, Han Ruojun felt profound disappointment in his childhood companion. In truth, even during their confrontation in the court the previous day, Han Ruojun had been mindful of their friendship, placing all the blame squarely upon Empress Wu. Yet, he had never imagined that at the very moment the late emperor breathed his last, Han Guzei would contemplate rebellion. Observing Han Ruojun's silence, Han Guzei let out a cold laugh. "What? Are you unable to harden your heart?" "Ha ha, the formidable Han Ruojun, experiencing compassion? It is not that I cannot bring myself to kill you. It is that I cannot bear to witness you losing yourself. In our youth, we were the best of brothers. Our father had only us as his sons. It is said that the imperial family is most heartless, yet I believed we were different. I never aspired to contest the throne with you, but ever since I was named Crown Prince you, do you not see? You are now the new emperor, are you not? What use is it to reminisce about the past? How easily you speak, but you only do so after ascending to the throne. You merely hail from a higher birth." Han Guzei's eyes were darkened, refusing to acknowledge his own faults. It was uncertain whether to commend or lament the success of Empress Wu's teachings. "Think what you will, I shall not kill you. You have contributed to the defense of the border and provided relief to the people. I shall keep you in prison here until you have pondered your choices." With that, Han Ruojun turned and exited the dungeon, while Han Guzei sat despondently on the ground, watching the departing figure with despair. After attending Han Ruojun's coronation ceremony, Zhan Jiuyue donned casual attire and led a small contingent towards the Chu residence. As he approached the grand entrance, a sense of excitement welled within him. Though he had not personally experienced it, this was the place where the original owner had lived, and now it felt like a return to his roots. He instructed his troops to wait at the street corner and walked alone towards the Chu family estate. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped vigorously, and moments later, it was slowly opened from within. The person who opened the door was none other than Zhan Jiuyue's mother-in-law, Do Qinghua. At this early hour, who could it be? What is this? Do Qinghua halted her murmuring upon seeing the figure before her, rubbed her eyes, and looked again. Zhan Jiuyue? As the coronation ceremony had commenced at dawn, and although the Chu family was in the capital, they had been closed off and were unaware of the news that Zhan Jiuyue had been appointed among the 24 divine generals. You have returned? Do Qinghua's eyes were filled with confusion, revealing a hint of anxiety. "What? Am I not allowed to return?" Zhan Jiuyue deliberately lowered his voice. For some reason, Do Qinghua felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. "No, that's not it. Why am I afraid of this young man? Where have you been all this time? We thought you were dead. Thanks to you, I am quite well." At that moment, a man clad only in the upper half of his attire emerged from the inner room, rubbing his sleepy eyes and bellowing. "Who is it at this early hour? What business do you have at the Chu residence? Who is this? A new son-in-law?" Zhan Jiuyue's gaze fixed intently on the man. The man was tall, muscular, with several visible scars, indicating he had seen battle. Do Qinghua's expression turned even more tense upon his arrival. The man adjusted to the bright sunlight, squinting towards the entrance. "Mother, who is this person?" "Mother?" Zhan Jiuyue could not recall the Chu family having a son. Could it be? He is. I am the son-in-law of this household. The moment those words left his lips, Do Qinghua nearly spat out her surprise. The man staggered toward Zhan Jiuyue, inspecting him with a disdainful gaze. Son-in-law? Whose son-in-law are you? I think you've wandered into the wrong courtyard. While I am in a good mood, you should leave. Zhan Jiuyue chuckled lightly, raising a finger to point at the sign above. Does it not say Chu family here? Chapter 093, Two Sons-in-Law? Anyone disturbed from their slumber at such an early hour would certainly be irritable. The man, bare-chested, felt the autumn wind rustle a few fallen leaves against his skin, sending a chill through him. He unconsciously shivered, having completely lost his patience, eager to return to his room and sleep. The sight of Zhan Jiuyue only fueled his anger, and he grabbed his collar, glaring and threatening. Do you even know this is the Chu family estate? I thought your eyes were blinded. This is no place for you to act recklessly. While my grandfather is in a good mood, you better leave quickly. Zhan Jiuyue was unperturbed, allowing the man to grip his collar without a flicker of emotion. Simply gazing back at him, the door to the room opened once more, revealing the familiar figure of Chu Wen'er. Her hair was disheveled, a thin coat in hand. As she murmured, Liang Zhen, what is happening? Why is there such a commotion so early in the morning? Some ignorant fool is causing a ruckus, disturbing my good dreams. Liang Zhen continued to snarl. Do Qinghua anxiously gestured for Chu Wen'er to return inside, but Chu Wen'er was entirely focused on the man, oblivious to her mother's distress. She walked straight towards Liang Zhen, draping the coat over him. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, she froze, her expression one of astonishment, stammering, Zhan Jiuyue, you're actually still alive? Ah, one cannot help but acknowledge the undeniable resemblance between mother and daughter, as they share the very same sentiments, evidently wishing for my demise. Liang Zhen felt a sudden shock upon hearing this, turning to glance at Chu Wen'er. What? Do you know him? I. Of course, she recognized me. I had long declared myself the son-in-law of the Chu family, yet you chose not to believe it. Zhan Jiuyue moved to extricate Liang Zhen's hand from his grasp, adjusting his attire. Son-in-law? Do you perhaps have a sister or an elder sibling? I have heard nothing of this. Liang Zhen turned to Chu Wen'er, unable to recall her having any siblings. So how could this fellow audaciously claim to be the Chu family's son-in-law? Could it be that? Upon hearing this, Zhan Jiuyue comprehended the situation entirely. During his absence, they had assumed he was deceased, hence they sought another son-in-law. Judging by the tone, this was not merely a matchmaker's arrangement, but rather a wealthy or talented individual, temporarily returning to his maternal home. Although Zhan Jiuyue harbored no affection for Chu Wen'er, a profound bitterness welled within him. Faced with Liang Zhen's inquiries, Chu Wen'er dared not respond, her gaze evasive. Do Qinghua, perceiving the tension, quickly interjected. Liang Zhen, the situation is as follows. Before Wen'er encountered you, she was persistently pursued by this man, who is no son-in-law but a mere ruffian. What? Pursued? A ruffian? Why was I not informed of this sooner? I would have surely eliminated him, Liang Zhen exclaimed, charging at Zhan Jiuyue with a powerful punch. Zhan Jiuyue intercepted effortlessly, firmly grasping his fist. Chu Wen'er, witnessing this, began to weep profusely, while Do Qinghua continued to stoke the flames. It is not that we did not inform you. We feared it might tarnish Wen'er's reputation and hinder your prospects as a son-in-law. Then today, I shall slay him to avenge Wen'er. Liang Zhen exerted his strength, his muscles trembling with fury. Yet, despite this, Zhan Jiuyue remained unflinching, holding his fists steadfastly. With such meager skills, you wish to kill me? Liang Zhen felt a surge of humiliation, his rage intensifying as he bellowed. What did you say? Do you know who I am? One exuding calm, the other seething with indignation, their contrasting energies palpable. Oh, what relevance does that hold for me? As he spoke, Zhan Jiuyue flicked his wrist, resulting in a sickening crack as Liang Zhen's hand was dislocated, eliciting a howl of pain. Ah, I shall kill you. Liang Zhen staggered back, disregarding the agony in his right hand, seizing a sturdy wooden club with his left and lunging at Zhan Jiuyue. At least he possessed some spirit. However, this time, Zhan Jiuyue had no intention of holding back. Just as the club was about to strike him, he nimbly dodged, seizing Liang Zhen's arm and twisting it with another resounding crack, this time dislocating the entire limb. Not content, Zhan Jiuyue grasped a chunk of flesh on Liang Zhen's back, hoisting him up and delivering a forceful blow to his abdomen. Although he did not employ any profound techniques, the sheer force was sufficient to send a spout of pus and blood from Liang Zhen's mouth. Dou Qinghua, sensing the dire situation, cried out loudly, "Help! He intends to kill us." Zhan Jiuyue paid her no mind, flinging Liang Zhen out the door, who collapsed on the ground, spitting blood, revealing several teeth amidst the crimson pool. Zhan Jiuyue approached him, towering above. "Did you not wish for me to know who you are? I await you here today. Feel free to showcase your abilities." Not everyone can be compared to Zhan Jiuyue. While Liang Zhen's resilience was commendable, he hastily clutched his chest, struggling to rise, enduring excruciating pain as he fled, not even uttering threats. Once he had retreated, Zhan Jiuyue shifted his gaze to the trembling Chu Wen'er and Dou Qinghua, who were unsteady on their feet, retreating nervously. Due to Dou Qinghua's earlier cries, neighbors had gathered, surrounding the Chu family's courtyard. In no time, they had densely packed the entrance, and an elderly man stepped forth from the crowd, inquiring what transpired here. Dou Qinghua, seeing reinforcements, hastily pointed at Zhan Jiuyue, exclaiming, He wishes to kill our entire family." Zhan Jiuyue had no desire to explain. The villagers had previously been unaware of his existence in the Chu family, only knowing that there was a son-in-law who had offended the war king and was presumed deceased. The elder's gaze sharpened, and with a command, the villagers encircled Zhan Jiuyue tightly. "You must stand for us. He nearly killed my son-in-law Liang Zhen." Dou Qinghua wailed pitifully. Zhan Jiuyue felt somewhat exasperated. It seemed that some individuals were incapable of changing their ways. Today, he merely wished to return calmly and annul this marriage, yet chaos ensued. "Bind him and deliver him to the authorities." The villagers rushed forward, attempting to seize Zhan Jiuyue. He was, however, quite reluctant. They were merely common folk, and he could not harm them all. Chapter 094. The showdown. In that moment, Zhan Jiuyue found himself at a loss for how to proceed. In his flustered state, he recalled that he had brought others with him. Thus, he shouted towards the entrance, "Everyone coming quickly." This exclamation left the villagers bewildered, exchanging glances, unsure of whom he was addressing. The street was not far from here, and given Zhan Jiuyue's profound internal strength, the soldiers, possessing extraordinary senses, understood him clearly. They marched in unison towards his location without delay. Zhan Jiuyue felt a mix of exasperation and admiration. These individuals were indeed obedient. They remained perfectly still when instructed to wait. He even pondered whether they would remain unmoving should he truly be taken to the authorities. As the sound of disciplined footsteps approached, the soldiers soon arrived at the Chu family's courtyard, forming a line. The villagers, witnessing this scene, were rendered even more confused. How could there be so many soldiers? They had always abided by the law and committed no infractions. Could it be that Liang Zhen reported to the authorities, and this contingent was here to apprehend Zhan Jiuyue? Yet contrary to expectations, the remaining soldiers rushed in, surrounding Zhan Jiuyue protectively. Only Dou Qinghua remained oblivious to the situation, believing the soldiers had come to arrest Zhan Jiuyue. "Officer, he intends to kill our family." The soldiers paid no heed to Dou Qinghua's tearful demeanor, not even casting a glance in her direction. Was this plump woman deranged? How could she fail to grasp the situation? A young soldier discreetly shifted away from Dou Qinghua, silently praying, "I do not know her. I did not assist her. Oh, divine warrior, please do not hold this against me. Do you think they will apprehend me?" Zhan Jiuyue let out a cold laugh, his gaze icy as he fixated on Dou Qinghua. She inexplicably began to feel a sense of dread towards Zhan Jiuyue, though she could not articulate what she feared. Instinctively retreating a few steps, Dou Qinghua continued to back away, while Zhan Jiuyue did not press, merely stating softly, "As your Chu family son-in-law, I returned today only to find a man within this household who immediately sought to expel me upon my arrival, and now stands here slandering me, claiming I wish to kill your family. What reasoning is this?" Zhan Jiuyue wore a sorrowful expression, as if lamenting Chu Wen'er's betrayal. Shaking his head, he continued, "Very well. I understand that a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Thus, let us sever ties. From henceforth, we shall each lead our separate lives, free from one another's entanglements. However, should you cause any further disturbances, do not seek me out. I have no time for your troubles." The villagers who had previously sought to detain Zhan Jiuyue began to murmur amongst themselves upon hearing his words. Surely, he must be a military officer. His words cannot be false. But is this man truly the Chu family's son-in-law? I thought he had offended the War King and was already dead. Have you not heard? The War King has been imprisoned, and now the former crown prince has ascended the throne, with proclamations already posted throughout the streets. Has the tide truly turned? Given that matters have escalated to this point, Chu Wen'er feels utterly ashamed and thus has no words left to say. She promptly dissolves the engagement. Following this incident, the reputation of the Chu family has plummeted, and the tale of Chu Wen'er defying her duties as a wife has become common knowledge. The most laughable part is that Liang Zhen actually returned with a group of men, surrounding the already tightly guarded entrance once more, shouting with a mouth full of bravado, "Where is that little brat? Come out, or you'll never leave here alive." Yet, as soon as he shouted, regret washed over him. The courtyard was lined with two factions of officials, all staring at him with eyes that conveyed sheer disbelief. Zhan Jiuyue, observing Liang Zhen's missing front teeth and comical expression, could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you do possess some spirit, indeed, to have brought your men back." It must be acknowledged that Liang Zhen does have some prowess. He is the third son of the Liang family, a prominent merchant family in the capital, who had engaged in warfare during his youth. Now, relying on his family's solid financial backing and a few acquaintances from the past, he has been strutting around the capital with impunity. Such a wealthy and somewhat capable young master, naturally, would not be overlooked by Chu Wen'er, who had once believed Zhan Jiuyue was dead. She swiftly devised a plan to subdue Liang Zhen. Having regained his composure, Liang Zhen, though surprised, was not without experience. Yet, the sudden appearance of so many officials in his home would bewilder anyone. What do you want? Why have you summoned so many?" Zhan Jiuyue rose and slowly approached Liang Zhen, a sly smile playing on his lips. Coincidentally, one of Liang Zhen's companions recognized Zhan Jiuyue, having seen him a few days prior while observing the commotion, and upon hearing about his recent elevation to the title of Divine General, he turned pale, desperately hoping to escape unnoticed. Yet he could not abandon Liang Zhen. After all, he was his elder brother. Liang Zhen, still feigning calmness, stood before Zhan Jiuyue. The young man quickly tugged at him. "Zhenghe he is. I do not care who he is. Is there no law in this land? He is merely an officer. Can he truly abduct women? He is the Divine General." "And what of the Divine General?" "Divine General? Divine General? You? I?" Liang Zhen, terrified, fell to his knees. Within the kingdom of Jing, the title of Divine General is tantamount to that of the Emperor. He is the guardian deity of the entire realm. This revelation reached the ears of both Chu Wen'er and Do Qinghua, leaving them utterly astonished, unable to believe their ears. The once weak son-in-law has become a Divine General? "Do you recognize me?" Zhan Jiuyue asked, pointing to his own face, addressing the young man. I recognize you. I recognize you." After a few light chuckles, Zhan Jiuyue turned his gaze to Liang Zhen. "Rest assured, I shall not harm you. I have no intention of seizing any women. I claim to be the son-in-law of the Chu family, and thus I am." "Yes, you are the son-in-law of the Chu family, but I am not." "TSK." Zhan Jiuyue flicked Liang Zhen's forehead. "Did I ask for your input? I said I was once the son-in-law of the Chu family, and I have returned today to sever this connection. It is you who heeded your esteemed mother-in-law's words and insisted on confronting me." Upon hearing this, Liang Zhen stood in silence, not daring to utter a word. "Have you understood what I said?" I understand. Zhan Jiuyue, not wishing to squander any more time, gestured for his men to depart. Chapter 095. A date? The resolution of this matter went relatively smoothly, despite a minor hiccup. It did not consume much time, and the sun had yet to reach its zenith. Strangely, Zhan Jiuyue felt an unexpected lightness. Dismissing the affair with Chu Wen'er from his mind, even humming a little tune, entirely devoid of the demeanor befitting a divine general. As he approached the courtyard entrance, he spotted Shun Yao Ning standing there. Clad in a delicate pink long gown, she stood amidst the gentle breeze, her hair slightly lifted. Upon seeing Zhan Jiuyue return, her face lit up with delight, and she hurried towards him. "Young master, I have resolved the matter with Chu Wen'er." However, to his surprise, Shun Yao Ning froze in place, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Why is the young master telling me this?" This. Zhan Jiuyue felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly sought to change the subject. "It's nothing at all. What brings you here, Miss Shen?" Seeing Zhan Jiuyue's foolish expression nearly made Shun Yao Ning laugh aloud. "I'm not doing anything. I merely noticed the weather was splendid and thought to invite you out for some fun." "Fun? Are you asking me out on a date?" "Splendid. Where shall we go?" How about we venture into the woods? We could hunt and fish. I haven't done such things in ages. Shen Yao Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her small fists clenched in anticipation. Hunting? Fishing? My education has been lacking. Is this truly the protocol for a date? Perhaps she genuinely just wishes to enjoy herself. Nonetheless, fishing does seem quite intriguing. Very well. I shall follow your lead. Come, lead the way. With that, War Jiuyue took Shen Yao Ning's hand and led her towards the house. Shen Yao Ning, feeling somewhat perplexed, did not comprehend War Jiuyue's intentions. Yet she followed his lead. Young master, what are you planning to do? Do not ask. Even if you do, I shall not tell you. Just wait here, and you shall soon find out. War Jiuyue, shrouded in mystery, whisked Shen Yao Ning back to her room before darting off. The streets were bustling with people as War Jiuyue navigated through the crowd. He arrived at the entrance of a general store. This was indeed the place. As he stepped inside, a young attendant in gray rushed to greet him. Sir, welcome. We have everything you could possibly need. Following the attendant's guidance, War Jiuyue entered the small shop, which, though modest in size, was filled with a variety of goods. After browsing, he selected a few bamboo baskets and generously tipped the attendant with extra silver, instructing, I will send someone to deliver more items shortly. Please organize them and have them ready for my carriage when it arrives. The attendant, seeing War Jiuyue's generous demeanor, did not hesitate and promptly agreed. Stepping out of the shop, War Jiuyue pondered, it should not be too late yet. I can only consult Xiao Li. Reaching a secluded corner, War Jiuyue noticed no one was around and quickly entered a private space. As soon as he stepped in, he heard Xiao Li's irate voice. What kind of teammates are these? Can they even play? War Jiuyue, wearing a dark expression, quietly approached Xiao Li and gently tapped her shoulder. Xiao Li, may I? You scared me half to death. What do you want? Xiao Li exclaimed, startled, her voice rising in pitch. I was hoping to borrow some fishing rods and bait. Go find it yourself in the storage. Don't bother me. With that, Xiao Li turned back to her game. War Jiuyue chose not to press her further and walked into the storage room, where he indeed found fishing rods and bait in a corner. With everything prepared, War Jiuyue returned to the street, purchasing some fruit along the way and arranging for the delivery of his items to the general store. When War Jiuyue returned, he found Shen Yao Ning had fallen asleep at the table, her small mouth slightly agape, a trickle of drool escaping her lips. The sight of the sleeping girl was undeniably adorable. War Jiuyue felt a surge of affection and crouched down slowly to admire Shen Yao Ning's peaceful face. However, to her surprise, Shen Yao Ning had awakened, rubbing her drowsy eyes and murmuring, You're back. Zhan Jiuyue, tilting his head with a smile, replied, Yes. Let us prepare quickly. We are about to set off. Shen Yao Ning rose and stretched lazily. No need to prepare. Let us just go. Noticing her thin attire, Zhan Jiuyue cautioned, You should put on an extra layer. Playing too much may cause you to sweat and catch a chill. Oh, it's fine. Let us hurry. That won't do. You could catch a cold. Zhan Jiuyue playfully admonished Shen Yao Ning, and seeing her still standing there unmoving, he directly opened the wardrobe and retrieved a thicker garment, draping it over her shoulders. The two of them stepped outside, and as they exited the courtyard, they encountered Jiang Wanyin and Zhang Chong, who were all wearing long faces, their expressions dark and heavy, making one wonder what they had been up to the previous night. Shen Yao Ning, feeling curious, asked, What happened to you? You look so haggard. To her inquiry, Jiang Wanyin nearly burst into tears. Don't mention it. The emperor ordered us to work through the night on official documents, and we've only had a few hours of sleep before he wants us to report back. Are you all going out? Zhang Chong observed Zhan Jiuyue and Shen Yao Ning's attire, realizing they were merely off for some leisure. Ah, how envious I am of Zhan Jiuyue. Why doesn't he have to deal with official matters? Zhan Jiuyue nodded with a smile, saying, Miss Shen and I plan to hunt and fish in the forest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanyin frowned and exclaimed, Absolutely not. Zhan Jiuyue was taken aback. What? Is Jiang Wanyin against me taking Shen Yao Ning out? You want to go too? Jiang Wanyin insisted, his panda-like eyes betraying his resolve. If they could escape this place, they wouldn't have to assist the emperor with his duties. Well, fine. I thought it was something serious. Zhan Jiuyue clapped his thigh, effectively stifling Shen Yao Ning's protest. Shen Yao Ning felt disgruntled. She had merely wished to go with Zhan Jiuyue alone, yet now, with so many others joining, her lips pouted as if they could hold a cup. However, Zhan Jiuyue remained oblivious, laughing and chatting with Jiang Wanyin. Hurry and prepare the carriage. I've already gathered everything else. All right, I'll go right away. Wang Xiong volunteered eagerly. Official documents had been a torment for him. As a martial man, he hardly understood them. Chapter 096. Wang Xiong's secret thoughts. Spending a day with these official duties was more torturous than death for Wang Xiong. Yet, after agreeing to prepare the carriage, he stood there for quite a while, lost in thought. Zhang Chong couldn't help but urge. What are you thinking? Hurry up. If the emperor finds out, none of us will be able to leave. Wang Xiong snapped back to reality, glancing at his companions. Should we call Miss Mu and the others too? Why? Shen Yuning directly inquired. It was one thing for these few to go, but why include the Mu sisters? I was thinking, they don't have anything to do, and with more people it would be. Wang Xiong stammered, his face turning increasingly red. Zhang Chong quickly grasped the situation. He had never seen Wang Xiong behave this way. I see. You have a crush on Miss Mu Xingwan, don't you? I've noticed it for a long time. I don't. If you don't speak the truth, then we 1T bring them along. Under persistent questioning, Wang Xiong finally confessed that he indeed had feelings for Mu Xingwan. Shen Yuning noticed the rising spirits of the group and didn't wish to dampen their enthusiasm. Moreover, if this was Wang Xiong's first crush, it was only natural for him to invite the Mu sisters. Zhan Jiuyue, observing that everyone had gathered except for Han Ruojuan, suggested, why don't we invite the emperor as well? Let him relax a bit. No, absolutely not. Zhang Wanning interjected vehemently, as soon as Zhan Jiuyue finished speaking. He had no desire to be dragged back by Han Ruojuan to do hard labor. Zhan Jiuyue, unaware of their harrowing ordeal from the previous day, looked at them quizzically. Zhang Wanning was at a loss for words, while Zhang Chong stepped in to clarify. Brother Zhan, you don't know. The emperor is deeply concerned for the country and its people, neglecting his own rest. He even told us not to disturb him. We should just go alone. Zhan Jiuyue understood. Indeed, Han Ruojuan had just ascended the throne, and all matters of state awaited his attention. Very well then, they would have to wait for another opportunity to invite Han Ruojuan. Soon after, Shen Yuning returned, accompanied by the Mu sisters, while Wang Xiong had readied the carriage. Upon seeing Mu Xingwan, the tall young man's face flushed again. The group boarded the carriage, laughing and chatting. Before long, they arrived at the city's outer moat. The early autumn scenery was still of vibrant green. A gust of wind stirred a few fallen leaves, which glided onto the lake's surface, creating ripples. Shen Yuning took a deep breath, savoring the essence of nature. The scenery here was exquisite and immensely pleasant. After walking around the moat for quite some time, they began to feel fatigued. Zhang Wanning, having not slept all night, was now utterly exhausted from the journey. Unable to contain his complaint, he exclaimed, Brother Zhan, did you bring us here just to look at the scenery? We're so tired. Zhang Chong, his face drooping, bent over with his hands hanging limply. Of course not. Let us begin the main event. Zhan Jiuyue waved his hand grandly, leading everyone back towards the carriage. He began to produce an array of items from within, like a magician. Shen Yuning's eyes widened upon seeing the fishing rods. Young master, what are these? She quickly seized one from Zhan Jiuyue's hands. He smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon. Zhan Jiuyue called for Zhang Wanning and the others to help unload the items from the carriage. They spread a cloth on the ground, while Zhang Chong took some fruits, intending to wash them in the moat's water. Just then, a delicate hand reached out. Give it to me. Turning to the voice, they found it was Mu Ling-er. Shen Yuning, Wang Xiong, and Mu Xingwan were occupied examining the fishing rods, so she decided to lend a hand. They quickly set up everything needed for their picnic. Fruits, vegetables, and everything in between. There were even a few wild game pieces that Zhang Wanning had gathered while collecting firewood, promising a hearty feast. Hey, everything's ready here. Come eat. Zhan Jiuyue called out to Shen Yuning's direction. They had already begun roasting the wild game. The fish caught by Shen Yuning would serve as a side dish. If they failed to catch anything, they would still have meat to enjoy. Shen Yuning tucked away her fishing rod and dashed over to Zhan Jiuyue, clutching her bamboo basket with an air of pride. Zhan Jiuyue observed her cute demeanor and chuckled. What's this? Did you catch a big fish? Not telling you. Cousin, you roast. Shen Yuning raised her delicate face, darting past Zhan Jiuyue to present her catch to Zhang Wanning. Upon seeing the fish in Shen Yuning's bamboo basket, Zhang Wanning's expression froze. This fish, is it even as big as my palm? Noticing Zhang Wanning's lack of action, Shen Yuning kicked him. Roast the fish. All right, I'll roast it. Jiang Wanyin snapped back to reality, succumbing to Shun Yuning's playful tyranny. Wang Xiong and Mu Xingwan trailed behind, their bamboo baskets filled with plenty of fish. And some were quite sizable. Zhang Chong and Wang Xiong collaborated to prepare all the fish, placing them over the fire. Zhan Jiuyue pulled out his unique secret seasoning from his sleeve and sprinkled it over the meat, sending a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, with the sizzling fat adding to the allure. Jiang Wanyin inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "So fragrant. Brother Zhan, what did you sprinkle on it? It smells divine." Zhan Jiuyue, with a calm demeanor, replied, "Oh, it's nothing, just some spices used in the kitchen." He would certainly not reveal that he had specially brought the barbecue seasoning from afar since childhood. The game meat, having been roasted beforehand, was now nearly cooked through. Zhan Jiuyue took down the wild chicken, first breaking off a large thigh and handing it to Shen Yaoning. With a slight hum, Shen Yaoning accepted the chicken leg. As she took a bite, the succulent juices dripped down. Shen Yaoning's eyes sparkled. It was far more fragrant than it smelled. For the sake of the chicken leg, she decided not to feel jealous. The group devoured all the game meat, leaving very little of the grilled fish. After Shen Yaoning had her fill, she sought to enliven the atmosphere, standing up and clapping her hands. "How about I sing a song for you?" Zhan Jiuyue was the first to applaud. "Great, great." Encouraged by him, the others joined in the applause, eagerly gazing at Shen Yaoning. Clearing her throat, she began to hum her most adept ballad, captivating Zhan Jiuyue entirely. While she sang, it was as if she radiated light, her voice remarkably gentle, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Zhan Jiuyue became immersed in her performance, but suddenly, Shen Yaoning stopped. "All right, let's invite the next performer." With that, she playfully winked. Wang Xiong shouted, "All right, how about Miss Mu sings a song too?" Mu Xingwan replied, "I do not sing well." Wang Xiong scratched his head. Zhang Chong, seeing this, stepped in as a supportive ally. "Miss Mu, there's no need to be modest. We're all just here to have fun." "Indeed, indeed." Mu Xingwan felt somewhat helpless, but complied with the crowd's request and sang a tune. Zhan Jiuyue clapped his thigh, thinking he could teach them some modern games. "Let me teach you a game." "What game?" Jiang Wanyin inquired, looking at Zhan Jiuyue. Zhan Jiuyue rushed to the carriage and surprisingly pulled out several lengths of rope. Holding the ropes, he demonstrated to the crowd, "You see, I have many ropes of equal length, except for one that is different. We will randomly draw one of these ropes, and the person with the different one must choose between truth or dare." "What is truth or dare?" Shen Yaoning queried, intrigued by Zhan Jiuyue's explanation. "Simply put, if the person with a different rope chooses truth, they must answer our questions honestly. If they choose dare, they must agree to do something for us." "This sounds fun. Let's play." Zhang Chong's eyes lit up. Could this help Wang Xiong pursue Mu Xingwan? As the group sat around the campfire, basking in the rare moment of leisure, the atmosphere was harmonious. After Shen Yaoning finished singing, the crowd urged Zhan Jiuyue to perform as well. Naturally, he would not be stingy with his singing. How could he not honor the title of campus singing god he once held? However, just as Zhan Jiuyue was about to rise, he suddenly felt darkness envelop him, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Panic ensued as everyone rushed forward to inquire about his condition. "Young master, what has happened? Are you feeling unwell?" Shen Yaoning was the first to reach Zhan Jiuyue's side, cradling him in her arms. At that moment, Zhan Jiuyue retained a sliver of consciousness, but the dizziness made even speaking a challenge. In truth, prior to their outing, he had sensed some discomfort, but he dismissed it, attributing it to the cooling weather. Yet now, he felt his mind grow increasingly foggy, overwhelmed by a potent wave of nausea. As Zhan Jiuyue remained silent, the crowd grew frantic. None among them possessed medical knowledge. Faced with a dire situation, Mu Linge, fearing for Zhan Jiuyue's well-being, decisively rolled up her sleeve and, without hesitation, drew her dagger across it, blood gushing forth. This action startled Shen Yaoning, leaving her bewildered. "What is Miss Mu doing?" "My blood can aid in healing. It may temporarily alleviate young Master Zhan's condition. We must swiftly take him back to the palace for a physician's care." With that, Mu Linger allowed her blood to drip into Zhan Jiuyue's mouth. He perhaps tasted a metallic sweetness, furrowing his brows in resistance. Shen Yaoning pried his mouth open, compelling him to swallow the blood. Indeed, Mu Linger's blood proved effective. Zhan Jiuyue's lips regained some color, and Wang Xiong lifted Zhan Jiuyue onto his shoulder, hastening toward the carriage. When the group finally reached the palace, night had fallen. Jiang Wanyin hurried toward the Imperial Medical Department. All present in the department were summoned, and upon recognizing that it was the emperor's favored new general, the physician spared no effort, quickly following Jiang Wanyin to Zhan Jiuyue's chamber. Several seasoned physicians took turns examining him, their brows furrowing in concern. Xin Yaoning's anxiety heightened. Witnessing the physician's worried expressions only deepened her distress. She urgently tugged at a physician's sleeve, asking, "Physician, how is young Master Zhan? Is there any danger?" The physicians exchanged glances. "Well, the war god appears to be in no serious condition. I have detected no significant issues. The only possibility is that he has overexerted himself recently and has not rested well, leading to dizziness. In my opinion, with adequate rest and some nourishing soup, he should improve." Hearing this, the group collectively sighed in relief, their anxieties lessening. Xin Yaoning immediately rushed to the royal kitchen to prepare nourishing soup for Zhan Jiuyue. By evening, Han Ruojun had also heard of the incident and hastily set aside his official documents to rush to Zhan Jiuyue's chamber. Just as he arrived, Zhan Jiuyue awoke, perhaps due to the effects of the nourishing soup or Mu Linger's blood. Zhan Jiuyue felt as though he had experienced an extraordinarily long dream. Apart from an overwhelming fatigue, he felt no other discomfort. Upon seeing him awake, everyone's faces brightened, and Xin Yaoning quickly leaned closer to ask, "Young master, do you still feel unwell?" Zhan Jiuyue gently stirred, his voice hoarse from just waking. "I feel fine, perhaps just a bit fatigued from the past few days." Han Ruojun's anger flared upon hearing this. He had already learned about Jiang Wanyin and Zhan Jiuyue's outing and assumed it was their fault that Zhan Jiuyue had fainted. "You lie. Not only did you neglect your official duties, but you also disturbed young Master Zhan's rest? Truly, truly." Jiang Wanyin and the others dared not speak, bowing their heads like schoolchildren listening to a reprimand. "It's not their fault. It was I who led them out." Just as Zhan Jiuyue attempted to explain, Han Ruojun interrupted him. "There is no need for you to defend them, Brother Zhan. For the next few days, you shall rest quietly in your chamber. Afterward, I will provide you with a serene and comfortable place." Zhan Jiuyue parted his lips, ultimately managing to utter a single phrase, "Thank you, Your Highness." Seeing Zhan Jiuyue was out of danger and with a mountain of official documents awaiting his attention, Han Ruojun exchanged a few pleasantries before taking Jiang Wanyin and the others away. Xin Yaoning remained by Zhan Jiuyue's side, unwilling to leave. Realizing their presence might be a distraction, Mu Linger and Mu Xingwan decided to depart. Zhan Jiuyue lay silently in bed, reflecting on the events of the past few days. Uncertain of why he had fainted so suddenly, the only explanation he could muster was sheer exhaustion. Xin Yaoning sat at his bedside, tucking the covers around him. "Young master, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Zhan Jiuyue felt utterly drained, lacking the strength to speak. He merely shook his head, soon drifting back into sleep. In the dead of night, Zhan Jiuyue was abruptly awakened by a sudden pang of pain. Under the faint flicker of candlelight, he beheld the gradual transformation of his arm. From the shoulder downwards, his entire arm was slowly turning black. With each segment that darkened, Zhan Jiuyue felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his flesh. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, yet he could not conceive of any remedy. Eventually, his arm was entirely engulfed in darkness, and before his eyes appeared a blood-red human head. It was a visage Zhan Jiuyue recognized, the same one he had encountered when obtaining the ghost blood pearl in the cave. The head floated before him, its expression contorting grotesquely, and its gaping maw extended a slimy tongue. The tongue coiled around Zhan Jiuyue's body, dripping thick, crimson blood, the intense stench of iron making him retch. It began to siphon his blood slowly, drop by drop. Meanwhile, Xin Yaoning, who was dozing at the bedside, remained oblivious to any sounds. It was Xiaoli who sensed Zhan Jiuyue's distress. She noticed that his combat power was plummeting at an alarming rate. If this continued, Zhan Jiuyue would surely succumb to unconsciousness, never to awaken again. She quickly initiated a spatial transition, pulling Zhan Jiuyue into a private realm, interrupting the head's extraction. Chapter 098. Speculations regarding the ghost blood pearl. Zhan Jiuyue collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, his hair hanging limply. He felt an unprecedented weakness, a sensation he had never experienced before. "What is happening? Why do I feel utterly drained of strength?" Xiaoli, her expression grave, handed him a vial of potion. "Quickly, drink this. It will alleviate your pain." As Zhan Jiuyue accepted the vial, Xiaoli continued, "I suspected long ago that the ghost blood pearl was no ordinary item. It was just now fervently draining your power. Had I not been vigilant about your condition, you would likely have perished by now. Zhan Jiuyue's complexion was as pale as death, devoid of color, as if his essence had been hollowed out. Siphoning power? An old man once told me this was a gift from the Ghost King. Xiaoli stroked her chin thoughtfully. After a moment she said, I'm not entirely sure about this matter. It seems I must personally visit the headquarters. There must be a viable solution. The Ghost King you mentioned likely intends to usurp your body. Usurp my body? Zhan Jiuyue was taken aback, unable to comprehend. But, why me? Am I really that powerful? Of course you are. Do you think your crossing over was mere coincidence? While there are many who traverse worlds, anyone capable of such a feat possesses extraordinary qualities, Xiaoli remarked, casting him a sideways glance, as if mocking his naivety. Zhan Jiuyue felt a spark of interest. It appeared that all crossings were not mere happenstance. Then why did you choose to bind yourself to me? Is there something special about me? The textbooks say as much. In any case, I still do not know what this entity desires, nor can I forcibly remove it from your body. I will seal your mental techniques to prevent the ghost blood pearl from being activated again. You must rest and await my return. Zhan Jiuyue hesitated. Seal my mental techniques? With less than half a month until the Tiger Duel rankings, I must participate, won't this? Is your life more important or these rankings? Xiaoli retorted, visibly irritated. Zhan Jiuyue remained seated, and she, being slightly taller, raised her fist and playfully thumped his head. What a fool! Zhan Jiuyue was transported back to his room, collapsing onto his bed. Noticing that Xin Yaoning was still asleep at the table, he refrained from disturbing her, his mind occupied with thoughts about the ghost blood pearl. The old man had clearly stated it was a gift from the Ghost King. Yet why was it now draining his power? With his mental techniques sealed, his strength had plummeted from Grand Master to the level of a mere mortal. How could he possibly demonstrate his prowess in the upcoming Tiger Duel rankings? Exhaustion soon claimed him, and he fell back into slumber. The following morning, the enticing aroma of food roused Zhan Jiuyue from his dreams. As the Imperial Kitchen delivered premium supplements, a gesture of concern from Han Ruojuan, Zhan Jiuyue sipped the broth slowly. Though his body no longer felt weak and he experienced no discomfort, he could clearly sense that his strength was not what it once was. For 2 full days, aside from restroom visits, he remained confined to his bed, awaiting Xiaoli's return. During this time, Xin Yaoning devoted herself to caring for him without a hint of complaint. Jiang Wanyin and Han Ruojuan also visited whenever they had the chance to inquire after his condition. After much anticipation, Zhan Jiuyue finally awaited Xiaoli's return in the afternoon of the second day. He was eager to uncover the mysteries of the ghost blood pearl, but with Xin Yaoning present, he could not simply vanish before her eyes. Miss Xin, I feel rather fatigued. You haven't rested well these past few days. Perhaps you should return to rest for a while? I won't leave. What if something happens to you while I'm gone? Xin Yaoning's brows furrowed with concern for Zhan Jiuyue's health. What could possibly happen to me? If you continue to push yourself, you'll be the one in trouble. Your complexion has grown much paler these days. You are no longer as beautiful as before. Not as beautiful as before? Indeed, Xin Yaoning's current pallor was concerning. She ought to rest well. Seeing Zhan Jiuyue's condition, she concluded that he should be fine. Very well, you should rest. I'll come back to check on you this evening. Zhan Jiuyue smiled faintly. All right, I understand. After Xin Yaoning departed, Zhan Jiuyue immediately entered his private space, where he discovered another girl of Xiaoli's height. Although she bore some resemblance to Xiaoli, her gentle demeanor was evident in her features. The girl extended her chubby little hand and greeted him. Hello, I'm Xiaoli's best friend. Ami. Hello. Hello. Zhan Jiuyue was perplexed by the situation and cast a questioning glance at Xiaoli. Xiaoli handed him a plate of sliced fruit. This person has been specially sent from the headquarters to assist you in battling the ghost blood pearl. The details are lengthy. Please sit down, and I will explain everything. Am I truly so fortunate? Once the three were seated, Xiaoli donned a pair of black-framed glasses, which added an adorable touch to her round face. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out a notebook, upon which was inscribed in bold letters, Xiaoli's notes. Zhan Jiuyue nearly burst out laughing at this sight, wondering if Xiaoli was attempting to be humorous. However, his laughter was swiftly silenced by a glare from Xiaoli. Embarrassed, he sheepishly rubbed his nose. Knowing that the notes contained what Xiaoli was about to discuss, he adopted a serious demeanor. As expected, Xiaoli opened the notebook, cleared her throat dramatically, and began to read. Word for word, this matter is far more complicated than it appears. The ghost blood pearl residing within that guy is an object from another world. In a completely third-person tone, Zhan Jiuyue was taken aback. Xiaoli had not even altered the pronouns, She was writing exactly as others would speak of him. Wait. I have a question. Who is that guy? What is another world? Xiaoli shot him an exasperated glance and replied, That guy is you. You fool. Another world refers to a realm far more advanced than the one you currently inhabit, where power begins at the Grandmaster level. In your world, anyone who reaches Grandmaster strength may have a chance to ascend to the next continent. The two divine generals who previously vanished did so because they encountered such an opportunity. As Zhan Jiuyue listened, the situation grew increasingly absurd. If what you say is true, then the Ghost King must possess formidable strength in the next continent. Why, then, does he seek to siphon off my power? What purpose could that serve? This is the crux of the matter. You have already attained the realm of the Grand Master, yet he forcefully diminished your strength. Thus, we all concur that the Ghost King intends to thwart your ascension, perhaps for reasons unknown, as he does not wish for you to reach the next world.